Welcome to the final day of competition here at the
60th anniversary.
60th anniversary version of the SCCA Runoffs, National Championship Runoffs. It doesn't say National Championship.
I know, but that's how they what.
But I'm just looking at the darn thing. You know, it's all that fun. But, you know, and like the Odd Couple, Greg and I are at the end of our weekend here, and we're about to beat each other over the head with these microphones. But we're having a good time here. We are so happy to be here. It is Inside the SCCA, presented by Goodyear Racing Tires. 2 more shows left here from Road America, the National Park of Speed. I am Brian Polanski. He is Greg Ginsburg. And we got a great lineup of racing today. 4 races this morning, 4 races this afternoon. We're going to kick it off with Formula 600 this morning, then E-Production, Formula V, GT2 this morning. This afternoon, we've got 4 more races, FE2, T3, GT3, and P1. It's been a fantastic couple of days of racing already.
It has.
And I don't expect today to be any different. No. Weather is supposed to be fantastic today as well, and that has been the story of the whole week here.
Yeah, whole week. I mean, we can talk about hurricanes all day long, but the weather has been, I think you referred to it, Brian, as Chamber of Commerce weather.
Yes. Yeah. And being a raised in Wisconsin boy, I delivered the weather, and then when it sucks next year, I had nothing to do with it, okay? Let's just put that out there right now. You know what? This is a class today, Formula 600, that we're going to get started in, and let me get the elephant in the room.
The swan song.
This could be this class's final national championship. Right. There is a way that with the new system they can earn their way back in, but for the time being, this is the final national championship race for Formula 600, and that means there's a bunch of cars have showed up, and a good field of Formula 600 cars here.
Yeah, almost 25 cars, actually 22 at last check. Although we've got a couple of cars that had suffered some mechanicals. I think we may be down to 20 taking the start here a little bit later this morning, and it's a field as seemingly always filled with national champions.
Yeah, just a few.
Just a few. We've got Cal Stewart looking to defend his national championship that he picked up at Virginia International Raceway last year, his second national championship. He's looking for 3. And
Cal Stewart might be the happiest person ever at any racetrack. You ever notice that?
Yes.
Abundantly happy.
When we interviewed him, and of course, I think we have another interview with him.
Coming up.
And we interviewed him last year, and he was, under a lot of pressure, obviously. He had a mechanical failure on his car leading up to the race, and yet always a smile on his face, and we'll see how things play out for him, because he's going to have a lot of pressure put on him by the gentleman who's going to be starting on his left when they come down the front straight and take the green flag the first time. Yeah,
I had to make sure that it was pointing in the right direction. Yes, on his left.
And also in another Nova car, and that is Sven de Vries. And de Vries, another 2-time national champion, and looking to obviously go and make it a third as well. He took the championship at Indianapolis in 2021. He took the championship in 2022, the first of the 2 years that we were at Virginia International Raceway. And he has been very, very quick in qualifying, but Cal Stewart has been on another level.
Yeah.
Qualified on the pole by 0.8 of a second. And I know it, every time I say, that the pole sitter is on another level because he qualified 0.3 or 4 tenths ahead. We're talking about 4 miles of pavement, and that just seems, the 9 tenths or 4 tenths seems so insignificant, but it really is huge here at Road America. We've got Aaron Ellis, another incredibly quick racer in his LSAE 13, and he qualified over a second off of Cal Stewart's times. He's going to start on the inside of row number 2, along with Ethan Alexander in a Red Devil, and a couple hundredths of a second off from Aaron Ellis. So row number 2, very evenly matched.
Yes,
I think, and frankly, I think row 1 fairly evenly matched. But but the thing, and of course, I've got Larry Lefty McLeod, who's our resident Formula
Yes.
600 expert
Yes.
here to lean on. And we did see this at VIR over 2 years. Is one of the things that Cal Stewart has really focused on over a number of years is the aero capabilities of his Nova car. And he has worked the nose and the rear of that car more than I think any other person. It's got, I think Larry called it a sports car nose on that car that none of the other Nova cars have. And it is a much more slippery machine in a straight line. And when we are talking about these very long straightaways here, that is incredibly important.
Well, I had a chance to talk with Cal after the last day of qualifying, and he was very happy that this race was at this track. Let's hear what he had to say. All right, we are here with Cal Stewart. We met like this last year. You were the pole sitter for last year's runoffs. How are you feeling after today's runs?
Oh, I feel great. The car was feeling really good today. Praise the Lord, we were able to hold the pole from yesterday, and I think we got quickest lap today. It just felt really balanced. I'm excited about how the car's going, and we'll see what happens.
Has the car run well all week?
No, and on Sunday and Monday practice, we had a really bad misfire. Ended up having to change everything. And we finally got it cleaned out after a couple emergency hardship practices. But it's running better now.
Good. What are your thoughts on what's going to happen on race day?
Oh, race day is going to be a trip. It's going to be the race to watch. You know, one lap doesn't mean a whole lot, because a lot of guys here can draft, and whether you're fast or not, they're going to be with you. So I'm expecting Weeda to be there. I'm expecting Sven to be there. Ellis was really quick today. He'll be there. There's Ethan Alexander was quick yesterday. So there's a bunch of guys at the front that can do it. It's just who's going to be able to stay in contact with the lead draft, and it's just going to be a war. It's going to be a battle. Should be a lot of fun.
4 miles, the longest track on the circuit. You guys, you've been here a lot. I know you're from Michigan, so Road America's just across the pond.
Oh yeah.
How do these cars respond to this long racetrack?
Oh, our cars love this racetrack. It's just now we have short wheelbase, but they haul. The straight line, they're fast. They handle good. They're lightweight. They're nimble. They brake well. They turn well. This is a perfect track. Well, all tracks are perfect, but a great track for a 500. Definitely.
All right, Cal Stewart, the provisional pole sitter here at Road America. All right, well, we know one driver's car likes this long, fast racetrack. That is Cal Stewart. And but there are others who are wanting to make sure that they take their last best chance at a national championship here in the class that they love. Who else do you think is going to be? We've talked about the front 4 rows. Anybody,
the front two rows.
Anybody further back who you think could try to work their way into the discussion?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think as we go and just move to row number 3, starting 5th on the field, Jason Martin out of River Grove, Illinois, representing the Chicago region at the June sprints this year. He took the win in the sprint race. Did not place on the podium during the Sunday race. That was Ethan Alexander and George Bugg. And that was going to be the second person that I was going to mention at the June sprints. George Bugg picked up the bronze both in the sprint race and the feature race at the June sprints. He's starting, I think, a little bit further back than he wanted to, than he expected to. He's going to be starting 11th on the field.
Sure.
And so that's a lot. That's a lot of cars that you're going to have to make your way around.
Right.
And as he is dealing with 5, 6, 7 cars that he has to work around. That is the opportunity where Cal Stewart, where Sven de Vries, where Aaron Ellis are going to be able to start walking away.
Sure.
And so he's in a very difficult position here. Just didn't get the qualifying times he wanted. Set his fastest lap on the second day of qualifying, was not nearly as fast on the third day. But I think we talked about this when we discussed Formula F. Formula 6 and Formula F, they shared the track both on the first day and the final day of qualifying. And so we find that the majority of the racers in this class set their fastest laps on Wednesday, on the second day, when they had the track to themselves.
And this is also sometimes can be a class of attrition as well.
Yes.
These cars are not the newest of cars. It's a tinkerer class. So a lot of these teams are doing all of their own work on the cars. There's no real prep shops involved with Formula 600.
There's as we were talking to Larry for the two-stroke motors that are in the field. There's a lot of tinkering trying to get the jetting on the carburetors correct. There are so many variables that these racers have to take into account for what is a very, I don't want to offend anybody, but a simple chassis.
It's a simple chassis, but there's a lot that goes into it.
Right.
And the modifications are nuanced.
Yes.
So, there's not a lot to do, but you have to do what there is to do. You have to do it right.
Correct.
And Cal Stewart's been a guy who's done that several times over and over again. It's going to be a very emotional race for these guys, and that's also, I think, going to be play into this. The driver who can keep their head about them and not let all of the day and the moments of the day get into their head and really put it down, those are the drivers who are going to succeed best today.
Yes.
And then when they're done, they can do their hugs and their high
Then they can
fives.
purge, exactly.
Yeah. All right, that is going to do it for our discussion here on Formula 600. And we've got another one of those great production classes coming up next. We'll talk about that coming up. Up next is the final production. Wait a second. Let me look at the end of the day. Yes, the final production race of the weekend. E-production is coming up. It's the second race of the morning session here, and this one is got some really stout cars in it.
Yes, it does. Has some stout cars and has some new drivers in some very stout cars as well. And I think the big surprise for me as I was working grid during the test days was who was behind the wheel of the number 51 BMW Z3, because it looked somewhat familiar but not very familiar. And turns out this is the ex-Jesse Prather Motorsports BMW Z3 that Jesse won 3 championships in a row in. He won in 2020, 2021, and also 2022. And last year we had one of the Iras. I think it was Greg Ira that was driving this car, and he took the national championship in this car at Virginia International Raceway. Greg did not own the car. He was borrowing something,
making it look good.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And he had a great run, and so this car has won 4 championships in a row.
It's funny when you're looking to sell a car. Sometimes you want to find a great driver to get in and make it look good.
Right.
But when it's an ex-Jesse Prather car that already has 3 national championships, it already looks pretty good.
Yeah, it looks good. Looks good on paper, absolutely. And so Tyler Ladd, who is, I believe, 21 years old, had been racing here in the Midwest in Spec Miata for a number of years, purchased this car, and he came out and he swept the weekend at the June sprints in it. And he put this car on pole, set his fastest lap time during the final day of qualifying, where he was about 2.5 tenths faster than John Hainsworth, who was one of the picks to win in sports car. So this is something that we're certainly going to have to look for. 2 open-top cars, of course, the Z3, the Hainsworth car, a second-gen Mazda RX-7 without a top, without a windshield, and if you think that might be an aero issue, nothing like the gentleman who's starting in third. It's Peter Norton in his Lotus, in his Caterham, which, the knock on that car here at Road America, and I know Eric Pearl tried to win, I think, in F-Prod for years, in a Lotus 7 is that, I mean, it's not very aerodynamic. It's got big bicycle fenders on it. It's
cool.
It's very cool.
But it ain't aero.
It ain't aero, but it is, and it's without a doubt probably the most nimble car, one of the most nimble cars you'll see here, not just in e-production, but in SCCA racing to begin with. And so Norton qualified just a little bit further back, and when I say a little bit, I'm talking about 3 seconds back from the two folks on the front row. We've also got Austin Bradshaw. We've seen Austin, of course, he's out of Oregon
Portland,
and out of the Portland area in a first-gen Mazda RX-7. I think this is the first time that he has raced here, if I remember
his first
correctly.
time at Road America.
At Road
Yes,
America.
Absolutely.
And he's still trying, I think, to come to grips with this course.
Well,
he's had some challenges, I think, out here. Still very, very quick.
Yeah, his challenges have been track time because the first part of the week he was fighting car issues. He didn't have a good race car to drive here until the final day of qualifying.
Right.
And even with car issues, he was still, I believe, in 6th place or 7th place going into the final day of qualifying. He really feels the car is up to a much better task. I don't know if he has anything for the first 2 cars in his class.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
But his vehicle is much better now than it was on Monday. Yeah. So I look to see him at least stick with the potential for possibly vying for that third spot on the podium.
Yeah, and then we've got another Jesse Prather motored machine. This one you wouldn't necessarily, well, I guess now you would think about it now that you know about Z3s.
Right.
It's Bill Miller in his BMW E36 3 Series. Bill finished on the podium both days at the June sprints, and very close to Austin Bradshaw. Did not go out for qualifying on the second day of qualifying. Set his fastest lap on the initial day, and backed it up and was pretty close on the final day of qualifying. So I definitely look there. I would also look at Doug Piner. Doug's out of North Carolina. In a BMW Z3, he's that car seems to be somewhat finicky and has had mechanical issues at times over the years, much like his first day of qualifying when he went out. And the first thing that happened is he came through turn 14 on the opening lap. The door skin, the entire door, blew off the car.
Oops.
And so if you think an open top BMW Z3 may not be the most aerodynamic car, when you got wind rushing in from the side at like 130 miles an hour, it's less aerodynamic. Looked great though, especially as the corner workers were going, "Yep, we can confirm he's got no door." I mean, as you're watching his entire side there, his hip going by. But he may have something, at least for the mid-pack, may have an opportunity for a podium. Again, I don't think I'm going out on a limb to say that Tyler Ladd and John Hainsworth are the class of the field.
Definitely. Tyler Ladd, I had a chance to talk with him after qualifying on Thursday, and let's hear what he had to say. All right, we're here with Tyler Ladd, the provisional pole sitter in e-production, right?
Yep.
I got so many cars I lose track.
There's so many cars here.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
When did you get your lap, yesterday or today?
Just today.
Okay.
Yesterday was kind of a duel between Hainsworth and I.
Right.
He did a 7.1, I did a 7.5 because I bottled it.
Right.
Then I didn't think I was going to get it today. I was pushing real hard. I bottled it in a 3 and, locked up and went off. And I'm like, oh, man. Then I buckled back down, took a breath.
Yeah.
Like, okay, let's go again. Go again. Now there's a caution in the same corner. And there's traffic. I'm like, okay, take it down. Let's go again. I still can't believe that I got it.
That's awesome.
I can't believe it.
Driving Jesse Prather's old car.
It's just
so it's got to be put together pretty well, right?
It just does whatever.
Yeah.
It's just like I said. I was pushing so hard I couldn't heel toe. I couldn't keep up with it, so I was just banging it down the gears. And most of the time you do that in a car.
Don't tell Jesse that.
Sorry.
It is what it is.
But I couldn't keep up with it. It didn't care. Like usually the rears would lock in most cars, and it took it.
Cool.
It took it.
Cool. All right, race day. How does it look to you? What are you thinking?
Hopefully I can just dog him on the start, Harnsworth on the start, and try to just hold him behind.
Right.
Because I know he's got a stronger sector up in the twisty stuff, and I got a stronger on the straightaways. So I hope I can just power down the straightaways, and hopefully he can't get me in the braking zones on the top of the hill. So
there you go. Should be a good day.
It should. I hope it's a good day.
There you go. All right, that's Tyler Ladd. He is your e-production provisional pole sitter here at the Runoffs. Tyler Ladd ready for a big race here this weekend. You got to think when you step in that car that the expectations are pretty high, and sometimes the expectations are hard to deal with.
Yes, it certainly is, and
not that I would know.
Right, I wouldn't know. But given his track record this season behind the wheel of the car, I think it would be a disappointment.
Sure.
It certainly would be a disappointment for him if he did not win the national championship. But I think he is, given the performance that he has shown, the odds-on favorite.
Right. All right, so who else do we look at? Cool cars. Let's talk cool cars. What's lower in the field is
all right.
cool?
So cool cars, and I think Tom O'Gorman pointed this out, and a beautiful little car, an Alfa Romeo Spider Duetto,
Nice.
Very early 70s. Alpha with the kind of boat tail rear as opposed to the more square deck of the later versions of the Alpha Spider. Balcom qualified 14th in the field right now. That car, and Balcom had been racing, I think the last time we saw him was in 2019 in a GT1 car.
Right.
So moving back over to E-Production, I think again, but it looks good. We'll just say that.
Yeah.
I think the other story is, we talked. I think we talked earlier about Richard Colburn and his 44 consecutive starts at the runoffs, and then only with one race fewer than that, 43 consecutive starts. Mark Webber. And Mark is racing both in E-Production and F-Production this weekend, and I believe that he is looking to make his 70th runoff start next year. He's making his 68th and 69th start this year in the runoffs.
Should be fun. One of the things I like about all of our production classes is that marriage of the newer cars with those older cars.
Yes.
Nothing better an example of that than what we're talking about here in E-Production. And that race goes off, let's see, where's my schedule here? Second race of the morning coming up here, probably in about an hour and a half or so. And so you want to get that going. Racing action, of course, every day has been starting right after 8 o'clock after the national anthem. So we'll be sitting at the edge of our seats waiting to see that. All right, we've got a special guest coming up next, and then we will talk about Formula V and GT2, our final two races of the morning. Stay with us. Inside the SCCA, presented by Goodyear Racing Tires from the 60th anniversary SCCA Runoffs. We are presented by Good Tires in big part because this guy has been a supporter of us for a long time here on the podcast. Jay Chapman, thank you for being here.
No, thanks for having me again.
Thank you for helping us be here. You guys have had a big year with the SCCA.
We have.
We announced last year, sitting in a very similar situation as we are right now, that Goodyear is the new B-Spec tire.
Correct.
How has that gone?
It's been a great year. We've had good feedback from all the competitors. We've had a lot of in-depth conversations with drivers about the performance of the tire, with prep shops on how well it's working inside of their group. Really happy with the overall performance. We started the year with some races down in the Florida region.
Yep.
Had a lot of rain, so teams right off the bat got to experience our rain tire and our dry tire, and all that feedback came to us.
We had so much rain at Sebring that I remember talking to a couple of B-Spec drivers, and they had said, we have no idea how the race tire is, but this rain tire is freaking spectacular.
Yeah, we were fortunate enough to, through the broadcast, to watch it at home.
Yep.
Which was great because considering it was our first B-Spec race, it was Homestead, and to watch Stuart Black and to watch Chris Taylor and go wheel to wheel. One day in the dry and one day in the wet was just awesome. Yeah. That was very telling about what the season looked like going forward.
Yeah.
And we were really proud of that.
Yeah. And now we have the first B-Spec national champion on a Goodyear tire, Rich Roman, back to back.
Back to back.
So he was able to make the old tire and the new tire work pretty well for him.
Right.
Any challenges getting that tire to work for the teams this year?
One manufacturer had a little bit of wheel clearance issues that they were able to adapt to relatively easily, and I know that's it's hard at times to face that new tire is going to bring new challenges. Luckily, that was the only real challenge that we experienced. Everybody else adapted really quickly to the tire, but yet even this weekend, one-on-one conversations throughout the field, including Rich, including Chris, including Stuart Black, of tire pressure and camber settings, and the engineers working on pit road and making sure, everybody's getting their pressures and temps, and a lot of good conversations, a lot of education both ways, learning about, each of the different cars and what they like. So it's been a real positive experience, this runoffs.
I've been to a lot of pro races, and you always see the tire people running around and doing their thing on pit lane.
Yep.
And I thought, oh, that's great. These pro guys get all these tire guys on the pit lane doing all this kind of stuff. I'm sitting here in the paddock, in the media center.
Yep.
And we're fortunate to have a suite from the SCCA to be able to do our shows in. But I can look out the window, and it just so happens right across the street here, on the other side of pit lane, a big purple Goodyear tent.
Yeah, well, we need to fix that.
Yeah. But it's a Goodyear tent.
It's got a Goodyear tent.
It's got the yellow Goodyear on the top,
Yep.
and the eagle and all that kind of
Yep.
stuff. And I'm assuming that you don't have any cars in this race because there's nobody there at the moment. But it's been teeming with people all weekend long, and they're there for the drivers. And that kind of one-on-one engineering support, it's just not a sales guy there trying to sell you new tires. You've got people who are smart here.
Correct. Smarter than me. I did take temps and pressures a couple times this weekend, just because of some of the bandwidth of the group that's here. But yes, they're much smarter.
Temps and pressures are all you're qualified to do, right?
And even that they try not to let me do. Like I said, I only did it once or twice, and they usually give me the back of the pack. So no, it's great to have that one-on-one experience with our competitors. In the spec tire class, again, it goes back to that feedback and what everybody's seeing, and we even utilize somebody like Dave Ogburn, who's in our group, but not on our stuff. But his experience even comes into play of what's going on around the track, and we reach out to him, and it's a very tight knit group of us that come to these events.
Well, and when other drivers see Dave and what he's accomplished, and when he's giving them advice, it carries a little more weight than it's not just the Goodyear guy. It's a Goodyear guy that just won the one lap of America, which is pretty cool, in a very, very cool Goodyear shod Porsche 911 that I'm very, very jealous.
Yeah,
we would love to drive next time I come to the Goodyear Proving Grounds.
No, we're all very, very proud of his successes inside the SCCA and outside the SCCA. His ability to tune a car. Maybe that should be my
next podcast, outside the SCCA.
Oh, I'll start that one.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. I love it.
But no, again, we're really proud of Dave Ogburn and all his success and his mentorship when we're here at the track, and just having him be part of the crew but not part of the crew is great. But the staff that was here this weekend, taking temps and pressures, working with customers, everything from a David Pinteric or Adam Ramito in GT1, One Motorsports, Bulldog Motorsports inside of the P cars, all the way down through your John Brackey, who unfortunately had not the best weekend ever.
Right.
But your Greg Goppers, your Mark Webbers, all these different guys that were able to, rob backs to work with locally, but then work with here at the highest level of their motorsports.
Very cool. Very cool. I won't make you run through the list, but how many classes are you supporting here this weekend, do you think?
Round 10.
Round 10.
Round 10. We're in almost every open competition tire class, which is good. There's still opportunities for growth. There's some product development that needs to be done.
Right.
But we released some new product prior to the June sprints that has paid dividends here at the runoffs in both GT1 and P1 and 2. So very happy with those results.
How do you measure success? Is it just wins? Is there other ways to measure that?
There is wins. There's pole positions. There's sales. There's a lot of different ways we measure our success. But I think at the end of the day, the teams, whatever the team's goal was, if we can contribute to that team's goal, that driver's goal, if the driver sets, I want to get my best lap time this weekend, and they may run 10th. If they're happy at the end of the day that we had a part of that, that's a success. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's all about the trophy.
Yeah.
When you can celebrate a win with this morning with a Peter Shadowin in GTL, and it's unfortunate to see GTL moving on, but it'll still be around.
Yeah.
So that's great. But to watch Peter Shadowin win and Chris Bovis take the fastest lap of the race, Goodyear swept the podium in that, and as a going away present, that was great.
Nice.
That's a success for us.
Club Spec Mustang.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's also a new car that has a bunch of Goodyears on it. I can never remember the
Goodyear Supercar.
Supercar. That's right.
Supercar.
I was fortunate enough to be able to come to the Goodyear Proving Grounds and get to drive one of the first ones, if not the first Club Spec
build
Mustang.
Yep.
And on these amazing tires, and they made me look much better than I am. So, but what's exciting to you about that program?
It's been real eye-opening, first of all. From the first phone call from our partnership planner, our partnership person inside of SCCA, who said, hey, I've got an idea. And then we said, hey, we've got a car. And then stuff started showing up that we needed to put on the car.
Yeah.
So we did, and we knocked it out, and we got to the track, and we were able to experience it. I never experienced that type of racing, a road racing background to go race around cones, completely new to me, but so much fun.
Right.
So much fun, and been very eye-opening internally in Goodyear how important time trials and solo nats and that type of programs are. So we're really excited to grow in that, and there's still some stuff that we're working on with SCCA that'll involve the Club Spec Mustang, and just looking towards the future with that.
Very cool, very cool. It was cool, one thing to drive on that track, and the history and the exclusivity of the drivers who there aren't very many who've got to drive on that track. I do not belong on that list, by the way. I am not anywhere near at the level of big, but I'm on the list, and that's really awesome.
Yeah.
But what was also cool was going through that factory, and you were able to take me on a tour, and as ginormous as that factory is, it's just a tiny portion of what Goodyear does.
Right.
So I always ask the question, what does Goodyear get out of its racing participation?
At our highest level is NASCAR. We provide to the top 3 tiers inside of NASCAR the availability and the ability for our engineers to help produce a tire for Talladega, Daytona, but then also make a Martinsville tire, a Charlotte tire, and be able to produce fall off or a road course tire, option tires now, and wet weather tires and full rain tires. All these, that's what that plant is there for, to show our product knowledge, strength of the brand inside of the NASCAR brand on a national level. But with that, there's still availability inside the plant in order to do sports car racing, NHRA, drag racing. So we fulfill a niche product to a niche group of people, and it's fun to be in open competition racing where we can provide a better product than a competitor, or develop a better product than a competitor. So yeah.
The tires that NASCAR uses, NHRA uses, they don't really have much application on the street.
No.
What we do here, though, does.
It does.
So how much of what you guys learn at the track helps you go and produce the next DOT tire?
Well, like our rain tire, for instance, is really well known throughout the paddock for being a very good rain tire. That tread design was utilized inside of Consumer. Again, the experiences that we learn developing and building tires inside of race gets transferred out. Dave Ogburn, again, product evaluation driver. He's worked on our DOT program. He's worked on the Supercar and Supercar 3, the Supercar 3 programs. So that back and forth from racing all helps to build a better consumer tire.
Yeah, absolutely. He's Jay Chapman, Goodyear Racing Tires. Thank you again for being part of our thing.
No, Brian, thank you so much. The product you guys bring with inside the SCCA to the community, we're really proud to be partnered with you again, our 3rd year, and super proud of that.
Here's to many more. I'm putting them on the spot.
Yeah.
All right, we'll be right back with more in just a minute. Thanks, Jay Chapman, again, for being part of what we do here. We literally would not be here without their support. So let's get on to Formula V. And this is, in many cases, this is a family affair, but not just in the way you think, because there's a bunch of Wittstons in the field. This is a family affair because Formula V is a family. All of the competitors, no matter who it is, they're just really, really tight-knit. And one of my favorite groups to hang out with here at the racetrack But there's also the Whitston family affair involved with that.
Right.
And the battle for the pole in this class was between Andrew Whitston and Steve Whitston.
Yeah, and it was a big family affair. Now, Andrew Whitston, he has won 3 out of the last 5 national championship races going back to 2019, and he is your defending champion right now. And Steve Whitston, who we've seen in Formula Enterprises 2 this year, was right alongside him, and they were jockeying for position after the first day of qualifying. Steve was your provisional pole sitter.
Yep.
And they're up there. I think another huge surprise is, and we talked to him at the June Sprints. He was not racing in Formula V that weekend. He was only racing his Formula Enterprise 2 machine, but he also just was inducted into the Formula V Hall of Fame. That is Jonathan Weisheidt out of, I think, Aberdeen, Maryland. I think it's listed as Baltimore, Maryland. Exactly. And he's in that JK Technologies machine. He's been working very hard, as he told us at the June Sprints, on how to reduce that huge hole in the air that a typical Formula V creates that makes it so easy to draft off of. And he put in a great time. Our top 6 drivers all set their fastest qualifying times on the final day of qualifying. Weisheidt only about a half second back from our front row drivers. He's going to be joined on row number 2 by Brandon Abbott, and Brandon Abbott was he was your sprint race winner at the June Sprints. He finished 3rd in the feature race. So obviously, he obviously knows, what he's doing. When we talk about great families in Formula V, the Abbotts are right there as well.
Sure. It's interesting because, another family affair here in this class is the Stasinski family.
Yes.
Bill and Brian. Brian is not racing this weekend. He just missed qualifying for the runoffs this year. Bill had that huge wreck at Mid-Ohio where he went upside down and tumbling and all this kind of stuff. Walked away from that, bumps and bruises, put the car back together for the June Sprints. He was there for the June Sprints. This weekend, struggling with transmission problems.
Right.
So,
well, and if I remember right, he was struggling with engine issues when he got to the June Sprints.
Right.
They had to drive out, get another motor, and put it in the car for the Sunday race.
So as of Thursday afternoon, they were pulling the motor apart and the transmission off and putting a new one on. So that'll be a little bit of a wild card for him this weekend as well. Yeah.
All right, so if we jump a little bit further down in the field, I think probably the one racer that everybody at the front of the pack is worried about, maybe not scared, but certainly worried about, that is Alex Scaler out of Asbury, New Jersey, in his Scaler Mark I machine. Qualified very, very close to Weisheidt and Abbott. And last year, when it's seemingly on the last lap, nobody wanted to be leading going into Canada Corner on the final lap. Or probably not last year, but the last year that we were here at Road America.
Runoffs.
So back in 2020.
Sure.
Alex Scaler came from 5th, and from about 35 car lengths back on the last lap, which is unheard of in Formula V, to be right there. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for him in the end, but he's got speed, and he is willing to take advantage of miscues by his fellow competitors, like in 2020.
Right. He's got speed and he knows how to use it.
Yes.
Got a lot of action. Let's do this. Let's hear from Andrew Whitston about his qualifying run, and then we'll talk about what we think is going to happen in this race right after that. So stay with us. Here is Andrew Whitston. We're here with the provisional pole sitter in Formula V, Andrew Whitston. You did it today. Your brother was on top of the leaderboard going into today. Tell us about that lap.
Yeah, we just kind of got everything lined up. The 3 of us were trying to work alone. Brandon Abbott got involved with us, and we all worked really well together, and I was just the one that got the right lap at the right time and popped everything together.
Is it just that much luck when you've got 4 guys all working basically together? One of you is going to get it. It doesn't really, there's no real, I don't want to say there's no real skill, but it's a kind of a roll of the dice.
Yeah, a lot of it is because, there's a lot of cars on track, so you can have a flying lap going and then just hit traffic in the wrong corner, or that traffic gives you the draft in the exact perfect spot. So it's, just getting everything just perfect and a lot of luck and just making sure you don't make a mistake.
All right, so how much of the sibling rivalry plays out over there in Impound when you pull in?
We've gone through a lot over the years, and at this point, it's just we're all working together, and as long as we're all doing well, we're all happy, and if anybody's having an issue, we work with them, and, it's just about making everybody go faster.
All right, so you race on Sunday.
Yep.
Big racetrack, 4 miles.
Yep.
Tell us how you think that whole thing's going to play out.
It's just going to be 6, 7, 8 cars trying to stay on track until the end, and then being in the right position on the last lap and see who gets it right.
You're probably not going to tell me, but what is the right position on the last lap?
It depends. You can win from first, you can win from second, third, or fourth. I think anything after that, you're in trouble.
All right, that's Andrew Whitston, your provisional pole sitter in Formula V for the runoffs. All right, that is Andrew Whitston here. He is your pole sitter. So these are not high-powered cars. They're momentum cars.
Totally.
This is a high-power racetrack.
Yes.
What are we supposed to expect here 4 miles through the National Park of Speed with Formula V?
Well, we always talk about the Formula V racing, very reliant on maintaining momentum. That means when you have that really strong draft, you go out, you pull ahead, you make that pass as early as possible before you get to the braking zone, be able to carry that speed through the corner. You don't want to make passes necessarily going into a corner like turn 5 or in the Canada corner, with the exception of maybe lap 13. Yeah, exactly. And so don't be surprised when we see all of this jockeying for position, all of these passes being made. It is simply for these racers to keep from having the cars behind kind of gobble them up, and it's going to be the norm. So I really think it always, and just like I said before we saw the interview a couple years ago here back in 2020, seemingly nobody wanted to make the pass for the win, and it allowed somebody to come from out of nowhere to contend for that win. And I think that most of these racers, having been here and been in this situation before, they're going to have that in the back of their mind, and maybe you're going to have to think of some other strategy when you come down the Canada corner. If you're the lead car, maybe you get a little defensive, but you're going to have to find a way to get up the hill, because if you just back the whole field up, you may find somebody you never expected to be there right beside you going up through Thunder Valley.
And it's interesting, this is a class that you can have very much 2 different types of races. Sometimes you just get the train where they're going to work and work and work, and they're not going to do a lot of back and forth. Right. There are other times I've seen Formula V racers, and they're swapping positions 4 or 5 times a lap.
Right. And you'll see that here, I think, by necessity. But I know what you're saying is they're doing it because they are actually jockeying, really jockeying for position. They're not letting things go uncontested. They're contesting everything. And if they do that, we always see these classes where classes use the draft very heavily, Spec Miata, Spec Racer Ford, SMX, where the leaders, if they can, they'll work together for a number of laps to try and separate out from the rest of the field to make it a 2-car or at most a 3-car battle at the end. If the racers decide to do that here at Road America, they're going to have a large number of racers all in contention when we get to the final lap.
So you hate to pin it on the Whitstons, but if you were, and I think that if you were to say that A. Whitston's going to be on the top podium, that would not be a bad guess here.
Yes.
Give me 2 drivers not named Whitston who we should be looking out for.
Zach Whitston. Sorry. Sorry. I mean, I think either one of the Abbotts, certainly, and I already mentioned Alex Scaler, Brian Farnham a little bit further back in the pack, and Farnham is starting in 11th position. But again, with Formula V, I think early on, before the pack starts breaking up, I think that it is achievable, certainly, to get into that lead pack and be in a position when this race comes to a close.
Formula V, the 3rd race of the morning. One more race to talk about before we go to lunch, and we'll be back during lunch to talk about the afternoon races. This is Inside the SCCA, brought to you by Goodyear Racing Tires. GT2. Is this our final GT of the day? Nope. There's still a GT3 later this afternoon. GT2 is up next. It'll be the final race before lunch, and we've got. This is a class with a modern infusion of cars.
Yes, absolutely. You've got Cup cars. You've got some of the newest Ford Mustangs. You've got, I would say Dodge Vipers aren't the newest because they haven't been in production for a number of years. But yes, absolutely. You've got some very new machinery. You also have a very heavy influx of Trans Am 2, TA2 cars as well.
When Greg says Cup cars, he's not talking about NASCAR Cup Series cars. He's talking about Porsche GT3 Cup cars.
That is correct.
So I want to clarify that because if anybody's showing up because they want to see some of those cars, not going to see those this weekend.
No.
But yeah, really cool machinery. Some of the most advanced technology that you're going to see here this weekend is coming out of this class.
Yes, indeed. And what we saw at the front of the field during qualifying, where our top two drivers set their fastest times on the final day of qualifying as they were swapping lap times through the majority of the session. Charlie Peter in his Porsche 911 Cup car, 991.2 car, the Phoenix Label Yokohama machine, turned in a 2:11.860, 7/10 faster than the rest of the field. John Atwell, out of the Texas region in his Ford Mustang, was only able to manage a 2:12.6. So again, huge gap there. But the interesting story, I think, coming into the day was Brad McAllister in the number 24. That is a TA2 Ford Mustang, and those other cars, Atwell, for example, as well as the driver that's going to join McAllister on the second row, all in TA2 cars. McAllister was your provisional pole sitter after 2 days of qualifying, set fastest lap on Tuesday, set fastest lap on Wednesday, and then Charlie Peter in that Porsche, who had mechanical issues with the Porsche. And the conversation that Tom O'Gorman, Larry McLeod, and I had was that you don't typically see those Cup cars having mechanical issues. It did one lap and was taken off the track on a rollback, and again came out the next day and set fast lap. But Brad McAllister in that Periodontal Associates Mustang, I think, is going to be a strong entry if he can get up to challenge Peter. It's going to have to be, I think, very early in the race when he does. Starting next to McAllister in a car very different from what he won last year's national championship in. He's your defending champion. It's Jared Odrick, and he is racing in a TA2 Ford Mustang this year as opposed to the 911 Cup car. We know that Odrick had an incident. Many drivers had an incident to open the year at Sebring in very wet conditions, and he had stepped away for a little bit from SCCA club racing and started racing in Trans Am and Trans Am 2. Of course, Jared has, we'll call it the champion's exemption so that he can come and compete without having to go through the normal qualification process. And he was looking very strong in that machine. And I think it suits him very well. I think he's still trying to come to grips with that Mustang chassis. But as he's qualified fourth, he's had, I think, something that has been tugging at him this week. It's maybe made things a little bit more challenging in that Trans Am is actually racing at Virginia International Raceway this weekend, and he has been splitting time between Road America and VIR. That he is, I think, right now down at VIR. Going and qualifying his car, and he's going to then have to fly up here and be here, early in the morning, and land. Luckily, the local airport is, only a couple minutes away. He doesn't necessarily have to fly into Milwaukee and be able to get in the car. But it's it's going to be hectic.
Yeah,
exactly.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So, and that incident at Sebring was a full-on schmozzle.
Yes,
it took out
it was.
some really, really good cars, and in the rain, and it was a tough go for a lot of people on that one. So, just a tough situation all the way around. We had a chance to talk with Charlie Peter after qualifying, and we will hear from him right now. All right. We're here with Charlie Peter. He is the GT2 pole sitter at the runoffs, or provisional pole sitter.
Right, yep.
It's still time, but these usually stand. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Tell us about the fast lap.
I think it was maybe lap 2 or 3.
Okay.
Merle Swan, my driver coach, engineer, crew chief, truck driver. He's kind of a renaissance man. He had a great idea, pull me in and let the whole field go, and then I had open track to just get the job done. And thank God we did, because the transmission to my car was on the ground this morning.
Oh.
So, yeah, we got it back together and
Nice.
Yeah, pulled it off.
On the ground to change gears, or on the ground because there was a problem?
There was a problem, actually. So yesterday, at the start of qualifying yesterday, I didn't even make it around a lap. The transmission blew up. So thank God for Bart Wolf. He had a car right down the street from here, and last night at 8 o'clock, we went and pulled the transmission out of it and brought it over here, and this morning we put it in.
That's a great story.
Yeah.
So your fast lap was today, right?
Yeah.
A lot of drivers, today has not been a fast day for them. What was different for you guys today?
Well, for starters, being able to do more than one lap.
Sure.
For sure. And then, of course, I had a lot of time to just look at data, and then I had open track, too, which was really helpful, because day one, I think I was 18th, and then I had to work through a bunch of traffic, and then by the time I got through the traffic, the tires weren't in their prime anymore.
Yeah.
So,
starting P1 on race day, what's the plan?
never look back, go forward. Hopefully no one gets in front of me.
That's a good plan.
Yep.
He's Charlie Peter. He's your GT2 pole sitter for the runoffs. We'll be right back. All right, so it's time now to take a look at some final thoughts on how this GT2 race is going to play out, Greg.
Yeah, indeed. So we talked about the top four drivers. I wanted to just quickly jump into row number 3.
Okay.
And Austin Jers, who's also driving a TA2 car. This is a Chevy Camaro, was very strong during the first 2 days of qualifying. On day number 3, he went deep on the brakes down in the turn 5 as he was trying to put in a flying lap and move a little bit up in the order. The car, something broke on the car, and he was dead stick there on the exit of turn 5. Did not get a time for that qualifying session, and there are questions as to whether or not that car will be ready to go and whether it can post for today's race. If he does, I think he is going to be in a good position for a podium. He was running that strong on days 1 and 2 here in qualifying, and of course it's the Iron Man. It's Tony Ave, who is going to be starting 7th, so he's going to be starting on the inside of row number 4, and he is going to be racing in a GT3 Cup car, in a Porsche 911. And again, it also fits him well, I think. Obviously very different than the other GT cars that he's racing this weekend, but he looked very quick in it, and his qualifying time's right up there with Jack Stanford, who's going to be starting on the outside of row number 3.
Anybody deeper in the field, or any battles in the back of the field that we may need to look at? Might be good battles to be interested in.
I think, and two very different machines. I always will point people to Tiger Tom Patton.
Oh, yeah.
In his Sunbeam Tiger.
Yep.
And the number 50 machine is starting 10th, so starting on the outside of row number 5. And we've got Michael Kettlebaum in his Chevy Corvette there. We also have Jonathan Start, who is, it's been a couple of years since the incident, but I think looking for some redemption here at Road America after a very early end to what should have been a very promising GT2 race back in 2020.
Sure. All right, let's look at GT2, our final race of the morning session, and we will have some great racing this afternoon. But and in just a moment, we're going to talk to you about some awards that were given out for the SCCA workers. So stay with us. That is next. All right, so real quick thank yous. I want to thank Goodyear Racing Tires. They are the sponsor of Inside the SCCA here at the Runoffs. Also want to thank RaceSchool.com, Solar Performance Specialties, Ray Esports, and Racekeeper. They're all a big supporter of the show. Best part, one of the best parts of the runoffs every year is we award our Worker of the Year for people who have done over and above for sometimes 1 year's worth of work, sometimes for a career's worth of work. And we've got some really good ones this year.
Indeed, and it is primarily for these recipients a body of work.
Right.
For example, with our 2024 Flagging and Communications Worker of the Year, her team looks to her for guidance, clear communication, and always direction, and to be able to set the tone behind that microphone and on the radio.
Absolutely, it's so important.
And exactly, and she has been the voice of race control at the runoffs for the last 3 years, giving that voice of confidence, but also with a lightness as well. Our winner in 2024 as Flagging Communications Worker of the Year is Nikki Preventis out of the Black Hawk Valley region.
Great job, Nikki. Congratulations. All right, Greg, who is up next?
All right, next up is going to be Pit and Grid. And this recipient, really not just for Pit and Grid, but is a real utility player holding licenses in tech, race administration, start, sound control. He got his start in flagging and communications and has worked Pit and Grid. He's working the grid here this weekend at the runoffs out of the Washington, D.C. region, somebody that we've both worked with for many years. His wife was our 2023 Worker of the Year for stewarding. Tom McLeod is your 2024 Worker of the Year for Pit and Grid.
I remember getting a chance to work with Tom many, many years ago on a court, and he was such a good mentor to young up-and-coming flaggers. It was great to see. So congratulations, Tom. Well-deserved.
Now we move on to race administration, where we have another utility player.
Absolutely.
And she has been a stalwart in the North Carolina region of the SCCA since 2016. This year alone has worked race admin, flagging communications, timing and scoring, pit and grid as well. Like Tom, her spouse is a former Worker of the Year, Flagging Communications Worker of the Year, and joining her husband as a recipient this year as your 2024 Worker of the Year for a race administration is Megan Tyler out of the North Carolina region.
And she's a great roommate. We're all bunking together at a house here at the runoff. So congratulations, Megan. You absolutely deserve this.
All right, next up is our Scrutineer of the Year. And as we said, most of the time when they give these Worker of the Year awards, it's not just for a single year, it's for a body of work.
Right.
This one person is definitely the exception. This person joined the SCCA this year. We first met her and her stepfather when they came up to Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta for the Super Tour this year because they just wanted to be involved in road racing. Shelby is in there, I've already given away the plot.
There you go.
Our recipient is an engineering student and looking into getting into motorsports. She came again up to Virginia International Raceway. I saw her here as she drove up to the June sprints all by herself at 17 years old.
Yep.
And was a standout in tech at the sprints, as she is again. And I've gotten a lot of feedback, even from Mike Cobb, president of the SCCA, how well she is doing in tech this year. Our Scrutineer of the Year, hardworking Scrutineer of the Year, is Shelby Robbins out of the Eastern Tennessee region. And if there's anybody more deserving after just 1 year of membership, I don't know.
Absolutely. Congratulations again. All right, we've got 3 more Worker of the Years to talk about.
All right, next up, it is Start, where our Worker of the Year is a divisional administrator, and as always making sure that their team is well-staffed, well-trained, and be able to deliver a high level of service to participants. He's always making sure his team has all the tools necessary to do the job. A standout and a shining star for the Lone Star region of the SCCA. Yes, I did. Always one looking for a pun. Our 2024 Worker of the Year for Start is Jamie Osborne.
All right, up next, we've got our Worker of the Year for our Steward program.
All right, and our Worker of the Year, we talked about our Worker of the Year for Tech, who it's their very first year of the SCCA. Our Steward Worker of the Year has been a member for nearly 35 years.
A little bit more.
And actually began his SCCA life in a race car, and I'm not going to tell you how exactly that happened, but he's now a national steward as well as an active racer, holding a full competition license. He spent his year traveling to many of the Super Tours this year to support Cat Kathy Barnes, who is our race director for our Eastern events. And he's got the experience, he's got the attitude. I've worked with him on a number of regional events over the years, and I think this person is very deserving. Our 2024 Worker of the Year for stewarding is Joe Stadelman out of the New England region of the SCCA.
All right, our last Worker of the Year, timing and scoring.
Indeed. And so this member has been, let's do it again.
Just go.
Okay. So for timing and scoring, our final Worker of the Year award, this year's recipient has been a member since 2006 and has been counted on to support all of their division's events. They've devoted themselves to learning the Orbit's timing system, and those that work with them breathe an easy sigh of relief that everything's going to run smoothly when he is on the scene. The 2024 Chicago Region June Sprints was the largest in-session event with 555 entries, and he was your chief of timing for that event. Our 2024 Timing and Scoring Worker of the Year, representing the Milwaukee region, is Scott Anger.
All right, that's going to do it. Racing is next here. This is Inside the SCCA, brought to you by Goodyear Racing Tires. See you at lunch, everybody.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to an absolutely glorious morning here at America's National Park of Speed, Road America in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. We are here for the historic 60th running of SCCA's National Championship Runoffs, and couldn't think of a better place to do it at the very historic Road America. Our coverage today will be presented by Mazda, and we have a full day of activities coming up, of course. A number of races that are going to be playing out here, 8 to wrap up this 60th anniversary running, and 26 medals and champions will be decided by the end of this day. We have had cool but sunny weather for the most part. It has been brisk, the track has been fast, the racing has been furious, and we are truly looking forward to this final day here at Road America. And to officially kick things off, please rise if you can and remove your cover as we send it down to Doug Johnson to do the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming? whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Another beautiful rendition by Doug. He is a longtime SCCA member. Milwaukee region has started and worked in flagging and communications for many years out in the corners. Now works in race control as a fabulous communicator. And he has set the stage for this absolutely stunning third day of activity. We will be coming back with our first race of this final day, and it should be spectacular. Formula 600 will be coming up in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere. same track every year.
Choose joy. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. Way out there. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
It is a glorious fall morning here in the Kettle Moraine Forest, and it is, of course, the home of Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin's Road America, America's National Park of Speed, and we are here at this historic venue for the historic 60th running of SCCA's National Championship Runoff. Our coverage today is presented by Mazda. I'm Greg Creamer. Larry McLeod is alongside, but the third member of our team is down in front of a field of ready-to-scream Formula 600 class cars. Hayward, can't wait for this one to get underway.
Yeah, guys, we do have a little bit of an emergency situation in the paddock this morning. The coffee shop is not open yet, and most of the event officials run on caffeine. So we're going to have to substitute these little things that are basically motorsports espresso. Bike motors in the back, very little aero, little wheels, little tires, but a whole lot of speed. This is your pole sitter, Calvin Stewart, and Calvin has had a runaway and hide approach to this race for the last couple of years. I asked him if he was running a strategy race or pure pace. He looked at me and said, both. Right behind him is Finn DeVries. He's outside pole, and Finn's goal is to try to stay on the back of this car for as long as he possibly can. Now, we've seen these guys run together before, and what we usually see is a race that if they stay together, you start seeing the testing happening about 3 or 4 laps in, seeing who can pass who where, trying to get ready for that last lap. So break out your chessboards. This is going to be a pretty cerebral race.
Yeah, I believe so. And that front row has 4 gold medals between them, so it should be pretty spectacular. Now, these cars on this track, Larry, this is a 4-mile track. It is outright speed. That tends to be where Calvin excels, is on the fast tracks. Take us around this remarkable facility. These cars should put on a show.
They absolutely will. These things are rocket ships, especially in a straight line. You go from turn 14 down to turn 1. They will be screaming 140 plus down the front straight. They'll be sliding and moving the cars down through turn 1, 100 miles an hour down the hill into 3. From turn 3, the back straight all the way under the Sargento Bridge, 146 mile an hour trap speed for Cal Stewart this week. He's going to be screaming, and then they're going to go 2 and 3 wide down the hill into turn 5. You'll watch the cars slide and slip as they come up turn 6, turn 7, down the hill, down to 8. If they're side by side, there'll be a lot of action in that area. Carousel, these cars will move around quite a bit. They will be going down the hill from 10, carousel to the 11. The kink, they'll be flat through the kink, running all the way down to Canada, where it's going to be very shadowy, lots of leaves on the ground down there. Could be a little treacherous, could be fun to watch. Coming out at 12, they're going to come up the hill around Bill Mitchell Bend at 13, and then maybe we'll see a couple of moves for passing even into 14 before they come down that long straight again.
Yeah, it should be interesting because this track with these long duration corners tend to favor longer wheelbase cars for stability. That's not a Formula 600 class here, layout. These cars they're twitchy, they're crazy fun to watch, and this race should be spectacular. The run to the gold in Formula 600 will be coming up in just a minute. Stay with us.
Choose joy. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Ugh, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. Way out there. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Welcome back, everybody. Here comes our field of the Formula 600 cars. And before I get into the grid, real quick, Larry, let's talk about these cars. And there are different power plants that can be used in this class.
There are the first couple of rows out there. They're going to be running the Suzuki 600cc bike motors that Hayward was talking about. They're 6-speed gearboxes straight out of motorcycles. But you go a little further back at James Wada. I think he's back there on about the 3rd row. He's the first of the 2 strokes. He's going to have a 593, what they call 593HO, kind of a high output 593. It is a 2-stroke out of a snowmobile, drivetrain out of a snowmobile. It's a clutching system, CVT as you will. Those are going to behave very differently. They got a lot of torque coming off the corners because they hit their peak power early. They're also carbureted, whereas the bike motors are all fuel injected. So this morning, cool temps, it's really important to nail the carburation just right. Get your jetting spot on. Not easy to do on a twin-cylinder, finicky snowmobile motor, but there's a guy outside here, Mel Winnie, does this a lot. There's a few other motors in the field. There's a regular 593, not HO, similar. There may even be a couple of 494s, which is the older version of these motors. Go back in the day, there were 440s in this field as well. There's been an evolution of different motors, but they all come in here in a pretty well balance between the 593s and the four-cylinder bike motors.
And not a lot of suspension, so curbs, you want to stay away from them here.
Yeah, a lot of the curbs. There's a couple of flat ones you can get away with, some on the corner exit. They are basically a puck type of suspension, so there are moving control arms. The rear end does have a system that moves, but it's all very limited movement. But they're also a stick axle, like a go-kart, so the left wheel and the right wheel are absolutely connected. There is no differential, so it means you've got to lift the inside to get them to move. A lot of rotation, a lot of sliding. Also means a lot of transfer of any bumps from inside to outside, which makes these things so much fun to watch.
Spectacular to watch. If you haven't seen them before, folks, you're going to love it. Let's go through our starting lineup. Tire Rack Pole Award winner, well, two-time gold medalist Calvin Stewart, the 07, and that is that very slippery Novacar Suzuki. Starting outside of the front row, also a two-time gold medalist, making his fourth runoff start, Sven de Vries in another Novacar. Calvin, by the way, this will be his 14th start. In the third spot, a very experienced driver, the 43 of Aaron Ellis. He had a gold medal as well back in 2000 at Mid-Ohio. 26th start for his number 43, and that's the Ellis AE13 Suzuki. Starting in the fourth spot, a rookie, the number 83, Ethan Alexander, out of Grafton, Wisconsin, right down the road here in a Red Devil Suzuki. Starting in the fifth spot, the number 78, fifth runoff start, defending silver medalist Jason Martin, who is one of the most spectacular car control drivers you're ever going to see. Then you've got the sixth starting spot, the number 22 of James Weeda, making his 16th runoff start. He too is a former gold medalist right here at Road America in the Scorpion. Starting in the seventh spot, the number 46, fifth runoff start for Eric McRae. He's a two-time bronze medalist, a third-place finisher here in a Nova Race Blade. Really, really slippery machine. Starting in the eighth spot, the number 19, 23rd runoff start for David Lapham. He's got 6 medals, none of them gold, though. He'd like to address that today. Starting in the ninth spot, the 04, making his second runoff start, Rick Escala from Tomahawk, Wisconsin, another hometown favorite in the Quadrini Invader. Starting in the 10th spot, the number 58, 16th runoff start for Corey McLeod in the Red Devil Aero Rotax. Starting in the 11th spot, the number 86, making his 5th runoff start, George Bugg in the Scorpion. Starting in the 12th spot, the number 44, 5th runoff start for Jay Beckley in an Ellis. Starting in the 13th spot, number 64, making his 15th runoff start, Jeff Jorgensen. He's a two-time medalist as well. Would like to make and add to that, obviously, stack of metal that he's got there. Starting in the 14th spot, a very experienced driver, but not so much in these machines. The number 84 of Eric Van Cleef. He is a former gold medalist, but back in 1991 at Road Atlanta in Showroom Stock C. This is his 21st runoff start in Novacar Suzuki. Starting 15th is the number 15, 6th runoff start for Robert Gray in a Novacar Suzuki. Starting 16th, the rookie, the 98 of Glenn Thielke out of Rubicon, Wisconsin, in a Red Devil. Starting 17th, the 38 of Steve Jondal, our Hawk Breakthrough Performance winner, as a two-time bronze medalist here in his Red Devil. Then starting in the 18th spot, the number 67 is Jack Walbrod, making his 32nd runoff start. He was the bronze medalist in 2018 at Sonoma, driving a Scorpion. Starting 19th, the number 66, 10th runoff start for Timothy Friest in his KBS. That is an old chassis. I think one of the prettiest cars that has ever run in this category. Starting in the 20th spot, the number 40, a rookie, Paul McBride in a Stinger TR1 Rotax. Starting 21st, another rookie, the 05, Richard Jones, also in a Stinger Tier 1 Rotax. And at the back of the field in the 22nd starting spot, 6th runoff start for the 55 of Keith Joslin. He is a very fast driver.
Yes, he
Problems in qualifying. We'll see if he's going to be able to address that.
Watch for the cold tires this morning. We were the first race of the day. It's super cold. Cal Stewart, typically conservative. Sven de Vries can be aggressive. We know Jason Martin is very aggressive. Watch for the white car in the red and black.
All right, we're green. Race for the gold in Formula 600 kicks off our final day of runoffs competition, and Calvin Stewart gets a nice little jump here, and that thing is slippery. You can tell by the design of it. And he leads comfortably into turn 1. De Vries slots into that second spot, and something a little bit out and over the curb there. I think you're right, Larry. Everybody looks to be very, very genteel on this opening lap.
Yeah, looking at Ethan Alexander there up into that third spot. He's just being a little cautious there. A little bit of a slide under brakes He's got a little bit of a puff of smoke coming out of that left rear. I don't know if that's maybe just a little rubbing from that bodywork that's in there. I'm not sure what that is on Ethan. But Cal Stewart, an absolute rocket ship in a straight line. But so far, Sven doing a great job of staying in the draft.
Looking at an inside move and not quite there. Decides to shift back right a little bit. Improved the line, but he got a much better drive out of the turn. Stewart moves over to defend DeVries, just bouncing around behind him, trying to get in his mirrors. A little bit of activity down there in turn 5. Meanwhile, up through turn 6, a couple of guys doing battle to 78. That's Jason Martin. I would think on cold tires in these conditions, we might see him moving to the front because he has no problem slinging it.
The rest of the drivers of the field thought the same thing, that he'd be the one to watch on the cold tires, as well as Sven DeVries. Sven, you know, these days living up in Michigan, he's got some history in some other places that are cold in the world. And he can definitely race on cold tires. Keep your eye on him as one of the younger drivers in the field. Here you got James Weida as well. He's now finally getting on the pipe there. He's the one. He's the fastest generally of the two-strokes. See him do that 4 spot just a little bit back. This front 3, though, staying together. This really plays into the hands of DeVries and Ethan Alexander, the 2 youngest drivers in the field.
Doing a superb job right now. They've got that little bit of a break as they head down for the first time. One of the fastest parts of this track into Canada Corner. You see some oil drive from a big oil down from yesterday. Big miss of the braking zone.
That's Jason Martin.
Yeah, he just completely missed that turn in. Finally brings it back on. And I don't know that he lost many spots, but he sure lost a lot of distance.
I think that's that aggressiveness that we expected. Unfortunately, the car wasn't ready.
There is something coming off the back of that third-place car, isn't there?
Just a little bit. That's what I wonder. So there's a bit of body work that runs down the center of the back of that car, and it's just got a little bit, like, I wonder if it's moving a little bit. Sometimes the body work shifts on these things. I'm hoping it'll just sort of, quote-unquote, self-clearance.
Look at Calvin right down the middle of the track saying if you're going to do it, you got to do it inside or outside. And neither of them up for that right now. Aaron Ellis, a good run, and we expected. He's qualified in 3rd. Got pipped a little bit here, back into the 5th spot. Eric McRae in 6th. Jason Martin has faded to 7th. But yeah, there's something, or is that? I wonder if that bodywork is scraping on the ground.
It could be on the ground as well, which again, hopefully that, you know, as they say, clearance itself here pretty soon. I talked to Sven about an hour ago, and obviously a little bit of nerves before the race, but he's got a lot of experience. The little experience that he has, he's been running against Cal. There's a couple of guys, both from Michigan. They see a lot of each other, and he was hoping to do exactly this, stay in Cal's mirrors and make Cal defend, make Cal think about it, because sometimes Cal, maybe you can distract him a little bit. Cal's a veteran. He's got those 2 gold medals, but he can be rattled a little bit, and I think that's what Sven's trying to do right now, and Ethan, I think, is going to come up, and they're both going to probably tag team him here and try to keep Calvin off his game.
Well, and the thing is if you can get the guy you're chasing to defend into corners, he's not running then the fastest line like that. You see Calvin get a little bit of a wiggle, and Sven DeVries is going to try and pop to the outside. Again, in this long, never-ending carousel, these short wheelbase cars tend to dance a lot.
Yeah, look at the 4th place car, though. That's Weida. He's generally a slower starter, tends to like to bring the car up to temp, as well as you got to get heat in the pipe. You got to get this thing warmed up. And look how close now with the battling up front that he's going to take advantage of that and close up on these guys.
Yeah, he is coming and absolutely using every piece of road in the very tricky kink here. Another one of those long duration, super fast corners. And you can see at this point, DeVries almost had to defend a little bit on Alexander, but man, he actually got a great run into and through Canada Corner, made up that deficit that he had to Cal Stewart. Up and through Billy Mitchell, really tricky corner. And now setting up, I thought Ethan Alexander was going to take a dive there on Sven and trying to get in Sven's mirrors here, and off we go. But coming right now, you're right, Weida really putting a lap together. I wouldn't be surprised to see him with fast lap at the end of this one. He is absolutely flying out there right now. Let's see if he does. No. It's Stewart. Well, actually, it's Eric McRae.
Yeah.
Well, that's a quick lap, a 2:22.7.
Yeah, Eric also. I think he may be trying to follow a little bit behind Aaron Ellis and James Weida to try and get close. You may actually see all 6 of these get together here for a fight. But as you watch, Cal Stewart's lap is a 23.6. DeVries, Alexander also similar. The guys behind running 22, so there's that time delta. Cal Stewart qualified at a 2:19. He was on pace for something in the low 18s may have even had a shot at a high 17. Ran out of fuel in the last lap of qualifying on Wednesday and was not able to get that lap in. So he's got the pace. Everyone else knows it. The fact that he's running 23 now tells me that this pressure from DeVries is really getting to him.
Pressure from DeVries and maybe these cool temps. And obviously.
That little twitch there turning into 6.
Yeah, we've seen him have that a couple of times here. And look at Weida. He has caught that group. We have a 4-car scrum here for the lead here. And with the pace Weida has caught them, I wouldn't be surprised to see him. Like right now, diving to the inside and gets down underneath Alexander. Alexander runs a little bit wide. And that was Weida pretty aggressive on the exit there, but he's hungry.
He's getting a great job to dive down inside there, and then the instant torque you get out of the two-stroke. See the big pipe sticking out the back, all for the glory of it, sticking right out of there. And it's a great torque off the corner. Alexander's got to make the downshifts in his 4-stroke. It's a little bit more work for him. Now look at the pressure on the back of Sven.
And watch Weida here and see if he's going to make that move down into Canada. You know DeVries is going to defend, and that is allowing Calvin Stewart to get away. But Weida goes, all right, I'll look outside, but then has to tuck back in. And, with that constant velocity tranny, that snowmobile clutch that uses the weights and springs and everything to engage, it's an interesting approach to driving it going into a corner where you're braking to keep the revs up.
Yeah, you want to keep the revs up. If you're in a lot of corners, you do get some engine braking for you, but on the slower stuff, you sort of lose that. The car tends to sort of upset a little bit at slower speeds, but you watch him manage that. Now look at this. Look at the straight line speed he's got, and he's using the draft behind Sven DeVries.
Yep, a little bit of a side toe right there, tucks back in again. And let's see if he's going to make the move to the inside. He's there, he's coming. Deep on the brakes goes James Weida. Gets it done. Does DeVries have the pace at the exit to cut down underneath? Could not make that work. Now, does Weida have the speed to go after that last lap? Weida, first guy into the 221s by a ton, Larry.
Yeah.
He turned a 221.1.
Yeah, he's absolutely flying. Now take a look. They've already got some lap traffic that they're having to work with here on the back straight. They should clear that, the whole front pack, before they get down to 5.
All right, let's watch it here. It is Ethan Alexander now 4th, Aaron Ellis in 5th, Eric McRee in 6th, and Jason Martin just not able to make up much time at all here.
He ran a great lap, though. Martin ran also at 2:21, but he's just left himself such a deficit here early. We're going to keep an eye on his pace. The other one I want to mention is Keith Jocelyn. You mentioned he had those issues this week in qualifying. Started as absolutely dead last. He's already up to 8th.
Wow, now that is a drive. And remember, we do have a Sunoco Hard Charger Award, and that looks like Jocelyn might be an early contender for that. Now, down into turn 8, and there you see the cutback move, that torque you were talking about, and he's going right around the outside of Calvin Stewart. We have a new leader. It is James Weida. Keep in mind, folks, when he came by start-finish last lap, he was 3rd. This is a great drive.
It is, and I think he might have baited Cal Stewart, maybe even do a missed shift. But look at this. They're going to maybe go side-by-side to the kink. The curbing's got to be cold and really rough this morning. Weida able to slide right over it. But here comes DeVries.
Yeah, DeVries really got a good run on those two, and he's through. He has made it back through and into that second spot. And so... and you can see, that torque coming out of the corners versus the straight line speed of the motorcycle-powered F600s. It's just sort of an interesting byplay, isn't it? And Ethan Alexander's back in. Aaron Ellis is putting in some nice laps, too.
I'm watching Jason Martin, though. I'm not going to take my eyes off of him. You can see him in the back of that shot. I think he's gotten his way around McCree. Martin is definitely on a charge, especially with the fighting in the front.
It's going to be fun to watch what he can do here. Right there, you see the top end of DeVries, but watching braking. Let's see if Weida can get a little bit more of a toe. Pops to the inside, goes for it. But a little bit too late, and DeVries able to swing right around. But that's going to give Alexander a run down into 3 potentially. Oh, I love that sound.
Yeah, the little blips there, those bike engines going down. You talk about the top end. So DeVries with the 4-stroke Suzuki, Weida over there with the 2-stroke. 2-stroke's got that great torque off the corners, but the 4-stroke bike motors, they've got the pull down the long stretches, and you could see it there on the front straightaway. Weida now has to do it in other parts of the track. Look at this, though. Using the draft, Weida might have an opportunity here on DeVries.
Yep, and Weida's been great on the brakes and just uses that wider outside line, flows through the corner. and actually makes up a little bit on Calvin Stewart in doing so. Stewart, last time through the speed traps, 144.5 miles an hour. That tells you an awful lot about just how quick these small but very, very high-performance machines are.
Yeah, well, Keith Jocelyn, he'll be coming on too, and he's in one of the two-stroke motors.
Ooh!
Oh, look at this.
That may have been almost a little touch there, and that's really going to park Wida. Here comes Sven de Vries, and that gives Calvin that little bit of margin.
Well, that was that corner that the last time Calvin got beat, and this time he wanted to hold that line.
Exactly.
And we're not going to give anything to Wida.
What a great battle this is. Ellis coming up, closing, making this maybe a 5-car group. Oh, Wida way wide through the kink, using every piece of road. And here comes Alexander, maybe around the outside of de Vries. Is he going to be able to make this work? He's got position, but decides, nope.
The young driver, Ethan Alexander, a good conservative, knows that this race has still got a lot of laps to go. He's playing it conservative, watching the fighting in front of him and not necessarily driving his tires off yet.
It's interesting how that line of oil dry has made this the run into Canada corner about a third less wide. Everybody staying off that.
Yeah, we saw that happen yesterday. We saw the incident middle of the day yesterday. We saw late in the races where drivers were using that almost like setting a pick. Take a look at this, though, as Wida now is going to pop to the inside, but Cal Stewart's motor just pulls. Wida may have to stay in the draft a little longer, but we saw how well he could brake against de Vries. Let's see if he tries those brakes against Stewart.
Well, he's worked it here before beautifully. Here he goes, looks to the inside, opts not to. And side-by-side battle for the final podium spot. De Vries braving it around the outside. Alexander positioned on the inside, but de Vries had a little bit better exit speed and is able to take back that third spot. And that's what we've seen from Wida a few times. He gets that great run up the hill and then has to pull out or he's going to run into the back, but he doesn't want to lose that momentum.
Right.
So he tucks back in, and every once in a while he pops back in again and comes after it. We just got a report that Jay Beckley, unfortunately, has had to pit. Look at this! Around the outside goes Wida. Wow. Well, if you can't do it under braking on the inside, just round them up.
And while Cal was defending the inside, Wida said, fine, you want that inside, I'll take it. He used all the curbing on the exit, which is treacherous in these cars with such a narrow track. They're only 55 inches wide from the outside of each wheel. Very narrow cars. Those bumps tend to throw them around, but look at this now. Good exit there at 5 has led to Wida having now a couple of car lengths as now the battle for second starts to heat up.
Yeah, and what Wida wants is exactly this. He wants to see de Vries and Ethan Alexander attacking on Calvin Stewart, occupying our two-time gold medalist's attention a little bit here and let Wida just drive off. And you were talking earlier about these Rotax machines.
Yeah.
They are carbureted. You got to get your jetting right. I think he hit it on the nose.
And yeah, he did, but his handling is spot on. He used the curbs, the exit of 5, right there at the kink. He's using some of the curbs confidently, even with a number of car lengths of lead, still able to do that. He's confident on the brakes. Right now, Wida's setup is working well.
Yeah, he's got it dialed at this stage. And so good, as you said, coming out of the turns. You can see Calvin on that long run from the exit of the carousel through the kink down into Canada, made up a little bit of ground. But then Wida just on acceleration is just gone. And I'll tell you what, you're right about Jason Martin.
Yes.
He is glomming on to this group at the back here. He has set he just set the fastest third sector of this race and is showing some serious pace here.
And he's right now in the shadows of Aaron Ellis, who's typically one of the slipperier cars. Ellis and Stewart often are the highest trap speed. Ellis has it for the race at a $144.4. Jason Martin is in his shadows now, which helps pull him on the straightaways. Jason may reset fastest lap next time around, the way I'm seeing it. These guys are now into the 19s. Wida just set fastest lap at a 19.7.
That is booking. I mean, the qualifying was a 2:19.1 by Stewart. So obviously this cool air does not hurt. It's dense and the oxygen is packed in there. These, any motor in cooler air is going to make a little bit more power, and it tends to be a little bit more draggy. But let's watch this down into turn 5. And it looks like Wida's got it covered. Let's go back and take a look, in fact, at how he made that pass. Look at that. He was looking to the inside, got Stewart to take the bait and right around the outside.
And look how he uses the rumbly curbs, the exit confidently. The car doesn't even twitch out there. He's got that thing so well hooked up right now.
Yeah, they obviously dialed in a fabulous setup. These guys at the back, we're talking about Ellis and Martin. They're closing on this group up front. All that battling
Yeah.
is going to be slowing them down. And as they come up and they start really attacking, this could get really interesting here. We're only about halfway. This has been one fabulous race.
Yeah, and Weida right now is so thrilled. He gave a couple of jabs there to Cal Stewart, finally got one of them to stick, and now he's hoping the rest of the guys fight it with Cal behind him, because Cal's obviously the threat. Defending champ of the class is a rocket ship in a straight line. So right now, Weida's hoping that everybody else has to chase Cal, and they can continue to fight with him. But I think it's going to be Aaron Ellis and Jason Martin in a minute. Look at the gaps. They're all closing down. Ellis is really moving quick, and his Red Ellis, his own designed bodywork on that chassis. And then, of course, Jason Martin, who's just wheeling that thing now that he's got heating tires.
Yeah, and, these things, they're starting, those guys in the back, starting to get close enough where they might be getting a whiff of a little tow here, a little draft, and that's going to speed. Oh, big wiggle there. Stewart pushing awfully hard through Billy Mitchell, ran a little wide at the exit, and just dropped a tire. You can see that car wobble for a second, and that's going to give Weida a great opportunity. And let's see, does Weida do it again? Does he set another fast lap? Just waiting for timing to click here at 2:19 flat on that one.
Wow, yeah, he's under the qualifying time that Cal Stewart said at the 19.1. So Weida all hooked up. Motors working, chassis working. Right now, the battles have all toned down as the field is, I don't want to say spread out, but they've just sort of stabilized at this point between DeVries, not quite at the back of Stewart. Alexander's given a couple of car lengths, but look at Aaron Ellis. That's going to be the next battle here, is the Aaron Ellis, Jason Martin on the back of Ethan Alexander.
So let me ask this question. These cool conditions, these are small tires. They rotate unbelievably fast. What do they have to do, if anything, in terms of thinking about the tires?
If this were a hotter day, if we were here at the sprints, I'd say they may be managing tires, but here it's barely even 60, not even 60 degrees yet this morning, and a lot of the track is still shadowed. Certainly everything from the kink all the way down through Canada is these guys can continue to be aggressive on these things, still stay at a very good grip level throughout this entire race. So at this point, they've settled down because they've all just sort of maybe gotten into that little bit of a groove. Cal has settled down, which allows his pace to pick back up with his focus on Weida out front. Everyone else, it's coming. Here, Jason Martin is going to want to get on that podium. He's going to want to prove that he was no fluke last year in what he did.
Look at DeVries attacking on Cal Stewart again. DeVries is really good through turn 8. He is rolling a lot of exit speed and is able to really attack on Cal there. And look at Jason Martin in the background using every inch of that racetrack trying to close this down. Ellis now getting a really good pull from Alexander. Alexander a wiggle. The exit of the kink. That's what we're talking about with those short wheelbases.
Yeah, that was just crazy to watch that little bit of a twitch. Quick hands on that young man. Look at Jason Martin to look into the inside of Ellis, but there's nothing there. Ellis really stable right now. That car is just its own little rocket ship.
The other question about, this track is known to be absolutely brutal on brakes. Obviously, you come from these huge, long straights into massively heavy braking zones. How about the brakes on these?
The brakes are typically pretty durable. You got to watch though in the long run. We're talking about qualifying sessions this week where they only got in the best session they got about 7 laps. In the other 2 sessions they only got about 2 or 3. So they haven't really been able to test much. Now, a lot of these guys, because we're all from the upper Midwest, they come here for the sprints, they come here for the Cat Major. So they've got experience here, but still, you may in a long run of a 13-lap race have to watch it. Look at Alexander now defending. Look at Jason Martin right in the back of Ellis too.
Yeah, Martin got a tremendous run out of 14. I thought he might have enough to just be able to make the move. Couldn't do it, but here comes Ellis down to the inside, and the guy that might have the drive and he had to check up was Martin. He had that absolutely set to square up and go to the throttle early, and Aaron Ellis, with eyes in the back of that helmet, just knew exactly where to place that car of his, and it worked.
Well, we might see 3 wide coming here because Jason Martin would like to clear both of these. Aaron Ellis was already in front of Ethan, but watch that third car.
Oh, he's good on the brakes. Watch him now, see what he can do up the hill. If you can get position on the inside to 6, he didn't get enough of a run out of 5 to be able to do that.
His car doesn't seem to have the pull off of the corners like we would have expected him to have.
Yeah.
He's really a wheel man. He's throwing around, but you're just watching on the straightaways. Ellis has an advantage to watch Ethan Alexander be able to pull up the hill coming out of 5 on Jason. The motor's just not pulling, but look at this.
Making a big lunge. Came from just a little bit too far back there to make that one work. A 2:18.8 for Weeda last time by. That margin is up to 2.6 seconds.
Big
Man, he is
twitch.
flying. Yeah.
Big for Ethan Alexander there in the carousel. That's what I was talking about. The way these things, again, they're like their rear end has go-kart characteristics. It is not just a frame like a kart. There is moving suspension, but the fact that axle is completely locked means the car has to move around in order to even turn.
All right, down through the gears for the Suzuki's into Canada corner. Now feeding it out there. Weeda's coming up on a lapped machine as well. Hopes he obviously wants to clear that as quickly as he can, not get held up a little bit. It'll be interesting to see what Aaron Ellis's time is this time by.
Yeah, it could be a really solid lap time here, getting a bit of that draft on the back straight before he made that pass on Alexander. I'm waiting for Cal Stewart to sort of really get into his groove. He just set his own, the fastest lap at the first sector on the lap that he's on. A pretty good second sector, but still only a 2:20.0. DeVries actually at the 19.7s that lap. What I'm expecting to see is for Cal Stewart to get back in, and now we're going to go 3 wide.
Yep, that was it. Cal had to lift a little bit for the lapped car, and DeVries just massive. I mean, he made that move so abruptly, that thing slid just a little bit.
Yep.
And now trying to break the toe, knowing how fast Calvin is with that very slippery Nova blade, as they call it, and trying to fend him off, and just couldn't do it. Calvin just drove right around the outside of him. Now he's protecting.
Yeah. And I think that car they went past, that might have been Jack
look at this
Walbron.
move. Look at this move. And that was really well done by Sven DeVries, Larry. He saw Calvin go in middle of the track and defend. That's going to slow his exit. And he said, I'm just going to absolutely diamond this corner and pick that throttle up early. Beautiful.
He's watched Cal make that same sort of move a couple of times, and this time able to capitalize on it. Let's see if Cal can come back at him, as we expect Cal to have the better straight line speed, especially going down towards Canada. Can he get the move going into Canada corner here this time around, or is Cal's pace just dropped a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, look at DeVries. He senses opportunity, and he just has that thing pinned right now. And he is going to have to, he needs to get through the kink incredibly well. Because look how fast Calvin is coming. I mean, that machine is so quick in a straight line. Both of them absolutely at it. You can be sure. I'll tell you what, if I was Sven DeVries, I'd make sure and get Calvin as close to that oil dry as I can.
He's trying. Look at where he's positioned
now
himself.
it's a braking duel. Got him. Made it stick and got the exit right, too. Beautiful move. Sven DeVries up into that second spot now, and with a little bit of a margin. And, of course, that little duel, that's brought Aaron Ellis just that smidge bit closer, too. But Martin has dropped way off. Alexander and Martin, they've dropped off by about 2 seconds there.
Yeah, I think they battled a little bit back there, and then Aaron Ellis able to leave them behind. DeVries, great job on the brakes there, going out of Canada to hold Calvin off. But here comes Cal again. That rocket in a straight line at 144, 145 mile an hour straight line speed. Here it comes.
And he's going to pop to the outside, but now it becomes a braking duel. And that seems to go the way of Sven DeVries. And indeed, he hangs on to it. And he just needs to when he gets to turn 5 now, assuming he's still in the lead, he just has to drive that absolute brilliant run all the way through the carousel and just build that gap up. And he's hoping Aaron Ellis will close up on the back of Calvin Stewart, of course, and maybe occupy him a little bit more here, which is not out of the realm of possibility, that's for sure.
Yeah, we're going to keep it up. We got just about 3 laps to go in this. DeVries doing a good job at this stage. Take opportunities and be aggressive. Aaron Ellis, though, would love to get a podium if he can get around Cal Stewart. They're both rockets in a straight line, so this is going to be a pretty fair fight. But look at this. Ellis aggressive.
Yeah, he showed the nose right there. I don't think that was any kind of an intent of actually making the pass, but he just wanted to get that little red flash in Calvin's mirrors and try and get him thinking about it. If you do that just right, sometimes it's just that little momentary lapse by the guy in front, just misses that braking point a smidge or that turn-in point and then runs a little wide. And, this is, racing is, it's bravery, it's feel, it's all that, but it's also a mental game.
Oh, there's a lot of gamesmanship. When you can get into somebody's mirrors and get them to just blink and look somewhere else. They miss that turn in, as you say. They can miss a downshift. That's all it takes. Aaron trying to use those tools against Cal Stewart.
And now Stewart, Ellis, DeVries, they're all going to be dealing with that lap traffic that Weeda. Tell you, Weeda is handling traffic beautifully. Some of that's just dumb luck where you catch it.
Yeah.
But Weeda has just managed it absolutely superbly as he now comes through. We're going to be starting lap 12 of 13. 2 to go. And James Weeda takes that beautiful Scorpion S1 up and across the line here. And can, remember this, folks, he started 6th.
Yes, exactly it. Not the greatest qualifying position. And even at the start was a little bit further back, and he just poured it on, got around a couple of these guys to take this lead, made a great mover on the outside of Cal Stewart to be in the position that he's in. Now, look at Stewart. He's recovered a little bit. He's pulled ahead of Ellis. Now he's pressuring back up on Sven.
And there is Aaron Ellis in that red Ellis, as it's called, right behind out of Farmington, Minnesota. And it's going to be interesting to see just how this all plays out. I'll tell you what, one of the things, for Weeda, one, obviously they got the clutching and the jetting absolutely spot on. But, on a cold day where grip is low and you see somebody that can run laps like this, that just tells you of the talent of James Weeda here.
Yeah, there's no question about Weeda's talent. But look at this. Cal thought he had an opportunity. Sven protects that inside.
Yeah. Tell you right now, Sven has been really, like Weeda, has been really good on the brakes.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm thinking Sven maybe wishing he had a little bit more motor right now, watching those 2 fast cars coming up behind him. But he's done a good job here defending his lines.
This scrap for the second and third, final 2 medal positions. Oh, and Ellis really closing on the brakes down into turn 8. Wow.
The trap speed for Cal Stewart in the shadows of Sven DeVries, the last time down the back straight, 147.5 miles an hour. with your tail end about 1.5 inches off the ground. Cal Stewart is screaming.
That's getting into supercard speeds, isn't it? That's just unbelievable right now. Here's where Calvin just has so much speed. And DeVries again is going to defend, try and get Calvin to pop over, have to deal with that oil dry. But Calvin, just enough, clears him. But look at Sven, dives to the inside. You can see that. As soon as Cal went by, Sven just moved to the left, got right to the edge of that oil dry, and then squared that corner up. I'll tell you what, Sven is driving a brilliant race here. And that little exchange, look at Aaron Ellis.
Yep, Aaron's right back in this again. Great job by DeVries. Cal had a car in front, but you watched Cal brake. The car had a bit of a twitch. I think he had to back off the brakes, set up the corner exit a little slow. Sven takes advantage.
White flag, 1 to go here in the run to the gold in Formula 600. And James Weeda going to keep an eye on what that margin is here. It's down a little bit. It's down to 2.7.
Cal Stewart, though, able to motor on past Sven there on the straightaway. But trust me, these last 3 are not over yet. This is it. White flag lap.
This is going to be fascinating. And Weeda, that last lap, backed it off just a little bit here. Understandably, he has been pushing it so hard. But now, here we go. The battle for the silver and the bronze. Ellis, boy, as you said, he'd love to steal one here if he could. I'll tell you what, Calvin is coming after Weeda here.
Weeda's definitely backed off quite a bit. Cal Stewart just reset fastest first sector to 39.4 to Weeda's 40.6. There's a definite thing happening for Weeda. Maybe he's just hearing or feeling something and wants to get this thing to the end. These 3 guys.
Boy, that twitch by Stewart on the brakes.
Yes.
That's unnerving, when the brake, when you go to the brake and the car starts really moving around.
Yeah.
But watch here now. Watch for Weeda. Watch him on the exit. This is where he just gets look at that.
Yeah, Sven doing a great job. Gets that power down, pulls to that other side. Can't go anywhere though, as Cal drives a pretty fast and wide car.
Yep. And now at this spot, this is where Cal, as soon as he clears the kink, you can just see the outright pace of that blade. Ooh, using up every ounce of track. Yeah. It's going to have to be an amazing braking job here by Weeda, or by DeVries, Look at Aaron. I'm going to use every bit of
DeVries
racetrack.
exit speed, though.
Oh, he's good there, isn't he?
He's got a lot of exit speed. He may be thinking he can pressure Cal, but he still have to break one more time into 14. Sven's going to make him think about it.
Ooh, he goes to the inside. If he could pinch Calvin's run in, he does. Calvin really could not swing out and get the run he wanted. Here comes Ellis. Ellis might be able to do something with both of them. He had a tremendous run up the hill. It's going to be Weeda getting the gold. Looks like Calvin Stewart in that motor is going to jump into second. Aaron Ellis grabs the final medal in third out of the last corner, Larry.
Oh, opportunity. Aaron Ellis using it. That is beautiful stuff. And Jason Martin here is going to come in a very good 5th place. But Aaron Ellis, watched what happened in front of him. DeVries couldn't get that exit run. Aaron taking advantage. That was awesome.
That was. And at the end, it took a while, but Jason Martin was able to move up and get that final spot in the top 5. Good run for him. Ethan Alexander in 6th. And Keith Joslin, dead last, up into 8th. And just ran out at that point, probably just ran out of everything on that car trying to get up there like that.
I'm so happy for Keith to get that car running and get into that top 10. You know, that's just thrilling for a guy who has a couple of great Super Tours in the last 2 years. The struggles this week, had a voltage issue on the car, kept shutting off on him. Great job for him.
Here's Jack Walbron, who is probably the most experienced guy in this category. He's been doing it a long time. This is his 32nd runoff start. He comes through and takes that checkered flag.
That's Steve
as well.
Jondal. He's another one had issues. Swap motors twice this week between the qualifying sessions, was saying he's never seen turn 5 because every time someone coming out of 3, the motor's got a problem. So happy for Steve Jondal to be able to get himself a finish in the top 10 in 9th spot.
Yeah, nice job. Nice job indeed. So, yeah, Steve Jondal, he's been I've been watching him for a lot of years. He comes out of Rushford, Minnesota, Land O'Lakes region, and doing a nice job. So, wow, what a show. You know, they often put one on here, and this was an absolutely dynamic battle for that first half between the Rotax machine that had all that pull coming out of the corners, and Weeda absolutely on it. I mean, he was feeling it. He was willing to take the risk and do everything he could up against Stewart, and who was just absolute rocket ship in a straight line.
Great job for Weeda. Unbelievable to be able to come back here and win another championship here at Road America in spectacular fashion. To come from behind, let the car come to you. First race the day it's cold, to get it warmed up and let it go. But the battle that we'll call it top 6 really laid in for us. We had something to watch.
Yeah.
This is spectacular racing. These drivers are just incredible. They're all experienced in these cars. The cars are a lot of fun. I just bought one of these cars. So while the
and when he says he just bought it, I mean like 20 minutes ago.
Literally, I've got a guy picking the car up this morning while we went to Green Flag, and that's when I'm getting my race car. I'm so thrilled. And while the future here may be questionable for how this is going to go, these guys are enjoying the moment now.
Yeah,
this has been so much fun to watch.
Yeah, and I mean, for Sven DeVries, qualified second, so wanted to be able to string another one together. Just couldn't quite make it happen. But that Weeda Apartment Scorpion for the number 22 of James Weeda, that is an achievement. And again, coming from 6th. Yeah. And the last gold medal he had was right here at Road America when it was Formula 500 in 2013. So he's waited a while to get that second
Last
gold.
year, he was actually a part of that Jason Martin and Cal Stewart battle until his car gave out midway through that race. He's had some other mechanical issues over the years. This is going to be so satisfying for him to come back and put the stamp to win here.
You got to wonder if I mean, obviously his car control is immaculate.
Yeah.
And I got to, folks, because of these things being short wheelbase with the speeds we're seeing 147.5 miles an hour, you've got to have absolute phenomenal car control to be fast in these, and a lot of confidence. But would that two-cycle engine, are these conditions really conducive to them?
If you can jet it right, it is great conditions. And we've had in the mornings pretty consistent. We've been low 50s to mid 50s pretty much every day, except one of the days it was down in the 40s. And that helps because you get that experience with the jetting. And he's got one of the best guys working with him, Mel Winnie. Mel does snowmobile tuning up in northern Michigan all winter, and he helps these guys all year. James, I'm sure, is going to be talking about Mel and the work that he does to help this race car go fast. And Mel helps everybody. He's out there with all the two-stroke guys all week long. and James Hill. The rest of the setup, motor aside, his setup looks spectacular.
Oh.
The pass he made on Cal, the grip, the consistency, using the curbs if he needed, it all worked.
Yep, second gold medal going around the neck of James Weida, the Hoosier necklace as well. And let's get down to Hayward Wagner to talk to our champion.
James, catching your breath, you're sitting 6th on this grid. When did you start to think this could be your race?
Pretty much knew since the test day. The car was handling great. I told my motor guy, Mel, over there, I said, the car's handling great. We may not have the straight line speed, but I think I'll be able to pass whoever I want, whenever I want.
Now, obviously, you're running the two-stroke motor, which is maybe counterintuitive at this point in time in the class, but certainly made it work. Why did you go with this package?
Well, I just stuck with the package. It's always been this way in this class, so I figured why not stick with it. Obviously, it works. You just got to work your butt off on it. I like the two-stroke. I started go-karting with two strokes, so it doesn't bother me a bit.
Well, congratulations on the championship, a gold medal. I'm sure you have a couple people you need to thank real quick.
Yeah, I'd like to thank my wife and my kids. They come let me do this. My motorman, Mel, Chris Jennerjohn, his Uncle Kenny makes me drinks at night, keeps me, ready to go in the morning, and Carbotech Brakes, Hoosier Tire, Mitchell Racing. They all do a great job for me.
Well, tires and brakes are important, but Uncle Kenny is importanter. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Wow, what an absolute run. And yeah, as you called it, talking about Mel, and we're going to take a look at the results here. And I got to tell you, as you see Weida over Stewart and Ellis, your medals, Sven DeVries and Jason Martin, good fight up into that top 5. Ethan Alexander, Eric McCree, Keith Joslin from dead last to 8, Stephen Johndal, and George Bugg rounding out your top 10. And I love that he was talking about Mel. I'm going to talk more about that in a minute, but let's get back down once again to Hayward with our second and third place finishers.
Calvin Stewart, always smiling, always having fun out here, but your words are so close. How does this one feel?
So close, but yet so far. We had just got outside of the draft. I was fighting with Sven. He got away. We couldn't reel him back in. I shouldn't have let him go that far away. But it was a great race. I got to hand it to Weida. He turned in some really fast times. I got to hand it to Sven and Aaron. It was an awesome race. We had a ball. My tires were starting to go a little bit, but we had a great time. Praise the Lord. Thank you, Jesus, for allowing us to be out here doing this. And I thank Hoosier Tires and Carbotech Brakes and my wife and SabbathTruth.com and Jim Frank and Frank Griffith for helping me out and everyone that got us here. And, it was a great time. I wish we were just a little bit closer. That's all.
Well, congratulations on the silver. We're going to bring bronze finisher Aaron Ellis on up. Aaron, you seem to embody the right place, right time mentality of this race.
Yeah, started off a little cautious, I guess, but had some of the fastest lap I think towards the end, so it was running good. Just kind of biding my time there again, but a little too far back to catch James or Calvin at the end. So
this is your second runoffs podium, a bronze this time. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, that's it. Your medals have been assigned here. I want to say real quick about Mel and the clutching. Yeah. When I was doing snowmobile racing, Blair Morgan, who was the guy racing for Skidoo, his mechanic was a clutch guru, and literally Blair would come in, park the sled, George would go over, open it up, pull the clutch off, put it in a box he would lock, and take it and put it in the truck. And Blair was known for hole shots. It's that important.
Those secrets are super important. And it's critical to everything. And you watch, let's go back and watch his replay here as Cal started out early, but you see in the back there a couple others. You see Jocelyn way in the back coming through. And early on, we thought maybe this was Cal's race.
Yeah, but then we just said, not so fast, my friend, and just was absolutely diabolically good on the brakes. And then that outside pass, that was the one. He tried it a couple of times in that one. He said, I'm going. And you can see how quick up the road he got, helped by Sven DeVries diving inside Calvin Stewart. And they went side by side darn near through turn 6, and then had this absolutely great duel. Couple of times, DeVries was able to fend him off going in there, but that time Calvin got it. But then DeVries squared it up beautifully on the exit. But finally, you're going to watch this here as Calvin, and this was that moment here when Calvin, he got pinched to the inside, he knew DeVries was out there. And look at this run by Ellis.
Yeah, great job by Stewart to hold that line and push DeVries to the curbing on the exit. Ellis, opportunity knocks, and he goes right through that door and takes that podium.
Yeah, I mean, it was a strategic race on so many levels, and it was a race of absolute car control and bravado by James Weida up front. Like you said, I like two-strokes. I started with them. They don't bother me a bit. I know how to drive them, and I would agree. Once again, a huge thank you to Mazda for presenting our coverage of this 60th running of SCCA's National Championship Runoff. I'm Greg Creamer, and for Larry and for Hayward down in the pits, thank you so much for joining us in the run to the gold in Formula 600. James Weida, what a run.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com. Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
Choose joy. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Fall in Wisconsin Lake Country is about as beautiful as it gets. The only thing that could maybe make it better is to be at Elkhart Lake's Road America, an historic venue for an historic event. This, folks, is the 60th annual running of SCCA National Championship Runoffs. Our coverage today presented by Mazda. I'm Greg Creamer, joined in the booth by Tom O'Gorman. But down in the pits, the third member of our team is Haywood Wagner, and he's going to take you through a little bit of a look at E-Production.
Good morning, guys. This is the third and final installment of production racing at this year's runoffs. We have had H and F, which were both great races. We expect nothing less from E. These are high-strung, real race cars built on production chassis, and your pole sitter, the car, is not a stranger to this position. The driver, however, has never been to Road America before, never raced here. This is Tyler Ladd. He is driving the car that both Jesse Prather and Iro have won E-Production the last couple of years with this car. The car right behind him is the one that's been chasing this car. That is John Hainsworth. Hainsworth in the RX-7. Last year at VIR went off at the very end of the race, kind of a low percentage, high risk move coming into the Oak Tree area or into Big Bend. I talked to him after the race, offered condolences. He said he was completely fine with it. He's tired of finishing second. He's going to go for it. If it ends up in the grass, that's fine. I haven't really talked to him a whole lot this year, but he seems very focused, very ready. So we have rotary power and BMW power on the front row, and then behind that, another rotary and that real slick little Lotus. So we've got 4 or 5 cars here that should be able to make a good run of this.
Be a good one indeed, and of course, one of the things that all these drivers have to tame is Road America itself, and it is special.
It is so much fun. Good morning, Greg. Happy to be here with you for E-Production. And we have a big variety of cars, a lot of cool machinery taking to the track this morning. For that first sector, though, at the green flag, we've seen a lot of hot action into turn number 1 and then down into turn 3. Obviously, the big run into turns 5, down to turn 5. Not a lot of drafting usually in E-Production, but they'll get a little sniff if they're close enough. Then the heavy braking zone, no anti-lock brakes on any of these production cars deep into turn 5. Where all the spectators cheer them on. Up the hill at turn 6, one of the tough corners on the track, flat out through turn 7 most likely, and then another braking zone at turn 8, through the big carousel, heavy on camber towards turn 10, then the flat out kink. No external aerodynamics on these cars. The kink can get a little hairy. Then it's down into turn 12, Canada corner famously, up into turn 13, Billy Mitchell Bend, and then that final race determining turn 14 that we take a look at that hill up toward the checkered flag.
And you noticed when we were looking at corner 12, Canada corner, from yesterday there was a big oil dry line. Now there's another one right in the middle of the other part of the available track. It's going to get interesting here in the run for the gold in E-Production, and that will be coming at you in just a second.
Choose joy. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Oof, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. Way out there. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
All right, there is a look at this absolutely beautiful field of E-Production, or E-Prod, as it's called. This is one of those classes that goes back decades. I mean, it was part of the very early. For many years, it was the province of, particularly old British roadsters and other cars. I was looking through the grid here. I only see 2 that kind of might fill that Lotus Caterham. But I think that's actually a newer model. But we do have a 1970 Triumph GT6 in this field, driven by Anthony Parker. That would be a true old full prep prod car. Now they're what's called limited prep.
Yeah, you see, none of them are particularly new shapes. We've seen maybe the newest shapes be something in the 2000s with that BMW, etc. But the S2000 there in the background also obviously a much more modern, familiar car. But they are still prepared in the spirit of those original rules back in the 60s. So yes, there may not be as many little British cars like there used to be, but they're still prepared in the same spirit. And it's basically shapes from the 80s, 90s, and 2000s now prepared that way.
Yeah, look at these Datsuns that are coming up, Nissans now, but the old Datsun 240Zs. So anyway, one thing we heard from Hayward talking about the car Tyler Ladd is driving, Jesse Prather's car that has been on a real streak in terms of wins. One thing Tyler did here, Jesse had the qualifying track record here, and in qualifying number 3 on Thursday, Tyler obliterated that by about half a second. So he is getting around here quick. That young man has some skills. Let's go through the starting lineup. And winning at Tire Rack Pole, as we've been talking about, the number 51 of Tyler Ladd out of Clearwater, Kansas, in the BMW. And he was picked, by the way, from Sports Car Magazine, the official publication of the Sports Car Club of America, to finish 3rd. So we'll see how that plays out. Starting in 2nd, the number 95 of John Hainsworth, who's had silvers, hasn't been able to put that win together. He will start in 2nd in that Mazda. Starting 3rd, making his 5th runoff start, the number 50 of Peter Norton out of Pelham, North Carolina. He is the Hawk Breakthrough Award winner from the biggest gain in terms of speed from qualifying 1 to qualifying 2. He's in that Lotus. That's the Caterham 7 America. Starting in the 4th spot, his 3rd runoff start, the 41 of Austin Bradshaw in a 82 Mazda RX-7. Starting 5th, the number 47, Bill Miller from Western Missouri, Kansas City region in a 1998 BMW. Starting in the 6th spot, 4th runoff start for the 107 of Tim Anastopoulos in the 1989 BMW. Starting in the 7th spot, 16th runoff start for the 06 of Doug Piner, and he is in the 99 BMW Z3. I actually think this might be his 17th start, so I think he also ran in F production. Starting in the 8th spot, the 08, 6th runoff start for Aaron Johnson in that 2004 Honda S2000, really slippery car. Starting in the 9th spot, 8th runoff start for the 122 of Lance Lohman in his 1973 Datsun 240Z. Starting in the 10th spot, I just love this story. The number 61 of Heike Sillergren, 3rd runoff start. I announced him in IT at a number of ARC races, the American Road Racing Champions in the fall at Road Atlanta, and he decided he was going to give it a go here. Bought a car, converted it to E-Prod, and is here at the runoffs, and that's such a wonderful story. Starting in the 11th spot, the number 12, 13th runoff start for the experienced Joe Carr out of Petaluma, California, in his 99 Mazda Miata. Starting in the 12th spot, 18th runoff start for the experienced number 9 of Don Tucker out of Memphis, Tennessee in a Mazda. Starting in the 13th spot, 3rd runoff start for the 44 of Anthony Parker in that 1970 Triumph GT6. Beautiful car. And then a 3-time gold medalist, struggling a little bit back in the field in 14th, the number 86, his 15th runoff start, John Baucom out of Monroe, North Carolina, in a really pretty Alfa Romeo Spider Duetto. And then in the 15th spot, the rookie, the 26, John Collins in a BMW, and in the 16th spot, this is runoffs history every time this guy takes a green flag, Mark Webber, the number 25, will be making his 69th runoff start, far more than anybody else. He's out of St. Louis, Missouri in a Mazda Miata. His goal in that car is, he's 71 years old. He wants to, when he starts in the runoffs it'll be 4 years when he turns 75. He wants that to be his 75th runoff start. That's what he's planning.
That's fantastic. And real quick, you mentioned the pace of Tyler Ladd in the blue BMW. John Hainsworth was also under the track record, only 3/10 back in qualifying. Then, if you look at the qualifying list from 5th to 11th, they are very, very close. We might have a great race throughout the entire field here, not just at the front.
That's what we hope for. It's the run for the gold in E-Prod coming up the hill. Out of the shadows, into the sunlight, looking at the start stand. We're green! We are racing in E-Production, and Ladd getting a really nice start. Looked like Norton kind of lagged a little bit here. And watch from the outside, Bradshaw in that RX-7 And he did. He got around on Peter Norton, slots into third, Tomo.
Yeah, and Austin Bradshaw with a great start there. But Hainsworth also, I tip my hat. He got the rotary power, not a lot of torque. He timed that very, very, very well. We expected Tyler Ladd with the big 2.5-liter BMW to jump out regardless, but he timed it so well. Look at that 95 all over the back of Tyler Ladd.
Yeah, really nice job, and Bradshaw as well. Hainsworth and Norton at the VIR, the big VIR National Major earlier this year. They had an incredible duel, and so I'm sure Norton a little bit disappointed here. Wants to get up there and duke it out just a bit. First time in the shadows down into turn 5. That's tricky downhill braking at any point. When that track is in shadows and it's cold, ultra tricky.
Yeah, and the cars are cold too. Look at Bill Miller trying to knife up underneath Tim Anastopoulos, who's taken the 5th position away. I also noticed in the background, John Balcom in that Alfa Romeo had a heck of a start. He's up halfway through the field.
Wow, that's a great story. We do have the Sunoco Hard Charger Award, so he's making a play for that early. As there, you can see Norton in that Lotus, then some BMWs, the 240Z, looking at it and thinking about it down the inside, and a big defensive move right there by the 107 of Anastopoulos. And when you're in a pack like this, you can actually throw a little bit of a block, and if a steward says, "Was that a block?" No, I was just setting up a pass.
We would never do that, Greg.
No, racers, no.
There's a look at that Alpha, but this is that battle of cars that were so close in qualifying, and a little bit of oil dry. You mentioned down not only into the entry of the kink, but coming into the braking zone and through the apex of Canada Corner, where this field is coming up for the first time.
Yeah, watch it here as the camera cut goes into this section of track. We had that big run of oil. You can see the oil dry. It's just going to sort of appear here off to the left of the track, but then there's that second line, and that was not there when our previous race started. So somebody had a little bit of an issue there. That's always a little unnerving. First time through there at speed, you don't know how much grip you're going to have.
Big time unnerving. And then also for these drivers, they had a lot of dust flying in the air, so visibility was limited. Everybody pretty single file and well behaved so far in e-production, as the top two have leapt away by a large margin. You can't even see them in the frame, just now eclipsing the start finish line. But this battle for, is that the Alpha?
It is. I just saw a little puff of smoke as he went to throttle. I was about to make a comment, and then it just went right as you were talking there. That is such a pretty car. John Balcom, he loves running unique cars in SCCA Prod competition, and it just went away. What a shame. That is a beautiful machine.
Yeah, and he did a great job to get offline very, very quickly, so this shouldn't interrupt anything with the racing. Yeah, formerly running a Fiat Spider, now with this Alfa Romeo. At least we gave us something good to look at.
The one thing, I'm not seeing any real significant fluid of any kind coming out, so it may have just been burning it up as smoke. That would be wonderful, because that's a heck of a drive coming out of 14. Meanwhile, up front, Tyler Ladd continues to ease away here. That first lap, a 2:31.5, that's not too bad from a rolling start.
No, not at all. And he's not quite able, or is able to pull away from John Hainsworth just a little bit. We suspect that rotary might need a little bit more momentum. We talked about it in another class, just kind of get that thing up and going. So this little gap that's built at the start, that first lap, John Hainsworth really needs to make sure it doesn't get any bigger. Austin Bradshaw doing a great job keeping in touch with him.
Yeah, he is. And Peter Norton running fourth in that Lotus has Bill Miller all over the back of him in that battle for fourth and fifth. They're having a great little battle as well. But here's Austin Bradshaw in that RX-7. Then here's this battle. Peter Norton, those Lotus, they are just pretty, aren't they?
They are so cool, and you'd think maybe not the car for this track, but they're actually very strong from turn 5 back to this section of the track. So that second sector, we've actually seen Lotus is on pole and go very fast in e-production here at Road America, despite being a little bit of a car you wouldn't expect to be fast on this National Park of Speed. You need top speed, right? Nope, the handling actually works really well. But he's got a lot of pressure from Bill Miller in that E36, a newer car to Bill. We've seen this car in production with other owners, but great to see Bill pushing into the top 5.
Well, and the one thing, with that Lotus is those front wheels are really exposed, and that's just kind of an air brake as well.
Yeah.
But as you said, if you're a wheelman and you can have the bravado to really sling it through the carousel and the kink and you get 6 right, all these corners, you can string them together and offset that little bit straight line deficit, and he does that very, very well. And then behind Miller, there coming into view, I think that's Anastopoulos. And then a great run for Heike Sillegren, up to 7th spot for Heike, starting in the 10th position. So Heike doing a really nice job.
John Hainsworth also doing a nice job. We mentioned he can't let that gap get any bigger, and he did his job. He was faster last lap by about a half a tenth. So these two are just putting in qualifying efforts. But to give you an idea, there are still 4 seconds off their qualifying pace, give or take 3 seconds or so, actually. So these cars still coming up to speed, coming up to temp. The last thing I noticed, there's a lot of stuff on that hill. I think there was no slope, nothing leaking out of the Alpha because it was all gone.
Oh boy, yeah, and a problem here for the 25. That is Mark Webber, and he runs 2 classes almost every event, not just here. He's got something over 400 starts in SCCA competition, including nationals and the like. So just a shame to see him struggle here in the early going. But here we go, a little bit farther back in the pack. Good scrap going on here as well, down into this very tricky turn 5. You can see the 122 Lance Lohman right there in that yellow Datsun 240Z chasing the similar car. I think that's Doug Piner, isn't it?
Doug Piner in the green BMW at the back.
So
actually,
they got around.
They did. These guys have been battling since the start-finish line. Lohman is on a charge this lap. He started it behind both Piner and Johnson in that S2000, and now both Datsun drivers are at the front of this battle for 7th.
Down into turn 8. Oh, a look here, trying to get back around here, maybe, and couldn't quite do it for the 06 of Piner. Showed the nose, and right there, a little bit of a wide run by the 61 there of Heike Sillegren, but managed to hang on to it at the exit of 8, being chased rather furiously at this point by Lance Lohman. Doing a great job here. Now, this is one of the great things. This is the battle for 7th. It's back in the pack, but eProd always has sizable fields, and even if you don't quite have the pace on a given day to run at the front, you find somebody or a pack like this that you're capable of running with. That was an interesting little moment there for Doug Piner. That's a fast spot of track to be dropping your tire in a big lunge by the 122 of Lohman. And look at this move as well, an attempt. I don't know that that's quite going to come off here for Aaron Johnson, but yeah, he might have the inside, but looks like Sillegren's going to have the inside for Billy Mitchell, and he'll be able to hang on to that spot, but for how long?
Yeah, tough to hold on to that outside of turn 13, but this is a fantastic battle between 3 really unique cars, and it looked like Doug Piner just had that run through the kink, wasn't able to do anything on the brakes. Whoa, and he blows his door off. That happened in qualifying. And it's happened again, the door skin on the left side of that BMW. Obviously no mechanical issue, but now he's got a big old breeze in that car.
And it's chilly here this morning, folks. And the problem is, obviously the officials are going to be looking at that because that comes off, and these are open cockpit cars. That comes off and whacks somebody. That could be a big concern. And kind of fun to see him in that driving position, though. But you wonder how long they're going to let him. If it blows off quickly, he'll be fine. But if it just continues to hang there, I think that could unnerve the officials here a bit.
Yeah, there's no way they're going to let him keep driving with it hanging on the car, but he may not know that it's still there.
That's true.
Other than that, he'd probably hear it. You see it sparking on the ground. But we can definitely hope that it blows off into the grass or something when it finally departs that car.
Yeah, the one good thing is he's got a sizable 7-second margin back to Joe Carr running in 11th in his red Mazda Miata. So, coming from way back, big wiggle on the brake there for that number 08. That silver Honda S2000. Car that you're kind of fond of.
I like those cars. It's the newest car in the field, and it looks really good on the brakes. Heike Sillegren has been doing a really heads-up job of driving in a way that allows Aaron Johnson to go where he would like to go, but not interrupt his own momentum. So you see Heike leave that inside apex at turn 12, Canada corner last lap. He's aware that Aaron Johnson is feeling brave on the brakes, but Aaron looks like he's getting a little bit too optimistic with just driving towards the inside of the corner. Needs to be careful with that.
Yeah, absolutely. Good look there at Lance Lohman. And there is the car, Piner, with that door ajar, as it were. And I got to tell you, folks, Tomo is so humble. The reason I mentioned that he likes the S2000 is he won a phenomenal season in Grid Life, in the Grid Life Touring Cup, and claimed the championship in one of these S2s. So there, setting the record straight. Humility be damned.
Thank you, Greg.
You're welcome, sir.
Oh, Johnson goes for the look again, gets a little target fixated on the inside of the track, but then he dives to the outside. Oh, and heck, he doesn't quite leave him enough room. He pushes him off the track just a little bit to discourage him from that outside pass on the exit of Canada.
Well, that was interesting, wasn't it, that he kind of got Hecky to commit over onto that second line of oil dry and thought, well, maybe I can do something about it. And Hecky was able to do just enough. Speaking of doing enough, Hainsworth, he continues to be right in that 1 second to drift mode here and just cannot close it down enough on Tyler Ladd. And running laps about, what, 3/4 tenths off of Ladd's time, and but staying close enough that any kind of a little bobble by Tyler Ladd will provide an opportunity. But the two of them, they have absolutely checked off into the distance.
They're gone, 12 seconds up, but you're right, Hainsworth is keeping Ladd honest. This is the first lap that Ladd was quicker by a significant margin. He was faster by 0.6 last time through. Before, it had been basically exchanging fast lap to fast lap, back and forth. So maybe Ladd hitting his rhythm. They're now closing within about a second of their qualifying pace as well. So those cars are working well.
On a cool day like this, how long does it often take for the tires and everything, the pressures, all that to really come in?
Well, these cars using proper racing slicks, so they're not quite like the street tires that we're used to using in our enthusiast, 200 treadwear or even DOT Hoosier stuff. But so they can take a very long time. The other part about these cold mornings, though, is that the track just feels different, and it takes your confidence away. So it may actually be just as fast. It may be just as much opportunity in lap 2 or 3 or 4. But because it feels strange, it doesn't give you the confidence that you want to go attack. It takes 5-6 laps for that to come back.
Good battle for this final spot on the podium here, too. Austin Bradshaw, when he got the jump, was able to get in front. Bill Miller has now worked through on Peter Norton, and Miller is actually closing it up just a little bit on Bradshaw. That's for that final medal position. There's Norton in the Yellow Lotus heading through the kink and now down into Canada Corner. And Miller looks like he's absolutely flying right now, consistently running a fair bit quicker than Bradshaw is.
Yeah, we heard from some other people. It wouldn't be surprising to see Bill Miller go forward in this race. So again, newer car to him. We're not surprising if it's just learning and building confidence, building momentum, and building that speed. But you're right, he's absolutely on a tear. He's visibly caught up to Austin Bradshaw just in those last 3 corners.
Nice run here out of 14 as well. Keep an eye on the lap times here. And then Norton just staying close enough here. But let's see what we run in terms of laps. Bradshaw coming through. Bradshaw just set a 2:31.1. Miller.
Oh, he's going for it.
Yeah, he's making the lunge. Not quite enough. Bradshaw gave him enough room if he decided to really stick it down in there. And he's not done yet. He might try it again down into turn 3. And he's got that inside. But when you turn in from there, it really hurts your exit out of 3, and that's a long, long run down into turn 5 down the Moraine Sweep.
It's a very long run, but the torque in the BMW looking pretty healthy. He's getting good exits, so he's able to make up that distance when he makes those moves that don't work out. Austin Bradshaw, though, looking very confident on corner entry, so he's defending well, but he's definitely kind of a sitting duck in some of these straightaways if Bill Miller gets just a little bit closer.
And this track is obviously a well-earned reputation for being brutally tough on brakes. You're constantly coming in a number of spots with the highest speeds you could attain into a heavy braking zone. These cars, with the prep that they're allowed, brakes are pretty solid, aren't they?
For sure, but yeah, it's not only just the braking zones themselves, but it's how many there are. You do the turn 3, then turn 5, then turn 8, then turn 12, and then all over again. You really only get a couple of opportunities to cool things down, and every time you have to slow down to cool things down, you lose a lot of time. Check this out, though. This battle has taken another shape with Doug Piner going from the back to the front.
Yeah. With that door hanging still.
I'm kind of surprised he's still out there, to be honest.
I am too, but man, he's not letting it affect his driving. He has slipped through on Hecky Silligren now and has moved up into that 7th spot, let's make it, because Lohman has dropped back behind again as well here. So, boy, these guys, what a scrap they're having.
That BMW very similar to the car at the front, so we know that chassis has a lot of pace. Piner using it to his advantage, taking up over the 7th position. Tim Anastopoulos is about 20 seconds up the road, so these guys have lost touch with that top 6 just a little bit.
Hey, at the end of this one, I think Doug Piner might need a hot toddy to warm up. It's cold out there. He's over 100 miles an hour with a lot of breeze blowing through that cockpit right now.
I like the X-ray vision, though. You're right. You can see through and just kind of see the positioning in that car. Way more laid down than you expect. Trying to get the helmet line up underneath that shroud. Basically a part of the car.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's when you feel like you're part of the car, that's generally when you're going to put in your best performance in a big square-up move, again, by Aaron Johnson in that silver S2000 and Honda S2000. I'm not sure he's going to be able to make it stick. No, he couldn't. He's found a little turn of speed, hasn't he?
He really has, with the clear air, maybe clear sight lines, and everything's feeling good in that car. Aaron Johnson's still mired at the back of this battle. He has the ability to go by, meaning he has the pace. I think he looks quick, but he hasn't found his spot just yet, as he's dealing with much bigger motors in both the Datsuns and the BMW. But he gets the straight line this time, goes to the inside.
He's got the inside, and now it comes down to braking as he works his way up alongside Lohman, and let's see if he can hang on the brakes here as well. It's not puffing. I hope it was just dust. Yeah, must have been his Heike. I think just was a little wide at turn in. And Johnson makes that pass and gets through and picks up that ninth spot from Lohman. Tyler Ladd, meanwhile, has been able to, you talked about it, that he was finally starting to run laps a little bit quicker instead of trading back and forth, and he's opened that margin up to just under 2.5 seconds. Meanwhile, Bradshaw and Miller, and Miller certainly looks to maybe be the slightly quicker car, but Bradshaw's doing an absolutely superb job of hustling speed out of that Mazda.
Yeah, having qualified fourth, now sitting in the third position. They're separated at the line last time by 0.7 of a second, and they're kind of ebbing and flowing. These are two cars that are definitely very different around the Road America. As you can see, sometimes it looks like Bill Miller's catching up, but last time he was actually a little bit slower on raw lap time. So it's just section dependent, I think.
I think you're right. Meanwhile, Peter Norton has dropped off of these guys by about 5 seconds. So keep in mind, he qualified third, but just not able to find the pace here. And you look at these top two, we're talking about Ladd and Hainsworth, both qualified in the 227s, Norton in the 230s. So that duo up front definitely just had pace on the field, but Norton not able to hang tight and hang on to these two guys who are really having a great brawl for that final medal.
Last time by at the front, it was a little bit quicker for John Hainsworth, though, so he may be biding his time, or they may just be going through the natural cycle of this race. We've been enjoying all the battles all the way through the field. We're already halfway through.
Yeah.
Working lap number 8 now of 13.
Ooh, and Miller getting a nice little run, but not quite close enough. And he just ran a 231.2, Bradshaw 231.5, so Miller definitely finding some speed. Here comes Peter Norton. Look at him working the wheel, just rolling and flowing speed through turn 1.
Yeah, the other part about these cars, look how far back he is. You're basically sitting on the rear axle, and if you think about where the car rotates, it's in front of you, and that's very uncommon for cars. In general, you sit usually much closer to that point of rotation, that middle of the car. These cars feel very weird, and you have to get used to driving them to go fast.
Watch this here, Miller. Well, he had the inside, but then just decided. And that's where we're seeing it. Bradshaw just looks really good on the brakes right now and that defense. But, yeah, getting back to what you're saying about the Lotus, you're just part of the pendulum at that point in the back of the car, kind of like what the pro drivers used to have to deal with that Panos DP01 that ran in ALMS. Same kind of a deal here. And, again, every time Miller gets the attack, Bradshaw just out-deeps him a little bit into a braking zone and finds that little bit of a gap. Anastopoulos is also about 5 seconds off of Norton here.
Taking a look back at that 7th place battle, Aaron Johnson's gotten by Lance Lohman, and they've kind of dropped Lance. Now it's Heikki Sillegren and Johnson battling out. About 40 years separating these cars. Pretty cool.
Yeah, it is. That's part of the magic of the current regs in e-production, that you can get them to be that close, even with that much of an age difference here. And again, Johnson taking a look. It's a braking duel in. Heikki gives him room, but just does not allow him to just march away with it. And And now Heike's got the inside in the carousel, but I think Aaron had just enough exit speed there and is able to claim that spot.
Yeah, Heike didn't seem confident that the car would stick if he'd stayed in it. But again, I love that these drivers are what I'd call embracing the race. Instead of defending and going wild, well, Aaron Johnson going a little wild, instead of defending, he says, okay, you can have that lane. I'm going to keep mine. I'm going to go for the momentum around the outside, and they're having a great battle because of it.
Yeah, they really are. And I think what we just saw there, perhaps, is the fact that Aaron Johnson said, okay, I've got through, man. I've got to fly right now, and was pushing like crazy through the carousel and just maybe pushed a little wide.
I can tell you from my experience with those S2000s you mentioned, an S2000 with no aerodynamics, external aerodynamics, those wings you're used to seeing, etc., is a handful and a half. So that is a sketchy spot on the track if the car's feeling just a little bit loose for Aaron Johnson to be dropping 2 wheels.
It's a good battle back here in 13th. Don Tucker, Anthony Parker, and having a really good scrap here as well. Actually, that's is it Joe Carr?
Collins. John Collins.
Oh, yeah, it's Collins. Okay, in the gray BM. Yeah, there it is.
Also got the body work on that left front fender flapping just a little bit. BMWs, I guess prod BMWs don't love their body work on the car all the time, but these two battling it out for that 12th position.
Good. Yeah, I mean, just everywhere we look. And there in the background, I think, is that green Triumph GT6 of Anthony Parker. And that's a car that's right out of the early prod days and is absolutely, I think, just a gorgeous car.
Yeah, it's another one of the crowd favorites here. Just a beautiful British racing green little coupe with the fastback on it. You see it in the background there. Beautiful wide body and is again just a fan favorite.
Yeah, just looks great here, whistling down the front straight of Road America. Could have been doing this in the late 50s when this track first opened. You can picture that, or maybe mid 60s for the TR6. And that's an interesting little car. The GT6, that's got some serious engine in it.
It does, a bigger block than most. That's why it's up here in E-Production. While we've been talking about all these other great battles, the battle at the front has slowly worked its way down to 1.4 seconds. John Hainsworth slowly plugging away, 10th by 10th, to catch up to Tyler Ladd. So this thing might be coming back to us here towards the end.
It would be fascinating to see how that plays out here. We're back to this battle for third now with Austin Bradshaw able to gap after Miller got right up on his 6. Last time through, the margin was about 0.7 of a second. Might be up to about a second right now. We'll have to see if Miller can figure out a way to take another run here, but it's going to be really interesting to see what that margin is at the front. You talked about how close it has been, and it's under a second.
Wow, yeah, he took a lot out on that lap. Was over a half second quicker, just barely. Can lean forward a little and get excited about the finish here in E-Production.
That we are heading into here. We're now working lap 10 of 13, getting some reports that for Bill Miller, maybe a little bit of smoke in that car. So we'll keep an eye on that. But yeah, that battle at the front right now is definitely starting to heat up. And that, of course, is the battle for the gold between Tyler Ladd, your tire rack pole sitter, and Hainsworth. There they are.
We cut straight to a moment for John Hainsworth. I think he was a little sideways out on that curb. He's pushing hard in that RX-7, keeping the rotary up going. Catching's one thing, passing's another, though, so this will get very interesting. Tyler Ladd looking composed for these couple of corners at least, still maintaining this race very nicely.
Tyler is really quite a young lad, a young guy to be sure, and I realized as I was saying.
No, I love it. Do it.
A young lad is Tyler, and really impressed with, as you said, his composure. He just, nothing seems to be really getting to him, and he knows this car obviously has an immense winning pedigree. So I think he understands the mission here is just drive it.
Yeah, this would be 5 championships in a row for that exact car. 3 of them with Jesse Prather over the years. Then last year with Greg Ira at the wheel, and this year with Tyler Ladd. So 3 different winners potentially, and across 5 years.
That's pretty impressive for any machine, to be honest with you. And one thing we know, aside from being a really talented driver, Jesse Prather, the man builds exceptionally good
race cars. Yes, just a go-to within this SCCA community. I don't know that any other car has had a run quite like that currently, other than maybe Andrew Aquilani in T1. So this would be a very, very long run for a car to consistently be winning the same class over and over. This time by, Tyler Ladd looks like he responded and took a couple of tenths back out of that lead. It was 9 tenths last time by. This time 1.1.
Yeah, so he definitely did, didn't he? Yep. Finding some speed. And maybe, you know, for a while there, he was just sort of driving the gap a little bit, letting John close up. But you could see John was, that car was moving around a lot more, sliding over curves and the like. And Tyler may have just been saying, I'll let him close in a little bit. I'm going to take a lap or two, just give these tires a break and have something at the end.
But when you're pushing, you're taking risks. So that also comes with consequences sometimes. If John Hainsworth was, having a good run, but then had that one little slip up, it's only 2 tenths here. We're talking very minute. He just wouldn't have had that consistent gain.
Tell you what, this has been an interesting race for Lance Lohman. As he has been up as high as 7th, has dropped back outside of the top 10, and now is finding speed again and moving right back up, challenging Heike Silligren for that 8th spot. And here we go. Miller had dropped off fairly substantially from Austin Bradshaw a couple laps ago, and he has run him back down again. Here we go, that battle for 3rd, final podium spot. Miller, not close enough, just showing the nose a little bit. Trying anything he can to get Austin Bradshaw to just make that little mistake. A little bit too much speed in, miss your braking point, any little thing that can help you here. But Miller has tracked him down once again.
The ebb and flow of a production race, and there is that little whiff of smoke out of the backside of that BMW. I think that's okay. Obviously, production cars, high-strung motors, they have to be essentially a stock motor, more or less. But you have to run the car, the engine that came in the car. That's what I'm getting at. Okay. But you can build it to within an inch of its life. So it's these are proper strung-out race motors.
So you're saying no engine swaps?
Correct.
But engine mods are fine.
Yes. Thank you.
There you go. All right. Hey, it's early morning.
It is.
I get it. And again, every time Miller closes up, Austin Bradshaw just seems to be able to find that little extra bit and ease away just a smidge. And it'd be fascinating to see here in this battle at the front whether Tyler has been able to gap Hainsworth again, or if Hainsworth has been able to dig deep and come after it here. Behind Miller, again, it's a large gap back to Peter Norton, another big chunk back to Anastopoulos in that 6th spot, and a big gap back to Piner, who once he got clear of that Silligren-Lohman-Johnson battle has been able to drive away too here. And that margin now up to 1.4 seconds. So I think Tyler Ladd was just giving the tires a little break, have something to fight with. And we are now on lap 12 of 13. And one of the things here, we have seen at this runoffs a fair number of yellows, full course cautions. And if you just rip everything out of that car, then you have a yellow and the guy behind you has been saving a little bit. When you go back to green, you don't have a car to fight with sometimes. So I think Tyler Ladd is really showing a great bit of racecraft here on those young shoulders.
Yeah, I agree. That's it may not be the racecraft we're used to in Spec Miata or B-Spec where they're side by side everywhere, but it's the racecraft that you need to have the wherewithal to know the limits of the car and minimize mistakes while maximizing the pace. We haven't really seen we have not seen Tyler Ladd make a single mistake. Meanwhile, yeah, full drifto for John Hainsworth in the background, still pushing as hard as he can.
Yeah, he's if he doesn't get through and grab the win, it won't be for lack of trying for John Hainsworth. He has thrown everything he can here at Tyler Ladd with that rotary RX-7. Meanwhile, here's that battle again, Bradshaw and Miller. Last lap, personal best for Bradshaw. He responded right when he needed it. Drops into the 230s. Nice lap there, and that opened that margin up, as you can see here, by a nice bit. You like to have that happen a little later in the race, don't you?
Yeah, he just matched his qualifying time, so there's a lot of pace left in that 41 car. Pretty durable, really, actually, I would say, to be running its fastest laps there on lap 12 of 13.
Yeah, doing a nice job. Working through the carousel. This is such an amazing corner. Falls away, then flattens out. You get that little bit of grip at the bottom. And you always think, all right, I got the carousel right, and then the next thing you face is the kink. Yeah. I mean, talk about a test of bravado here.
kind of call it the final boss of Road America in a way.
Yeah.
The corners just get harder and harder and scarier through that middle sector, and then you finish off with the biggest one of all. This is the furthest apart these two have been coming to the white flag. Tyler Ladd has stretched this lead out by close to 2 seconds, I'd say.
Yeah, 2:28.8. That's a good lap this late, and yeah, that margin now is ballooned up to 1.7 seconds. So Tyler is just driving a very well-judged race right now. Hainsworth not giving up by any means, and here we go, this battle for the third spot. There's that little puff of smoke again. Austin Bradshaw over Bill Miller, and Bradshaw, sort of similar to what Tyler Ladd was able to do, has made sure he had something to fight with a little bit later on in the race. Although, right there, Miller, man, he made up a little bit of ground, more than just the normal accordion into the turn here. So Miller, he's got something left to do here.
Oh, Hainsworth is pushing right now. He's on a personal best sector 1. He just almost cleared 140 miles an hour in the trap speed down into turn number 5. Way more composed at turn 6. I don't know that he's going to get there, but he's doing everything he can.
He truly is, using every piece of racetrack. Coming out of turn 7 there, one of the...
he broke.
Oh, he broke a right front corner. That's what that wiggle was.
I was wondering, I was just about to say, using all those curbs is a very high-risk thing for some of these fragile race cars, and sure enough, the right front, maybe the hub or the control arm just shears on those rugged curbs here at Road America. Heartbreak once again for the last lap of John Hainsworth Championship.
Yeah, unbelievable. And I wonder if he got that curb on the inside of 7 that we didn't see maybe. It's a pretty abrupt curve, but that just gives Tyler Ladd now a absolute free run to the checkers at this stage. What a tragedy for John Hainsworth, who is wheeling that Mazda absolutely magnificently around here, and just all came unglued. So that's going to promote Austin Bradshaw to second, and Bill Miller, fighting all race long, might just end up with a medal here. But here we go, Tyler Ladd looking awfully good here, Tomo.
And that is just a perfectly run race. We're coming up to championship number 5 for this car, but championship number 1 for the driver. One more corner to navigate, last hill to climb, and he's home free.
Not bad. Grab a gold medal in your 3rd ever start in the runoffs. That says an awful lot. It's a great car, but he drove it beautifully. Here he comes, Tyler Ladd, the gold in the E-Prod category. Absolutely fabulous run. And here, look at this. Miller has closed up, and he's thinking, silver maybe?
I don't know if they even know that they're racing for the silver, but this is great. Look at Bill Miller, thinks about knifing underneath. He's going to open up the entry, go for the apex. Does he have the torque? Well, he gets a little bit loose, trying to squat that BMW down.
Up the hill we go. Is there enough? And no, I think that little wobble that he had gave Austin Bradshaw just enough of a run. Miller's coming, but not enough. Bradshaw grabs the silver medal, and Miller a scrappy fight to the bronze. Great stuff. And Peter Norton will benefit and move up into the 4th spot. And Tim Anastopoulos, who we didn't see a lot of, didn't talk to a lot, ends up with the top 5 for a local driver in essence here. There goes Norton. And here comes Tim Anastopoulos. Nice job climbing the hill. He will click off that top 5. And the semi-doorless Doug Piner should end up in 6th. I'm stunned the door is still on Piner's car, as it still is there. So that one hook point is really sturdy. And I'm kind of surprised that they just let him go, but they must have looked at it, and the corner workers will be eyeing that, and they may be going, that thing's not moving, so it might be fine. And look at that, thumbs up with a door missing. He comes through with a nice run into that 7th spot. Look at this battle. Lohman got around on Heikki Sillegren on the last lap. Huge run, and the margin as they come through about as close as it can get. Wow. Yeah, that was fabulous. Just a few thousandths of a difference there. Here comes Joe Carr in this red Mazda. With that's Don Tucker and the number 9 behind him, another of the Mazdas here. Feeding it up this long front straight with this massive mountain. Yeah, I learned how steep this is the first time I ever raced here in my little ITC Toyota Starlet, and I'd come out of 14, grab my next gear, and then slow down all the way up the hill till I crested it.
It's a little painful.
It was. It really was. And at the back of this, coming home, he's going to end up, I think, at 13th. That beautiful old Triumph of Anthony Parker, the number 44. I love that he runs the number 44 as well, considering when Bob Tulia started his racing, he did it in Triumphs way back in the day in SCCA competition. But this day belongs to the young man named Tyler Ladd. And not only is that a great race car with a great driver, it's a good-looking machine, the way that the graphics wrap that they have put on that. Pretty eye-catching.
So low and sleek. I just love the way a production car looks. You don't see these cars very often in other motorsports. This style of car, you know, most people, they bolt a wing on right away, or they do something else that's just makes the car look different than a production car. And
right.
I grew up on watching these. I still will love them forever with how they look, how they drive, and this guy did a good job of it.
Yeah, it's a unique category. And Tyler, pole win. And one thing we haven't talked about is Tyler, with the win here, will lock up, I believe, the super sweep as well. So, which is, believe it or not, folks, is harder than winning the runoffs, because you've got to win the Super Tour Championship, of which this is the final round. And he was close enough that if he won, he was going to win it. You've got to, there's a couple other qualifiers, and you have to win the runoffs. And if all of that comes together, you get what's called the Super Sweep. So not bad. A gold medal, a Tire Rack Pole Award, a Super Sweep. Yeah, it's a good deal.
And he's the only driver yet at this runoffs to actually achieve that Super Sweep.
Yeah,
so he's one of one right now.
Yeah. Look at that. The medal is on. He just drained that bottle of water. And there is the Hoosier necklace. And I think we're ready to go. So let's get down to Hayward Wagner.
Tyler asked you before the race if you had a strategy. You said you've never even raced here before. Now you have. What do you think?
I never raced Hainsworth before. So I never knew what he was going to do. So I just I'll just throw down lap after lap and see if he can hold. Towards the end there, he was starting to skate a little bit. He started catching back up, and 3 laps to go, my tires were dead. I was all over the place sliding around. I was taking corners at like 2 miles an hour. So did anyone know what happened to him? I saw him pull off behind me. Did he just lock him up and go too deep, or
I think it might have been a suspension failure.
Brake problem? Man, he kept me honest that whole race, though. He was right there just waiting for me to bobble. Just waiting. So hats off to him. And I can't believe I'm sitting here. Like, I'm a mid-pack Spec Miata driver. The best I ever finished is a 9th at Hallett. And here I am. Right here.
Well, I'm sure you got a few people you need to thank.
I think Tim over at Hoosier. Without him, I wouldn't have the tires to get pulled yesterday because I smoked a set. I like to thank Sunoco. They paid for my whole fuel this whole weekend. I'd like to thank Jesse, my dad, everyone right here, everyone back home, because they've been with me from when I was overdriving a Spec Miata to overdriving an EP.
Well, it is an evolution. Congratulations on the championship. Enjoy your victory lap.
Thank you.
Yeah, wow. Interesting, for somebody to have that kind of a revelation moment. That I just love it. That's what makes the runoff so special. And he may have said I was overdriving a Spec Miata, I'm overdriving an EP. I didn't see any overdriving out there. He looked like he was on rails, doing a nice job. The result turns out, with the problem for Hainsworth, a 34-second margin of victory. That's not overdriving, I don't think, when you do that. Austin Bradshaw will get the silver medal. Bill Miller, I just love the fight he put in there for third. Peter Norton ends up fourth in the Lotus. Tim Anastopoulos in the BMW in fifth. Piner in his machine in sixth. Lance Lohman in that battle with Heike Sillergren in those 2 Datsun 240Cs was just wonderful to watch. Aaron Johnson in the S2000 in ninth. Joe Carr in the red Mazda bringing it home in 10th. Let's get right back down to our second and third place finishers. Austin Bradshaw, Bill Miller with Hayward.
Austin, you drove a very clean race. You've been working really hard to bring this car to the runoffs and do well with it. How does the second finish feel?
For us, in my family, this is like a win to us. I mean, dreaming of, someday winning a medal seemed unobtainable as just a, young kid from a middle class family. And to be here with my family is like a dream come true. I've come here 3 times as a fan. Just to drive the track is absolutely amazing to me, and that was a bucket list. But to be here on the podium with guys and friends like Bill and so many, racing with other great e-production racers is just a dream come true. So many people to thank. My family works tirelessly to support me in any way they can to wrench on the car. It costs a lot of money, but I've been, trying to do my best. But without the support of sponsors like Sunoco Race Fuels, Goodyear Racing Tires, Techno Toy Tuning, there are so many people that have put this car together that's helped me do it. And literally, like I said, couldn't be a dream come true. And we've worked really hard for this. Just like I said, this feels like a win to me and my whole family. And really, like I said, can't thank everybody enough for all they've done from the first day I went on track to now. Those that have supported me means the world.
Well, big congratulations to you. We're going to bring Bill Miller up next. Bill, come on up. Bill, our third place finisher. A little handshake with Austin. Did you know that you were battling for third at the end of this race?
No idea. None at all. None at all. I was just trying to keep it off the curbs there towards the end. I've been having some degradation over the weekend, axle popping out. That's kind of what happened the last 4 laps. Oiling the rear tire down. Didn't want to shove my nose in there and end 2 days on Sunday. So just stayed back, stayed calm, and just wanted to finish.
And when did you know that you got a medal? Did you get radio communication?
Oh, the dude going to pull this way. I kept going straight, and at last second, oh! All right, great weekend.
Well, congratulations on the surprise bronze. A clean drive, a great drive.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, he fought for it, no question. I love that. When something happens, you don't even know. You're just racing. You're just trying to get past the guy in front of you and end up on the podium in a medal here. Here you can see Tyler Ladd, as we take a look at some highlights, getting that great start, was never going to be headed. Behind him, a ways back, eventful for Doug Piner.
Yeah, I wonder how many inches shorter that door is by the end of this race, but it didn't slow him down. He was able to check out from this battle after working his way past a couple of Datsuns and check out to end up in the 6th spot at the end of this race.
Yeah, finally got through. Once he did, he was able to drive off that 61 of Silligren and that 122 of Lohman having a great scrap. But again, there's that moment, just that right front, something breaking, and I don't know whether he got the curb at the apex of 7 or if it just broke. But that was that. He ends up, Tyler Ladd, with the medal, and there's that battle. Miller was so close at the end, and look at that, even pops to the outside. But at the end, we've got the medals have been awarded, and these guys had an absolutely fabulous race, Tomo.
And a great set of interviews, too. That was fun to watch.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed that e-production. Thank you.
You betcha. That was great. And now Tyler Ladd gets that very special extra lap here, that 14th lap. You only get that if you win the medal and you get your crew guy in with the checkered flag to go out and have some fun. We want to say a huge thank you once again to Mazda for presenting our broadcast here of this 60th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. For Tom O'Gorman alongside Hayward Wagner down in the chilly pit lane, I'm Greg Creamer. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Run for the Gold in e-production. Tyler Ladd has it around his neck.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
A beautiful Sunday morning here in the Kettle Moraine Forest for a nice walk. Better still, to walk around one of the greatest racetracks that you would ever imagine, the National Park of Speed here at Road America. They look like they're enjoying it. Hey there, great to have you out here wandering around. This is all part of the 60th anniversary running of SCCA's National Championship Runoffs, and that is the new path that has been carved so you can get back and watch activity all around the backside of this track. I'm Greg Kramer, joined by Larry McLeod here in the booth, but we are getting ready for one of my absolute favorite classes, and it's one of the bigger fields here as well, which will make it all the more entertaining. To tell us more about it, let's meet the third member of our team. That is Hayward Wagner.
Good morning, gentlemen. This is definitely one of the races everybody wants to watch. These cars are very evenly matched. There's only 4 of them left on the old drum brake setup. Everybody else has gone to disc brakes. So that's been a big talking point in this class over the last couple of years as people have transitioned from the disc to the drum. From the drums to the discs. We also have a rarity, if you will, in Formula V, where we only have a handful of past national champions in this class. The ones who have them, there's 5 total, but the ones who have championships have a couple each. But we got a lot of drivers here that are hungry, a lot of drivers that have not gotten to that top step of the podium yet. When I'm walking through this grid, what I'm seeing more and more is all of these little aero bits. These cars a couple years ago really didn't have a lot of aerodynamics. We're seeing more and more seals around the rear axles and all kinds of little just tricks and widgets to make these cars go even faster. And one that I think everybody needs to be watching is this orange number 15. Brian Farham had a rough qualifying week. Look at the front of this car, though. See how low the 15 is? He's got that little splitter body work on it. It's a very clean car, a very tidy car. They think they can drive this car to the front of the field, especially if they get help with a caution.
I've often referred to this as one of the great field classes because when Hayward's talking about the aero bits on this track, it's not downforce, it's slippery. Everything is geared in these cars to getting through the air quickly.
It's slippery, it's the draft, it's giving a draft, it's taking a draft because they're going to need it down this long Road America front straightaway, up the hill, down to turn 1. We're going to have probably 3 wide into turn 1, and they'll be just screaming around there. They'll come around turn 3, and it becomes a chess match down the back straight. That's where we'll get our trap speeds. These are not going to be P1 trap speeds down there. This is Formula V, but they'll be dicing as they go into 5. They'll go through turn 5, up the hill to the Corvette Bridge, under 6. They'll be flat around turn 7, down the hill, the hurry downs to turn 8, which is that left-hander that leads you to the carousel. They'll go down the hoop at the carousel, through the kink, flat out, down around through the very bottom of the track to 12, which is the famous Canada corner. Great shot of it there. Actually, that's the inside of Canada right there at 12. They'll come up the hill at Bill Mitchell Bend, and then around to 14, where we'll probably still see more passing from 14 to the start stripe, because that's how V racing works.
Yeah, they climb this hill, and again, there's not a lot of power in these little motors in the back. And one of the reasons I say it's a great field class is you could see those tires on those cars. There's almost nothing to them in terms of grip. There's very little contact patch. And so if you have the gift of feel, you can make a difference in Formula V. And the run to the gold in Formula V will be coming up as soon as we come back to Road America.
Choose joy. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Watch is to get in there. Even better, get out there. Way out there. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Welcome back, everybody. Here we go. The field heading out. This large field of Formula V is always a pretty highly subscribed class. So I'm going to get right to the starting lineup, and then we can fill in some gaps here as we come to the line. Starting on the pole, and it is the Tire Rack Pole Award, a 3-time gold medalist, and the defending champion from pole, Andrew Whitson, out of Neenah, Wisconsin, home track here in his proto form. Starting right next to him, another Whitson. Yep, part of the family, the number 18 of Steve Whitson. Then starting in the third row, a guy who's had something very special happen to him. Larry will fill us in on that. The number 60 win of Jonathan Weisheit. He is starting his 19th time here at the runoff. Starting in the 4th spot, the 26th. The first of 2 Abbotts in the field. Brandon Abbott with his 12th runoff start in his Vector. Starting in the 15th spot, the number 79, 10th runoff start for Alex Scaler. Silver at VIR last year in this car. That is his own design, a Scaler. Starting in the 6th spot, the number 25, making his 15th start, Andrew Abbott. 4-time bronze medalist. Talk about somebody who's hungry for a win here in his Vector. Starting in the 7th spot is the number 27 of Zachary Whitson, the third of the Whitsons we're going to be talking about. He won the June sprints here and has a silver in his pocket from the runoffs in a proto form. And then the dad, still fast, Rocket Ron Whitson, 23rd runoff start for him in his proto form. Starting in the 9th spot, second runoff start for the 35 of Graham Loghead, who has got a tradition of Formula V in his family, driving a Vortec. Starting 10th, the rookie, the number 36, Mike Lawrence, in the proto form. Starting 11th, the gentleman that Hayward was talking about, should be fun to watch, Brian Farnham, making his 8th runoff start in the number 15, the Silver Bullet. Starting in the 12th spot, 19th runoff start for the number 30, Donnie Isley, in the Agitator. Starting in the 13th spot, 11th runoff start for the 52, Mitchell Ferguson in a Porsche. Starting in the 14th spot, 9th runoff start for the number 9, Quinn Posner. He's had a silver medal before in his proto form. Then, starting in the 15th spot, 17th runoff start for a 2-time gold medalist, the 77 of Rick Shields in a VDF. Starting in the 16th spot, 9th runoff start for the number 81 of Raymond Carmody. He was a Hawk Breakthrough Award winner, having the biggest gain in speed from qualifying 1 to qualifying 2 in his Mysterian. Starting in the 8th spot is, the 17th spot is the number 8, a rookie, Connor Loghead. So another Loghead in the field here at another Vortex. Starting 18th. Second runoff start for the 14 of John Adams in his Adams V2, starting in the 19th spot. 5th runoff start for the 181 of Alexander Bertolucci in a Citation, starting in the 20th spot. 4th runoff start for the 29, Jeffrey Velio, in the Speed Sport, starting in the 21st spot. 3rd runoff start for the 64, Rich Richardson in a proto form. Starting in the 22nd spot, how about this number? 37th runoff start for a 2-time gold medalist, the number 80 of Stephen Davis, now driving a Vortec. Starting in the 23rd spot, the number 74, it'll be his 15th start for Stuart Delaney in a Caracol. Starting in the 24th spot, the number 88, 14th runoff start for Mark Richardson in a Vortec. 25th, 10th runoff start for the 24 of William Stasinski in a Vortec. Starting in the 26th spot, a rookie, the 94 of Michael Nitz in a Mysterian. And starting 27th, 7th runoff start for the number 4 of Marjorie Lundberg, and she is driving a Caracol. That's our field. Let's go talk about, you mentioned me something very special happened for Jonathan here.
Jonathan Weisheit was inducted into Formula V Hall of Fame this week, and that was all happened right here on site down at Victory Circle on Wednesday night. Then on Thursday goes out, puts his thing on qualifying in the 2nd row, and he is right up there, one of the more experienced drivers in this field. 18 prior starts coming in. The issue is he's got the family, the brothers in front of him, Andrew and Steve Whitson. Andrew's got 3 golds. Steve does not. Steve was on provisional pole Wednesday, and he was a little upset that he dragged his brother around the track on Thursday and gave him pole. So Steve may be looking for some revenge. Jonathan Weisheit, that V Hall of Famer, may be looking to stick his nose between. But look for the 2 Abbott cars. They're the red ones with the lightning bolts. They're going to be nose to tail on the outsides, rows 2 and 3. Those guys may want to hook together. You've also got the 2 other Whitstons. You got Zach Whitston, the 3rd brother, and Ron, the father. They're on the 4th row. These families are going to want to pair up. Watch for how they work together.
and they will do exactly that. Drafting is everything in these cars. Oftentimes you'll see them running in packs so thick they'll be interlocking wheels through corners. It is just a phenomenal training ground if you want to get into racing and learn how to carry momentum and speed through corners. This is an amazing class to do it, and relatively inexpensive. I love the fact that they've at least allowed them to now be running discs if they want to, because the brakes, especially at this track, those old drum brakes will take a beating here. So, all right, here we go. Run for the gold in Formula V, coming up the hill, under the bridge, and look at that. There's that little line of oil dry. We're green! And everybody should be okay with that. And from the inside, Andrew Whitson getting that move, but Steve had a pretty good start up and around the outside here.
Watch the Abbotts on the outside, the two red cars, they're nose to tail right behind Steve Whitson in that yellow one in the front row. Andrew Whitson going to try to hold his inside line, though.
And look at that, though. Beautiful move by Steve Winston. Does he make this work around the outside? He did. He flowed a lot of speed. He did, and did so with some serious success. And Brandon Abbott, you talked about it. He's up into second. What a start.
Though.
Yeah. Oh, and number 5
That's Ron
having
Whitson.
a big moment.
That's the
Yeah,
dad.
that is surprising.
Oh, that's going to hurt Zach Whitson, who was hoping to work with his dad there through this race. Let's hope the skinny tires and the low ride height, he doesn't have any issues getting out of that gravel trap.
Yeah, he was doing the right thing, just kind of taking it easy and just letting it sort of skim across here. But the battle is on at the front. Here we go. Down into turn 5. Look at them fan out. This field getting after it here. More lockup. We're going to see that. And the other thing to be aware of, folks, with these cars, you see a little bit of smoke, don't worry about it. That's part of Formula V.
These are post-World War era 1200cc air-cooled Volkswagens. They do that. They use oil. It is their cooling. They're quote-unquote air-cooled. They're oil-cooled.
Yes.
They carry a lot of oil on, and they will puff that out quite often, so don't be alarmed. What you're seeing is a lockup is that smoke this morning with the cold tires here. A very chilly morning, just around 60 degrees here in Elkhart Lake. A lot of lockup early on these cars.
Look at Graham Lockhead taking a look, trying to make a move up as well. If you've been watching Formula V for a while, you see a car with that sort of purple and white, you know that's a Loghead, no question about that.
Look at the run here for the Abbotts to get around. I can't tell them apart. One of the Abbotts has gone around Steve Whitson now, so Steve Whitson splitting the two Abbotts. Have to see if that was
Andrew.
That is front.
Andrew. Yep. He had that fabulous start. Then Whitson. Yeah, because Whitson looked like he had that done from the outside, and then Abbott just came from nowhere and had an absolutely fabulous run side by side. Heading into Canada Corner, expect to see a lot of this. Look at that big pop move there by the number 26, Brandon Abbott, trying to get something done.
Yeah, look at Weishaupt there, making sure he holds his line. Hall of Famer there up into that second spot now, staying ahead of Steve Whitson. I wonder where has Andrew Whitson been shuffled back to?
Yeah, that's incredible. We did get a report that Dad, Ron, was able to continue and move on, so good news there.
Well, I see Andrew in the red and white when they're behind brother Zach, who's then behind Brandon Abbott. So the train continues, and then you got Scaler there in a unique body, continuous flowing, single, almost a unibody that drops over the chassis of that car in that light blue car. So low, so slung low, he's right in between those two Whitstons right now.
And watch now for Steve Whitston as he is going to be able to maybe do something here. Tucked right in. There's that pop move by Weishaupt, and Whitston's going right with him, looking for something, not going to be quite able to get that done. So Steve doing a really, really nice job. We're going to see this kind of it. Look at that, a little bit of a gap there. And one thing at the 26 of Brandon Abbott, that second red car there, the last thing you want is to see anybody get out in front. So the two Abbotts have a golden opportunity here running line astern to really work together, I would think.
Yeah, and they work together a lot. That whole family, the Abbott family, deep into the history of Formula V's. Their father, Terry, was such an integral part not only of their upbringing, but of all the V's in the Midwest. Passed away this year. We all loved him, but I love seeing this race here. Look at this. Down the inside go the Abbotts.
Ooh, really nicely played here, but Whitston saying, I'm going to at least split these guys if I can, and manages to still do that. So Steve Whitston certainly fighting hard at this stage. Up and under the bridge at turn 6. What was that in that blue? Oh, that was Scaler, wasn't it? Trying to make a move here.
Yep, Scaler in that little bit of a pack there. Another one of the younger drivers in this field. He's got some chops though now, as he's been in this class about 7 years. So he's up there. A lot of the youth though at the front. And then you've got Weisheidt, that Hall of Famer down there. A lot of veterans in this field. You see 36 of Mike Lawrence making a move going into 8.
Boy, that is a really unique machine for Scalar, isn't it? When you take a look on that 79, that blue one, there it is.
How smooth that is. There's not a seam in that bodywork.
Yep, and like you said, it's all about slicing through the air in these cars. And man, that was a beautiful outside move he put in, and that's going to move him up into 7th. So he is now, the thing is, trying to find a partner that will draft him up to this pack. And these guys up front, when they go side by side, that's what Scalar wants to see. Of course, he's going to get somebody alongside his shoulder as well as they come in. And
that's Farnham.
Oh, wow, what a drive by Farnham. He is coming up through the field.
Yeah, Farnham right there trying to follow Scalar through that late in the pack coming down into Canada. He had some issues earlier in the week with the gearbox. He's been a champion in 22. He's been up around the podium all the time. So keep your eye on that bright orange car back there, as Hayward mentioned on the grid.
Yeah, he's going to be one to really make a scrap. But right now, look at that beautiful move by Steve Whitston into the front over Abbott. And the two of them have created, that's a bit of a gap here.
Yeah.
If they do something right here, they can settle this right now between the two of them, but not always easily done. Jonathan Weisheidt moving around Abbott number 2 here and jumps up into that 3rd spot.
Andrew Abbott's going to get the double draft here. He got the first draft on Brandon Abbott. Now he's going to get the draft, maybe not quite a Weisheidt. So Andrew Whitson sliding back in behind Weisheidt here going into 1.
Look how wide the guys up front using every bit of that run. One of the things about these cars is you can get over the curbs a little bit. They're not right down on the deck like some cars, so you can use those curbs up. And Scalar, once again, just fighting for everything he's worth right now, sitting in that 7th spot and trying to continue to move forward. Whitston, Andrew Abbott, Weisheidt. This is going to be like this entire race, and that's what we love about it, is just constant drafting and swapping.
Corner to corner. The timing screen only updates once a lap, but these guys are forcing it to update about every 100 yards, it seems.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Here we go. Weisheidt having to defend pretty aggressively there on Andrew Whitston. Able to do just that. Whitston now, he's got some experience there in that number 12. That's our pole sitter. Slipped back to 5th as they came by last time, now back up to 4th. And all you can do is put your head down.
Yeah, that 3-time champ. He knows how to get it done late in the race. He knows that this is going to be a long race. Be patient. The front 3 are dicing, maybe thinking they can break away because they're fighting on, not really fighting, they're drafting on the straightaways, but still difficult to coordinate. What we haven't seen a lot of are the teammates getting together and be able to work together.
Yeah.
The two Abbotts, we haven't seen them really together since the opening lap. The Whitstons that are up in the front there, we haven't seen them be able to pair up, and I think that's led to this sort of mixing going on where no one's quite got their dance partner.
And look at this, Weisheidt thinking about making a move maybe for the lead.
Wow.
That was from 3rd to the lead and into the kink.
The kink.
Wow, what a move by the new inductee into the Formula V Hall of Fame and showing everybody why. And I think Andrew Whitston got a tremendous run here too. Thinking about it, yep, he came up now and is slotted from 5th into 3rd. Beautiful move by Andrew. And right now it's, by Andrew Whitston.
Yeah.
And it's Steve Whitston who led as he came across the line, and he's in danger of dropping to 5th here, currently back to 4th.
Yeah, that was some great move there for Andrew Whitston to take that opportunity, using that long draft. Let's see if he can also grab the draft behind Andrew Abbott and try to make a run up to the lead. Look at this. What are we, 10 cars deep?
Oh, this is fabulous. All the way back, I think, to the 36 there of Lawrence. And here we go. Weisheidt now into the lead, but with a head of steam. Here comes Andrew Abbott. Is he going to be able to make the move? He looks to the inside. It is a drag race now down into turn 1. And Andrew Abbott with that toe takes it over. But look at Whitston diving down. Andrew Whitston thinking about it. Oh, how wide do you think you can go? Andrew Abbott using every bit of racetrack. And here we go. Big lunge, and our pole sitter, Andrew Whitston, is now back into 2nd. He's methodically working his way back into this.
Watching Weisheidt side by side with Andrew Whitston, and then he does it again with Brandon Abbott to the next corner. Weisheidt, such car control in these little things. That is so much fun to watch, so well skilled as they continue to stay off of each other. Such gentlemanly, respectful racing, but it is so close.
It is incredibly close, and in that bunch of exchanges here. The guy who led at the line, there he is, popping to the inside, is just trying to hang on to 5th. That's how fierce this is. Look at that move by Mike Lawrence.
Yeah.
Came across the line in 10th. He's almost in a position to grab a 5th spot here. That's a great run as well. Nice run there by the number, is that the 17 or is that the 27, is Zach Whitston in this mix as well.
Yeah, a lot of trust in the brakes going into 5 there for Mike Lawrence. I thought for a minute he's going to see lockup, but nope, he stuck the landing, so to speak, was able to get it into there very nicely.
Scaler going to try and take another spot away here, and big plume of smoke on the down change. No worries, that's just part of the game here. But wow, and there's the guy who led that blue 61 at the end of the lap.
A lap ago.
Yeah, I know.
He was in the lead. He's in 6th now, and then behind him there's Farnham and Scaler coming through the carousel side by side. These guys might want to play nice.
Yeah, welcome to Formula V. And finally, Andrew Whitston, who was 3rd across the line, who was a Tire Rack Pole Award winner, has found his way to the front, but not for long, because here comes the big move. I think that is going to be brother Steve taking a look. He is down to the inside. Can he get it done? No, Andrew uses that outside line. A little bit better entry speed with Andrew Abbott. But these guys are, this isn't fair.
Yeah.
Andrew Abbott, Andrew Whitston, Steve Whitston, Brandon Abbott. Oh, thank goodness for Jonathan Weisheit.
He helps us a lot.
Exactly.
We can't mix up his name. But yeah, Andrew Whitston, great job there on the brakes. Thought for a minute he was going to give up that position.
Yeah.
As Steve Whitston had gotten a great run. But I tell you what, I got to say Andrew Abbott, great job to stay between them. This is where tactics comes into play. He does not want Steve Whitston and Andrew Whitston to hook together because that can be dangerous. They will push. They will push each other. Speaking of pushing, look behind him because Ferguson and is that Weisheit now pushing behind them.
Yeah, that's coming up. Really stout run here, but here we go. Steve Whitston looking and look at from way back. Jonathan Weisheit double toe and goes from across the line. He was 4th into 2nd and then running way wide.
I think it was Zach Whitston that may have been the one
so.
that went wide there. It was either Zach or Steve.
And then down to the inside, again, a nice lap by Mike Lawrence in that number 33, just getting through. And Steve Whitston, just that quickly, has dropped back to about 6th or 7th.
There may have been just a moment of touch even going into one there side by side, but there's so much pavement. You get those rumbly strips just on the edge of the track, and then you got pavement.
And
Doesn't
3
matter
abreast. 3 abreast under, as you call it, the cheese bridge. And here we go down into the turn. Look at this move. Is that Zach Whitston?
Ferguson to the lead.
Ferguson to the lead. Unbelievable. This is Formula V at its best, going for a national championship. And Andrew Whitston fighting back, the pole sitter. But look who drives his way through. Andrew Abbott as well. And right back in, 1 and 2 for the Andrews.
Oh, that was just brilliant stuff. Ferguson trusting his brakes. We've seen him do that a couple of times now. They've gone to the disc brakes. It's not that they can brake later, it's that they're more consistent throughout the race. That really helps. And really the reason was parts are available for these 60-year-old chassis, or at least the parts were originally used 60 years ago. But going to disc brakes really helps them, and like I said, more consistent throughout the long race.
Yeah, absolutely. And on a track that's really hard on brakes, that is, part of that comfort factor. We were talking earlier, comfort breeds confidence. Confidence breeds speed. And you can see right there, it was pretty obvious. Andrew Abbott, when that other car made that move to the inside, going into the kink, put his hand up like, what are you doing? Let's just draft through the kink. Let's go. But again, Weisheit from way back makes that big double pass and locks himself right back into 4th behind Mitchell Ferguson. This is why I love this class. It is just as furious as racing can possibly be.
Well, I think out front, the 2 Andrews are starting to figure this out.
Yep.
Andrew Whitston, Andrew Abbott, I think they may try to work together to do this and try to pull away a little bit. But I think Mitchell Ferguson seems to be the aggressor here. He was into the lead. He's dropped back. He now may be getting a draft behind Andrew Abbott. And then you got Zach Whitston now at the tail end of this front train. He's going to try and find his way past Brandon Abbott. You can see him in that yellow car.
Yep, there he goes. Moves to the outside.
Actually, that's Steve Whitston.
Yeah, he may have popped a little bit too soon there. and didn't get the toe that he really wanted. But then you got the guys in front are 3 abreast. He's going to pick up a big toe there, but it was too late. Too late for him to do much there. It had to just slot back in. Big wiggle for, I think that was Abbott. So he got up over that exit curve.
Lots of movement.
Oh, both of the Abbotts are just hunting.
And that's not blocking. That's looking for a place to break there for Brandon Abbott behind Ferguson there in the black car.
But just in frame there is that the car with the blue with the yellow roll hoop. That's Zach Whitston. So that's the other player here.
It's now he's got his brother Steve right in front of him. See if they can help each other down this long back straight.
And the other car that I've just loved just because of the homage graph, well, don't have time to talk about that, is here we go again. And Whitescheid, 4th across the start-finish line, goes for the lead. Pole sitter Andrew Whitston tries to fight him around the outside. Whitescheid, though, has the line up under the bridge into the very tricky turn 6. A little bit of smoke on the downshift. Ooh, and he got really sideways. That's how hard they're pushing here. And you know, with these skinny little tires, it's a chilly day out there.
Yeah.
You know what the contact patch on these things is. I don't think it's more than a credit card size
not
here.
Much. Oh, that's Brandon Abbott now to the inside of Ferguson.
Yeah, makes that big lunge, dives down to the inside.
I noticed back there in the front straight that as they were coming up and over the hill, Andrew Whitston out in the front moved all the way over. There's some oil dry that was down from the prior race. He was kicking that dust up on everybody behind him, and I wonder if that was deliberate, A, to kind of hold his line, and B, hey, guys, go get a little dusty in front of you.
The first thought when you just mentioned that question to me was, duh. You know they will do anything they can. There's a guy that I used to know real well, work for him for a little bit, who was a Formula V racer up at Brainerd. And, of course, that front straight's a drag strip.
Yep.
There's a big seam down the middle, and in the wet, it would fill with water. He would put his tires right on top of that and spray as much as he could. That's just part of the game in racing. You use everything, every arrow you've got in the quiver here right now. And looking pretty stout. Some nice moves being done here by your pole sitter, Andrew Whitston, to get back into the front over Whitescheid in that blue machine. Then the brothers Abbott, as it is the 25 of Andrew over the 26 of Brandon, 3rd and 4th. Then Steve Whitston back in the 5th spot.
There he goes again. He's going to follow that line of oil dry, and they're going to follow him to try and get a draft. But he knows, A, that they say that it's a little bit lower elevation change to the right side of the track, but B, he can hold his inside line, and C, hey guys, this little oil dry dust has got to look great and got to smell wonderful to those drivers behind.
Oh, you bet. It's just that. Look at that. You can see right there, Whitescheid reached up and wiped a bunch of oil dry off of that visor. And look at notice the lead that Whitston had as he came across the line, and the 3 guys behind working together just blew by him. It changes that fast in this class.
Little brake lock up there.
That was. Yeah, I was going to say that was not.
Brakes are getting hot.
Yeah, they're working it well. They're working them hard, aren't they?
Yes, they are. This fighting is just intense, and that's really keeping the brakes hot. Trying to see if Farnham can get a run to keep up with these guys. They're going to have to fight a little bit. What I do expect, if we continue at this pace, these guys are not going to pull away because the last lap will be an absolute chess match. No one wants to lead coming out of the kink. So even if you're 5 seconds back like we saw in 2020 with Alex Scaler, yeah, they're going to battle all the way down.
Look at you see Whitston. That was Steve Whitston, the yellow car, just dancing on the brakes, coming down the inside, stood it on its nose and made it work.
He wanted to stay between those 2 red with the lightning bolt cars. Those are the 2 Abbotts. He wanted to stay between them. He couldn't do it, but now he's got his own brother right behind him. So you got Steve in all yellow, Andrew Whitston in the red with the white. Those 2 with the 2 Abbott brothers in front of him. So two Abbotts, 2 Whitstons, and when now you've got, of course, a Whitescheid stepping in front of Andrew Whitston.
Yeah, and you saw Brandon Abbott run a little wide on the exit of 7, and just that quick, Steve able to make the jump, slide through, split the Abbotts here. And look at the wide line they're running around the carousel here. Wide in, then down to the apex when you get that compression to just flow as much speed as possible out. And here we go. Whitescheid, he's done this before, trying to make passes into the kink. And defending into the kink.
A little bit of like a good little lift. So the body kind of moved there. He wanted to hold that line deliberately. Did not want to be forced out across the crown of the pavement with the repave here at Road America. Good job there for Steve Whitston to hold that line.
3 wide down into Canada. Pole sitter Andrew Whitston trying to get back into the play here. comes through into fourth, but Weishite got a really good exit there. And I got to tell you, Larry, what other class in SCCA competition do you see people defending into the kink?
You just don't. This is amazing. And I'm so
such fun.
Yeah, so watching back, keeping an eye on that Farnham and the orange car at the back of the train. He's not going anywhere. I don't think he's got the pace in the car that he was hoping to have, but he's in the fight. You cannot count out a former champion.
No, that's the first time he's really been hooked up now with this lead group up front. He's dropped Lawrence a little bit, and that's what he needed to do. Battle for the lead, battle for third. Andrew Whitston just took third away, but he may have done it too soon. And look at the 25 now of Andrew Abbott. He led across the line. Whitston has gone by. Then it's got to be more specific.
Some
Steve
combination
Whitston
of Andrews
has gone by.
and Steves and Whitstons
and Abbotts
and
Whitston, yeah. and
Pick your favorite two.
Bears, oh my. All right, here we go. Turn 3, critical corner. Always get this run here. We're already at halfway.
Oh.
This is such fun. It's going so beautifully. What a run. And here we go. Andrew Whitston, the pole sitter, Tire Rack Pole Award pole sitter now, got a little bit of a drive out of 3. And now is he going to go 3 abreast down into 5? Might be. He's through, but watch from the outside. Oh! Contact! And is he going to save
Brandon
it?
Abbott.
Yeah, Abbott saves it from the wall. And was that a touch with Weishite?
It looked like it might have been. I'm looking at his right front suspension to see if he has anything gone there. The car's got a bit of a lean to the right. Let's hope there's another pack of cars coming. Maybe it's good. Yeah, maybe it is okay.
Yeah, you got it.
return.
These are sturdy. And one thing about these cars, they do tend to be pretty sturdy.
Yeah, that's good. That's good to see.
Weishite now, big dive down to the inside on the 25 of Andrew Abbott. Let's go back and take a look and watch in the back here. There goes Abbott to the outside.
He comes across just a little bit as they try to set up for braking.
Right here.
Yep. He just does. He tangles a little bit with Weishite. So we'll see if there's any issue with Weishite. See if he's got a bit of an alignment, maybe a little bit extra toe that he didn't start the day with, and see if he's able to be as aggressive going forward as he has been.
You know what? At the end of that replay, huge shout out to Weishite because he was still trying to save that car as he got into the braking zone and saved it from crunching the back of the guy in front. That's why he's in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, well, he's testing the car now. It looks like it passes the test as he's up in that third spot, staying ahead of the remaining Abbott, Andrew Abbott in the front pack. But the two now, this is what I'm really worried about. It's the two Whitstons now in front, Steve and Andrew Whitston, now with just a little bit of gap. That's going to put the pressure on Andrew Abbott and Jonathan Weishite to work together. And then you got Farnham and Zach Whitston back there. So we got a moment to breathe, but it's not going to last long.
Yeah, Farnham in all of that exchange did a beautiful job. He was 8th as that last lap completed, and he's going to be up into possibly 5th here. And look at this. You can see Steve Whitston, who was upset about hauling his brother Andrew around, and looked over and maybe made that pass by Andrew a little easier, going, yeah, you're going to haul me around for a little bit here, Paul.
Yeah.
And look at this. Andrew Abbott down to the inside.
And remember, you just noticed coming out of 14, Steve was ahead of Andrew. By the time they got to the timing stripe, Andrew was clearly ahead, which means final lap. That's how it could easily go. They've got to watch this. Also note, these Whitstons, I bet all 4 of them in the field are on comms together.
Oh, of course.
So they're talking to each other. They're not just guessing which way they're going to go. They're telling each other, go left, I'm going to go right, and vice versa.
We just saw Andrew Abbott again gesturing rather frantically as Weishite went down the inside. And I think he's saying, let's not race. Look who's out front. And but the two out front, and you see now that pass being made, that's by design. Oh, and Weishite, did he do that? What a save.
Wow.
But did he get a little tap from Abbott, or was that just Weishite on his own going around?
If he did, he's going to be tired of seeing Abbotts around him.
Yes,
it was
he
2
is.
times into 5. Once it's Brandon, the other's Andrew. But what a recovery for Weishite. Look at the spin after the contact.
Look at here. That just happened on his own.
That's totally by himself. Andrew was way back there. But boy, I can't believe Danny Sullivan style, he's going to get the spin and keep going.
Yeah, he went from 3rd to 5th. That's all it was with that spin here. And I wonder if he just went down 1 gear too many.
maybe
it just snapped.
Yeah, either it was a brake lockup with a bias issue, or perhaps, like you say, that early downshift, he might have just locked that back end a little bit. That was brilliant, though, for everyone to avoid him and then for him to recover and continue. That's just absolutely. But this has created more of a gap now to the brothers Whitston out in front. Andrew Abbott is going to be giving them a run.
Look at this, side by side through the kink.
That's Farnham.
That's Farnham and Weisheit, wheel to wheel, and I mean sliver of paper close through the kink here. And these two brothers right now are saying, let's go. We've got opportunity here. Let's get moving here. Weisheit a little wide there through Canada, and that gave, again, Brian Farnham just a little bit of a look here. Behind him, Zachary Whitston and Mitchell Ferguson.
Yeah, Weisheit might have an issue, maybe with that brake bias or something today. We saw that spin. He just had that moment there. I'm sure if you're Brian Farnham, you'd rather be in front of Weisheit so that you don't get caught behind with maybe a bit of a lunge under braking. So you'd like to kind of just get around them and do your own thing. But look out in front. Look at these guys working together.
Yep.
I think there's still enough of a draft to Andrew Abbott. He's not going away yet.
Yeah, and I wonder, it just occurred to me here, obviously, that first instance down into 5 with the other Abbott, those two, that was definitely contact with Weisheit. I wonder if maybe something got knocked a little askew.
That's what I'm wondering,
and so, he hits the brakes and it just snaps that car. Ooh.
And that may be the same thing.
Whoa, he's coming across. Another spin. Yeah, I think that car has turned into a handful.
Yes.
And again, somehow he saves it.
Oh, Zach Whitston. Oh, my goodness. What a job to avoid him. Weisheit just having all kinds of troubles now. Again, I do agree with you. I think he's got a bit of an alignment askew that's causing all of this stuff. That's going to take him out of this front pack. Whew. Take your breath. That was it. All right, let's get back to the front because it is just crazy. Look at these two. Look at the coordination up in front, though. Every time you look at them, the other brothers in front because they're doing these deliberate leapfrogs.
Yeah, and it's absolutely brilliant. The guy comes through. You just let him go, tuck in behind, and just continue to move. But as you said, Abbott, he hasn't gone anywhere, and he's close enough. So he could still be a little disruptor in this one as we are working lap 10 of 13. And Abbott just needs to drive a couple of really, really clean corners here and glom onto the back of that yellow protoform of Steve Whitston.
We saw Andrew Abbott do this at Road America here 4 years ago where he had a great run late in the race to get up onto the podium. We saw him actually do a tire change at VIR last year under yellow and end up on the podium. He has got tremendous pace late in races. Keep your eye on Andrew Abbott. But the Whitstons, we saw the two different. We saw Zach and Andrew work together on comms at VIR back in 19. We saw Andrew with a great run last year to take the gold. Steve Whitston doesn't have a gold yet, but would love to taste the sweetness of a gold medal. He does not want his brother to win, but it's going to be fun at the front. We've got some great racing going on here in the middle of the field, too.
Oh, everywhere. These guys, it's just so fun no matter where you look. Here's a recovering Brandon Abbott. These guys are going after it.
That's Rick Shields.
Yeah. Talk about skill behind the wheel of a V here. Donnie Isley glued to him. And these guys are really putting on a show here as well. One thing I just wanted to note, Andrew Abbott, who currently runs third, has 4 medals at the runoffs, all thirds.
Yes. Yep, and he's always just sniffing it. He's near. I mean, for last year to be able to get the tire change with his father going back to paddock in the middle of the race to get a wheel and bring it to pit lane, and they got it done. This time, it's just all about sheer driver and just staying in it. And who's that?
Trying to catch the
That's
number.
Ron Whitston, I think.
That
The number
is, I
5.
think
We had
it might
the
be.
opening
Yes.
lap issue for him, and now is that down in 5? Trying to see where that is.
Yeah, it's just a weird angle
It
here.
might be in 6, actually.
All right, look at this. Here's that again. But Andrew Abbott has joined this group. Now he just wants to stay close. I think he'll take second or first just so it's not third again.
Yes, he would love to be something other than third right now. But don't count out Farnham. He's all by himself back there. If Andrew Abbott can mix it up and get it between the two Whitsons, it will slow that pace.
That's a good
And Brian Farnham is ready to jump if he can. He's got nobody to draft. He needs the front to fight. It all depends. This order right now, it's not a fight. The front two are going to control. If Andrew Abbott can get in between them, it'll actually bring Farnham into this.
Yeah, I think that's an entirely possible scenario, too, here, as he is going to do everything he can. I think he's done it. He has jumped in between. Ooh. Big wiggle, still wiggling by Andrew Whitston. I'm not sure how he got it down to the apex. And I think Andrew Abbott there was like, he just checked up going, is he going around? And that's up the exit of 6 is where this is.
And the field's just going by right now as he waves to his sons going past.
Yeah, and you just saw the EV worker there when he put both of his arms out side to side. That means flat toe is good. So all I have to do is hook up and get him out of the way.
And the exit of the track is like about 30 yards, 20 yards behind him. They'll just go right there. Will be good. Local yellow only. Wonderful to see the track services here at Road America doing a great job.
Yep, right now work in the middle of lap 11 here. And pole sitter Andrew Whitston, this is as big a lead as we have seen, and that's thanks to Andrew Abbott, who has got in there, and as we talked about, been the disruptor just a little bit.
Andrew Whitston, a great exit at 8 to the carousel and just rocketing around as he pulls a tear off there to kind of get a good clean visor running down through the trees here. And then this battle we talked about earlier is Brandon Abbott with Rick Shields down in that group. Donnie Isley, Graham Loghead is in that group.
It's a good little scrum, and this is a battle right now for 9th, folks. I mean, that's how furious these guys are racing. Ooh, a little wide there by the 26 Abbott, and just that quickly, a nice little move there by the extremely experienced Rick Shields, dives down, picks up that spot.
And the last one of the train there, that's John Adams, lives up in my neck of the woods up there in Michigan, has that very unique chassis, that Adams V2. Look how tall that car is. It's great at a place like Mid-Ohio. Here, the aero is a little bit less than optimal, but really kind of cool to see a unique build and unique body on that car.
Yeah, that, and here we go. Late pop by the 26 of Brandon Abbott on Shields. Graham Loghead tucks right in behind, and Shields ready to do an immediate counterpunch. Yeah, you're right. That car of Adams, that yellow Adams V2.
Bodywork there off the edge of the track there on the left. They got to watch for that. Should be a debris flag somewhere down in there, but look at this Brandon Abbott coming across.
That was, he used every bit of road at the exit of Billy Mitchell, didn't he? And that's how you need to drive that turn.
You do.
You turn in early. Everything's telling you to turn in late because it's blind uphill, and you got to turn in early, and you just hope you've angled right so you can use that little bit of that that cut through.
Oh,
and he did it beautifully. But Shields, nice job.
He's taking the opportunity to use the draft down the inside. Shields got Graham Loghead right behind him. And you got Donnie Isley in that blue car, another unique body there right behind these front three.
Yeah, it's almost got a Terrell-like nose from way back with that that little flat nose on it.
This is the battle for 9th. Yeah. They're just fighting like it's for the win.
Oh, you bet. It's furious. It's absolutely intense. Battling everywhere here. And in front of this group is that number 36 of Mike Lawrence, kind of running by himself right now.
He was a part of that front pack for quite a while now. It's faded a little bit. Had a good little run with him. And he's got Jonathan Weishaupt in front of him with who knows what kind of car Jonathan's got right now, as we had saw in the spins from him.
Exactly. And take a look here at this car, Lawrence. I was trying to allude to it. This is a full-on homage to Dan Gurney's Eagle, Formula One Eagle back in the day. Look at the graphics on that. The 36, everything is the same. He's just said, I guess I'm done.
Yeah. That's something with the car that he's not happy with. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, it truly is. Announcer's curse, right?
Yep.
Shields. Ooh, that was a big move by Shields there. They are going to advance now. That as Lawrence was running in the 8th spot, so these will all move up. But again, Graham Loghead doing a really, really nice job here.
Yeah. Yeah, fighting with the multi-time champ Shields there right behind him. Shields' last win in 2014 back at Laguna Seca 10 years ago.
Yep, and that's for Graham's car that Jeff Loghead used to drive that, and with that exact same graphics package, and he was always an absolute front runner. And there's that 26, the red one of Brandon Abbott, and there's that piece of debris and then the leaves flying down there. But up front, Andrew Whitston has been able, as we are going to come around and start our final lap, Andrew Whitston has a little bit of a lead with brother Steve in the 2nd spot. It's going to be difficult now for Andrew Abbott to be able to do something here. But
I need to stand for this. This is going to be amazing. 1 lap to go.
Here we go. White flag is out. 1 lap to go in the run for the gold in Formula V. Steve Whitston dives to the inside. This is what Andrew Abbott wanted to see. He'll get a double pull here. He's going to pop to the inside. He has got maybe Andrew in his sights, not Steve, but he split him. Andrew Abbott, he needed, big wiggle as he got in there. That is going to cost him dearly, as Andrew Whitston is going to have position down the inside, and that gives Steve about a 3-car length, make it 4 margin coming out of 3, Larry.
Yeah, that wide run there for Abbott. He had to check up a little bit, giving Whitston the chance to get it between, I guess, Andrew Whitston. Can't just say Whitston around this field. Steve Whitston, though, getting a good run. I have a feeling that'll evaporate here in just a second as we get to the bottom of the hill. I don't think any of these guys want to lead out of the kink. I'm not even sure you want to lead coming out of Canada. 14's the corner. You want to be sitting second. Here comes the chess match.
Yep, and Steve just let Andrew come through. And sitting back in third, Andrew Abbott looking for any opportunity here. Ooh, Andrew a little bit hard over that exit curb. That car dancing. He's out of Neenah, Wisconsin, just down the road here, so gonna be pushing it hard. Here we go, last time. Up and through turn number 7, falling away.
Remember how fast Andrew Whitston was the last lap through this section. If he does that again, he can have a pretty good lead going down toward Canada.
Yeah, absolutely. And for Andrew Abbott, it's like, okay, what and where do I do something here? But right now, Steve's glomming onto the back of Andrew, not wanting him to get away. There's that super wide entry that these V's use, and then drop back down to the apex, running through. And look at that, Andrew Abbott falling back just a little bit, and I think that's just because he didn't have quite the toe. But now he's going to catch it. But look at Andrew, you talked about it, so quick through the exit of the carousel down into Canada. I don't know that these guys are going to be in a position. Steve, I don't think he's close enough.
Steve's holding position, maybe to help his brother a little bit out in front. Look at him kind of protecting the inside, keeping Andrew Abbott behind him. Steve maybe also thinking, okay, Andrew, my brother Andrew, you go ahead and lead out of Canada. I'll get you up the next hill. Keep your eyes on a run coming out of 14.
Let's see what happens. Oh, and look at Abbott in the back dancing, looking inside, outside, trying to find a way through on Steve Whitston. All of that giving Andrew Whitston from the pole the opportunity here. Andrew coming up, a 3-time gold medalist. He is the defending champion. Woo! Big moment for Abbott there as he clocked that curb. Up the hill we go. It is the drag race. Here comes Steve. He's got some momentum. Steve's coming along up. He's got a nose ahead, but way down to the inside, it's Abbott. I had to. But it looks, I don't know, how close is it? Steve Whitston, 36 1/1000ths of a second, folks, over the pole sitter brother Andrew Whitston. Andrew Abbott third by 59 1/1000ths of a second, and Brian Farnham ends up in fourth, Zach Whitston in fifth. And here's this battle we've been following, and at least is the brother Abbott going to be able to make the comeback here? He's trying to perfect. No, he is not. Rick Shields and Graham Loghead using that draft are going to make that one pay off here. And up the hill, that looks...
That's 81 of Ray Carmody.
Yeah, and it looks like he's tracking weird up the hill. That's what was catching my eye here. So holy cow, what a battle we have had here, as the rest of the field working their way up here. And here's another draft move. You know, this is one of those deals you do not want to be leading coming out of that last turn, that's for sure. We've seen that play out, Larry.
Yeah, you definitely don't, and it plays out again today. Like I said, Steve Whitston had brother Andrew right where he wanted him. We thought maybe Andrew Whitston had the pace coming around the carousel, but Steve set him up, and just by, like you said, 36 1/1000ths of a second. Unbelievable.
And that margin for Abbott, that's from the winner. So here's the 181 of Alexander Bertolucci running in the 19th spot. But let's clarify this, folks. The top three covered by 59 1/1000ths. It wasn't 59 from Andrew back to Andrew. That was from Steve Whitston to third. That is extraordinary. 13 laps around a 4-mile track.
Yeah.
59 1/1000ths covers the top three.
Unbelievable. Whew. Steve Whitston's going to get his first championship. Andrew Whitston's going to get his first silver medal. And for Andrew Abbott, well, it's not his first bronze. I think next year that car might be painted bronze colored.
I think so. Maybe that'll give him the opportunity here. That's his 5th bronze for Andrew Abbott. And what a fight he put in. And Brian Farnham, you know, we do have that award for the Sunoco hard charger. And Brian, with that problem in qualifying, was definitely out of place and down the order just a little bit. And that was 11th up into 4th. It's a pretty good run.
Yeah, that's an absolutely great run for him. Love to see the former champ come up here and take that 4th spot. That's got to feel pretty good after the work they put in this week.
Absolutely. Great job here. Big field, as we talked about, 27 of these beautiful Formula Vs. And they did not disappoint. I've been looking to this one for the entire event. These guys, it's just on a track like this, it is a chess match extraordinaire. And the brothers Whitson, everybody was concerned about them getting out front. You called it. And once they got there, even somebody as talented as Andrew Abbott could not figure out a chink in that armor.
Yeah, a big shout out to Andrew Abbott to run them down.
Yeah,
because he was by
impressive.
himself, no drafting partner, with the front two working together as well as they do. He was able to run them down and mix it up and be right there at the finish. If the start line was about 100 feet further, he might have won this race.
You know, and for Jonathan Weisheit, were it not for that little bit of contact, something got knocked askew on that car and just made it a handful. But he drove the wheels off it as long as he possibly could here. 2 massive spins and saves that was able to drive away. But in the end, Steve Whitson, after, again, as he said, I towed my brother around and gave him that pole. Well, Steve Whitson was in the right spot, right place, and made it work. A gold medal drops around the neck of Steve Whitson. There is the SCCA hat, and you know what's coming. There it is, the Hoosier necklace. And with that, let's head down to Hayward Wagner with our gold medalist.
Steve Winston, can you even believe it?
No, I really can't. I never thought it would happen. I thought I was going to have to work a very, very long time to get to this point. The runoffs has always been my goal, and I honestly, I can't believe it.
You're on the last lap. You're coming down to Canada. You've got your brother in front of you. You've got an Abbott behind you. Are you thinking protect? Are you thinking go? What was your mindset from Canada to 14?
Well, I knew that I didn't want to pass Andy going into Canada. I knew I wanted to be second place going through 14. And so coming through the kink, I just lifted a little bit just so I could get a little bit of a gap, so I would have the same exact draft as the Abbott behind me to Andy, so I would get right to the braking zone and be right behind him. And it worked perfectly. Obviously, the worry is that Brandon or Andrew Abbott gets in there. And, man, it just worked out perfect. I couldn't believe it.
59 thousandths of a second, first to third, for a Formula V National Championship. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
I love that. The Abbott.
He couldn't tell
you
which
couldn't
one
tell
it was.
either. I just love that. Wow, what a run. Let's take a look at our provisional top 10. There you see it, the brothers Whitson up top by 36 one-thousandths. From Andrew Whitson back to Andrew Abbott, 23 one-thousandths of a second. Brian Farnham, a great drive from 8th to 4th. Zach Whitson had to fight up through the pack as well, did a nice job. Mitchell Ferguson was in the mix. Jonathan Weisheit, he was the entertainment in this one. It was spectacular. And then, just the savvy Rick Shields. What a drive he put on for 8th. Graham Loghead in 9th, and Brandon Abbott fighting back into the 10th spot. That is your provisional top 10, but let's get right back down to Hayward with our silver and bronze medalists, the Andrews.
Andrew is a 59 thousandths of a second gap first to third at the line. I think the question everybody wants to know is how uncomfortable is Thanksgiving going to be?
Oh, I don't know. You guys ask us the same question every year, and our goal is really to get 3 cars on the podium, and this is about as close as we can get, but not do it. Just the whole team's been working so hard. I'm so excited for Steve. It's just awesome. He earned that race all by himself. I mean, we were working together a little bit, but he was in the right place at the right time. Drove a really smart race, kept his nose clean, and was there at the end at the right spot. Just huge, massive thanks to our dad. Just building these awesome cars for us. We had half of the top 8 in qualifying, got the top 2 in the race here. It's just awesome. Thanks to my mom and my wife Tracy and the whole team, just Uncle Bob for sure, just keeping us all on track, getting the cars right, and the results are showing of all the hard work that we put in.
Well, it's a Winston 1-2, but it would not be a Formula V podium without an Abbott. Andrew Abbott, in the wars for this race, came home in third. I told the other guys it's a 59 thousandth gap first to third at the line. Doesn't get much tighter than that.
I guess I can't finish third any closer than this one. This is a tough one, losing my dad this year. This one's for him. thanks to everybody that's helped us get through this year. It's meant a lot, the whole V community. Sucks what happened to my brother. We were having a good run. Anytime you runner up to the Whitstons, man, they're the class of the field. They are outstanding. They got the whole package together. Their dad won the Terry Abbott Award for how hard he works to keep them up front. So, yeah, I just can't thank everybody enough that helped us get through this, and this one's for Dad.
Well, a lot of emotion in that. Very happy for you to get the bronze. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, his fifth, and obviously the emotions pour out here when the thing. Racing is a family in general, and then when you have a family in racing, it's even more intense. Take a look at some of the highlights again. Andrew Whitston from the tire rack pole led early, but the guy who was coming on is the recent inductee into the Formula V Hall of Fame, Weishite, in that blue 61. And then that first, that was his spin, and that happened all on his own. We think maybe a little damage, but then the wars were on.
Yeah, Steve Whitson, great jobs in here. As his brother Andy said, kind of controlling it, driving it on his own. The two Andrews behind him, Steve was just rock solid all day. Right position, right place, right time. He knew, as he said, the goal was to be second coming out of Canada. He did exactly that. Just beautifully executed. Look at it again, all three of them here just pulling away from the field. Their pace was tremendous in the last 4 laps of this race.
And here, folks, is what 59 1/1000ths of a second looks like. 3 wide at the line, and there you have it. Look at that. And I got to say, I think had Andrew Abbott not run so wide and start bouncing over the curbs and won, this could have had a little different outcome. That cost him a little bit.
Just may have, but I'm sure he's, as you can see, emotional but thrilled.
Yeah, absolutely. Out on that very special lap for Steve Whitston. A big thanks once again to Mazda for presenting our coverage here of the 60th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs at Road America. For Larry and for Hayward, I'm Greg Creamer. Thank you so much for joining us for the Run for the Gold in Formula V. It did not disappoint.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
A beautiful but windy fall day here at America's National Park of Speed. We're at Road America. Thanks to Mazda for presenting this broadcast. I'm John Phippen alongside Tom O'Gorman. Let's head down to the third member of our broadcast team, Hayward Wagner. Good morning, Hayward.
Good morning. GT2 on grid, and this is going to be, I don't even know how to describe this. I think we've got maybe a Fox up front and a bunch of hounds right behind. This Porsche that's been driven, this is the Charles Peter car, kind of a lone gunman at the moment. That's your pole sitter car, and then the 5 cars behind it are the TA2 cars out of the Trans Am series. The TA2 cars are largely a spec'd car. They have to run a spec engine package. There's a couple of brake packages to choose from. What's interesting about this matchup with the Porsche up front and the GT3 up front and then the TA2 cars, the TA2 cars are actually lighter. They look bigger. They're running a 6.2-liter engine, but they're at 2,930 pounds. This Porsche on pole is carrying around 3,100 pounds, so about a 200-pound weight advantage for the TA2 cars. But, of course, if there's anything that Porsche is known for universally, it's brakes. And we're going to see Porsche brakes versus American Iron here in GT2.
Always the issue, Hayward. A great observation is the Porsches with that rear engine. The weight transfer really helps their braking, if nothing else. But these big thundering TA2 cars definitely going to be a factor in this one as well. Charlie Peter already with a gold medal this weekend. But Tom O'Gorman, take us around this beautiful 14-turn 4-mile circuit.
Yeah, there's a lot of miles out there, which means a lot of different parity spots for different cars to have their moment. But that moment is going to be kicked off at the start-finish line into that really fast turn 1. It's much quicker than you think. Lots of runoff room, fair game to use down to the braking zone of turn 3. That's where you're going to have to single file out on that start or lose momentum down the back straight into turn 5. This is that handling section. Braking is going to be even more important. Talked about it with that Porsche down into turn 5, up the hill into turn 6. Almost flat out using all the road at turn 7. We're taking a look at that hurry downs into turn 8 right now in the background. Then it's the carousel through the kink, barely, absolutely not flat out in these cars. Another big braking zone into Canada Corner at turn 12, up through 13, and then the run through 14. Be curious to see if this race turns into a drag race like we see often here at Road America.
Exactly right. Beautiful racetrack, beautiful day, a lot of wind, and the wind is changing direction here, so it's going to be a factor for some of these big wide cars, especially the TA2 ones. Before we head down to run the starting grid, let's take just a moment to thank the folks that make this broadcast possible.
Choose joy. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Oof, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. Way out there. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Welcome back to Road America as we're about ready to kick off GT2 National Championship. We've got 23 cars on the starting grid, and they're just about ready to roll out. Let's start the introductions for you. On the pole, looking for his second gold medal of the weekend, Charlie Peter, son of Hans Peter in the number 166 out of the Kansas City region, winning the T2 championship earlier this weekend. Spoiler alert if you haven't watched that race yet. And he is picked by Sports Car to finish atop the box in his Porsche 991.2. A rookie, the highest place rookie in the field, starts alongside the 102 of John Atwell from the Texas region. He's in one of the TA2 Ford Mustangs. Inside of row 2 is the number 24, Brad McAllister out of the Oregon region. He's picked by Sports Car to finish on the box in another of the Mustangs. Then the 2023 Kimberly Cup Most Improved Driver, the defending champion of the class, Jared Odrick, out of Hilliard, Ohio in the Susquehanna region in another of the Ford Mustangs. Another rookie starts 5th. That's the 131 of Austin Jewers out of the Chicago region. He's in a Chevy Camaro. Then right behind him is the number 15 of Jack Stanford from the Atlanta region in a Ford Mustang. Next in the order is perhaps the dark horse in the field, the number 44 of Tony Ave. Dark horse indeed, from the Central Carolinas region, a 4-time national champion, most recently GT3 a year ago. He is had 18 runoff starts, and he is competing in 5 classes this weekend. T1, GT1, which he's already run, GT3 coming up later this afternoon, and Formula Atlantic, which he's already run. He's in the second of the Porsche 991.2s, so watch for Tony Ave starting inside of row 4. Next to him is the 51 of Jonathan Start from the Western Michigan region, picked by Sports Car to finish on the box in that thundering Dodge Viper ACRX. Starting in 9th spot, car number 22, Michael Quattlebaum out of the Houston region in a Chevy Corvette. Then Tiger Tom Patton, the veteran campaigner, in his 36th runoff start. Tom Patton in the number 50 out of the Cincinnati region in a Sunbeam Tiger. Watch for Tiger Tom. Next to him is Justin Elder in the number 19 from the Land O'Lakes region in a Chevy Camaro. And then another rookie, car 112, Dominic Starkweather, making his first runoff start out of the Cow Club in a Chevy Corvette. Ray Mason, another driver out of the Ohio area. He's from the OVR region. He's in a Ford Mustang. Next to him is the number 49 of Patrick Utt from the Milwaukee region in a Chevy Camaro. Yet another rookie in the field is the 70 of Brian Garcia out of the Chicago region for the High Point Farms racing team. He's in a Dodge Challenger. As the field begins to roll away from the grid, after him comes the number 33 of William Moore from the Ohio region. He was the winner of the Hawk Breakthrough Performer Award, making the biggest improvement from Tuesday to Wednesday qualifying. He's in a Chevy Camaro. Starting 17th is car 13, A. Sterling Cole. He's out of the New England region in a Mazda RX-7. Next up is the 95 of Chuck Hurley from the Northwest region in another Porsche 997.3. Kevin Rich will start in the 19th position in the number 63 car in the Lone Star region in a Ford Mustang. Timothy Gray in car number 60 out of the Land O'Lakes region, also in a Mustang, starts 20th. In 21st position, the 21 of Gary Johnson out of the East Tennessee region. He was the winner of the Sunoco 260 Tuesday Award. His qualifying performance on Tuesday, the last 3 digits closest to 260. He's in a Sunbeam Tiger as well. Maybe he'll give Tiger Tom a little competition. In 22nd starting position, another rookie, the number 11 of Paul Ruth out of the Texas region. He's in a Chevy Camaro. And rounding out the field, the number 182 of R. Paul Evans out of Wolf City, Texas in the Texas region in a Panos Esperante GTS. That's your 23-car field for this GT2 National Championship. You can see Tom Patton's Sunbeam Tiger, the number 50 there. It looks almost out of place in this field. These swoopy contemporary race cars and that old Tiger. But Tom, like I said, has won this championship back in '99 on his our home track, Tomo, yours and mine at Mid-Ohio. And always a factor in these races. That Tiger is pretty potent. And Tiger Tom puts on a great show.
Yeah, one of my core memories watching that car growing up, watching the runoffs at Mid-Ohio before I even knew what the runoffs or SCCA was. But this is going to be a lot of fun. We have, as Hayward described, very different machinery has all found its home here in GT2, and we can't help but sometimes pit them one to the other. So we're going to talk a lot about that Porsche versus the TA2 cars, but it's not like the TA2 cars are on a team or anything. They are absolutely racing their own independent race, and what I'll be most curious about when that green flag drops is who switches the light switch fastest. I have to imagine, I think the TA2 cars may have a little bit of an advantage of getting going quicker than Charlie Peter, but that's just a guess. And then we have a bunch of rows of those TA2 cars before we get to the next of our production chassis cars, which are going to be Tony Ave in a very similar 911 Cup car, and then also Jonathan Start, who had a really rough accident here the last time we competed at the runoffs at Road America. He's back for redemption in that Viper.
Indeed. So we'll see how that all shakes out. The battle between the Porsches and the Viper and the Mustang and the Sunbeam Tiger just going by your picture right now as these cars climbing the hill under the Corvette bridge. As the paddock here is still pretty full. Normally on Sunday, the 3rd day of our Hagerty race days here at the 60th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, presented by Sunoco, by the way. Thank you, Sunoco. you normally start to see the paddock thin out a little bit, but people are sticking around. I think they want to watch this last day of racing. We've got some great racing coming up as we're only about halfway through this day.
It's also just so nice up here. I'm not planning on leaving any faster than I have to. It's fun to walk around. Yesterday I got to go spectate a couple of races. There's a lot of spectators here too. A lot of friends, family, club members, and also just fans who heard about there's racing at Road America this weekend. So the place is huge. It doesn't feel packed, but there's a lot of people just kind of lining their fences, taking their time, and their space, I should say, to enjoy the racing.
Yeah, this is the 7th appearance of the runoffs here at Road America, so it's begun to build up a fan following. Back when we had it at Mid-Ohio for 12 consecutive years, by the end of that period, it was a big deal. I mean, we had a lot of spectators, and that's coming true here as well, as these folks realize that this may be the best weekend of racing on the planet, and there's no reason to come in and watch it. And why wouldn't you on a beautiful day like this? Look at these gorgeous fall colors. We just passed the brand new beach that was inaugurated a couple seasons ago, as they're down in the legendary kink coming through the portion of the track they call Kettle Bottoms, leading to the northernmost point of the Racetrack Canada corner, which sweeps through the Thunder Valley area, the Bill Mitchell Bend, turn 14, taking us up the hill. Oh man, this is just a heroic racetrack. There's no other way to describe it, and we are about ready for a heroic challenge, I think, for these GT2 competitors as they make their way. Thanks to Mazda for, in addition to presenting our broadcast, but also providing the pace cars for this weekend's racing. There's this big 23-car field of GT2 cars, nicely formed up, and through turn 14. Hopefully the slowest we will see them coming through this turn. We've had our share of yellow flags this weekend, but let's get all 13 laps of this one in without any yellow. You can see a little smoke out of the back of that RX-7 of William Moore.
Looks so small.
It does. It does. Well, that and the Tiger looks like they're kind of swallowed up by these much bigger cars. As they come to the line, we're got one eye on the line, one eye on the starter, and there's the green. And Charlie Peter gets the jump right away. Let's see if the Mustangs can stack up, do a little drafting, and get up alongside him. But Charlie Peter, already a champion this weekend, looking for number 2. He's got a pretty comfortable lead in that red and white Porsche.
Yeah, he nailed that start. Jared Odrick also had a phenomenal reaction time there in the all-black car in 4th position. He had nowhere to go with it, though, as John Atwell was still in his way and didn't quite get the jump. And look at this. I completely got this wrong. The Porsche is lighting the fire and gone.
Atwell in second. Jared Odrick, the gray Ford Mustang, Brad McAllister sliding up there into that second spot, we believe, as Charlie Peter getting away at the front here, making his way down the hill toward turn 5 for the first time with John Atwell in that red, white, and blue Mustang.
I mentioned him at the start. Look at Jonathan start, making his name work for him in the Viper. Blue rear end wiggling out of turn number 5. He's up a bunch of positions from that green flag, from 7th to I think 5th so far. Tony Ave's kind of going with him. They're following the back of Austin Jers around, who was hunting on Jared Odrick, but things very single file by turn 6 in GT2.
Tony Ave back there right behind that Viper, as you said, as they come down the hill into turn 8 for the first time. Atwell being a little defensive on the 24, Brad McAllister. And right behind them, Jared Odrick in that black Mustang. Defending champion of the class, having won it at VIR a year ago. Great speed shot there. Gives you some indication of just how quickly these cars are going through that carousel turn. Into the kink for the first time in speed. Good battle for second, though.
It is. None of these TA2 drivers, we're looking at John Atwell as the first of them. Then it's Brad McAllister in the white, Jared Odrick in the black, and then Austin Jers in the black and red. None of them look particularly confident. We see that wiggle of Odrick, and now Jack Staniford running a little bit wide on that oil dry down into Canada corner. The point being, these cars look a little bit nervous. It looks like they're going to need a lot more temperature and momentum before they find their footing.
Yeah, it's a cool day. The ambient temperature only about 62 degrees right now, so it's going to take a while to get these tires up to temperature for these big TA2 cars, but they're pretty heavy, and with turns like the carousel, which will put a lot of load into especially the left side tires, shouldn't take too long for them to get it happening. As Austin Jers trying to make a move as he goes alongside Jared Odrick, but Odrick is a little later on the brakes and he's able to hang on to that spot. Jonathan Start right behind him in that blue and white Dodge Viper. Tony Ave just behind him in the 7th spot as they bend it through turn 3. So it's kind of a 2x2 battle behind our leader, Charlie Atwell, with almost a 2.5-second lead at the stripe. And Atwell and McAllister trying to hook up in a draft, and then behind them, Odrick and Jers doing the same thing.
Yeah, with all this jockeying between Jers and Odrick, they're side by side again down into the braking zone in turn 5. But they're losing touch with the top 3 just a little bit as they're jockeying for position. It looks like Jers knows he's a little bit quicker, but Odrick does not want to give up this position.
Hill to turn 6, one of the trickiest turns on this racetrack. And then they have to immediately switch directions over to the right-hander there at the top of the hill. The hill hurry downs into turn number 8, under the Speedville Bridge, and then into this long, almost 180-degree, a little more than 180-degree carousel turn.
Look at him on the wheel, just all over the place,
Absolutely.
trying to keep that number 30 car under control. Super quick reflexes and lots of corrections on the steering wheel with those bright neon yellow gloves.
Through the kink, right out to the edge of the gator's teeth.
There's the confidence we were looking for. Lap number 2 is looking a lot quicker for these TA2 cars. They're starting to pull away from Jonathan Start. And as we look at the timing screen, we have sector times here in the broadcast booth. The sector times are looking much quicker this time by for the cars like Jonathan Atwell and Brad McAllister.
Exactly. Atwell setting the best second sector. Jared Odrick in the black 30 there setting the quickest third sector. So they're coming. Now, one thing to watch, obviously it is fall. You can see the changing color of the leaves. Some of those leaves being blown off the trees onto the racing surface. Look at the air intakes on these TA2 cars, already beginning to fill up with leaves. We saw that as a problem for a couple drivers earlier on this weekend. Overheating issues, even though it's cool, it's only 60-some degrees. They're going to definitely have to be aware of that. Not much they can do about it. It's just, a factor of running in the fall, but that's certainly something to watch, especially for these TA2 cars.
Yeah, very much so. Is the only car that doesn't seem to have that too badly is the car that just made that pass. Austin Jers on Jared Odrick is able to get by, and now maybe even start to pull away a car length or two from Odrick.
Jers in the Camaro, of course. Odrick, McAllister, and Atwell all in the Mustangs. As they head down the hill into turn number 5, that red, white, and blue Mustang and John Atwell in second spot. But Charlie Peter maintaining a pretty consistent 2.5 to 2.7 second lead out in front.
Yeah, it was the quickest car last time. Once again, that Porsche that's out in the lead, but only by about 0.2 rather than the 2 seconds the lap prior. So the damage is already done from that first lap. These TA2 cars are going to have to really put in the work, starting with Atwell, McAllister, Odrick, and Jers. But it's stabilized at this point. Big wiggle there from the back of Atwell, trying to get the power down out of 8.
Yeah, exactly right. The front end washed out a bit as the weight transfers. He got on the throttle. He had to catch it. Working their way through the carousel under the Mission Foods Bridge. The beach just off to your right. Especially Jers, you can see right out to the edge, but he is catching the cars in front. So McAllister is going to have a little company here, and I think if these 4 can hook up together and draft a little bit, they might have a chance. But it looks like Tony Ave's still trying to find a way around the Viper of Jonathan Start.
Yeah, it's a cool battle there, and I agree. Those 4 in 2nd through 6th or 5th are going to have to be careful about battling. I don't know, obviously you get a little sniff of draft here and there, but if they do what we saw Odrick and Jers start off doing, you saw how quickly they started to lose touch as well. So I think this single file running order is the smartest way to go for anybody who's not Charlie Peter, because he's still checking out. Quick again this time by.
The Viper of Start, perhaps with a little more grunt under the hood, as you might expect with that big V10. But then the Porsche should be able to gather him up just a bit under the brakes here. As Tony Ave, the Iron Man here this weekend, competing in 5 classes, the most of any other driver. And he's got 2 more races today. Or 1 more race today, yeah. So he's probably rethinking that idea, whether he should spread himself that thin or not.
Nah, let him have it.
He's been on the box twice, so he can't be too unhappy.
Right.
Yep.
Last time by, Austin Jers in that black and red Camaro, the number 131 car, was quickest by a long margin, 213.6 to the leaders, 214.2.5. So he's really got some pace in that Camaro. The problem is now he's on the back bumper of Brad McAllister, who is a little bit slower last time by. He was almost a second and a half slower, in fact. So the progress is going to get slowed by the having to race.
Austin Jers and John Atwell, both rookies, making their first runoff start, as the cars around them with a little more experience. 24 car of Brad McAllister. This is his fourth runoff start. He's already got 2 second place medals. Has closed down the gap just a bit on Jonathan's start, it appears. He's a little closer than he was a lap ago, as they make their way down into Canada corner. Well, McAllister, Jers, and Odrin, with Jers setting the fast lap of the race last time by. And look at the leaves and the grills of these cars. My goodness. If this were a hot day, that would be a real issue, but it's cool enough they might be able to get away with it. And the Porsche's not immune, as you can see the debris on Tony Ave's grill as well. We haven't seen Charlie Peter for a while. He's so far out front, almost 3 seconds now out in front. In fact, make that 3.4 seconds is Charlie Peter's lead.
And he's been very consistent every single lap in the mid to low 214s. Everybody in this pack that we're watching right now, starting with Atwell, was in the same exact range of pace, with Jared Odrick actually being the quickest of them last time by. But they're still not able to actually take out anything on that lead. It's back up to not back up, it's continuing to build up to now 3.4 seconds.
And Jared Odrick, the defending champion, didn't get a great run through turn 1 and down the hill to turn 3. And here comes Jers trying to make a move. There's Tom Patton. We talked about Tiger Tom. He just made a pass on Justin Elder to move that Sunbeam Tiger up into 10th position. He qualified in 10th, so he's running right where he qualified. Just in front of him now, Dominic Starkweather in the red Corvette.
Starkweather's having a great race. He came up from 12th right now as Tom Patton goes back to the inside of turn 5, takes another position away from the car that's struggling just a little bit to get up the hill. But that red Corvette mentioned up a number of positions, having a great run for Dominic Starkweather in that 9th position.
Starkweather, another rookie, started back in 12th. He's now running in the 9th position. Tiger Tom gradually reeling him in.
Corvette, a production-built car, meaning it's from the factory, built in the garage up to GT2 spec, using its production chassis. So the Porsche is the same, but that's built by Porsche. This one is, home-built and tuned up for GT2, the best they could get. Right behind that silhouette tube frame car of Tom Patton, the original style of what this class was. 20 years ago, you'd see 30 of those cars. Now it's a big variety, as Charlie Peter is still working that lead. A little wiggle down into turn 14. He's pushing hard.
Yeah, he's going to try to make that lead as big as he possibly can. Realizing that if these guys wise up behind him and hook up in the draft, they might be able to close this gap, as we are working race lap number 6 now, completing 5 of the 13. And look at Jers. He is going for second spot here, as he has already moved around Brad McAllister and is now challenging for the second spot side by side with John Atwell. These are 2 rookies making their first start here, going wheel to wheel.
In the background, Jared Odrick had a big moment, almost going off the track and coming back on, nearly going driver's right out of turn 1, but he saved it. This is a great battle. It's still side by side for Austin Jers and John Atwell. Jers is the only one of these drivers that has the pace to run down Charlie Peters, so he's got to make his moves quick. And he's around the outside and down through turn 4. It's going to be a braking duel.
Yeah, and Brad McAllister in that white Mustang just trying to decide who to follow here, as these guys have been side by side for about 3 turns now. Jers finally gets that pass done, but he goes a little wide, a big wiggle coming off of turn 5, up the hill under the Corvette bridge, and across the line into turn 6.
Last time by, fast lap of the race goes to Charlie Peter. He improved to a 2:13.6. That's a half-second improvement on his fastest lap. So he's continuing to go quicker. But the only car that was even close, Austin Jers, ran 2:13.7. That's only 1/10 slower while making 2 passes on that lap. So that Camaro is absolutely flying. Atwell had a great start. It was very, very controlled and led that field for just a little bit, but he just didn't have the raw pace that Austin Jers was comfortable with.
Yeah, and look at Jers. Look how much he's pulled away after completing that pass down at turn 5. By the time we get to the kink, he is 10 car lengths out in front of these guys. So he may have something for Charlie Peter. Let's see.
And you can see that confidence just using an extra car width, an extra tire width on the curbing on the track outs of these corners. That means he's got a really good feel of what that car is going to do when he puts the throttle down, especially through the kink. You see him just going all the way out to the grass. We'll have to look. He's just set the fastest Sector 2 lap of the entire race. This race is maybe going to get interesting here with Austin Jers on a tear.
And Jared Odrick right on the back now of Brad McAllister. If you remember, Odrick was miles back after that moment there at turn 1, where for 2 consecutive laps he's had trouble getting through turn 1 cleanly. But he's quick on the rest of the track because he's able to make up all the ground that he lost. So new second place runner now, Austin Jers, down into turn number 1. Jers, like I said, an unknown quantity as far as his runoffs record, this being his first start. And John Atwell just behind him also in his first runoff start. Odrick got a much better run through turn 1 this time, as now he's right on the back of Brad McAllister, who was 3rd just a bit ago.
A couple of dueling Mustangs. You saw Brad McAllister trying to change his mind on what lane he wants to make sure that Odrick has to pick to draft him. And Odrick follows him. 2 Mustangs silhouette right nose to tail.
Tom Patton has made the pass on Dominic Starkweather as he moves up 1 more spot up to 9th, so that's 1 ahead of where he qualified.
Look at that Sunbeam Tiger just pull away. Giant V8 crammed into that little tube frame, and he just drives away from that Corvette down the straight.
Yeah, no question. Odrick looking a little racier here. Maybe he's got his problem solved. I don't know if it was a brake bias issue or just changing his driving style a little bit to adapt, but he is now right on the tail of Brad McAllister. Battle for 4th. Through the carousel turn, clipping the apex nicely. Austin Jers, his last lap, a 14.2. Charlie Peter, a 13.8. As the interval up to 4.6 seconds between our leader and the chasing pack of TA2 cars.
This is the best battle on the track. This is for 4th position, which could quickly become 3rd. We've seen crazier things happen in many races. Odrick really up on the wheel, though. You can see these cars are not parted. They're not stuck to the road. They're floating around on it. And these drivers are mostly just controlling the direction it goes for the most part until they get pointed straight and can put their foot down. But these TA2 cars are, I've heard, a blast to drive, but they are a bit of a handful.
I don't know this for a fact, but I do know that the Trans Am Series is running down at VIR this weekend. They raced yesterday. So I don't know if any of these guys double dipped this weekend, went down and raced in the TA2 race down there and then came back for this one.
Well, this is interesting. Last time across the line, our top 3 drivers, Charlie Peter was able to go faster than his best lap, a 2:13.4, but John Atwell was the fastest car on track last time. Maybe got some inspiration from getting passed by Austin Jers, has a good car to follow and push to a new personal best and race fastest lap, 13.3.
Heading back to Tom Patton once again, solidly in 9th spot, now up to 8th actually, as they have caught and passed Michael Quattlebaum.
Yeah, maybe issues for that Corvette driver as he's dropping down the timing sheets pretty significantly. I do see that we have 1 car stop behind the wall over at turn 8 potentially, but not confirming whether or not that's Michael Quattlebaum, who appears to have maybe a mechanical issue in that number 22. Was running in the 8th spot, that's tough.
Yeah, Tom Patton up into that 8th spot, but he's 20 seconds behind Tony Ave in 7th. And there's the other Sunbeam Tiger in the field at number 21.
It looks like Gary Johnson got a little bit out of sorts coming out of Billy Mitchell. Unsighted on turn in, and then it's easy to go a little bit wide, especially in big cars like this. So now they're drag racing once again. right up under the back of the Mustang.
It's Timothy Gray, I believe, in that white Ford Mustang. As they come down into turn 1, and he pops late. Love the paint job on that Tiger with
He
the eyes.
almost looked like he was surprised that he had to make that move as Tim Gray was a little bit slower on entry than he expected, but now goes for the over-under and takes the position back, battling for 20th on the track. I think the Sunbeam's going to have the drag race once again, but wow, a great exit for Tim Gray, pulls a couple car lengths.
Under the Sargento Bridge they go as they make the plunge down the hill. They call this the Marine Sweep down into turn number 5.
It's another tough race happening for that Mustang in the foreground. The white and black with the blue accents was Jack Stanford. He qualified in the 6th position, appeared to have a mechanical down that straightaway, and sure enough, pulls straight off the track into the paddock at the access road for turn 5. That's tough for one of our front runners early on.
Yeah, retiring from eventually 19th position. Sanford qualified 6th and was running as high as, actually he never really did get a great start, actually. On the first lap, he was in 23rd, so Sanford's had problems all race long, and he's finally decided to hang it up. Meanwhile, back at the front, there's Charlie Peter disappearing into the depths of turn 5, but we've got a battle for second now. We talked about John Atwell finding some pace here as he has been able to catch Austin Jers, who passed him and looked like he was going to be able to pull away as these two runoffs rookies duking it out for the final 2 steps on the podium.
Traditionally, we've seen these Trans Am style cars actually be pretty durable as far as tire wear goes and as far as longevity goes. So we don't expect to see massive fall off on the tires, but it does make me wonder if Austin Jers maybe extracted a bit much out of his tires early on. Kind of restabilizing now with John Atwell, who's run a more consistent race, and now Atwell appears to be the fastest of these 3 cars on track. Brad McAllister was also pretty quick last time by, but they're something to the tune of 2.5 seconds behind right now.
Yeah, with these TA2 cars, when they run in the TA2 series, it's an hour-long race without a pit stop, so they've got to have a tire under them. Obviously, they would choose a different tire compound for this 13-lap race, obviously, but they certainly are comparatively very easy on their tires, I would think.
I think I saw maybe a little bit of smoke out of the back of the 131 that time. Maybe just a fluke or maybe just a lighting thing on our screens. But he's continuing to run with John Atwell. Austin Jers battling for second spot. Last time by at the line, 5.3 seconds behind the leader, Charlie Peter, who's just continued to march away again, tenths and tenths and tenths every second.
Equally good battle behind them between Brad McAllister and Jared Odrick in the battle for 4th and 5th. Jonathan Start in the Viper a little further back. But you can see visually the lead that Charlie Peter has had. He disappeared on the run down to turn 1 on the first lap and has absolutely not looked back. Nobody has been able to run with him. 5.5 second lead now as Charlie Peter stretching his advantage.
Yeah, it was a well-managed start. If we go back and in the highlights at the end, you'll see he really held the field up very, very slow. He probably knew exactly what point and what gear he wanted to be, and then he just exploded at the start. And Jared Odrick was the only car that was really ready in the same way that Charlie Peter was, but he was stuck behind another couple of cars. Peter's just been gone ever since. Last time by a couple tenths quicker yet again than everybody on track but Brad McAllister, who's now the fastest lap that time by.
Yeah, the Porsche probably not with the torque coming off of a low-speed run that the TA2 car's in. So Charlie judged that perfectly to have the rev range right, to have that Boxer 6 on the cam, as they say, at the right time. Oh, look at that. Jers getting a little tail happy coming out of turn 7. And he is fighting that car as it is squirrely under brakes as well. He feels the pressure from John Atwell behind him.
Definitely driving it hard, and that turn 7 is just so tricky in a car that's not flat out. You know, slower cars you can just turn in and trust it, but it's a little bit off camber and then it's a little bit downhill, so it changes the confidence level a couple times for the driver as you turn in, and then that exit curve is just rough as hell. So it's so hard to get out there and feel confident. Austin Jers looks confident though, coming up on some lap traffic with the Panos Esperante.
Yeah, the Esperante about to go a lap down, already been caught by the leader. Does a good job of staying out of the way as these two down into Canada corner. Nothing between them. The 24 of Brad McAllister, a little breathing room over Jared Odrick, who's kind of been, you know, that interval has as accordioned and then opened up. So Odrick appears to have some issues with consistency in that car for some reason. He's not able to maintain a steady challenge.
Switching from last year's championship winning Porsche to this Trans Am car this year, I believe dipping into the Trans Am series as well throughout the year. So it's a newer car, but it's the end of this year, so he's had some seat time in it. Also, just a quick shout out to Paul Evans in that Panos Esperante. Did a really good job to not interrupt any battles by disappearing to the outside of the track both times. That was very nicely handled.
Indeed. As we go back to the battle for ninth now, that's Dominic Starkweather in the Corvette in front of this group, Justin Elder in the silver Camaro, and then right behind him, Ray Mason in that white Ford Mustang.
No doubt fans from back in Ohio cheering for the Alliance Autosport driver there, making appearances in various classes over the years, clinging onto the back of this battle. But what does the Corvette have in a straight line? Not much. Look, he's feeling not confident, goes for the defense early. And Justin Elder is going to sniff every bit of draft he can, then pop to the outside.
And a shout out to all the guys in the Alliance paddock, by the way, good friends of ours. And a nice job from the 19 car, Justin Elder, getting that pass made, but Starkweather comes right back at him. Starkweather also a runoffs rookie, as we talked about, but Elder completes the pass. Now let's see if Starkweather can get a better run off of 3 here. And tucked in right behind him is Ray Mason in that Mustang.
I think Justin Elder slowed up just enough at the apex of turn 3 that Starkweather didn't get a run. So now he's going to lose a little bit of distance. Does Ray Mason maybe have an opportunity down here into turn 5? No, he's dropped off quite a bit as well. Then we're coming into the handling section of the track. Maybe the Corvette will have a little bit better there.
Out of turn 5, the Corvette a little tail happy at the exit of 5, trying to get the power down. Up into the tricky turn 6 here. Elder with the advantage at the moment. Turn 7, once again the Corvette getting a little bit wide. So it looks like Starkweather chasing that car perhaps just a little bit. Whereas the Camaro and the Mustang look a little more planted as they make their way through the carousel turn. Just about evenly spaced, those 3. Back to the battle for second spot.
Speaking of these 3 and evenly spaced, Brad McAllister has worked his way slowly but surely back up towards this battle for second position, where Austin Jers is continuing at the point, but has shown that he does not quite have nearly the same confidence that he did on those first couple laps as he does now. John Atwell looking up the inside. He's not going to go for it, but he's filling the mirrors.
Oh, that was close. I thought he might stuff it down in there, and they might have a little coming together. They're looking to be side by side, but Atwell's can't decide whether to try to draft by or to maintain his position.
Yeah, changed his mind a couple times there.
Yep. Now he's going to maybe throw him the dummy and see if he can dump to the inside. Jers being a little defensive right down the middle of the racetrack. Atwell should have a little better run off the turn. We've seen this move many times, but once again, Jers moves over to take that inside line away.
Yeah, he's really got to be careful moving in response. That's not allowed. You can move ahead of time, but you can't move in response. So that was a little close, I'm sure, for John Atwell's choice to have that happen. But now they're equally spaced, all 3 of these drivers, and with Atwell kind of showing the car in the mirrors of Austin Jers, he definitely has Jers' attention.
Through the carousel turn they come, as we will see the white flag next time by. We're working race lap number 12 right now.
Wow, this race has just flown by. I didn't even notice. We're almost with a white flag here. Dirt drop at the exit for Brad McAllister and John Atwell, trying to keep up on the back end of Austin Jers, who looked particularly strong through this section of track.
Yeah, once again, right out to the edge of the track. As the other Tiger going a lap down. Gary Johnson and that number 21 Tiger down into Canada Corner. We have 19 cars still on the lead lap. As our leader making his way onto the front straightaway with a commanding 7.2 second lead. Charlie Peter has been the class of this field, and he sees the white flag. 1 lap to go.
Well, the qualifying sheets hinted at this. He was 7/10 up on the field in qualifying, but it's unusual for someone to be that much faster every single lap. He's just driven away for the most part of this field, but this is the best battle on the track. Who will come home silver, bronze, and who will come home heartbroken, finishing in that 4th position? Looks like Brad McAllister had a weak final sector. For some reason has lost a couple car lengths on the back of these two, or maybe they just had an exceptional final sector.
Down the hill they come for that three-way battle. Jers, Atwell, and McAllister. There's Jared Odrick, the defending champion. Jonathan Start, not that far back.
No, I'll tell you, Jonathan Start is flying right now. As the degradation of this field has kicked in, he's been one of the fastest cars the last 2 laps in that white Viper with the orange highlights way at the back. Jared Odrick is not totally safe there in 5th position.
Tony Ave not challenging at all. We haven't seen him for a while, as he is 20 seconds behind Jonathan Start. So there goes John Atwell down to the inside of turn 5. That's exactly the pass he tried to make a lap ago, and this time he made it stick. So Atwell taking that position. Now they've got traffic in front, and Atwell catches it at just the wrong spot. Oh, the number 60 car did not see these guys coming. They touch. All 3 of them
What
spin.
on earth? This is going to be Jared Odrick back to the 2nd position. Jonathan Stark goes through to 3rd. That was a mess.
Oh,
Austin
man.
Jers, John Atwell, Brad McAllister all taken out in the clunkiest incident I've ever seen down in turn 8, trying to navigate the lap traffic of Tim Gray, I believe.
Yeah, that was Tim Gray, and he just didn't see them apparently, or wasn't aware that they were coming so quickly, and did not give racing room. So that's going to put Odrick up into 2nd spot. Goodness gracious. Here comes Charlie Peter all by himself, as he's been all race long, quite frankly. He didn't need his mirrors on that one as he makes his way into turn 14 for the final time. This is his 2nd gold medal of the weekend for Charlie Peter. His dad Hans also finishing on the podium in his race, and here comes the 2nd place runner, Jared Odrick. I bet if you asked him if he thought he was going to finish 2nd a lap ago, he would have said no way, and there he is across the line. Right behind him, Jonathan Start.
Yeah, as a byproduct of being just a little further back from that battle of 2nd, he inherited an open lane just to come right back through on for that silver medal, and then it's just really tough to watch. Brad McAllister does limp the car back for 4th. Austin Jers gets it limped back for 5th. Oh man, those guys have just got to be so frustrated with that.
Yeah, John Atwell's the one who hasn't come by, so it may be that he is stranded back there, as Tony Ave comes home in 6th position.
Atwell, the one that took the hit on the kind of wheel-to-wheel contact on the lapped traffic, and it looked like right rear suspension failure is what caused the big spin. Everyone else was just going for avoidance. Tiger Tom Patton, though, comes home on the attrition.
6th position, or 7th for Tom.
Another solid top 10 performance.
Justin Elder across in 8th, Ray Mason in 9th, and still waiting for John Atwell, and it doesn't look like he's going to come by, so that'll put A. Sterling Cole in the final step in the top 10. Charlie Peter flashing the headlights as he is enjoying his 2nd gold medal of this 60th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs.
And he's been working on this one in GT2 with this Porsche. It's great to see the development over time. Jared Odrick celebrating and also trying to catch up to the winner to give him a good job.
He races in the Porsche Sprint Challenge in this car, so he's got a lot of seat time in it. And it shows. He's very, very comfortable, and he brought the right weapon to it. And interestingly, Tony Ave in the other 992, 991.2, I should say, could only manage 6th position and 38 seconds behind Charlie Peter. So excellent job for him. But tip of the hat to Jared Odrick coming home on the box, 2 runoffs in a row. Jonathan Stark. Maybe his best runoffs finish. Let me check real quickly here. As a 3rd was his best finish. He's finished 3rd twice. So that'll be a third for Jonathan Start in the Viper. So we have a Porsche, a Mustang, and a Viper in the top 3. The Parody Police would be thrilled.
Just don't look at the history of how that happened.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
I should give a shout out real quick before we get to these pit lane interviews to the number 102, John Atwell, of course, the driver that didn't get to complete that podium run due to that little contact, but he did finish the race with the fastest lap. So there's a little bragging right for the 102 after a heartbreaking finish there.
Yeah, absolutely. You ran second for much of this race. As our winner, Charlie Peter, coming down into Parc Fermé. Sounds like a happy camper, as well he should be. Takes a moment to get the helmet off. We get the gold medal around his neck. And Hayward Wagner will have a chance to interview him as a winner for the second race in a row. I'm sure that's his dad giving him congratulations through the passenger's window there. Here comes the gold medal.
He hasn't stopped smiling.
No kidding.
That's awesome.
The winner's hat, a sip of water. Let's send down to Hayward Wagner with our winner for his second gold of the runoffs.
Your second gold of the runoffs, this one a little bit less drama, but I'm sure just as exciting for you.
Oh yeah, very exciting. It didn't seem like much drama up there at the front with me, but I had half the race at half race distance. I had an alarm come on my dash that said check belt, so I was figuring my battery was going to run out at any time, but I think it was a false alarm. Thank God.
Now, your crew guys were telling me this car was a bare shell about 2 weeks ago. Is that true?
Yeah, it was completely stripped. And the only reason why it's here and in first place is because of that guy right there, Merle Swan. He took this thing down to the tub in 10 hours, and we sent it to Stewart's Paint and Body, which thank you very much, Stewart's Paint and Body. They put the new tub in, we got it sent back, and Merle had it together in 48 hours.
Well, quite an achievement, quite an accomplishment. Double gold of the runoffs. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Happy camper, and yeah, tip of the hat to veteran wrench Merle Swan. Normally we hear Merle, working on Formula Atlantics. I didn't know he did Porsches. That's pretty cool. Charlie Peter taking the win over Jared Odrick. Margin of victory 12 seconds, which was lengthened a bit by that unfortunate incident on the last lap. Jonathan Start comes home in third spot. Brad McAllister salvages a fourth. Austin Jers in fifth. Tony Ave, the other Porsche, in sixth. Tiger Tom Patton in seventh. That's a great finish for him. Justin Elder in eighth. Ray Mason with the Alliance preparation in ninth. And A. Sterling Cole rounding out the top 10. Let's head back down to Hayward Wagner as he's got Jared Odrick and Jonathan Start.
Jared, as you're coming down into turn 5, 6, 7, that last lap, and you just see a gaggle of cars on the side of the track, what were your emotions?
Man, well, the first thing is like, well, there we go. That's a window that we've been looking for. Had a little bit of issue with the front end turning a little bit. Conditions are different from when we left. We competed in the Trans Am Series, and, we've been hopping back and forth from car to car, and Cody's done such a great job. Cody's the crew chief from Nitro, and they've been an awesome team to learn under, and Cody's teaching me so much, and we've really been supporting each other so much this year. But, it was the window that you're looking for, And I ran a different race yesterday where I got my nose dirty, where here I kept it clean and I let other people get it dirty. And so because of that, trying to, not be so aggressive, although I had a really good start. I just couldn't find a gap at the beginning. And then yeah, it was like the heavens opened up, as they say. So I just want to thank Nitro Motorsports, Cody, my fiance, Crystal, everybody over at John Grimm and his family. And then also, yeah, all my coaches, Mike Skeen, Tyler Casera, everybody who got me to this point, much appreciated. I'm trying to continue to develop more and more.
Well, congratulations. Another podium here at the runoffs, this time silver.
Thank you very much.
And we're going to grab Jonathan Start real quick. Hey, Jonathan.
Oh, black underwear, baby, black underwear.
At what point did you realize that the podium was in your grasp here?
When we left the grid. So you never know what the TA2 guys, they're rough and bumble. This is a good redemption from a few years ago when we were taken out by McAllister, in turn 3 and got laid up in the hospital for a while. And, for us to come back the following time that we're here and get a podium due to a situation like that, it's glorifying. So yeah, I'm happy to be here.
Well, a vindication drive for you. Bronze this year. Congratulations.
Bronze this year. We'll be back. Thank you for Hoosier Tire, G-Lock Brakes, my wife, Bruce Kalin for giving me the car, and it's been a fantastic year. So thank you.
And by the way, if you didn't know, Jared Odrick is a football player. He's a big guy, obviously, and always a great interview on the podium. As we've got the highlights from this race, and it was a four-way battle for second spot in the early going. Jonathan Atwell out in front. There goes Jers side by side with Atwell, which eventually would move him up into second spot. Brad McAllister right behind him. And then here's where it all went wrong as they were passing a lapped car. Timothy Gray, unfortunately, didn't see the other cars coming, and two of them were able to recover. Brad McAllister, Austin Jers were able to get back, but Charlie Peter, all by himself, all race long, gets the job done with a 12-second margin of victory. Jared Odrick, one of those drivers we talked about, doing double duty between VIR and here, but came home with a podium finish for the second runoffs in a row. Jonathan starts Viper, still down there in Parc Fermé, as you can see, as that will be it for this running of GT2 for the 60th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. Thanks again to Mazda for providing the broadcast for us here this weekend. And we've got more racing to go. The full afternoon of the final Hagerty race day is still coming up. So on behalf of Tom O'Gorman and Hayward Wagner, I'm John Phipp, and thanks for being with us. We'll see you down the road.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
All right, we are here for our final show of the runoffs, Greg. for 2024. This is Inside the SCCA, brought to you by Goodyear Racing Tires, the 60th annual SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. And it has been a fun week so far, and we're wrapping it up with 4 fantastic races this afternoon. FE2 Touring 3, GT3, and Prototype 1. Let's get right to it.
Okay.
It is FE2 up first.
Yes.
And this is a race that it's going to be very hard to pick a winner before we go in. There's a lot of guys with a lot of talent and a lot of skill and some experience, and I have no idea who's going to win this.
No, we've got multiple national champions in the field. We've got drivers who, from our experience in watching them race, think that they could be national champions. We have drivers that have come across from different different disciplines.
Yep.
Formula V, for example. Thank you for the word there. And it's going to be a barn burner. Starting on pole, we've got Porter Aiken out of Dawsonville, Georgia, representing the Atlanta region.
Yes.
I think in the very well-named Alien Racing team. He turned in a qualifying time of 2:11.506. That was a whopping 7 1/1000ths of a second faster than the driver that's going to start to his left on the outside of row number 1. And that happens to be your reigning national champion, Russ Turner, who is looking to defend and looking to pick up his second ever gold medal. We've got Adam Jennerjohn, and Adam is a whopping 5 1/100ths of a second off of what our two races did up front. Exactly.
Way back.
And of course, Jennerjohn has been there in contention for podium finishes at the National Championship Runoffs in Formula V. And so, he is certainly one we're going to watch. And then I always joke, the drivers that certainly could be national champions.
Sure.
We had an interview at the 2023 Road Atlanta Super Tour with Bailey Monette. He was just coming off of his national championship win at VIR the previous fall, and Road Atlanta being his home track, his home region.
Sure.
And he sits down for the interview, and there's just this big lanky kid who walks in behind him, and I'm like, hi, who are you? And he goes, oh, I'm Jason Conzo. I just put the car on the pole.
Yeah.
And, against the racing against the national champion. And Bailey was there coaching Jason up and doing a pretty stout job of it. So Jason Conzo is qualified 4th right now, and he set his best qualifying time on the second day, and he is only 6 1/1000ths of a second back from Conzo. So we're talking just a couple of hundredths separating the top 4 drivers, the top 2 rows, which I think is absolutely amazing. We have Caleb Schrader in the field. He's going to be starting on row number 3.
Right.
Caleb has won pretty much every Super Tour in FE2 on the West Coast, whether it be Buttonwillow, whether it be Portland International Raceway for the last 2 years.
Yep.
And he is incredibly strong. As I was watching him during the test days this week, as I was watching Grid, amazingly focused.
Yeah.
And one of the most focused young men I think I've ever seen here, and strapping on the helmet and the gloves. So you'll want to watch him, and he's going to be starting just ahead of, we just mentioned him, Bailey Monette, who is our 2022 national champion. And Monette going to be driving a different chassis than he had anticipated running when he flew out here. Unfortunately, Franklin Futrell, we talked about him a little bit earlier in regards to SRF3, where he was the defending 2-time national champion. Franklin could not make it to the event due to the events of the hurricane that came through the South Atlantic last week. And so it looks like Bailey is going to be jumping into Frank's car rather than the chassis that he planned on running. I guess the determination was made that chassis might be a little bit better, a little bit faster. And so we'll be able to pick out Bailey. He's in the pink, was it the pink Guernsey cow?
Yeah.
But pink
it's
and white
very
car.
understated. It'll be hard to find that car in the racetrack.
Indeed, and I'm hoping that we'll have a version of Spotted Cow beer painted after that car soon enough.
If he were to win the national championship, does he have to drink milk in Victory Lane? Pink milk?
Pink milk, yes. That would be Nestle.
Strawberry milk? Yeah.
Not a sponsor.
Some
of the
sort of
SCCA.
strawberry milk product?
Yes, correct. Almost said it.
Is there a Whitston in this field that we haven't talked about?
There's always a Whitston in the field. Actually, there's Steve Whitston, who, when we talked about Formula V, was starting on the front row in Formula V, and he is here mid-pack, starting on row number 5. Here and we've got I think we mentioned Adam Jennerjohn. We've got Chris Jennerjohn in the field as well. So yes, lots of Formula V drivers. The other Formula V driver, and we talked about him again a little bit earlier, Jonathan Weisheit, who was just inducted into the Formula V Hall of Fame just a few nights ago.
Very cool, very cool. All right, let's listen to Porter Aiken. We talked to him after his pole run here for FE2. We are here at the runoffs here with our FE2 pole sitter, Porter Aiken. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Tell us about the lap that got you the pole.
I mean, honestly, so we struggled all week. Really, it's like my 4th race in the car altogether. There's a lot of setup stuff and parts on the car that we just didn't know about. Like the front bar, we had no idea we had the wrong front bar. Even there was a second one in it to be put in it. So, finally got the car dialed today. I had a spectacular lap rolling earlier in the session in the 10s, but all by myself, no draft, was able to pull it off. So I'm happy. Just want to thank everyone that's made it possible to be here. Comprint for helping tune the car. Just so many people that have helped me get here. Blazers Wings, Mecco with Franklin Futrell, Moto Nomadics with John McAleer. Just can't thank anyone enough.
When you throw everything at it all week long, and then the last day of qualifying it works, how's that moment in the helmet when you're like, holy cow, this could be something?
Well, honestly, I didn't even know I set pole until they came in and we were checking tire pressure.
Nice.
So I thought I was mid-pack, to be honest. So, the feelings were definitely blew up once they told me that. So it was a great feeling.
So you were under no pressure, and that's probably what helped you put that good lap down.
Well, I always put myself under a lot of pressure. Right. But, I knew he said find a second. And so I just went way deeper than I thought I could, and it stuck. So just barely, and made it work.
All right, race day comes up. What do you think how that first couple laps is going to play out? What's the plan?
Well, I didn't think the draft was going to be this much in these cars, but I think, the top 5-6 drivers that are in the class this weekend, we're all going to put on a great race. I think everyone's a very talented driver. Everyone so far that's up front that I've raced with races very clean. So, no matter how it ends up, I'll have the utmost respect and congrats to anyone and whoever, hopefully me, that wins it, but yeah.
Awesome. Well, congratulations, Porter Aiken, our FE2 pole sitter here at the runoffs. All right, we've got about a minute to go here to talk about FE2. How does this race play out?
Well, I don't know.
Good answer. And we can move on to P3 next.
Yeah, we'll just move right on. Like I said, we've got hundredths of a second separating the top 4 drivers. If they can manage to separate themselves out early on, I think that it's any one of theirs to win and to lose. The issue, I think, is going to be, given how close they are, if they start fighting early on and can't separate themselves out from the rest of the field, you're now looking at a Schrader, a Monette, and Eric Wisniewski, who we didn't talk about in the Remax commercial group machine. They'll be right there as well.
Right. Yeah, unless there's some sort of problem early in the race where a bunch of cars up front have issues, I think anybody in the top 10 could be a national champion.
Agreed.
Moving on to Touring 3, our second race of the afternoon, our third to last race in this year's runoffs. And this one is one of those classes that I enjoy because it's a lot of the stuff that we can actually drive.
Right. Yeah. This is a field filled with Nissan products, Nissan 350Zs, 370Zs, BMW spec E46s, which have been very strong, V6 Ford Mustangs as well, which means Scotty B. White must be in the field here somewhere, and even a smattering of WRX STIs for those folks that like flat fours.
Yeah, there you go. So Marshall Mast takes the pole for this race?
Indeed, and I'm so happy to see this. This is a car that we expected to start on the pole last year at the runoffs.
Right.
During testing, a horrible, I'll call it a horrible wreck. Marshall was none the worse for wear.
Right.
His Solstice went flying through the air with the greatest of ease over a catch fence. But that car is back now, the old Michael Weatherford car, and Weatherford car, sorry.
Yes.
And glad to see it out on the pole, and with a time of 2:28.260, was almost 0.3 of a second clear of the rest of the field. Nick Hammond in his Nissan 370Z Nismo edition will start next to Mast on the outside of the front row. Interesting story about Hammond. Hammond was one of the winners of the GT Academy.
Oh yeah.
For those drivers that were coming from racing Gran Turismo, and getting a real life seat. He won that back in 2014, and Nick is local to Road America. He's got tons and tons of seat time here at the track, and it should be a tough race there for Mast.
That always bothered me because in my brain, I am the greatest Gran Turismo driver that there ever has been, and I was never offered a chance to go to the academy, and I don't understand that.
I'm just going to live vicariously through everybody who was in that movie a couple years ago. Chris Hart in his Nissan is going to start on the inside of row number 2, and then I think the dark horse, and he's in a Spec E46 machine. He's in the Liqui car and is out of Santa Rosa, California. That is Sean Lovett, the number 137 car. Sean took the win both days at the June sprints.
Right.
And he hasn't shown the outright speed here this weekend or this week. And certainly Marshall Mast was not here with the Solstice for the June sprints. Right. But I think Sean is definitely more than a dark horse,
right,
to take the win here and take a national championship.
All right, so how do these cars drive? Because a lot of our sedan-based classes, our touring classes, our STU classes, our spec classes, the draft plays a big deal.
Sure.
It doesn't always seem to work out that way in Touring 3.
Yeah, no, it doesn't, and I think a lot of it is probably because these cars have a little bit too much speed. Also, you'll find, granted, a lot of either V6s or straight 6s, with the exception of the Subarus, which are the forced induction 4-cylinders. But what we see here is that typically it is the ability to dig out of slow corners, which there aren't many of here at Road America. You've got, you've got these straight and V6s. You've got the V6 Mustangs. They are heavier cars. They roll a bit more. In the Nissans, I believe, have had some weight removed from them over previous years, and I think that's why we're starting to see a much larger contingent of the 350 and 370s in the field. I think this is going to be more a race over the long run of management of your consumables, management of the brake pads, management of the tires, to make sure that these heavier cars make it to the checker.
Yeah, and it's not that the brake pads can't make it to the checkered. It's that the heat in the brake pads and making sure that you conserve the energy that you put through them, because it's only a 40-minute race. The pads are going to make it to the end.
Right. Well, it's only a 40-minute race, but the challenge you have at Road America is that it is incredibly hard on brakes, and that is because you have a threshold braking zone at turn 5. It's not threshold braking at Canada Corner, but you have these incredibly long straightaways that lead up to them, and it doesn't leave the equipment a lot of time to cool down.
Exactly. All right, let's hear from our pole sitter, Marshall Mast. We've got T3 pole sitter Marshall Mast here. You got the job done on the third day of qualifying. Tell us about the lap.
Yep, the lap was pretty good. The first lap left a little on the table. Missed a couple places, and the second place in T3, he had actually got me by a couple thousandths. Right. So I had to put a second lap together, and it came together pretty good. So we got the job done.
How important is it to start in P1 in this class?
I would say it's pretty huge.
Yeah.
Getting the inside for turn 1 is pretty big. In years past, and I think it'll be the same this year, I'll be behind going into the brake zone in turn 1. So having the inside lane to go deeper on the brakes and kind of make it stick is huge.
Is turn 1, lap 1 really that big a deal, or because it's so hard to pass?
Yep. Yeah, I would say it is, especially when you're down on horsepower compared to, or at least straight line speed to the other cars. Being able to defend a little bit into 5 and everything is huge.
There you go. That's your T3 pole sitter, Marshall Mast, here at the 2024 SCCA Runoffs. All right, that was Marshall Mast, our pole sitter for T3. Time to thank the people that helped get us here. Of course, Goodyear Racing Tires. They have been with us for the entirety of our 3 years here at the Runoffs. A big thank you to Jay Chapman. He was our guest on the earlier show this morning, our morning show, and we really enjoy having him on and being part of what we do here. And we hope, there's been no promises, but we're really hoping they continue on so we can come back here to Road America again next year. So a big thank you to them. Also want to thank raceschool.com. They are our new presenting sponsor for the podcast for the full season. A big thank you to them. They've got a great race school out at Buttonwillow and at Willow Springs. Folks come from all over the country to come racing at their schools. One, because they're fantastic schools. Two, because they're pretty much guaranteed decent weather to go and get their license or do the defensive driving or whatever the case may be. So a big thank you to raceschool.com. You can check them out. Also, Solo Performance Specialties. They are the preeminent dealer of Solo Performance parts and stuff that you need, like race harnesses and just magnetic numbers, another big thing that they do. You get all of your stuff from Solo Performance Specialties here on soloperformancespecialties.com, and you can catch their stuff live at a lot of Solo races around the country. What else do we have?
Ray Esports.
Ray Esports. Yeah, thank you. You know them better than I do almost.
I actually do.
Ray Esports, the official sim racing league of inside the SCCA. A big thank you to them. We enjoy racing with them, and Greg knows them very well. And then finally, Racekeeper, the official in-car camera of inside the SCCA. Racekeeper cameras on lots of cars here this weekend. They have a really nice contingency program here for the runoffs as well. So really good people there. They've got some new products coming out soon that I'm looking forward to being able to share with you when the time comes. All right, we have a real special guest coming up next, so stay with us. And after that, we'll talk about GT3 and Prototype 1, the final 2 races of this year's runoffs. We're here with SCCA's President and CEO, Mike Cobb, at the 60th anniversary of the runoffs, presented by Sunoco for this year and next year at Road America.
Absolutely.
How you doing?
Doing great. Excited to be here.
Worn out yet?
These are long days.
Yes, they are.
You know, I was texting my wife last night because I hadn't talked to her all day, and I typically text in the morning, which is right now we're at 5 a.m.
Yep.
Text in the evening last night because of the welcome party.
Yeah.
It was like 11:30.
Yeah.
You know, and so she's like, "Well, what are you doing?" I'm working. Well, that's a long day of work. My
is.
day was actually much shorter than many people around here.
Right.
So.
But we're at a racetrack, so how much work is it?
It's a different kind of work, but it's fun work.
Yeah.
It's passion work, right? And, you know, my high is seeing it takes an army to do this.
Yeah.
And we have a very skilled army, and it's great to see all that expertise and all those disciplines come together to benefit the club.
Yeah.
At the runoffs, absolutely.
Well, what is the story of the week for you so far?
I think the story of the week is probably overcoming adversity.
Mm-hmm.
We've had a few challenges this week, you know, not to go into detail on any of them, but there's been challenges pretty much every day, whether that's on track, whether it's off track, whether it's thank you, Weather Steward. One challenge we haven't had this year so far is, man, this Wisconsin sunshine has been absolutely gorgeous. There's very few places when you get to October, late September, October. I mean, we've had bluebird days pretty much every day. I don't want to jinx us. I think the high today is 70 or 71. I don't know. You need a jacket in the morning. It's beautiful. Crisp, goes great with a cup of coffee, and in the evening, or it hasn't gotten over 80 degrees since I've been here. I don't think so. It's just been beautiful.
I grew up here. I started looking at the forecast 2 weeks out, and I said to myself, first of all, it can't be that good.
Yeah.
And it'll change because it's Wisconsin, and
that's what it does.
It changes.
Yeah.
And then every day I'd look, and it kept looking pretty good, and it kept looking pretty good. And now we're here, and the first 5 days or 7 days, however long people have been here, have been really good.
Yeah.
The rest of the racing days are looking good. This is for Sunday, and the Sunday forecast is fantastic. So you're welcome. Don't come yell at me though next year when it's not quite so good if it happens.
I mean, you never know, right? But you know, this is a great facility. One of the things that makes this so great is, some people don't buy, well, it's center of the country, it's an equal toe from east or west, and I get some of that pushback. But the other side that you really can't push back, in my opinion, is facility A+, track operations A+, team collaboration, meaning track operations team and our team, whether it's staff, volunteers, it doesn't make any difference, has been phenomenal and always is. Mike Kircher and his team, they're fabulous. So it's a great place to be. And it's even greater when you get this kind of weather.
Absolutely. Speaking of weather, though, it's not happening to us here, but what is it about the runoffs and hurricanes?
Yeah, we sometimes, unfortunately, they run in tandem, it feels like. Right?
Yeah. We've got some folks who made it up from the hurricanes. Hayward Wagner brought his family, his house had. I saw a video of the destruction around his house. Amazing in a horrible way, but to look at what Mother Nature could do is just remarkable. We've talked about it on the shows a little bit as well. We know that there are people in the Southeast, members who are dealing with this, and our thoughts are with all of you, and the SCCA family comes together to help out in whatever way we can. And for those who couldn't make it, I've been saying I hope that the coverage, our show, and the racing, more so the racing, is a chance, if they have it and need it, to get a bit of respite, to step away for a half hour, an hour.
Absolutely.
And that's so important when you're dealing with stuff like this.
Absolutely. Just to get a little break, a little emotional breather, brain breather, a little connection back to reality that's not the reality of the challenging stuff that you're going through every day. Absolutely agree.
And I know many don't have power or internet, so they're probably not able to see it now, but at some point it will pop back on, and all of this coverage will be there for them when they get a chance to get there.
Your loyal legion of fans, I'm sure, will follow you, even if it's delayed. Sir.
Exactly. What's exciting coming up? I know we talked a little bit about 2025, some big changes in club racing.
Absolutely. I think the class restructure, the class participation invitation into the runoffs, that's going to be a little bit different cut of cloth as we roll into 25. I want to thank the CRB and the board and staff and all of our drivers and all the teams that have been working against that for quite some time. So I know there's some folks who are less enthusiastic about that versus others. But there's no end game in mind to take anybody out. The end game in mind is to make this the best possible amateur national championship road racing experience we can. Right. And it's hard to do it when you've got 26 plus classes trying to pack into 3 days, when we played with all kinds of iterations of 5 days, 3 days, 7 days, and it's just it's a lot to work through to get to what is the best way, most manageable way to run a national championship.
Right. I knew it was coming. There'd been public forums, and I've heard some behind-the-scenes talking. I didn't know what the final iteration was going to be, and I really thought it was going to be bad, and one class is going to be gone. That's Formula 6, and I feel horrible for those folks. But I was really surprised in a good way that coming down to 18 classes, run groups, is being done with, other than Formula 600, everybody having a place to play. Not ideal necessarily for everybody. Some people are going to have to do some work on their cars to make them more competitive. But in the end, we've got a place for almost everybody to keep bringing their cars out. And while they won't work out great to start with, they'll work on their cars. That's what we do. We look at the rule book, we make our cars better. We try to. And people will adapt and accommodate that. Absolutely. But I was really surprised, happily, that all of this happened and most everybody can still come out.
Yep, I absolutely agree. And again, mad props to the CRB and the staff and the board who worked through all that, and all the drivers who submitted letters and points of view on that. And like you said, the cake is not fully baked.
No.
And we're still receiving input. I've received a little bit of input as I've kind of journeyed around.
A little bit of input? Come on, be honest. You've received a lot of input.
Yeah, I've been cornered several times. There we go. And that's okay, because at the end of the day, the more perspectives we have, the better informed we are to make decisions. And that's really what our goal is, to make the best decisions we can to put on the best national championship event possible, because it's all about the SCCA experience that people are drawn to, want to be part of, And I think if you walk around and look at this event, I think so far we're doing pretty good, if that's your scorecard.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Let's chat about some of the other programs. We got a few more minutes, and what else is coming up ahead 2025 that we should be excited about?
Well, just to finish out 24,
Right.
we've got Time Trials National Championships coming up at NCM, Ultimate Track Car, all of that fun stuff. Some of the fastest time trial cars in the country will be there at NCM, so that's going to be great. We've already announced pivoting to pit race in 25, so excited about that. That's a great facility. NCM has been fabulous, but sometimes moving venues is good and healthy, and you get a little bit different cast and audience and participation by doing that, so we're really excited about that.
When you do that, there might be people who would not go to NCM but would go to pit.
Right.
And once they do get to pit, now all of a sudden they do want to go to NCM because
Right.
they've had a chance to experience the event.
Right.
So I do think on occasion moving things around
is good.
I loved it when the runoffs were every year at Road America, or Road Atlanta, and I loved it when the runoffs were every year at Mid Ohio. But now that it moves, that's exciting too.
Absolutely, I agree, and I think that gives to your point, different people who live in different parts of the country, or maybe have a desire to get to a different venue. It gives them an additional incentive to come play.
Right.
And I think that's important. We're also going to a new place this year into 24 for Rallycross Nationals.
Nice.
Going to lovely Holly Tree, Alabama.
What's in Holly Tree, Alabama?
A National Rallycross Championship. Glad you asked, sir. So we're going there this year. And so a lot of momentum out of 24 into 25 from a program standpoint. You were at Solo Nats. Was one of I think it was one of the best Solo Nats I've ever been blessed to attend. And,
it was so cool.
Again, we had the weather steward did another fantastic job there. The team did a fantastic job. 1,500 cars. I can't tell you how many runs, but we weren't late any day.
Yeah.
No technology snafus.
Yeah.
It was pretty crazy. So mad props to everybody on that front. So a lot of building on success this year as we roll into 25 and try to continue the momentum.
Yeah. Big events like this are like a wedding. Mom and bride know everything that went wrong.
Right.
Everyone else just like, oh, this was great.
Yeah.
But if people knew all of the fires that were being put out by the people in the room next door, the people in the garage over there, the people in the big room at Solo Nationals, it would blow your mind.
Yeah, I think our job is to really keep those to one alarm and not allow them to grow over 2 or 3 or 4 alarm, right? So you nailed it. That's exactly what happened. So what's the old adage about the duck? Quiet above the water, paddling like heck below.
Love it.
That's exactly the job.
I love it. This guy is so good. This is the second time we've done this interview. The first time I forgot to press record, and he stuck around for another 10 minutes to do again. So I can't thank you enough.
Absolutely.
Every time
Honored
I ask you to be on the show, we do the every 50 episodes thing.
Are we getting close?
We're at 188.
All right.
So sometime between now and Sebring, we're going to do another episode.
Let's get it on the calendar. You be at PRI?
Absolutely. I don't know yet.
Okay.
I would like to, but I got to work too.
Right. I understand that. Paying the mortgage is important.
He's Mike Cobb. He's the president and CEO of SCCA. We'll be back with more action in just a moment. 2 races to go. We're almost at the finish line. And I don't want to be at the finish line, though. I want this to last forever. I want to go another 2. Maybe there's a lot of other people who don't want to go another 2 weeks.
We all want to take the checkered flag.
You got 2 races left here to talk about in this 60th anniversary edition of the Runoffs. Those last 2 races, GT3 and Prototype 1. We'll talk about Prototype 1 in a second. Let's get right to GT3.
All right. In GT3, it is a story of, hundredths of a second. Starting on pole is the Iron Man this week. And no, not Scotty B. White. It is Tony Ave, who is racing GT1, GT2, GT3, Touring 1, and not, I was about to say American Sedan, but Formula Atlantic.
Yes. One of those A classes.
Yes, and Tony is driving a Honda Civic.
Yep.
And again, this is a true GT3 car. Honda Civic had a shunt at Watkins Glen during the Super Tour that caused a lot of damage to his Acura RSX, the RSX that he had won the last 2 national championships in, both at Virginia International Raceway. So he comes back with his Honda Civic and turns in a qualifying time of 2:22.1 on day number 2 of qualifying. That was only 7/100ths, actually a little bit more than 700ths of a second faster than Jeff Durnell, who is in his third generation Mazda RX-7. The Cumming, Georgia driver in the Roar Hoosier Mazda machine turned in a 222 181. So again, only 7 something hundredths of a second there, or 70 something thousandths of a second, pardon me. But I think that the driver that those two racers are definitely going to be concerned with is Michael Lewis. We've seen his third gen RX-7 race already this weekend in GT Light. It is going to be in the GT3 configuration. The Goodyear Mazda RX-7 turned in a 222.244 in qualifying, whereas our front row put in their best times on day number 2. Michael Lewis did it on day number 3, and so we're talking again only a couple hundredths of a second separating the top 3 racers. Well, that's all well and good until you get to the driver that's sitting on the outside of row number 2. And here is where one thing, it doesn't look like the others. Because we have Taz Harvey.
Right.
And Taz is racing the Harvey Auto Group Hoosier Honda Civic Type R TCR in the field here. And it is a front-wheel drive machine as opposed to rear-wheel drive for the others. It is unibody based, but has a ton of aero to aid it around corners. But as opposed to the Pirelli slicks that this car would run in SRO competition, or the Michelin slicks that it would run in Michelin Pilot Challenge, it is forced to run on 200 treadwear tires. And so nowhere near the grip that these other cars are going to have. But we saw at VIR 2 years ago when Alex Mayer ran his Audi TCR car in a pouring rain, might add. Before the rain got very heavy, it was the car to have at VIR in those conditions. It got to the point where those 200 treadwear tires just couldn't evacuate enough water compared to the true wet tires that these other drivers are running. But Taz was at a 220. He was at a 225.592. A little bit off the pace there of the top 3 drivers, but he's the best of the rest, let's say.
Sure. Tell us, help us work through what the non-TCR GT3 car is.
Okay, it is a tube frame car, silhouette body, much like we saw in GT Light here. Obviously sized up quite a bit, larger displacement, typically rear-wheel drive, but very light and very, very nimble, very low to the ground, and they are, once you heat the tires, they are very quick cars that handle very, very well. And we talked some of the earlier shows about the twisty bits, as Greg Kramer likes to call them here at Road America, coming out of turn 6, going into turn 7, down to turn 8. And then, of course, you've got the carousel. These cars are flat through all of these things. They've got just superb handling and the ability to rotate almost on a dime. They are very low to the ground as opposed to the TCR cars. Again, they've got quite a bit of aero to assist them. The GT3 cars, they do have aero as far as the wide fenders go, big wings on the rears to help as well. They're maybe just not as, the aero is not as
efficient.
And wind tunnel tested.
Exactly.
As the TCR cars.
Exactly. How do these cars like to race? Is this pack racing?
Typically not.
Yeah, that's what I kind of figured. When you got the big wing to blow the air all the way around, it doesn't really give you that drafting.
No. Which is interesting. I mean, the TCR in TCR competition, they are usually pack racing, and a lot of it is because they don't have the easy ability to make passes because all of the different cars are so closely matched. And here in GT3, you still have, because of the balance of performance that is assigned to different chassis from year to year in SCCA road racing, you have some cars that may handle better than others. But, again, it's not a question of looking at a Mazda RX-7 versus an Acura. It's just the or a Honda. It's just the body that's sitting on top of them.
Sure.
It's not, and they're all running very similar wheelbases.
Right. All right, time for some dark horses. Time for some predictions here. I know you've got a couple of dark horses, and they're going to be coming. They're coming from his heart on this one.
Yes,
so
they are.
Take this with a slight grain of salt.
Well, like I said, Taz Harvey, he's the best of the rest right now. And there are two brothers. We've got Blake Wilson, Stacy Wilson, in first-gen RX-7s.
Right.
These are not tube-frame cars. These are unibody based cars. They are usually very, very quick. And Blake ran times very similar to Taz Harvey in the low 225s. But I think the car that makes the heart pound a little bit is the car driven by Tony Rivera. This is the ex-John Bauckham Mazda RX-3,
right.
the 09 car in the field. Of course, John passing away a couple of years ago from cancer, and Tony has he's done this car and done John's memory right, I think, in the Brass Monkey Racing Hoosier RX-3, and we know it's not going to rain later today, but if it were, besides the TCR car,
right.
The RX-3, which is also a unibody-based car, almost as wide as it is long, it is a magical chat. Every single person I've seen drive an RX-3, it is just magical in the wet.
Sure. And the favorite?
The favorite, it's either Ave or Jernell. It's a toss-up.
As we've found out in the past, folks, Greg has commitment issues.
Yes.
I think it is a toss-up.
But it really is a toss-up.
I agree with you. I'm going to give it just a slight edge to Tony Ave. He's from Wisconsin. Spent a lot of time at this racetrack.
And if it snows, I mean, he's got all that snowmobile experience. He'll be great.
He has a lot of snowmobile experience. A little further up the road from Road America, up at Eagle River for the championships. But yes, they have plenty of lots of motorsports here in Wisconsin.
Yes.
So, and a lot of it happens right here at the National Park of Speed. All right, that's going to do it for GT3. That's how we think it's going to play out. Are we right? You're going to tell us if we're not.
Leave it in the chat. Leave it in the comments.
There you go. All right, folks, we are at it's not the pentultimate, it is the ultimate. Our final race of this year's runoffs. It's going to be Prototype 1, and these cars, as much as I love the wings and things, they are my favorites. There's some really cool stuff in Prototype 1, and wicked fast, as my friends in New England would say.
As fast as a Formula Atlantic, as fast... certainly faster around corners than a GT1 car.
Yes.
The aero that these cars carry is just, it's mind-boggling how much speed they carry through a corner.
It's amazeballs.
Yes.
I'm getting a little punchy, folks.
Yes, you are. All right, so let's quickly take a look here. This is a field, when we talked earlier about Prototype 2, made up primarily of bike-motored powered stores. In Prototype 1, we see primarily the Elan DPO2 chassis here, and typically with Mazda power behind the driver's head. There is, of course, the one outlier in this, and we do have some stores and some motorcycle-powered stores in this class. There are actually a couple of different outliers. We're going to start off with one that isn't, and that is Chip Romer, who is Sports Cars' pick to win here in the class. Chip Romer was your 2022 national champion in the class. He picked up his very first national championship at VIR 2 years ago, looking to repeat in his Stella Artois Elan DPO2 Mazda-powered machine. Turned in a qualifying time of 2 minutes .476 on the last day of qualifying. Chip Romer, your fastest driver, with a 2 minute .476, pulls that last lap out, or pulls that fast lap out on the second to last flying lap of the session. Jason Miller in his Kohler Millennium Hoosier win first, and this is the car. Get ready, folks. If you won't hear it from Greg Kramer and John Phippen, you won't hear it. You may not hear it over the radio because this car is known locally. But this is a 2-stroke, 6-cylinder motor, and it makes very, very sonorous noises, and it puts out a lot of smoke. Let's put it that way.
I'm gonna have to start Googling some of these words you're throwing at me.
Yes, we might. And he had a qualifying time of 2 minutes .540, so less than a tenth.
Right.
Off of the provisional pole time. Car was very, very fast, and that one's going to be very difficult. That one, I believe, is a carbureted car. It's going to be very difficult to tune.
Yeah.
And but they had it on song on Friday afternoon's qualifying session. Jim Davenport, who was in line for a national championship last year at Virginia International Raceway, he and our eventual winner Todd Vanacore had a little coming together, a
little tete-a-tete
on the opening lap of their championship race. It went down. Basically, the decision on who was the national champion was decided not on the track but off the track.
Right.
And Vanacore took the win, but Jim Davenport will start on the inside of row number 3. And probably row number 2 in his Elan DPO2. That's the Cranbrook Group machine. And then Lee Alexander, who is our 2021 national champion, will start 4th. I think probably the biggest surprise here is that James French out of Sheboygan. James won the national championship here in Prototype 1 back in 2020. He did set a qualifying time finally during the last day of qualifying, but that Ligier JS53 Honda-powered machine did not set times on Tuesday or Wednesday. And when French was able to get a time in the books, he was 10 seconds off the next fastest car on course. Wow. And he is currently scheduled to roll off 12th in a 12-car field.
There you go.
Certainly not where he wants to be.
Absolutely not. All right, that's going to do it for our coverage of P1. We are going to wrap up our stuff here from the 60th anniversary SCCA National Championship Runoffs. And we can't walk out without doing some thank yous. Of course, Goodyear's our presenting sponsor. We've said it over and over again, but I can't thank them enough. There's a bunch of people at SCCA who help us put this together, give us a place to do a studio here, and let's start with Eric Pearl, Deanna Flanagan, Jeff Barrow. Of course, the Scotts who schlep some of our stuff around all year long. Scott Dobler, Scott Schmidt, helping us out again this weekend. Tons of stuff in the SCCA marketing department helping us out with this. Brian Stasinski, a Formula V racer, here this weekend helping his dad with the thing. He came out on poll day to help me shoot all of the interviews here for that. Can't thank him enough for being part of what we do. And I want to end the show, and this is where I hope you don't have to get me a tissue. I'm dedicating, one other thing, sometime next week or the week after, we are going to pick the G-Dub Award of Excellence for this year's runoffs. We're going to give that out. Can't do that until all the racing is done. So dedicating this show to my mom and dad. They left us a year or two ago, about 6 months apart. My dad was a H Production, Sprigget and Bud Ice Sprite racer back in the 60s. Mid-80s, he came back, raced a little Formula V, Sports Renault, and then IT cars, Hondas. That's where I got my love of Hondas. That's where I got my love of racing from Dad. Spent many, many years here and races here at Road America, many June sprints. This was my track growing up. I'm going to do this without getting emotional. None of this here happens without them. And I wish they were here. I know they're here in spirit. But it has been really cool to come to my home track, to do the sprints this year with you at the Super Tour, to bring the show here. And my dad, Bruce Belansky, was the driver. My mom, the best track mom in the world. She'd make the fried chicken all week so we'd have stuff to eat at the track. She was as excited about the racing as any of us were. And I mean, it's like if we didn't want to go to the track, she'd be like, we're going racing this weekend. And just two people who really molded my love for motorsports. And I am dedicating all of these shows this week to my mom and dad. And I thank them. And that's why we are here. You, my friend, been stuck with me for 3 years.
Yes.
And every year you say, I'm never doing it again.
I know. And God willing, we'll be doing it for 4.
Yeah, we're going to keep this up. We're going to have a good time with it. And I can't, when I started doing this, you know, we talked about it, and I wanted you involved. And your knowledge of this sport is bar none. you know, and not like I got to look it up and everything. Dude's got this crap in his head, and it's beyond crazy. And I really appreciate you and everything that you do.
Thank you.
And from all of us at Inside the SCCA, and there's other people outside of here that help make this happen. Thank you very much. It's been a great runoffs, Greg. Let's try to do it again next year.
Absolutely.
Have a great race, folks. We'll see you next time.
Good afternoon, everybody. And you can see by that camera, it is a breezy afternoon here at Road America, America's National Park of Speed in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. We are here for the 60th historic running of SCCA's National Championship Runoffs, and this is an absolutely historic venue, so things have come full circle beautifully here. Our broadcast today is presented by Mazda, and we are getting ready to go with our Race to the Gold in FE or Formula Enterprises 2. And the 2 means it's the second iteration of the Formula Enterprises category, and that is a spec class that was designed and conceived of by SCCA Enterprises a long time ago. And you can see, look at the color changes here. And it's happened just over this week. That has been the absolute beautiful part of all of this. As the temperatures have dropped, we've had beautiful sunny days, but the temperature has cooled off rather noticeably over the week, and we've seen the color changes happening here as you have a look at the absolutely incredible and infamous carousel here at this track as we are getting ready to go here. Again, FE2, there you see them. Those are the cars, and it is a spec open wheel class that is really, really cool. All of these cars absolutely identical. The only thing you can change on these cars is wing settings, tire pressure, suspension setup. Everything else is absolutely identical. So this is one of those series, one of those classes where it truly is in the driver's hands. That and the driver's ability to communicate with his crew to kind of get them lined up with the setup on the car that the driver likes. You know, that's, part of it. Some drivers like a little push in the car where if you push in too hard into a corner, the front end will kind of want to scoot a little bit and not turn. Others like it a little bit more loose, where the back end of the car will sort of swing around a little bit. But otherwise, the engines are the same. Every component on this car is identical. And all of them, this field of 18 cars, is going to be facing one of the most glorious tracks probably in the world. And Larry McLeod joining me here in the booth. This one is special.
Oh, this place is absolutely special. They're going to be really fast on the front straightaway. A lot of drafting in these cars, just enough aero to create a hole in the air behind them. They're going to go fast and wide through turn 1. They'll go down to turn 3. Critical exit there to get their top speed down the back straight. But they'll be dicing all the way down through 5, possibly through 6. They'll go through the kink there, we'll call it the kink junior there at 7, down the hill, down the hurry downs to turn 8, where again, they could be a couple wide in there, good passing zone. The carousel, they'll be fast. They'll probably flat through the kink and all the way at 10, 11, and then all the way down to 12 in Canada, where there'll be tremendous passing zone. We'll see 2, maybe 3 wide into there, and then they'll pick it back up again, come wrapping around 13, which is a little bit of an uphill, and then into that turn 14 to make another run down the front straight. And I'll tell you, I don't know if you're going to be leading on the last corner, last lap. We could see a draft pass for the win. We'll see.
Well, take a look at how steep that hill is. You may not want to be leading coming out of 14 because you can definitely give somebody a little help and pull them right past you on the run up. Let's get down and hear from the third member of our team down amongst those beautiful open wheel machines, Hayward Wagner.
Yeah, you guys just talked about 2 very important concepts, spec and drafting. The idea that these cars are all identical, but they definitely have different tuning, different ways, things they can do, and some of that's very important for the draft. I want to show you this exact thing right here. See where this screw is right here in Caleb Schrader's car? This is the highest setting for the front edge of the wing. As I walk down the grid, 3 or 4 cars are in the 3, a couple are in the 4, 1 or 2 is in the 2, but this car is the only one I saw where this screw is all the way at the top. That means they've got that wing trimmed up as high as they can get it, so he should have a straight line advantage and a little bit more slipping in the corners.
That's a really good point, Hayward. Yeah, those wings, obviously, the more flat you can get them. And, of course, remember now, the downforce actually comes from the underside of the wing. Yeah. But what that does is you crank more wind into it, Larry, as I understand. That creates, more downforce, but more drag. And this place has 3 really fast runs.
Yeah, you've got to get the speed down there. You also don't want to give too much of a hole in the air for the car behind you. So again, lots of reasons to trim these things out. A lot of drivers are going to take that setup, but again, because they're spec, there's not a lot you can do, and so they all have to make those adjustments. Figure it out through last weekend's testing, the 3 days of qualifying this week, the format here at the runoffs, 3 different days of qualifying. Whatever day you turn your single best lap, that's the one you're going to stand on. but you do have a strategy to it, a lot of testing because it is spec, because there isn't much you can do. You have to test. You've got to work toward the right setup, and the front of the field is absolutely just
qualifying. And this is one of the classes where you set your fast lap kind of bounced around a little bit. Our pole sitter, Puerto Rican, got it done on the Thursday in qualifying. Charles Russell Turner, who started second, he got it done in second qualifying. Adam Jennerjohn, who starts third, it was in first qualifying. Yep. So a lot of the classes here, things were kind of interrupted a bit. Here, everybody got good laps.
They eventually did, but that tells me is they're all going to be working a little bit different setup. They all had to get there, but the times are very close. And like you said, 8/10 covering the top a bunch of rows here.
Yeah.
Keep your eye on Bailey Monette. He's aggressive. He's fast. He's a former champ in this class. He'll be quick starting back in 7th, but we're going to see a big list. We got the Formula V champ in this race today. This is going to be awesome.
It's going to be fantastic. Let's get through the starting lineup. On the pole, the Tire Rack Pole Award winner is Puerto Rican in the Aiken Racing FE machine, and he was 4th in Formula Ford at VIR at the runoffs last year. This is only his second start in the runoffs here today. Sports Car Magazine picked the next guy in the grid, the outside of the front row, Charles Russell Turner, to defend the championship he won last year at VIR. And just to kind of put a little bit of an exclamation point on it, he just went out and won the gold here this year in Spec Racer Ford 3. And if he wins, he will also get the Super Sweep. We'll talk more about that. It's a pretty tough thing to do. 13th start for the experienced Charles Russell Turner. Starting in the 3rd spot, only his 4th start in the runoffs, but always quick, the 71 Adam Jennerjohn. He was 4th last year at VIR in this class. Starting 4th is the number 4. That's Jason Conzo. 2nd runoff start in his first one. He was silver in 2022 at VIR. Starting 5th, the rookie Eric Wisniewski in the Remax Commercial Group entry. Starting in the 6th spot, that's the driver that Sports Car Magazine, the official publication of Sports Car Club of America, picked to finish 2nd. 7th start for the 99 of Caleb Schrader. He's a 2-time bronze medalist. Got them both last year at VIR. Won in this class and also doubled up in another category. If he wins, it's so tight in those Super Tour points. If he wins, he'll get the Super Sweep. Then in the 7th spot, the guy who won gold at VIR in this class in 22, but only 10th last year at VIR, the 97 of Bailey Monette. Starting in the 8th spot, the number 47, his 14th runoff start, Darrell Wills. He's got 3-time gold medalist in what used to be Formula Mazda, which doesn't exist anymore. But here's his secret. Every one of those came right here at Road America. Starting in the 9th spot, 27 is Dean Opperman. It's his 10th runoff start, and he was 4th at Road America in 09 here in this category. Starting 10th, the number 18, Steve Whitson, who Larry was just talking about just a little while ago today. He won the gold in Formula V. Now he's coming back out to give it a go here in FE. He's his 6th, make it 7th runoff start now, and he was our Hawk Breakthrough Performance Award winner, which is the biggest gain from qualifying day 1 to day 2 in terms of speed. Starting in the 11th spot, 2nd runoff start for the 109 Pigeon. He was 8th in this class in 2021 at Indy. Starting in the 12th spot, his 18th runoff start, the number 45 of Tom Burt. Best finish in this class, 5th in 2018 at Sonoma. Starting 13th is the number 22, the 8th runoff start for John Yeatman, and he got 3rd, got the bronze medal in this class in 2018 at Sonoma. Starting in the 14th spot, 6th runoff start for the 33 of Sam Harrington, and he was 7th at 2019 at VIR in this category. And in the 15th spot, it'll be the 67, one of the more experienced drivers who also ran a little earlier today in Formula V and had an eventful race. The number 67 is 21st start for Jonathan Weishaupt, and he had the silver in Formula V back in 1979 at Road Atlanta, recently inducted into the Formula V Hall of Fame. In the 16th spot, the number 0, the 5th runoff start for James Reagan, and he's got a couple of majors wins this year. Starting in the 17th spot, it's the number 40, and it's the 20th runoff start for Chris Jennerjohn. He had the gold in Formula V right here in 2020, and completing the field starting 18th. 10th runoff start for the number 111 of Roy Hillenberg. That is your field. 13 laps, 40 minutes. It's the run to the gold in Formula Enterprise 2, the spec open wheel category. The drivers, this is their opportunity to shine. They are coming up over the hill, onto the front straight. We're green! Formula Enterprise 2. We are underway. Puerto Rican getting a really nice start and a smart move there. Charles Russell Turner just tucks right in behind him, gets a little bit of a toe, pops to the outside. Not going to be able to make that outside move work, but he had a great idea. But look at that move from the outside, way back, trying to swing around. Not sure if he got it done. That is the number 4 of Jason Gonzo, and no, not quite.
Yeah, Gonzo all over the place there in turn 1, able to keep it contained. Great start for your pole sitter, Puerto Rican. Good job to Russ Turner, very smart. Lays in behind him. Let's go single file through the first turn. Let's sort this out later. Good for him. And that looks like that's a 22 of John Yeatman.
Yeah, he has had an off, obviously, and it doesn't look like he's necessarily stuck in any gravel. So it may have been some other sort of scenario here. But look at Gonzo now working the outside still. And that time he got it done. Beautiful move around the outside of 5. Gonzo up into 3rd.
Yeah, that's a great job there with Jenner John now back into that 4th spot. Big slide back there. I'll try to see which car number that was. I don't know if that was Will's, maybe the 47. Couldn't quite tell. Lots of sliding. These cars take a couple laps to hit peak tire temp. So this opening lap really critical to continue to work them because the grip isn't there yet.
Yeah, you can see him really dancing on the brakes, and that's a good indicator that these tires are not quite there yet. It's chilly today, really windy. These cars are going to get affected by the wind around this track, especially the crosswinds.
Yes, they absolutely will. But the wind today is kind of it's been back and forth between either out of the south or out of the west. So you get those crosswinds certainly going across the back straight, and definitely as you go down turn 8 and around through the carousel, that wind just sort of whipping around. Down here, though, at this section of the track with all the trees, it's not windy, but it is dicey.
Yeah, clearly it is dicey. And an attempt there, not quite able to make it down, but he got the guy to run a little bit wide. See how that shakes out. Meanwhile, up the hill and through the tricky Billy Mitchell bend. A little wobble there for the 99. That's Caleb Schrader. And again, Caleb.
We're going full course yellow.
We sure are. It's got to be for the car up there in turn 1. He was really close to the edge of the track, and yep. That's the number 22 we talked about earlier, John Yeatman. And the problem is if one guy gets there, a pack can get there.
Yeah, that's a tough spot to extract a car from. So, all right, well, everybody's had a lap. They've kind of got themselves warmed up a little bit. There'll be a lot of weaving here to get the tires warmed up in this group. Keep your eyes on Bailey Monette. I mentioned him before we went green. He's in that number 97. Normally that car is Franklin Futrell's car. Franklin, the 2023 Spec Racer Ford National Champion, I think 22 and 23.
Yep.
Not able to be here this week. We all know about what's been going on with the hurricane coming through and the flooding down in the southeast. Futrell, part of that. There's another look. You have that turn 1, and you can see at the back of the field there.
Something just broke.
Yeah, Yeatman's car just kind of gave it up there before it never really got to start the race.
Man, that's got to be the ultimate frustration. Yeah. You've been here all week, you're getting ready to go, and then the car just completely gives up on you. And if you've been in racing long enough, you get used to it. You never like it, but it's an absolute possibility. Now, hopefully, there seems to be a lot of discussion going on here. I would think they'd just hook up and back that thing right into an opening, but maybe it locked up, and that's why we have to wait a little bit here. So early in the going here, obviously, but we're going to step away and give you an opportunity to learn a little bit more about some of the fabulous companies that have made our broadcast possible.
Choose joy. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. Way out there. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Welcome back, everybody, as we are under an early caution here in the run for the gold in Formula Enterprises 2. Good look at the cars, but following our Mazda pace car, working their way through the long carousel here. While we're under caution, you were talking a little bit about Mr. Futrell, and you know, it's been a tough time for a lot of people, particularly in the Southeast lately, with weather issues, and he was kind of caught up in that.
Yeah, he was. His family's down in the Southeast. The defending champ in Spec 4, two-time defending champ in the class, also runs in this class, was not able to make it this year. The runoffs, his family impacted, has some damage. They've got some business they've got to recover from. So big shout out to Franklin, who wasn't able to get up here. I know that everybody wants to see him here, but his car's out there. Bailey Minette driving that number 97. Very cool to see that car on the grid. And Franklin, I'm sure we'll see you back next year.
Oh, you know, he'll be back. No question about that. And right behind Bailey is Steve Whitson, who has moved up from 10th here into the 8th spot. And he's obviously got some track time. He knows what to expect around here. That never hurts.
Yeah, that little bit of experience this morning, just a little bit of a warm-up for him to jump into these cars here in the afternoon. I'm sure at this point he's thinking, whatever happens, happens. Let's just go have a good time, which sometimes helps the attitude.
Yeah.
Helps your positive attitude when you go into this thing. And, hey, opportunities come. He might just take them. But I see there's lights out on the pace car.
Yeah, that is. We are getting ready to go. Great job, as always, by the Road America EV crews here, getting that vehicle of the 22, again, of John Yeatman, cleared up and out of the way. And here we go, getting ready. Watch that Mazda pace vehicle ease away just a little bit, and that means that Porter Aiken has got to just kind of maintain the pace that pace car is set until they get into the acceleration zone. And look at that, stacking them up and heading up the hill, getting ready to get this one underway. We'll start lap 3 of 13. Plenty of racing yet to go.
There's a lot of racing to go. And that was just a bit of a taste, a bit of a warm-up here for everybody. Get a little bit of heat and everything. Now we're actually get to go re-green. We'll see if Porter can get as good a start now as he got the first time.
And we are green. We are off. And here we go down this long front straight. Porter, nice start, but I'll tell you, Charles Russell Turner got a nice toe here. It's going to pop to the outside. Oh, and a contact in the back. Two cars, one of them to the inside, the other one off into the barriers. I didn't catch the number there.
That is the 97 of Bailey Monette we were just talking about. That's
Franklin.
About him. Yeah, Franklin, turn away. That's your car. Sorry, but up at the front, they're still fighting.
Yeah, they are. And Russell Turner went to the outside into turn 1. And got rebuffed there, but came down the inside heading into 3, and he might have that ready. But yeah, there's no way we're not going to go full course caution. But the thing is if Russell can get this pass made before it comes out, he's good.
Yeah, no, it's come out now. They're past that flagger stand at forward by the bridge, and so we're going to go full course caution with 2 cars down there in turn 1, and
no way
racing
not
safety
to.
car already picking them up here coming out of 5. So that's the rule. If whoever's ahead when the flag comes out the flag station at their next proceeding, that's who's ahead, and so that's why the fight off at the front.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of like the old race back to start-finish that you see in some other series. So we are caution again, and well, I'll tell you, that one was, and that's the thing. You learn quickly that if you end up at qualifying mid-pack, that's where things can happen because there's so much compression.
It was a great restart there. There's Bailey Monette right there from, of course, the Monette family. A lot of racing history. Dad running in GT1s. Sister runs up in there as well. Bailey down here right now on the side. He was in a bit of a fight on the restart with Steve Whitston, our FV champ, and I'm wondering where that other contact. We haven't seen the other car yet involved, but Bailey is out of the car.
Look at the second play. Look at the amount of leaves up inside those air intakes. That looks almost like it could block off almost the whole thing, and that's an issue here.
The wind has been blowing. The trees have been changing colors. It's like starting to see orange, a lot of orange. Leaves are falling, and because the lunch break was right before this, some of the leaves collected in some of the spots of the track where the wind isn't blowing. The next thing to come along is these cars. They're picking them up.
Yep, they sure are, and in particular, that car sitting in second right now, that's going to be a real concern for
Russ Turner.
Russ Turner, yeah, that's I'm sure they're going to be looking at that, and he's going to be paying close attention here. It's a look at the exit of the kink and heading back into this absolutely fabulous and daunting section of racetrack here at Road America.
Yeah, looking at timing, scoring, trying to figure out who the other car is. Not quite sure yet because some of the cars have tripped other segments. The second car may have actually gotten around the track, but we'll wait and see until either we get a camera on it or we get official timing on who the second car involved might have been.
Well, if the second car got around the track, he's going to be coming up into pit lane pretty quick because he lost the entire front wing off of that car. So we'll try and be tracking that here. But what a shame, you know, it happens. You know, we've talked about it before. It's all part of racing, but it's a difficult thing coming up for that restart, and somebody jukes and the other one jives, and that's it.
Yeah, and that's unfortunately what happens. All the mixed up, a lot of cars in a lot of places on that restart. You know, sometimes they say yellows breed yellows. Well, in this case, it's unfortunate that it happens. A lot of movement, and here we are. But we'll see who that other car involved with and see how much damage. It did look, like you said, that front wing was probably not on the car when we saw the original shot.
Yeah, it just flew off, and you can see pieces and bits just flying everywhere. I just want to make mention here, I talked about the 33 of Sam Harrington out of Finksburg, Maryland, Washington, D.C. region. Started back in the field just a little bit. He was 7th at this class, as I mentioned, in 2019 at VIR, and he's got his family is here, and I mean in some numbers, and I had the absolute delight as I was over the lunch break, took a quick run over into the paddock to grab something to eat, and I ran into his sister-in-law, Sarah, and they are here. It's their first time ever at Road America, and Sam's niece, Harper, was with her, and she is just saying she's having an absolute blast cheering on her uncle, and that's really cool. So it is a family affair, this sport of racing, in so many ways, never more so than in Sports Car Club of America. And while we have this caution, we're going to take another quick break. We'll be back, hopefully with the green, in short order here at the Runoffs.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Ugh, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
joy. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. Way out there. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Welcome back, everybody, as we continue to be under a full course caution here, as just making sure and getting everything cleaned up in that incident on the restart up into turn 1. And what the second car involved does appear to be Steve Whitson. And talk about the pendulum of motorsports. A brilliant drive to win Formula V earlier in the day today, and then out on essentially the second lap here today.
Yeah, maybe he just wanted to get back and celebrate. No, I don't think that's what it was. No, it's a tough way to go out in this one for Steve Whitson. But one of the other drivers still out there. We see him right there in the field. That's Jonathan Weishaupt. He was in that same exact battle with Steve Whitson in the V's just a few hours ago. Weishaupt, in fact, had one of those spectacular drives up there until maybe a little bit of contact bent a suspension or something, we suspect. But he ended up still finishing in the top 10. Had a great race for that Formula V Hall of Famer, running here at 15th in this group. But yeah, that V race was just spectacular. But I'm still anxious for this one to get going again. We're going to hopefully hear a lot of green laps to go. Fact, might get them soon.
Lights are out on the pace car, so you can see the drivers getting serious about not just warming up those tires, but cleaning those tires, making sure if there's been any debris out there, whatever, that they're scrubbing those tires clean. And as of this point, it's Porter Aiken leading over Russell Turner. Conzo in the number 4 is third. The 71 of Adam Jennerjohn is fourth. The 25 of Eric Wisniewski is in the 5th spot. 6th is Caleb Schrader.
That's my pick to keep your eye on. Watch for Schrader here in that number 99 to try making some moves here to get up at the front of the field. The way this race is going, you'd like to be in the front too if another full course caution comes out.
Yeah, absolutely right here. All right, here we go. Working their way up the hill, looking for a third green flag in this one. We went through the entire earlier part of the day here without one full course caution and have had 2 here. But here we go. Watch for it. And we're back to green here. Formula Enterprises 2. And Porter Aiken, your pole sitter, is leading away. And again, Russell Turner really does a nice job as they head up. But look at those leaves packed into those inlets. But again, Turner just cannot get up enough alongside, has to cover off Jason Conzo, and down the hill we go with that 71 of Jenner John hunting a bit as well. Look at that. It was almost 3 wide back there for fifth for a second.
That might be Blake Pigeon there with Opperman and Schrader. Schrader got a little bit run down there on that opening start. Opperman got next to him. Pigeon now fighting with him as well.
Yeah, juking and jiving here as they come underneath the bridge and heading down into turn 5. Here comes this field, and they move. These cars are fairly quick.
Yeah.
And here we go. Big look by Conzo to the inside in that bronze-colored car, and that gives Jenner John the idea maybe going around the outside here. And side by side in that battle for 6 coming up the hill. Couldn't quite make that stick.
No, not quite. It's tough to get it. Go too wide there. You can, if there is room, there's Blake Pigeon actually in the back of that one there. But sure the other one was in the front of them. We'll have to keep an eyes on that. But might have been, maybe it was Eric Wisniewski with Schrader and Opperman.
Down into this tricky turn, number 8, really important too, because you want to get out of 8 well, because this carousel, it's a long hairpin, more than a hairpin. It folds back on itself, but it's fast. Falls down a little bit, then you catch that little bit of banking right down by the apex curb, and it just launches you into the kink.
Yeah, you get through the kink here in these cars. Flat, these things are definitely quick down through here. 140 mile an hour top speed, probably going 120 or so as they get through the kink. Something like that. They're really quick through there with just enough aero to make it fun. But nobody making any moves here at this point. Good lap here for Puerto Rican on this restart.
Boy, he really gapped him out just a little bit. And, you know, that's one of the things when you have, a driver that has that feel and can find speed relative to everybody else in low grip scenarios and cold day and cars that have been trundling around a pace car. That's pretty much the definition of low grip. And he seems to have it figured out. And, well, I'll tell you, that battle right now for that 5th spot is really, really good. Let's see, there's a big pop. Is that the 99 of Schrader?
That's the 99 Schrader there in that red and white.
He's chasing Wisniewski. Uh-oh, problem. Turner suddenly put his hand up in out of the air as if to say, go around, I got a problem. I wonder if he's not overheating.
It may be. I'm trying to look and see.
Look
if
at the leaf
That
vacuum.
thing is, that thing's an entire leaf blower vacuum sort of deal going on right there. It has collected everything, and that could be a real problem for your defending champ.
Yep, he is just trundling around here. He's already got a gold medal in this runoffs and in Spec Racer Ford 3, which is the other of what they call the SCCA Enterprise classes.
We checked the stats on that. He's the only man ever to win each of the 2 SCCA Enterprise classes, FE2 or any of the FE so far, or any of the Spec Ford so far. He's got both.
He's got both. Boy, would have loved to have done it on the same weekend at the same event here in the runoffs. That would have been special, but not to be at this stage. There is a look at the is that the 47 of Wills?
I think that's the battle there of Opperman and Wisniewski.
Oh, Opperman, yeah, absolutely. In that powder blue car?
Yeah.
Yep.
There's Wisniewski in the 25. Opperman's going to be in the 27.
Remember, we have an award called the Sunoco Hard Charger Award. And looking here where Dean Opperman started in 9th, he's up to 5th. So he might be a very early candidate for that one. I'm looking for anybody behind him that has had that kind of progress to the field. And no, I think he's got the early lock on that. Things can change, certainly. And looks like Conzo is now under attack from Adam Jennerjohn and has to defend down into Canada. Ooh, can hear that chirp on the tires. He runs a little wide. Jennerjohn pops to that inside. And tell you what, nice job there by Conzo to just keep enough momentum alive that Jennerjohn couldn't lock that down.
Yeah, real nice recovery. Look at that again, though.
Yeah, he's locking that right front.
Yeah, if he's got any kind of a flat spot on there, it's going to keep coming back to you.
Yeah, and that little bobble, that lock and then bobble, and he's trying to dissuade Jennerjohn, and Jennerjohn's going to have none of that as he moves over and goes by. Now,
Conzo,
let's see.
Yeah, he's going to get a draft now into 1. Jennerjohn might have gone by too early.
Yep. The problem is Jennerjohn is making sure that if Conzo's going to do it, he's going to go outside. Now, you can make that work, but look, that car is so twitchy on the brakes. And again, he's super wide. And again, doesn't lose a whole lot of momentum here, but does have to give up that spot. And the thing is, all of this dueling, you know that Eric Wisniewski inside that helmet's got a little grin starting to form.
Yeah.
There he is.
He could see those twitches from where he's at. He could see Conzo's car having troubles, and this place has got a lot of really long braking zones. This up here coming, this is going to be the next one. Watch for Wisniewski to close up to the back of Conzo here for third.
Yeah, Jenner John gaps him a little bit. Boy, Conzo, again, just cannot seem to get that slowed down comfortably, let's say.
So I wonder if he's got a bit of a brake bias issue. If the rear's starting to give up a little bit or even lock up on him. You know, those long break-in zones, you want some rear brakes, but at some point, the weight transfers to the front. You need some front brakes in these cars.
Exactly.
Maybe causing that thing to be a little bit of the twitch. This not as fast a break-in zone. Looks a little bit better here going through 8.
Nice little rotation there. You know, and that's a good point, too. You know, he was locking that right front, so maybe he just, shifted the bias back and maybe shifted it back a little too much.
We'll see what it is next time he comes into Canada, because he's going to have a head of steam behind. Well, he not as much steam. One of the steam's going to be Wisniewski now, right on the back of Conzo.
And there he goes, pops to the inside, and he is going to go right on by, just drives around the outside. And that all started, I think, with that slide, believe it or not, in the exit of turn 8. These corners are so interconnected in these cars, and you lose the momentum there. And again, these cars are identical, so if you lose momentum, you literally carry that loss of momentum all the way to the next braking zone. And in these cars, that's all the way down to Canada Corner from the exit 8. They're just flat.
Yeah, these little Mazdas, while they may be durable little motors, they are certainly not going to pack a huge punch. And if you lose momentum, and who's that going wide? As Conzo goes to the pits.
Yeah, he has popped into the pits here, and is that...
Was that Wills in the 47 that just went wide there? And 14, wild Conzo. Conzo now testing the car. He's got to be on comms with the team to say something's up.
Yeah, that's just weird.
He could have a suspension issue as well. Every time he touches the brakes, the car may be kind of going a bit of a toe out.
That could be. So there's the number 47, Harold Wills, spot on.
Yeah, I think he had gone a little wide back there at 14, was able to recover back onto pavement. A little bit better on the pavement than it is on the grass.
Just a bit, yeah. And I'll tell you, Darryl, I mentioned it, he has won a gold medal. He's won 3 of them, as a matter of fact, but it was back in the old Formula Mazda days.
Yeah.
But every one of those medals was right here at Road America. He loves this place, and he's going to do everything he can. How about Sam Harrington? Talked about Sam, started in 14th. He's up into 8th. So he is having an absolutely stellar race, too. I'm sure Harper is cheering him on like crazy right now, watching his progress through the field.
Yeah, Sam does great. Bit of a lockup there where the red car didn't quite catch the number on that one. So
I think that was 45, Tom Burt, maybe.
Could be. In a battle there with James Regan.
Up and out of extraordinarily tricky turn 3. You just got to really get that car dialed and working there.
Yeah, the 45 of Burt, I think, is the blue and yellow one just in front of these two, which might make this Regan and possibly
Jenner John. Number
maybe
40
Chris
there.
Jenner John, yeah.
There's Jenner John in that number 40. So it's
of course, Adam Jenner John currently running up in second.
Exactly. At least we don't have as many family members in this one as we did in Formula B.
Yeah, a lot of brothers, and a lot of fathers and sons, and a lot of family members in these classes. It's great to see the Jenner Johns here in FE2.
Here, balancing on the throttle through Canada Corner, now up. This little bend to the right isn't counted as a corner here. It's all, I think, kind of considered the exit of Canada Corner, but it's a pretty substantial little bend in its own right.
Of course, if you do run wide, you've got to really hook the car back to get all the way out to the right before you do get to the left-hander of the Dutch bend. So, yeah, it certainly drives the track, drives away from you if you're getting a bit wide through Canada.
So, yeah, that is that's Burt and Regan. Jenner John up in front of them. And Sam Harrington is on an absolute tear. He's up to 6th. Absolutely flying right now. And the number 33 out there, folks. What a race he is putting on here.
Yeah, he's kind of just checked out from this group there that was behind him at one point.
Yeah.
Tom Burt now the closest, but Harrington doing a great job checking out from this. Now he's going to try and set his sights on perhaps even Darrell Wills up in front of him. About another 10 seconds up the road, but you never know.
You never know. Exactly. He's clear of all the battling at this stage, so if he could put his head down and just drive away.
And at this point, having just what are we now, 4 laps or so, maybe, of the green flag, everyone's still going personal best in first sector. Puerto Rican race leader just set race fastest first sector. That tells me the tires are still coming up to temperature. They're still working on getting faster and faster. We've only got a handful of laps or a handful of minutes to go, depending on how quickly they can circulate. The clock says we got 10 minutes. We've got 4 laps. Knock on wood, and we'll do this on laps.
I'll tell you what, take a look there at the number 0 of James Regan. He's got as much of those leaves packed in there as Turner did. And here's the 21. Our leader has pulled over. Looks like it's just a drive-off and stopped. And I'll tell you what, he had a lot of leaves jammed up in there too. I was noticing that. It didn't look as heavy as Turner's, but you can see him frustrated, angry. I wish we had a little bit different camera angle there, because just look inside of that outside wheel. You could see lots
a little bit there on his left, just to the corner of it's exposed to us, but you can see the frustration as he's getting his gloves off. He is just unhappy, and rightly so. He was driving fantastic race, setting fast sectors, driving the wheels off of this thing, and unfortunately, let's see him as he comes under the bridge, the Speedville Bridge there. He's just slow. Like you said, I'm pretty short. You can see some of the leaves gathered up there on the right side pot as well, blocking those radiators. Oh, that is just awful for him. Heartbroken for him at this point of the race. That is just really heartbreaking for Puerto Rican.
That is a massive irony that it's autumn gold stealing runoffs.
And we are full course caution.
And that's the problem. When you're on the front row and you've got that stuff all over the track, the front row guy's first into it. And we've seen it bite both of them right now. So that promotes Adam Jennerjohn right now up into the lead. And Wisniewski, who started in the 5th spot, up into 2nd. Dean Opperman, we talked about Dean coming from 9th. He's up into 3rd. Darrell Wills from 8th up into 4th. And Sam Harrington from 14th to 5th.
So here's my running theory. We just watched your defending champ, Russ Turner, have issues with potentially overheating, and he's pulled in. Now we see the same thing happening to our leader, Puerto Rican. They were the front 2 cars in this field, basically sweeping the course of all the leaves. Look at the ones behind him. Look at the inlet so far for Jennerjohn. It looks clean. Same thing with Wisniewski and Opperman behind them. I think being on the front row may have caused those guys to be the track sweeps today. And
Absolutely.
That's an awful way to lose a race, but that may be what we're seeing.
Absolutely. And, what can happen here now, depending upon how long this caution goes, if we do go back to green, leaves are going to settle, blow around. But when we go back to green, it'll only be 1 or 2 laps maybe left to go, and we've seen they can at least maybe get that out of the cars. So
fingers are crossed that the car will just roll. They can put the toe on it and get this thing around towards the motorcycle chicane down near the kink. That would be ideal if they could do that.
That would be fast.
Hopefully there's no fluids down. Fingers are crossed for that, because if they could do it before we go the next 2/3 of a lap, maybe we get two laps of green. Or remember the clock, currently it's 7 minutes. I think there's enough time, in my opinion, I'm not a steward, to be able to do it. I'm just trying to think optimistically.
Yeah, and you should. There are some of those leaves, but I think the real area where those leaves are problematic is down, exit a kink all the way down into Canada, because there's so much cover down there, and the leaves get blown off, drop, and then the cars come through and they just vacuum them up.
In a lot of other places, the wind is able to get to them in the more exposed parts of the track. It'll blow them against the fences and things. But down there are no other fences. There's a little bit of fence down driver's right, but what there is not much wind, and the leaves just drop. And then, those lead cars come through. But look at these inlets there. You can see the 0, James Regan. He's got a lot. But then
so does Tom Burt.
Some of the others, like the 111 we see, Roy Hillenberg, appears to have nothing in his. And it's just kind of crazy that one car can have so much and the other cars don't. So now we got to look at each of them. The right one looks pretty empty there on Jennerjohn.
3rd place, look at that.
For Opperman,
Opperman's car is pretty packed up.
Well, he was running more in that open air. He had gotten around Wills and guys behind him, and that may be what so he's catching more leaves. So it's almost like you're better off staying behind somebody just to keep the car clean.
Yeah, just run in second, close second, and then pop out and
it's the weirdest
go
thing.
Up the hill. It is bizarre. It is bizarre, but.
So I'm wondering for Jennerjohn, obviously his crew is telling him what's going on. So he's going to be a part of one of a lot of the teams here that run out of prep shops. Lots of guys on radios and spotters. It may be teammates that are having some of these issues. So they're telling him, keep your eye on your temps. Watch your leaves. Try to avoid them. Don't go near them. Maybe stay close to the safety car.
Whatever you can do,
Let's keep our eye on the lights on the safety car. Are we or aren't we going to get
Lights are out.
There we go.
So we are going to get 2 laps of green. At this stage, the time looks fine. Yep, we'll easily get our 2 laps in here. So this one has become sort of curiouser and curiouser with the developments that we're having here. Jennerjohn, Wisniewski, Opperman right now in the medals. Darrell Wills, a lot of experience in that car. And Sam Harrington, his 6th runoff start, but he has had some success as a 7th, as I said, in 2019 at VIR. And right now, I think he is definitely, fingers crossed for him, that he is going to be the guy who gets that Sunoco hard charger at this stage, because he's come from deep in this field, as I said, 14th up into 5th. And there might be more in it for him. We'll see what happens, because it's about to get going again here. 2 laps left in the run for the gold in Formula Enterprises 2, and leading them up to the line, Adam Jennerjohn, and we're green. We are back at it. Big jump in the back there by Regan, or Burt, I mean. But here we go. There's that first move. Wisniewski looking to the outside, trying to drive around Jennerjohn. Jennerjohn trying to take it in deep. Way off goes Wisniewski. Bounces back on. Almost lost control. That would have been major.
That looked like 4 wheels in the air when he hit
sure
that
did
bump.
to me. Opperman, I think he saw that bounce and just checked up just for a second here.
Too.
And then Wills and Harrington. And then that car, I think Burt got dropped just a little bit here. He tried that move, and I think he got freight trained. So here we go, down into turn 5.
It's Jennerjohn again.
Jennerjohn hanging on, and look at that, Darrell Wills working the outside, touching, bouncing, banging wheels with Opperman heading up into 6th. And Opperman inside, but look at Wills just hammering around the outside. And right tucked in behind, there's that black car of Sam Harrington. And he's got right behind him, it's James Regan, who was able to come up and make a nice move on that restart. Tucked right in behind Burt right now. Here he is, Harrington, in that black machine. What a race he has driven here. Jennerjohn has managed to ease away just a little bit from Wisniewski. And that battling when Opperman and Wills were side by side for 2 corners here, that has allowed that lead duo to just check out just a little bit here. And now you can see the gap, and they're not done. Here we go again. Wills down to the inside, deep on the brakes, into Canada, and gets it down. Opperman, though, cuts back underneath. They are side by side as they come up into Billy Mitchell. Opperman, no. It's a tough way to make it, to earn it here, going around the outside of Billy Mitchell here. That's tough duty.
That's a tough line there, but Wills, great job there holding them off. Right now, that battle is very strong. The whole group there for 3rd. Because Jennerjohn right now is opening a gap over Wisniewski out front. As
the white flag comes out, Jennerjohn, as you said, pretty good margin here that he's built up at this stage. About 0.8 of a second. Here we go again. That time it was Opperman having a look at Darrell Wills, and Sam Harrington tucked right in behind, doing an absolutely superb job. Then it's Tom Burt. That's that blue and yellow car. Then the red 0 of Regan. Onto the Moraine sweep straight here. Very few, except for the front straight, are straight.
Yeah. And even the front straight's basically a giant hill to get up it. So everything's a bit of a challenge here at Road America. I love this natural terrain road courses.
It's beautiful.
This is one of the best in the world.
It is. This was created. They used to race on the public roads around here, and it got too dangerous, so they decided to build a track. And there were a number of tracks that were formed from that very reason, but I don't think anybody got it as right as this. Because you drive around here in any of these roads in the Kettle Moraine Forest, this is pretty much what you're driving on, and that makes it pretty cool.
It really is.
And things have settled now in this battle for 3rd in that final medal spot. But we still have that long run down into Canada Corner and then up that front straight. A draft can change everything here in a heartbeat.
Keeping an eye on their temperature gauges.
Yeah.
And watching to see as we've had likely 2 cars that have had overheating issues. It was the 2 front cars of Russ Turner and your leader at the time, Porter Aiken.
Yeah, just unbelievable what we've seen unfold here. Here we go. Last time in the Canada quarter, Adam Jennerjohn looking really stout, as is Wisniewski. Great race for him.
Adam's father is Chris Jennerjohn. In this race, was a 2020 Formula V champion right here 4 years ago. He's in this field. Adam's got one more corner and a couple of upshifts.
Yeah, his dad is running 9th right now, so pretty cool. All right, here we go. The top two. Looks like it is just going to be a run and chase up the hill. Adam Jennerjohn in the 71 from 3rd to the win. Previous best finish 4th. He now grabs the gold. Look at this battle up the hill. It is an absolute duel to the line. Is that Regan and Whiteside?
I think so.
I think Regan is just going to nip him here. Yep. Oh, it's Jennerjohn on Whiteside. That's what it was. So well done there. But Jennerjohn, the gold, Wisniewski, the silver, Wills, the bronze, then Opperman in 4th, and Harrington. What a job there in 5th.
Yeah, Chris Jennerjohn, John of the Whiteside, a couple of old Formula V guys dueling it out here at the end of the FE2 race, just like they did in their VWs.
Yeah, you can't get away from it. That's just how it is here. What an intriguing race.
That was interesting.
Yeah, nature played a real role in this one, didn't it?
Yeah, those leaves started to collect in there, and suddenly they're overheating. At this point, I mean, it's part of racing, right? That you got to deal with what you're given. And unfortunate for Puerto Rican because he was driving so just spectacularly fast.
Yeah.
Was dominating this race. Russ Turner, heart goes out to him as well, as he was running so strong here too. Those two guys with potentially overheating issues. And then, yeah, just kind of an ups and down race. Jennerjohn consistent all the way through. Adam in that championship. And that car right there, that is Scott Reddick's old car that he's in. And Scott Reddick won many championships in that car, including in 2021 at Indy just a couple of years ago. It is just awesome to see Scott's car living on, and I'm sure Adam probably thinking about that right now on this cooldown lap.
Oh, you bet he is. And Scott Reddick is, as far as I know, he is one of the very few, maybe the only guy who has ever eclipsed one of Jerry Hansen's long-standing records in SCCA Runoffs competition. He took from the legend Jerry Hansen the most consecutive poles in one class.
Yeah.
When he got that last one in Formula Enterprises. So, yeah, that's a special moment for sure for Adam to continue that run. That's just really awesome. Again, Wills, I think he'll be pretty happy considering he started back in the 8th spot. He gets himself a bronze.
And Wisniewski as well, up there in that 2nd spot. Great race for him. Pushed Jennerjohn quite a bit through this. That restart was spectacular. He almost made that outside move stick. Goes so wide, came back, gone. I wonder what that felt like to go airborne in an FE2. Coming around towards 2 as you plummet down the hill to 3. But great job for him to put this thing on the podium.
Well, I mean, how easy would it have been for that to get away from him?
Yeah.
And he just, when he went that wide and was coming back, he did the exact right thing, which is basically nothing. Just straighten the wheel and just ride it out. And he did it. Managed to save it and only lost that spot he'd got on the roundup. So, yeah, well done. Well done.
Well, as a father who races with his son, I want to see Chris Jennerjohn up there with Adam Jennerjohn here down in Victory Lane. That's going to be special.
Yeah, and I mean, Chris has been racing, as you said, Formula V, a gold medalist previously, just one of the strong competitors in V for many, many years here. And here we go. Coming up, look at that big fist pump there from Adam Jennerjohn. And there's a fair amount of leaf in there, too, but he was able to make it work. So well played. And Adam Jennerjohn, here you can see Hayward leaning in. And we'll get it down there in just a moment. Again, I think our Sunoco hard charger has got to be Sam Harrington, having started in 14th and just raced his way up into 5th. Tom Bird 6th. This is some good stuff, isn't it?
It really is. Yeah, great run there for Harrington to get to that top 5. You probably didn't expect that at the start of the day, but what a great result.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, a little shot there. You can see, thanks for the cameraman, looking in there, looking at those leaves to see how much he collected. Jennerjohn able to keep it pretty clean down there. Maybe been able to run a few more laps, but I'm sure he's happy. 13's all we need to do.
You betcha. And that helmet comes off, and
congratulations.
The belts come off, and he's just getting himself in a position where he can have a nice chunk of gold draped around that neck. There we go. Here he comes. There it is, the gold medal going around Adam Jennerjohn's neck. He is a national champion in FE2. And as always, here comes the purple Hoosier necklace. And with that, let's head down to Hayward.
Adam Jennerjohn, have to ask you, what kind of magic is in this car?
I'll tell you what, when we lost Scott and John and Pat came up to ask me to run this 71 here, it's probably the greatest privilege I've ever had in racing outside of racing itself. And being able to do this, with this car, there's obviously something special. And if you want to run at the front of the FE2 paddock, give Alliance Autosport a call because they'll give you a car like this and you can do well.
Well, obviously there's more to this package than the car. A couple of full course cautions to get started, one mid-race. What was the emotion like in this race for you?
Really patience, as much as I didn't want to be. With someone like Russ Turner, Aiken coming in with some really fast, youthful talent. Jason sitting there right in front of me. It's just a matter of I felt like waiting for the right moments. Honestly, 2 of those moments came to me pretty easy today with some, attrition with, Aiken and Russell. But at the same time, I just had to keep my head down, put some good laps together, and keep running it. So I'm really happy.
Now, obviously, you're a second-generation member. What does it mean to you to win the runoffs?
Sorry for the correction, but I'm actually a third generation. My grandpa Jennerjohn started coming here back in 1977. My dad was able to get one done, and to kind of finish out this trio here with one more national championship, it just feels so good. It's amazing.
Well, congratulations to you and everyone in Alliance. You get to do one more lap here at Road America. Enjoy it.
I love it. That's going to be my favorite lap of all time.
Wow, did he earn it, too? I mean, there was so much going on in that race. There it is. That's what you wanted to see there.
Yep, love that.
How cool is that? I mean, this is it. You talk about it, you get these families that have raced in SCCA runoffs competition for years.
Yeah.
And then you put together a gold that your dad had won previously. It just means so much. Here's our unofficial results. Jennerjohn with that gold medal. Wisniewski, we'll hear from in a minute, with the silver. Wills as well with the bronze, then Opperman, then Harrington. What a run. Harper's got to be mighty proud of her uncle with that kind of a drive here. And he'll probably, he's going to get, I'm sure, that Sunoco Hard Charger award. Tom Burt just fought all day long. He was 12th up into 6th. Great drive there. 7th is Regan. 8th is Chris Jennerjohn. And 9th, Jonathan Whiteside, who's had himself quite an event here. And then the 111 of Roy Hillenberg. And Roy started 18th and ended up 10th. So nice job by Roy as well. So let's get it right back down with our second and third place finishers here. That's Eric Wisniewski and Darrell Wills with Hayward.
Guys, I'm not going to guess that Eric is new to this, but this is the cleanest driving suit I've seen all weekend. Eric, tell me about your race, the silver.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it was kind of chaotic. We had a lot of yellow flags in the beginning, so I was just trying to keep my car clean. And then once we were able to start going again, I was just kind of picking off cars. I struggled with the setup a little bit, so I was trying to change it a little bit. But overall, the car is great, and I had a lot of fun battling with Adam and everybody. It was just so much fun. And yeah, I love this series, man. This is awesome.
And you bring home a silver. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And Darrell, you are the bronze finisher here. A lot of times the podium, the winner is elated, second's bummed he couldn't win, and third's just happy to be here. How are you feeling?
Oh, happy to be here. I mean, good grief. Look at the weather, and it's Road America. It doesn't get much better. Love this place.
You ran a really clean race, managed to come home in third. How's it feel to have a bronze?
It's good. It's good. I love going away with any medal. It doesn't matter. Gold, silver, bronze. I mean, gold's nice, but bronze is great.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, that's his 5th medal.
Yep.
So he's accumulated a few. His first since 2013, so that's got to be special. Here's look. You can already see. Look, that was just from the pace lap. All
and
those
that's
leaves
probably where
back
they gathered most of it, because that lunch break, the leaves settled. Guess who picked them up in the front row?
And there was that problem right from the off for the number 22 of John Yeatman. Something just failed there. Then we get the restart. And again, Russell Turner is going to get that little run, take an opportunity, but a really good battle here. James Conzo just after it and juking and jiving with Charles Russell Turner. And that at that moment allowed this guy to open up a big lead. But after Turner had a problem, we think, overheating from leaves packed in there, same thing with our pole sitter.
Yeah, good run here. Wisniewski almost made this stick. If he would have made that stick, we might have seen a different outcome. But look at that. Jennerjohn, cool as can be, slips up underneath there, keeps that position, and just started walking away from it. These two behind, that was really fun. That was fun to watch Wills and Opperman.
Yeah, Will's making that pass. That earned him that bronze. But here we go. Jennerjohn coming through with the gold. Wisniewski a close second. And again, Darrell Wills completing your medals and podium. And as Adam Jennerjohn drives that very special 14th lap, the lap of honor, as a gold medalist here, we're going to wrap up our coverage of the Run to the Gold in FE2. Once again, big thank you to Mazda for presenting our broadcast and making it all possible. For Hayward down in the pits, the Chili Pit Lane, and for Larry alongside here in the booth, I'm Greg Creamer. Thank you so much for joining us here at America's National Park of Speed for the 60th running of SCCA's National Championship Runoffs.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
Welcome to a beautiful fall afternoon at America's National Park of Speed, Road America, for the 60th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. We're about to kick off T3. Let's head down to Hayward Wagner, pit side.
Hey guys, we're a little compressed on time, but making it. T3 on the grid right now. These guys have been sitting for 2.5 days waiting for their chance to go out and run. So a lot of nerves, a lot of adrenaline right now. Couple of big stories. Marshall Mast, obviously last year at VIR, was not able to compete in the race after a pretty significant off in qualifying. He's on pole. Definitely one to watch in the Phoenix car. Then you've got a pair of Nissans. These guys have kind of indicated they might be working together. They might be willing to help each other out during the race. The two cars I would keep an eye out for right now. The Lovett car, that's the BMW, I believe it's a 330, and that's qualified alongside or right ahead of Jim Lighthouser. Both of those BMWs are running A compound tires on one side of the car and R compound tires on the other side of the car. Lots of Road America is the fast right-hand corners, including the carousel. They're gambling that a little bit harder compound on the outside through 1, through 3, and through the carousel is going to give them better grip towards the end of the race. So if they can stay in contention with this lead trio, they might have some magic at the end.
Thanks, Hayward. Great insight on that, and we'll keep an eye on that option as well. Let's do a quick look at the track map. Tom O'Gorman sitting next to me in the commentary booth.
So excited for Touring 3. This is a really cool class of very relatable cars headed out on the 4-mile circuit at Road America. Headed down into turn number 1, one of the faster corners on the track, actually, and then we're downhill towards turn 3. You want to be single file by the exit of turn 3 at the green flag if you can. You can't always help that. Then it's a long run down under the Sargento Bridge into turn 5, that speed trap. right about where the turn 4 marker is on your track map. Then we're into the handling section, that middle sector 2, up the hill from turn 5, a tricky turn 6, mostly flat out for turn 7 in a touring car like this, but then a big braking zone into turn 8. Probably not quite flat out through the carousel or the kink in these cars, though, as you have to navigate that fast section through the forest and into turn 12, Canada corner, up the hill through 13, and then that final corner, turn 14. We have a lot of parity in this class. We have a lot of variety in this class. We're going to see cars be strong in some places and weaker in others relative to each other.
Indeed, and that's something we're going to look for in this 13-lap or 40-minute race. Before we send the cars out on their parade lap, let's take just a moment to take a break and thank some of the folks that make this broadcast possible.
Choose joy. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Oof, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. Way out there. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Welcome back. You can see the cars on their formation lap. Let's introduce the starting grid to you. I'm John Phippen, Tom O'Gorman next to me, Hayward Wagner down in the pits. Our pole sitter, 5-time tire rack pole sitter, is Marshall Mast. He is the 2022 T4 national champion. He has 4 national championships to his credit. Nick Heyman starts alongside in the number 41 from the Kansas City region in a Nissan 370 Nismo. Next to him, the 5 of Chris Hart from the Northwest region in another Nissan. He's picked by Sports Car to finish on the box. Highest placed rookie in the field is Sean Lovett in the number 137. He'll start 4th from the San Francisco region. He also won the Hawk Breakthrough Performer Award for the most improvement between Tuesday and Wednesday qualifying. He's in a BMW Spec E46, also running STU where he finished 6th. He's also a pick by Sports Car Magazine to finish on the box. Jim Lighthouser in the 06, the 2004 SSB National Champion in his BMW Z4. Another rookie is Simon Foweather in the number 61 from the Alabama region in another BMW. 109, Gama Aguilar Gomez from the Northwest region in his Nissan. Then Rob Hines in the number 4 from Washington, D.C. region, the 99 T2 national champ in his Nissan. Derek Chan in the 86 from the Land O'Lakes region, also in a Nissan. Starting 10th is the number 73 of John Logudais from the Milwaukee region. Forgive me if I mispronounce your name, John. And he's in one of the Ford Mustang V6s. Next to him, in another Mustang, Scotty B. White in the 0 car out of the Northwest region in his 43rd runoff start. Also competed this weekend in T2 and T4. Anthony Pacelli in the number 14 starts 12th from the DC region in a Subaru WRX. And then the next rookie in the field, the last rookie, is the number 122 of Derek Wagner from the Land O'Lakes region in a BMW. In 14th starting position, car 28, Jared Landrum from the Mohawk Hudson region in a Subaru WRX. Then we've got Christopher DeShong in car number 40 from the Central Florida region in a BMW. Ross Murray in the number 74 from the Cal Club is a 2-time champion, most recently in 2016 in T1. He's in a Mustang GT. In starting 17th, the 04 James Berlin from the Land O'Lakes region in a Nissan. Richard Baldwin in the 2 from the Delta region in a Nissan. Then Andrea King in the 08 car from the Land O'Lakes region. She's in a BMW. She's also the winner of the Sunoco 260 Tuesday Award for first day of qualifying, getting her qualifying performance closest to .260. She's also competing in Spec Racer Ford this weekend. Randy Johnson starts 20th in the number 10 in a Ford Mustang. The 121 is Robert Dambler from the Indianapolis region in a Mustang. And shotgun on the field is the number 39 of Ed Karabek from the New England region in a BMW Spec E46. As the field making its way through what they call Thunder Valley, coming out of the Billy Mitchell Bend. Look at those beautiful trees. You can see the wind blowing. It's been shifting. We had the wind right in the nose of these drivers earlier this weekend. Now it's shifted off to the west and a little bit of tailwind coming up the long straightaway, Tomo.
Yep, about to go racing in Touring 3. These cars are kind of what you see is what you get. They're production race cars built very much similar spec to what you would see on the street. Very mild modifications. The field pretty slow to stack up here. Keep an eye out for maybe a breakaway from Marshall Mass, but Nick Hammond alongside is going to be looking to keep him honest. We've got Solstice, we've got Nissan, we've got BMW and more coming to the green flag.
Yeah, that Solstice has been pretty potent, so we'll look for Marshall Mast to see what he can do. Look, already a little bumping going on as we're waiting for the green, and there it is, as he got a little nudge from the back from the 5 car of Chris Hart. We are underway as they're heading down toward turn number 1. And just as we suspected, Marshall Mast in the Solstice out in front, stretching his advantage. The 2 Nissans of Hammond and Hart side by side as they go through turn 1. The BMW of Sean Lovett right there behind them as they all go just a little bit wide over the Aaron's tunnel, I should say, and then down into turn 3.
Oh, such a good move from Nick Hammond around the outside of Jason Hart to get things single file. I mentioned you want to be single file by this part on track, and look at Sean Lovett's got a heck of a run out of turn 3 in that Spec E46 style car. That also, James Lighthouser has gotten a great start in the Z4. Those cars have pretty much been dominant on the runoffs results sheets for the last couple of years, mostly with the aughts at the wheel. Neither returning this year. Lighthouser's holding it down for him, but Mast has a breakaway.
Yeah, Mast thought he would be in a good spot last year with this car, but unfortunately he had a brake failure and a pretty heavy crash in qualifying. And so this is kind of a redemption opportunity for Mast and the Solstice if he can keep it out front. But right behind him, Nick Hammond and Chris Hart doing a good job of keeping him honest in the early going here.
A little bit of rally action for Jared Lendrum there in that blue Subaru coming off of turn 5 all the way out to the grass, and then trying to use that all-wheel drive to get up underneath the outside of Derek Chan in that kind of checkered print Nissan 350Z, a little further back in the field, battling for about 9th.
Yeah, the 86 car you can see of Derek Chan from the Land O'Lakes region as they make their way through the carousel for the first time. The Mustangs part of this as well, the V6 Mustangs in this class.
And I apologize, that was Anthony Pacelli in the blue Subaru. It's the silver Subaru behind Jared Lendrum, the slightly newer car. That's still that good battle. Things strung out pretty nicely here at the front of T3. But those leaders, wow, look at Nick Hammond's going to make a move on the outside of Mast down into Canada Corner potentially.
Here they come, Mast guarding that inside line, which is the preferred line, of course. But Hammond's going to have a good exit because he's got a much better radius of that turn, but he's going to follow in single file. Chris Hart right there behind him, and Sean Lovett in the lead BMW in the 4 spot with the Liqui-Moly colors.
He is absolutely slinging that BMW around, trying to keep the handling and momentum going on that car. These are very strong packages in this class, but it's kind of the neutral car of the category. It's not specifically special at anything. We saw Lovett have a pretty scrappy race in STU a little earlier this week in a similar car, and now he's hanging on to this top 4 battle in in Touring 3.
Let's see who's got the straight line speed. And it looks like Marshall Mast doing pretty good, but as these Nissans get up on the cam, they can close down, coming down into the braking zone for turn 1. So Mast is going to have his hands full there as he makes it through turn number 1. Everybody going a little bit wide. Lovett the widest, but he gets back on track as they come down into turn number 3. Just about equally spaced, the top 3. Lovett a little further back, and then James Lighthouser in that Z4 BMW rounding out the top 5. Veteran Rob Hines in the 4, another one of the Nissans right behind him, that silver Nissan. And then Simon Foweather, the highest placed rookie right now in the 61 car, aside from Sean Lovett in the Bimmer. Here we go, down into turn 5. Hammond looking for an opportunity here, but decides he's going to stay single file for the time being. Those Nissans getting great torque off the corners as they climb up the hill under the Corvette bridge into a very tricky turn number 6.
Two things to manage for two different sets of cars here. That turbo 4-cylinder in the Solstice GXP obviously will generate a lot of heat. I'll be curious if that car will maintain the same sort of performance throughout the race. On the flip side, the heavier Nissans, they were given slightly wider wheels for this year's race, or this year's rule set, but they are still heavy cars. They move around a lot. We've typically seen them burn the tires off a little bit more. So not everybody's going to be able to just drive flat out the entire time without consequences, but right now it looks like Mast is pretty comfortable in the handling sections. He's pulled away a lot there in Sector 2.
Exactly right. That car really doing well through the carousel, that long turn. And we talked a little bit about the Nissans experimenting with different tire compounds on the left side and the right side of the car. We'll see if that bears some fruit later on. But look at Hammond going right out to the edge of the track. You don't want to drop your wheels over that curbing at the exit of the kink. That's not a good thing. Chris Hart looking racy here as he thinks about making a dive down to the inside of Canada. It drops back in single file, and they've begun to pull away from the rookie Sean Lovett in that Liqui Moly BMW. Coming out of Billy Mitchell Bend down into turn 14. As Marshall Mast trying to get a little bit of gap, because I think he realizes those Nissans are a little better at the top end, but not if Nick Hammond keeps doing that. He's going to open the door for Chris Hart to get alongside, as that just wrecked his exit speed, and Hart's going to take over that second spot.
That was a professional off. You see, he wasn't in a big hurry to get back on. He just kept the car going straight, nice and under control. Local out of Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin here, but Chris Hart ran most of last year's runoffs in the 3rd position following Jason and Steve Ott, and then he had a brake failure that ultimately took him out of the race. Now he's finally up into the 2nd position in that red 370Z, and he's really quick this whole week. We'll see if he can maybe lead the charge towards Marshall Mast now. Chris
Hart in his 4th runoffs, he's got 1 medal so far, a single 3rd place, so he's looking to go a little bit better as we go just a little deeper in the back. This scrum going on just behind. As the number 40 BMW in the thick of that battle, Christopher DeShong, James Berlin just in front of him in that blue, black, and white Nissan. Jared Lendrum in that is just at the tail end of the battle in front in the Subaru. So this is DeShong, Scotty B. White in that multicolored number 0 Mustang V6. Ross Murray in that battle as well as they head down the hill toward turn 5. And the stern right at the moment as they go, goes just a little bit wide, but is able to pick it up, and that's going to open the door for the Mustang of Ross Murray to make a move.
You can hear the wail of that V6 Mustang using the torque up the hill.
Through turn 7. Scotty B with that brilliant color scheme on his car. Multicolored car. He's the most experienced driver in our field, as we mentioned, with 43 runoff starts, including racing in T2 and T4 here this weekend. Now Marshall Mast seems to be a little more comfortable out in front, as Chris Hart and Nick Hammond giving chase, but if you remember a lap ago, they were nose to tail through this section of the racetrack. So Marshall Mast just a little breathing room in the Solstice. Hammond going wide again. He's having a little trouble keeping that car in between the white edges of this racetrack.
Yeah, just pushing for everything it's worth, and it looks under control, so it's just a little too fast. It's not like he's out of control. You see the car doesn't tend to have any big wiggles or moves when he's flying off the track in that way, but these two Zs are having a little bit of a hard time closing the gap up to Marshall Mast, who's settled into a pretty solid 229 pace and is maintaining that about 5 to 10 car length lead as we ebb and flow throughout the track.
That's just about a second right now, the interval between Mast and Chris Hart, but Chris Hart sets fast lap of the race on that last lap. So it's not over yet by any stretch of the imagination. We're only working lap 4 of the schedule 13. 13 laps or 40 minutes, whichever occurs first. As this battle for second is a compelling one between the two Nissans. Chris Hart in a 350Z as Nick Hammond in a 370Z. So just a little more engine in Hammond's car. A little more displacement, not necessarily a lot more horsepower.
And actually, Hart is actually in a 370, so it's just a registration discrepancy.
Right.
Or maybe he was picking between two different cars. I wouldn't be unheard of either. They're in absolute lockstep, though, the two Nissans in second and third. They are really healthy in a straight line. They're clearing the top speeds of Marshall Mast by something between 5 and 6 miles per hour at the trap speeds, which is right near the braking zone for turn 5, the section we just came through. So if they can get a little closer on the straights, they're going to have a pretty easy job to get by Marshall Mast. That's probably why Mast is making such an effort to just stay that little bit further away from them, that he has that buffer when they get to the two long straightaways.
You can see the wind buffeting the trees and the leaves blowing across the racetrack. That has been a factor here, as we have had more than one occasion where those leaves get gathered up in the grill work of some of these cars, specifically the open wheel cars and some of the prototypes, and it has caused some problems for some of these drivers. So it's something that there's not much they can do about it. The leaves are a part of the landscape. There's nothing they can do, but that's certainly something to watch, especially the Nissans with that low-mounted grill. They're right in a position to hoover up those leaves when they come across it. Pretty good battle here with the Subaru, the 14 Subaru. Anthony Pacelli, Derek Chan just in front of it in that orange plaid Nissan.
Pretty cool story for Pacelli there in that blue Subaru. A couple of years ago in the rain at VIR, I believe this exact car, Chip Hurd took from nearly last to nearly first in less than a lap in the rain, driving that Touring 3 prepared car up in STU. That car's got some serious pedigree and some serious pace in it between Pacelli and that one-off with her. And we see that car pretty regularly here at the runoffs, clinging onto the back of this 4-car train.
Chip Hurd's had good success with 4-wheel drive cars, if memory serves.
No kidding. So John Lagitas leading that group over Derek Wagner, Derek Chan, Anthony Pacelli. Back towards the front, though, Mast is continuing to pull away, puts in 3 more tenths on everybody that time by, with a 2:29.3 versus a 2:29.6 for both cars behind. He still has pace.
Now, these three definitely the class of the field, because Sean Lovett in the Bimmer is about 4 seconds up the road. Jim Lighthouser in the Z4 another 3 seconds up the road, with Rob Hines right on his tail. So these three definitely put some distance. That's the battle we can see just now coming down the hill between Lighthouser and Hines.
And here's a guy on the move, Chuck Hines, who's in a 350Z, so that's the smaller engine, at least the older version of that car. Coming up on the back of James Lighthouser, who had initially started pretty strong, running with the top 5, but he's slipped back just a bit, and Rob Hines has found some extra pace. So that battle for 5th is starting to heat up just a little bit.
Simon Foweather, the highest placed rookie in the field, other than Sean Lovett, who's running 4th right now, doing a good job up in the 7th spot, not that far behind. Foweather in that number 61 BMW Spec E46. That's the Z4 of Lighthouser, and then the Nissan of Rob Hines, and the 61 Bimmer of Foweather. 5th, 6th, and 7th on the road. You could just see Sean Lovett's car in 4th spot disappearing from your shot as they come down the hill here. Simon Foweather, his first runoffs appearance from the Alabama region. Like the stripes on that car, it's a little striking livery. Back to this battle involving Scotty B. White, James Berlin, and Jared Lendrum. Excuse me, James Berlin, Scotty B. White, and Richard Baldwin, as those two changed positions on this last lap.
Oh, I thought I saw this. There was a lot of dust flying. This looks like maybe a brake failure for Jared Lendrum, hard into the wall head on in that STI. And the dust was blowing back on camera that time by, but this is definitely going to be an issue to interrupt this race. I think that's a pretty bad spot to end up.
Oh, that's tough break for him. Lendrum in the 28. Came by the line in 12th position, just in front of that battle that we were watching. But at the moment, we're still green. No indication yet that we're going to go yellow, although I would expect that we would. Marshall Mast sets fast lap of the race with a 2:29.1, and is really beginning to stretch his legs now. He's got it up to almost 2 seconds over Chris Hart and Nick Hammond. You can see the Mazda pace cars standing there and pit out. They elected not to dispatch it just yet. They have 3 pace cars spread around the track, so if they make the decision here, they can dispatch one from down at the bottom of the hill at turn 5. There's another one standing by in the motorcycle chicane just before the kink, so they can get a safety car out quickly. And again, thanks to Mazda for making those safety cars available to us here for the 60th running of the SCCA Runoffs. Full course yellow's out now.
Yep, as anticipated, but this is kind of a nightmare for Marshall Mast. He was maintaining this race beautifully. The only upside to this may be some temperature control from all of these cars, cool things off just a little bit and reset. But Mast had that thing really nicely under control, and now he's going to be back in the clutches of those 2 Nissan Zs, which we know are very fast in a straight line. The restart is going to be a big opportunity for both Hart and Hammond.
Yeah, exactly right. If they're smart, they'll hook up together and see if they can get a good draft down into turn 1. Because if they can get Mast behind them or even in between the two of them, that'll make his job that much tougher. So since we have a full course yellow, we'll need just a minute to recover that car of Lendrum. So let's just take a quick break if we can. And thanks to the folks that make this broadcast possible.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Fun with cars is what SCCA is all about. We're back to green flag racing. The only change has been Nick Hammond and Chris Hart have swapped positions. Marshall Mast still out in front, but Nick Hammond has taken over that second place battle. As we're getting another look at this battle, Anthony Pacelli at the tail end of this. That's the 73 of John pronounce his name for me?
Legitis.
Legitis, thank you very much. John Legitis, Derek Wagner right behind him, and Derek Chen in the Subaru, or Anthony Pacelli in the Subaru right behind him.
Yes, we had our flagging display discrepancy, so we apologize for the confusion of the full course yellow. We've maintained green flag status everywhere but a local yellow in this corner there, turn 8, and additionally a caution displayed at start finish single is why we thought it was double. But there was a change of position while we were at commercial. Nick Hammond has gotten by Chris Hart and has turned on the afterburners a little bit. He's starting to run away from Hart and is coming back towards Mast.
See how this shakes out as we are just coming up on half distance here as we're working race lap number 7. In fact, just past half distance, I guess you would say. 6.5 laps would make halfway, if my math is correct. As they work their way through turn 14 and begin the long climb up the hill. And Hammond, as Clark now is the one, or Chris Hart, excuse me, is the one who's getting a little tail happy coming onto the front straightaway. So let's see what ground Hammond can make up. As the interval as they cross the line, just about 2 seconds. So that interval is about the same as it was before we went to break. But now Hammond is the guy back in front. He had that position for the early stages until he went a little wide coming on to the front straightaway at turn 14 and allowed Chris Hart to take over that spot. But Hammond's repaid the favor. But these three definitely some 8.5 seconds in front of the rookie Sean Lovett in the 137 pit lane 4 spot. And here's that battle we've been watching, the 73 of John Lagutis with Derek Wagner right behind him. Derek Chan.
Oh, Derek Chan a little deep into turn 1. We saw him lose the back at turn 5 a half a lap ago. This time he lost the front. Big push off the track at turn 1, and that's going to give Anthony Pacelli a little bit of a run at him, but now it's a split up this four-way battle into kind of 2 and 2. Legitis, their top Mustang in the field, that V6 in front of the BMW, stretching its legs just a little bit out.
Legitis from Milwaukee, so he's familiar with the racetrack for sure, because I'm sure he races here quite a bit. Derek Wagner and that black BMW from Jordan, Minnesota, coming down the hill. Legitis doing a nice, tidy job here. Wagner going in just a little bit wide. There's Derek Chan in the Nissan and the Subaru with all-wheel drive.
Go back to what Hayward said on the pit walk before the race started. Different tire choices, but also these cars not being all that modified, they don't get to run a huge amount of tire either. They're not big wide race slicks or anything, right? So they do have to deal with some tire degradation issues, and we're hitting that phase of the race where that would start to show up. And you kind of see that with a couple of the back ends swinging out, a couple of the cars wiggling under braking. Whoa, big moment for Chris Hart as he drops 2 coming through the kink, but keeps it straight. Ooh, pucker moment for him there.
Pucker moment for me, just watching that. Holy moly, as they come down into Canada corner, turn number 12 on this racetrack.
Interesting to watch the ebb and flow between these two kind of sets of cars. The GXP Solstice is seeming like it's getting reeled in every time we get to Canada corner, but then we get to this front straight after a couple of high momentum corners, and he's just gone again. There's different strengths and weaknesses showing themselves very obviously here at Road America.
Well, you talked about, I think the Solstice is a little lighter, and so it's going to be a little nimbler, I think, in some bits. And you know, light means you got less mass. You've got to accelerate and brake and make its way through the corners. So that's bound to be a good thing for him. As he's got the interval up to 2.3 seconds. It's been pretty consistent. Now, Chris Hart peeling off to the side. He wasn't close enough to catch a draft. I wonder if he's getting a little overheating going on. He's just trying to get some fresh air on that grill to see if he can cool that sucker down just a bit.
Yeah, it's very possible. He's got the wider grille on that car, and it's picking up a little bit more leaves than Nick Hammond's car. For whatever reason, those two cars, obviously there's multiple body specs they can choose from or different trim levels. Not entirely sure on that, but Chris Hart, I agree, popping out maybe either sight lines or debris.
Here comes Derek Chan. He's going to challenge John Lagitas for that 8th position. He got around it, Derek Wagner. And now they're going to go 3 wide coming out of turn 1. Wagner down to the inside, 2 wheels in the dirt, as he's going to take the position. Lagitas sandwiched in between him. Derek Chan, I think, advisedly giving him room to get in. But now here comes the Pacelli in the Subaru. Lagitas going to pull out to the inside early now, just as they go under the Cheese Bridge.
2 by 2, that's proper touring car stuff. I don't have enough room, I'll go in the grass, why not? Wagner loses the spot back to Lagitas though, unfortunately, and it's a big duel on the brakes between Chan and Pacelli. Chan's going to take the spot across the nose, but that all-wheel drive gets up and goes out of the corner up the hill, and he's going to take that 8th spot away.
Indeed he is.
Sorry, 10th spot.
Yeah, Derek Chan loses 2 spots there in as many turns. As everybody goes a little bit wide. Wagner looking racy as he's trying to do something with Lagitas. As he pops to the inside in the run down the hill. They call this hurry downs. And he is hurrying down toward turn 8, but not able to make that stick.
He's working on filling the mirrors of that Mustang the best he can. And again, look at that all-wheel drive launch out of the corners. It's not like it works every time, but those couple of slow corners, if you can just get the car pointed, 4 tires grip better than 2. Duh.
That's the theory. Anyway.
Thanks, Tom. That's why they pay me to talk. Man, look at Wagner, all that momentum up underneath the back of the Mustang, but he just kind of gets there too early. It looks like he didn't have anywhere to go until they get on the throttle, and that Mustang just stretches out just a small amount, but it's a small amount enough to keep the BMW from striking.
This is the battle for 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th as they come down into Canada corner. Lagitas gets a great run through the kink and down into Canada. But Wagner a little better through the turn, and now here comes Pacelli once again. He's going to try to get side by side. Whoa! Oh man, that was close.
That is sketchy through there. It's probably flat out in these cars when you're single file, but the moment you add a second car side by side, it's such a serious corner with pretty serious consequences too. There's a lot of bumps on the outside and a hard wall on the left.
Let's see if Derek Chan has got anything going, because he was really fast on the straightaway on the last lap. making a run out of this, but here comes Pacelli as that Subaru getting up, spooling up the turbo, and he has got some speed, and Chan coming with him even faster as Chan is going to try to get to the outside of Pacelli as Wagner gets left in the dirt as they come into turn number 1. Chan's going to try to hang tough on the outside, but he goes way wide.
Yeah, you heard him lose the rear, just a little bit of tire squeal at the apex, and he couldn't keep it going. So he's going to drop in behind Wagner here.
But Pacelli now up in to the lead position of this trio, trying to do something with John Lagitas in the Mustang. Under Sargento they go.
Keeping tabs on the front, Marshall Mast continuing to turn in laps just a couple of tenths quicker than Nick Hammond and Chris Hart. So that is more than anything else spread out in the last couple of laps while we watch this fantastic battle just at the bottom of the top 10.
See just disappearing under the
Whoa! Rally car doing rally car things. He loses the back, but instead of like Derek Chan going drifty, he just puts his foot in it, pulls it out.
Exactly. You can see Sean Lovett disappearing just out of the camera shot. He is the 4th place runner. He is 13 seconds behind the top 3. And then it's another about 3 seconds back to this battle, which is the most compelling in the top 10 by far. As Wagner trying to find a way around Derek Chan now. Pacelli doing a good job keeping Lagitas honest here as they head into the carousel. I'm thinking Pacelli will be good through this portion of the racetrack as he's able to hug that inside line, taking the shortest route around this turn.
Yeah, Pacelli driving well. He needs to give himself a little bit of space maybe to potentially pass that Mustang on power exiting Canada corner. Use that all-wheel drive to your advantage. He doesn't seem to be particularly special in the brakes. If anything, the strongest car on the brakes is Wagner in the BMW towards the back.
Pacelli right on the back bumper of Lagitas. Let's see if he's going to do anything. Not quite. Lagitas' terminal velocity maybe just a little quicker as they head down into Canada. Now, like you said, this is where Pacelli can really make up some ground.
He's trying.
Agricultural racing at its best as he works his way through Thunder Valley out of the Bill Mitchell Bend. Down into turn 14 once again. Lagitas, that car a little squirrely as he touches the brakes, setting up for turn 14. Pacelli, then Chan, then Wagner. Up the hill they come.
Well, and Lagitas has been able to fend off the attacks from Wagner and Chan, but now it's Pacelli's turn. He's probably getting tired of this, and that Subaru's healthy in a straight line, getting a little bit of draft on the back of the Mustang. And this has been his strongest sector with the digs out of those couple of slow corners coming up. We're working lap number 11 of 13, so we're winding down on this thing. Up at the front, everything continues to spread out. Then Sean Lovett, James Lighthouser, Rob Hines, and Simon Fullweather are all in front of that battle that we've been watching as we take a look back outside the top 10 now.
Scotty B. White moved up to 13th now as he's got James Berlin right behind him with Ross Murray and Christopher Deschamps in that four-way battle. That's Richard Baldwin, excuse me, at the front of this group. With Scotty B. just behind him in that silver Mustang. Back to our 8th place battle. Pacelli thinking about going down to the inside. Chan trying to go around the outside as Wagner dropping off the back of this just a bit. This is where Pacelli is so strong. Up the hill. Oh, they touch side to side.
I don't know how that happened. I don't think that Lagitas knew that Pacelli had a run like that, but I don't know how you don't know that when you're driving down the middle of the track up the hill. He was able to defend, and luckily that all-wheel drive car, when it gets dumped in the dirt, doesn't care nearly as much as some of the other cars. Chan had to go a little self-defensive and just back out of both of those cars, make sure they were going to be okay coming up into turn 6. Hopefully no alignment issues on either the Mustang or the Subaru, but this is getting really hot and heavy. Pacelli even thinks maybe he can get up the inside for a moment on the entry there at the carousel.
So we're working race lap 11. There'll be 2 to go next time by. Under the Mission Foods Bridge and into the King. Wagner right out to the edge of the track on the track out point. Wagner now looking racy again. Just as it looks like Wagner is kind of out of this battle, he's able to make up ground again and get right back on Chan's tail.
That's true. It seems like he needs momentum on his side, which is what we would expect from that BMW. Every time he gets involved with the battle, he kind of seems to be the one that loses out and ends up at the back every time. Then he has to start that slow charge forward. But now we have the 2 fastest cars in a straight line at the front of this pack, which is going to make things a little more difficult for the 2 behind.
The Chan's car is no slouch in a straight line.
No, especially up top. When you get it behind the draft of these two big sedans, with the pairing of the top speed of that Z, he comes in real hot into turn 1.
It usually goes real wide at the exit of turn 1. We'll see how that shakes out.
Right here, he's just got an extra gear or something. Just
he does.
pulls right up behind. He's going to look to the inside for a sight line. Think better of it.
Yeah, he's right on the bumper of Pacelli now. As he makes up a lot of ground in that longest straightaway on the racetrack. Over the Ernst Tunnel down to turn 3. Pacelli's going to throw the dummy down to the inside, late on the brakes. Not quite close enough.
No, but he's going to get away with it because of the all-wheel drive. He'll still get a good exit out of this corner, and he's right up underneath Lakitas now. Going to be a carbon copy of what we saw last lap, but hopefully we'll keep it a little cleaner this time. Good look at James Lighthouser dealing with some lap traffic coming through on one of the BMWs, but Rob Hines still right with him there in the Silver Z. 2 more cars into the shot, and we're going to be back with that battle. The 61 of Simon Foulweather comes through, and this is what we've been looking for. Does the all-wheel drive car have it up the inside? Whoa, he loses track of the steering wheel and drives it right off the left side of the track.
He only lost 1 spot, though. So Chan now up behind Lakitas. He says, okay, let me see if I can pass this guy.
And those Subarus have different drive modes to send different amounts of power to the front and rear. I can only assume that they want as much rear bias as possible for road racing, which means that thing's loose on throttle, and he just lost track of how much rotation was going to happen.
Lakitas thinking, thank you very much, because he has got a little bit more of an advantage over the Z car going through the carousel turn. As we turn our attention back to our leader, as he will be coming to the white flag. Marshall Mast really not challenged at all in this one, as the starter displays the white flag, indicating 1 more lap to go. Marshall Mast last time by had a 3.1 second lead, and that's about where it is right now. Nick Hammond has also dispatched Chris Hart, as Hart and Hammond were nose to tail for much of the early stages, but Hart has dropped off the back of this battle, so not much really challenge here for the top 3.
This is just a top performance for Marshall Mast. He's been within a second of his fastest lap most of the race, been within his qualifying time for most of the race, let's say within a second or a second and a half. He's just been absolutely lights out, nailed the start, and was able to just put in such a great drive to earn that 3-second lead by the end of this race. Nick Hammond, Chris Hart, we saw them have little slips here and there, a little bit of battling here and there, and that's what caused that stretch out, as Hart looks to be a little bit on the little more burned up side as his laps have dropped off pace a slight bit. In a different reality, that would have been a 3-way battle, but Mast just put it through there and has dominated this race.
Like I said, he was really confident at VIR last year that this car was going to be the one to have, and had it not been for that brake failure during qualifying that put him out of the running for the weekend, he might have been able to show that off. Now he's got some traffic coming up ahead.
This is the race for 5th. Lighthouser and Hines a little further back. Hines is closer this time by. We're working that final lap, so he's going to run out of opportunities pretty quickly, but he's looking strong. He's closer yet.
Yeah, this is a chance for a top 5 here. Lighthouser currently in that 5th spot. Rob Hines in 6th. That's a lapped car in front of them. Sean Lovett is the 4th place runner as they head toward the downhill. Hines thinks about showing a nose, but I don't think he's close enough just yet.
He'd end up where Jared Ledrum is if he tried it.
Sadly, yeah.
Better thought, but a little bit of a slide on exit for Lighthouser. It's going to be a weak entry into the carousel relative to Hines, opening up that big radius. Have to be careful about the oil driveway out there. Then he tucks it in for a super late apex. Maybe that Z will have a run through the kink.
Yeah, and a good run down into Canada. Meanwhile, here comes our leader through turn 14 for the final time. Marshall Mast leading from the pole. Looking for gold medal number 5, and he's going to get it. Marshall Mast taking the win. Nick Hammond comes across in 2nd spot, another medal for him. Hammond with, no, that's his first medal. I stand corrected.
Yeah, we've seen Hammond in the field quite a bit with usually a Honda S2000, former Honda engineer, now an engineer for a different manufacturer, but he was the GT Academy winner in 2014 with Nissan's got a lot of pedigree with the Nissan stuff. Wait, we still got a race going on.
This is Lighthouser and Hines as they make the climb up the hill. Hines falls in behind him to get around the traffic, which is they're catching at just the wrong spot. It's going to be too late to pop now. So Lighthouser holds on for 5th spot. Rob Hines has to settle for 6th. And then we go back to Lagitas and Anthony Pacelli. Pacelli right on his tail as they come to the line, but Lagitas holds him off, and he'll take 8th place with Derek Chan back in 10th. Pacelli takes 9th. Derek Chan ran it. No, Wagner got around Chan at the end of the race. Here's Baldwin and Ross Murray going after it. Murray to the inside, Baldwin on the outside as they make the run. I can't remember so many side-by-side finishes here. It's so close.
Oh, Murray got it.
I think just by a touch. Ross Murray comes across.
Look at the thumbs up and the hang loose from the Z. They had a blast doing that.
Absolutely. But Marshall Mast taking the win in commanding fashion. Margin of victory 2.6 seconds on the final lap. Nick Hammond set his personal best on that last lap. He gave it every opportunity to close that gap, but it was just too much. As he takes 2nd place honors, Chris Hart comes home about 6 seconds behind Nick Hammond in the 3rd spot. Sean Lovett another 16 seconds up the road, taking the 4th place honors. But good on Marshall Mast for his 5th gold medal. Nick Hammond in the number 41, like I say, his 1st medal and only his 2nd runoff start. And Chris Hart in the 5 car and his 4th runoff start, and he'll have another 3rd place, another bronze medal, making his medal count up to 2 now. So good stuff. Nice clean race with just that one incident involving Jarrett Lindrum, which was handled with a local yellow. So that's good to see.
This has got to feel good. You mentioned Hart. He had that incident last year, just a brake failure that put him up kind of straight innocently into a wall, which is never fun. But you kind of have to wait for a whole other year for this runoffs things to come around. And maybe not the race that he exactly dreamed of, but a very well run race, running between the 2nd and 3rd positions there. And it's no point of shame to lose to a GT Academy winner who's professionally raced another Nissan 370Z, very similar to the one that he's driving now.
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right. But Marshall Mast taking the gold medal in the Pontiac Solstice. Phoenix prepared, of course. That alone is worth a couple seconds a lap, I'm guessing.
Yeah, right.
Senor Aquilante does know what he's doing, preparing race cars for sure. As you can see, the safety workers giving him a well-deserved round of applause and a little wave from Marshall Mast as he climbs the hill in the Screamin' Sicilian pit lane here. Our top 3 will stop at Parc Fermé to have a chat with Hayward Wagner, and then we'll get set for the next race, of course. But Marshall Mast, not a scratch on it, as the car pretty much had this one in hand from the start. Give him an opportunity to get the helmet off and get the gold medal around his neck.
Thank you. Got that?
There's a champion smile for you for sure.
You got a water? You want another one? Mine's cold.
Yeah, I'll take it.
All right, I think all we need to do is get the Hoosier necklace on him. Let's send it down to Hayward Wagner with our winner, Marshall Mast.
Marshall, obviously last year's runoffs was not the one you were looking for. How does it feel to come back and redeem this year?
It feels great, honestly. Yeah, obviously last year was unfortunate on the test day what happened to the previous iteration of this car. But yeah, that was fun. That was fun.
You felt it seemed like you had control of this race pretty much from the beginning. Obviously you had some fast guys running behind you, but how much were you able to just put your head down and focus as opposed to having to manage the car and manage the race?
Well, honestly, the biggest thing was the wind. The wind was crazy out there. It was pushing us around all over the place, and it was different every turn, every lap. So trying to manage that was honestly one of the hardest parts of this race. But yeah, the guys behind me, they didn't let up at all, and made me push pretty much the whole race.
Well, congratulations on the championship. Congratulations on making it back. Do enjoy your victory lap, sir.
Thank you.
Great job from Marshall Mast, and a good bit of redemption for him after the disappointment of a year ago. Nick Hammond, the best of the rest, running in second spot. Chris Hart takes home third, as those top three really, as you can see, were the class of the field. 25 seconds back was Sean Lovett in the number 137. Jim Lighthouser holding off Rob Hines at the stripe for 5th and 6th. Simon Foweather in the 7th spot. John Lagitas and Anthony Pacelli, along with Derek Wagner, had a great battle all the way around, as Derek Chan just missing out on the top 10, as we've got our 2nd and 3rd place finishers, Nick Hammond and Chris Hart.
Left. I made a mistake in 14 in the start, you know what I mean, and then it was kind of catch-up mode. But the car was, handling really good. The Carbotech brakes were great. Nissan Power was really good. And I think we would have, we needed 40 more minutes, right? But no, congrats to Marshall, congrats to Chris, everyone racing. That's building this car 10 months in my 2-car garage, right? This is what you wanted, the race that you want to have, you know what I mean? And good, clean racing, and it doesn't get decided on some technicality, you know what I'm saying? So I'm happy for just shout out to my dad and Dick Bender, uncle to me, for helping me all week long. Clifton Chink for coming up from Ohio, come up here. And big thanks to my wife. You know what I mean? This first year of marriage, and she lets me build a race car. Okay, you've got to find one like that if you're a guy. So just happy, but obviously disappointed. You know what I mean? You come here, you want to win, but bringing the car home in one piece, and just thoughts and prayers to the people of the hurricane, as well as the people that got injured this week. Just speed recovery, and we hope to see them back at a racetrack soon.
You must be you must have been doing this for a while, because that was the most complete interview answer I've ever received. Congratulations on the silver.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you guys all for all your help this week. I know it's a long week, but we're excited for the end of it and a good checkered finish.
Thank you. And our bronze finisher, Chris, seemed like you were in the wars for most of this race, you and Nick trying to figure out who was going to give Marshall a challenge, but in the end, Marshall just had a little bit more. How did your race feel?
It was good. My car was just off a little bit at the beginning, so then I kind of cooked the rear tires a little bit, trying to stay ahead of him. And I don't know, it's a fun race. I really wish we could have put on a little better show at the end and had all three of us together, but I mean, it is what it is.
Indeed it is. Congratulations on the bronze.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Great comments from Nick Hammond and Chris Hart. Let's do a quick look at the highlights here, and you can see Marshall Mast from the drop of the green flag, really the class of the field. And here's the two Nissans going side by side. After Hammond dropped a wheel in the dirt, Chris Hart got around into second spot. And then this battle we were following all race long between Anthony Pacelli and Derek Wagner. John Lagitas just up in front. Derek Chan part of that as well. But it was nobody had anything for Marshall Mast as he took the win in commanding fashion, almost a 3-second margin of victory over the local driver, Nick Hammond, from right here in Elkhart Lake. Chris Hart from all the way out in Yakima, Washington, coming home in third spot. Marshall Mast about to head out for his victory lap, as we will say our goodbyes for this race. There's still more to come. Thanks again to Mazda for presenting our broadcast, as they do every year. And thanks to the SCCA for putting on the National Championship Runoffs, presented by Sunoco, for 60 years. And we'll look for 61 from right here at Road America in a year's time. On behalf of Tom O'Gorman and Hayward Wagner, I'm John Phippen. Thanks so much for being with us. We'll see you down the road.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Oof, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen.
Thank you.
Hagerty, let's drive together.
Road America, America's National Park of Speed. Look at the fall colors. It is absolutely gorgeous. There's a brisk wind, and it has been a factor. Thanks to Mazda for making this broadcast possible. We certainly appreciate it. Sitting next to me is Lefty McLeod, and the third member of our broadcast team is Hayward Wagner down pit side.
Brisk is definitely the right word this afternoon. It is chilly here in Elkhart Lake, but a beautiful GT3 field here on grid waiting for us. Two major storylines at the moment. The first is the Taz Harvey car in third. That is a Civic Type R TCR car. It is massively larger than everything else on the grid. He says that everybody is going to be able to draft off him, but he really can't get a draft off anybody else just because of the height of the roofline of that car. To give you some perspective on that, the pole-sitting car, or what's technically qualified second, we'll get to that in a second, of Jeff Darnell, that car, the roof is about hip height for me. Taz Harvey's car, hip height is the belt line. It's the top of the doors, the lower part of the windows. So it is a full half a car taller than the RX-7 up front. The other big story is that Tony Ave, your would-be pole sitter, did change engines, we believe. He was the last car to grid, and that has moved him to the back of the field. So in theory, the fastest car on the grid is the last car on the grid, pending how that engine swap went. I did ask Jeff Darnell, I made a little joke with him. He has MCS stickers all over the car. Asked him what shocks he was running, and he looked at me and said, "My lucky ones." And I kind of gave him a puzzling look. He said, "Did you say shocks or socks?" So keep an eye out for Jeff Darnell and his lucky socks.
Jeff Darnell, and we'll start this one on the pole with the demotion of Tony Ave to the back of the field for that engine change. But at Lefty McLeod, we have got a beautiful 4-mile racetrack. I don't think there's anybody listening who doesn't know about Road America, but just in case, take us a lap around.
I'm happy to talk about it every day if I could, and I'd race it every chance I get. All right, so they're going to come down this Road America straightaway from the starter stand into turn 1. They're going to be fast. These aren't the fastest. One of the slower GT cars. That doesn't mean they're slow. They're fast. They'll be coming into turn 1. It's very wide. There's a huge apron on the exit if they want to use it. They'll go down the hill to turn 3. You'll see the rotary powers kicking out, some flames out the back on their downshifts into 3, screaming along the back straight, up and over underneath that Sargento Bridge. They'll come down into turn 5. Great passing opportunity at 5, the left-hander. Up that little short hill under the Corvette Bridge for turn 6. The little bit of a flick to the right for 7. 8 would be the Hurries Downs. And we got that carousel to the kink to turn 12, which is Canada Corner, the lowest spot and the northernmost spot, all the way buried in the trees at this point of the day. They'll come out of Canada, come up the hill around Bill Mitchell Bend at 13, and then awkward braking, but 14 is critical to get a run up the hill down the front straight.
And that has made for some fantastic finishes, especially in these GT classes. And to get a look at that, we'll send the cars out on their formation lap, and we'll be back with you after a short break to thank some of the partners that make this broadcast possible.
Choose joy. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Oof, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. Way out there. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
You can see the cars leaving the grid. The crossed arms indicate the last car is out onto the racetrack. So let's introduce the 13 starters to you for the GT3 National Championship run. The car, as we mentioned, that qualified on the pole and technically still wins the Tire Rack Pole Award. His third Tire Rack Pole Award will go to the back. So Jeff Durnell will bring the field around to the green flag in the number 65 car. He's out of Cumming, Georgia, just north of Atlanta. He is the 2019 champion of this class, picked by Sports Car to finish on the box in his RX-7. Right behind him, the man Sports Car picked to win this class, the 32 of Michael Lewis out of Poway, California, the San Diego region. Michael also, by the way, won the Sunoco 260 Tuesday Award. His qualifying performance on Tuesday was closest to .260. He is a 10-time national champion, most recently in 2020 in this class. He has 44 runoff starts this weekend. He has also competed in GT Light and GT1. Taz Harvey will start in the third spot in the 88 from Danville, California, in the San Francisco region in his Honda Civic. Rob Warkocki is in car number 78 from the Chicago region. He is a two-time champion, most recently in 2013 in his Mazda RX-7. The 09 is Tony Rivera from Oceanside, California, in the San Diego region in a Mazda RX-3. Stacy Wilson, the father of a father-son pairing in this field, the number 47 out of Englewood, Tennessee, in the Atlanta region, the 2016 champion of the class in his RX-7. Chris Edens in car number 26 starts next out of Sherwood, Arkansas, in the Arkansas region. He won the Hawk Breakthrough Performer Award for making the biggest improvement from first to second day qualifying. He'll start in the 7th position in his Mazda Miata. Paul Young in the number 79 out of Commerce Township, Michigan, and the Detroit region in a Ford Probe. Then we've got the 12 of Armin McGregin, from Naples, Florida, in the Central Florida region, in his Mazda Miata. The 39 of George Chacon from Caledonia, Illinois, and the Blackhawk Valley region, in a Mazda RX-7. Then we've got Ken Nelson in the 91 out of Novi, Michigan, and the Detroit region, in a Nissan 200 SX. And Blake Wilson, the son of Stacy Wilson, and the number 55 out of Etowah, Tennessee, and the Atlanta region, in his Mazda RX-7. And then starting at the back, and you can see him just now coming into the shot in the number 44. That's Paul Young, but he'll be just a little further back. There he comes. The number 44 is Tony Ave out of Maiden, North Carolina, the Central Carolinas region, the 4-time and defending winner of this class in his Honda Civic. It's picked by Sports Car to finish on the box. He has this is his 19th runoff start, including 4 other classes this weekend. So this is his 5th and final class. I'm sure he's a tired camper because not only does he drive the car, he wrenches all the cars as well. So Tony Ave is going to have an uphill struggle in that blue number 44. There he is on your camera shot, as he'll have to come from the back and look for him to see what he can do. You can see Blake Wilson in that wide-fendered RX-7 just in front of him. As the field now down in Kettle Bottoms, trees lining either side of the racetrack as they come through the kink, which will get every driver's attention, down into Canada Corner. Man, what a beautiful fall afternoon. Could you ask for a better weekend of racing?
It's been gorgeous all week long. This is the last race I get to call. I say get to because I wish I could just, for the next 2 weeks and call races every day. This has been spectacular. I love it that I get to do GT3 at the end of my week because I love this class. They are full GT cars, 2-frame silhouettes, with the exception of Chris Edens is in a tub Mazda Miata with a piston. That's not one of the rotaries like the other Mazdas. That car was, in fact, originally an STU car. I'll be looking to see how he can work through the field. He's right behind the old Gary Bachman car, Tony Rivera. There's history in this class. There's new builds in this class. What is there not to be excited? You got a TCR car in this class. How can you not get excited for GT3?
Exactly right. And you've got the pole sitter coming from the back. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better bit of drama. So everybody's a little confused about their grid positions here, it appears.
Stacy Wilson looks like he's got an issue, and that's why.
Okay. Well, let's see if we're going to get the green after all, as the field is coming to the green, and we've got it. And Durnell gets a good jump in that newer generation RX-7, the number 65, with the red colors, and then multiple 10-time national champion Michael Lewis in the blue 32 right behind him. And that TCR car looks giant among these cars, just as Hayward was saying.
The only time you'll ever call a Honda Civic giant, but when it's relative to these silhouette-bodied, little tube frame cars, you get that massive TCR Civic up there. Yeah, it looks huge. But look at these rotaries up in the front. It's a second-gen body, a third-gen body. I believe they're similar power plants, though, with the more powerful rotaries that they would each have.
As down the hill they come, as we've got the 78 of Rob Warkocki, who's slotted there into third spot, and then the MX-3 right behind him, or the RX-3, excuse me, of Tony Rivera, as Durnell leads Michael Lewis. You talked about the rotary spitting flames out of the exhaust pipes in the braking zone down to turn 5.
Better watch those leaves blowing around with all the flames spitting out of these rotaries.
The RX-3 getting the job done up into third spot now.
You know, Robert Cockey there in that 78 may have a bit of an issue, at least in the early laps, perhaps cold tires, as he's right now already has Tony Ave in his mirrors. There's that blue Civic.
Yeah, there was a lot of discussion about how long was it going to take Tony Ave to get through the field, and he is already up right behind Rob Warkocki in 5th position. And look, coming with him is Blake Wilson in that wide-bodied RX-7. And he disposes of Warkocki and into the carousel turn. So Tony Ave is flying here in that Civic.
Yeah, he really is. And like you said, that is Blake Wilson, the younger of the Wilsons there in that first-gen bodied RX-7 just in front of Rob Warkocki there. And Blake really taking an opportunity here to take that position. Early on, Taz Harvey's been shuffled back. He's probably got to get a little more heat in those tires. We'll see if he can make a charge late. But look at Durnell and Michael Lewis duking it out here.
Yeah, this is a battle at the front for the lead as they put a little distance on the third-place runner, which is the RX-3 of Tony Rivera. There you can see Tony, and guess who's behind him? Tony Ave. I would not have guessed at the end of one lap that our pole sitter would be in 4th spot, and he's about to be in 3rd, I'm guessing.
He's gone from 13th on the grid.
My goodness.
To 4th.
Let's see what happens. Across the line go the lead duo. Durnell in front of Lewis by about 1/3 of a second. Lewis down to the inside. Look at the leaves already gathered up on these two, as they've hoovered up some of the vegetation here.
That's been a concern in other heats, other races here. The heat of these motors are definitely going to be a concern if they start scooping up some of the leaves. And usually it's the lead car in these pairs that suffers. A lot of them there. Tony Rivera's RX-3 there. But I wonder if perhaps the more closed bodywork on the Ave car is going to be a little bit more, a little less susceptible to sucking up the leaves compared to some of these other cars with the larger inlets.
Yeah, there you go.
Look at Lewis.
Down to the inside. Lewis late on the brakes. He's throwing it in there, but can he get it turned? And yes, he does. Durnell not able to hold him off, but he is right on his tail as Lewis now takes a defensive posture up into turn number 6 with the flames belching out of the side of that rotary motor.
That was amazing brake control and position of his car to get up alongside Durnell going into 5 and hold that line. Didn't get out to the exit curbing. Great job there for the 10-time champ, Michael Lewis.
So this battle for 3rd continues to be a good one. Tony Rivera, I think, is winning the battle of how many leaves can you collect in the front of the car.
I don't know where the radiator actually is in that car, but he's certainly at the lower scoop. He's got quite a few leaves, but with the open air of that RX-3, who knows where the cooling could be in the back of the car for all I know. It's a GT car.
Yeah, exactly right. Again, these are tube frame chassis with silhouette bodies. As you strip the bodywork off, it is pure race car underneath. Oh, good run for Tony Ave through the kink as he gets alongside. Now, can he get close enough to outbrake down into turn number 12? And he does. Ave up to 3rd, about 3/4 of the way through lap 2.
For a moment there, I thought the rotary was going to pull him. He just sort of ran in the room to do it. Watch as they go up the hill in the front straightaway. That rotary seemed to pull pretty well, so Tony Rivera may come back at Tony Ave while these two rotaries are dueling it out in front of him.
Warkocki and Blake Wilson. Blake Wilson, remember, started at the back of the field along with Tony Ave, so he's made a great charge as well. In fact, has already put his dad back. In fact, Blake and Stacy have swapped positions.
Well, remember, that was Stacy Wilson in the white with the blue on the opening formation lap that had an issue. It almost looked like maybe a gearbox couldn't find a gear or something, because the whole field went by, and from our vantage point here at the tower, and then Stacy Wilson went through. So it looked like Stacy maybe was able to get it going again, but there may be an issue. Blake, meanwhile, the younger of the Wilsons, just took off, no problem. this battle's continuing. This is great. I do think that the Rotary's got a little bit better pep to it in Rivera than Ave as they go down the back straight here, coming off of turn 3.
This is Tony Rivera's 20th runoff start. He still doesn't have a gold medal, but he's got 3 others. He's got 2 seconds and a first to his credit. So he certainly knows how to put it on the box here at the runoffs.
Looks like Paul Young in the Ford just coming down pit lane. In fact, I also see Taz Harvey. I wonder if teams are starting to clear out some of those leaves and maybe thinking maybe later on we'll get a yellow and bunch the field up. So Taz Harvey in the TCR Civic and now Paul Young in the Ford Pro, both of them down pit lane.
As the battle between Warkocki and Blake Wilson continues, that's for 5th and 6th. As Tony Rivera not able to shake Tony Ave, or Tony Ave not able to shake Tony Rivera, I guess I should say. This is a good battle here.
Yeah, being the lead car right now, the way the leaves are, may not be the best thing for Robert Cockey there. He's got Blake Wilson behind him. I look at the front of Blake's car. I don't see any leaves in that end. Look at that. That looks like clear as could be, but look at the later gen body on Warkocki. That thing is just scooping them up. Oh no, that's Durnell.
Durnell with trouble. Durnell is rolling to a stop here at the exit of the carousel turn. That was our 2nd place runner. That promotes Ave up to 2nd from starting at the back. Durnell just slowly moving. Hopefully he's able to pull off track so we don't bring out a yellow.
That is disastrous for the 2019 GT3 champ here, and he's going to get to the kink. And if he goes around it, obviously the flags are waving, so the cars coming now can see behind, but that promotes Michael Lewis to the lead.
And Lewis all by himself now, as they had about a 6-second advantage over Ave at the start of the last lap. Let's see what the interval is this time as they come by. As you can hear that rotary screaming by start finish at full speed. Michael Lewis setting fast lap of the race at a 23 flat. And there's the Civic of Tony Ave. 7.9 seconds would be the amount he's got to make up. We're still in the early days here, just now working race lap 4.
Yeah, Michael Lewis just reset fastest lap of the race at a 23.0. Ave second quickest on the lap, 24.9, and the rest of the field are quite a bit slower down from there. So those two really are moving pretty quick.
Durnell still rolling.
He's back under power again behind Taz Harvey up in front of him, and the CCR car goes by, which has pit, but that looks like maybe the car just stalled and he got it rebooted.
I don't know. Maybe it, I don't know. Maybe leaves in the grill and he overheated and let it cool down a little bit. I don't know. That's very strange.
Maybe decided to change to his other pair of socks or something in the middle of the lap and decided, let's just keep going.
He said he had his lucky socks on, so we'll see.
Might be looking for a new pair of lucky ones.
Yeah, the engine's still belching flame. That's a good indication on a rotary that it's still running.
And he's going to stay out. So, again, that is good. Whatever that was for Durnell, he's got it going again. Meanwhile,
look at Mike Lewis.
Look at the leaves in the front of that.
Yeah, my goodness.
Well, he'll be watching that very carefully. So the story with this car is that this car runs in both GT Light as well as GT3. They are different engines. And they have to swap the engine between those sessions every single day. Luckily, they were a morning or an afternoon when it came to qualifying Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. The team worked so hard to do that. So here we are with the bigger motor in the GT3 car. So we talk about Ave swapping motors. Well, Lewis's team does that twice a day. And here they are, maybe they're just getting used to doing all of that. They don't have to go to the back of the grid because they qualified on this motor, whereas Ave, unfortunately, had to pull his out. Doesn't seem to be hurting Tony Ave by any means.
Rob Warkocki a little more confident now out in front of Blake Wilson, as those two were nose to tail just a couple laps ago.
I'm wondering, Michael Lewis, if he's got any kind of an issue here. He's backed off at least for the Sector 1, which includes a speed trap on the back straight. His time, 2.5 seconds slower than Tony Ave's. His trap speed, 20 miles an hour down. It's under 100 mile an hour trap speed for Lewis. So I don't know if that's just an error in timing, but it does look like that Ave's a little closer this time.
Yeah, it was 8 seconds, the interval between first and second the last time by. Let's see what Lewis's lap time. 2:32. He is way off the pace, and there's Ave catching him quickly. I wonder if that car's starting to overheat.
I wonder, and the car sounded okay going by our vantage point, but look at, there's almost no leaves there on the front of the Civic for Ave.
Yeah.
This is going to get very interesting. In fact, the fastest car on this lap that we're going through was actually Rob Warkocki in one of the red RX-7s at a 2:28.1. Everyone else quite a bit slower than that. So Warkocki now on the move. Maybe he could try to catch Rivera up in front of him from that RX-3.
Yeah, even Ave is well off the pace that he said earlier. His best lap's a 2:24, and that last lap was a 2:29. He's 5 seconds off his quickest pace. So everybody's slowing down just a bit.
These guys almost need a tear off for their cooling inlets.
Perhaps we'll see them next year mounted with a windshield wiper on that radiator to clear the leaves off. That might be a good idea. Either that or a very high mounted radiator inlet.
Yeah.
Michael Lewis out of turn 7, down the hill toward turn 8. Ave now in the same camera shot, which he has not been.
Lewis seems to have recovered fine. That first sector of 40.3, back to about where he's been the whole race. Trap speeds coming down the back straight, 143.9. That's right back to where he was earlier. So Lewis seems to be back in, whatever it was. Again, we've seen Durnell have an issue, having stalled and restarted. We saw Stacy Wilson having an issue. And so now Lewis may have had his. Maybe it's recovered.
Yeah, and Durnell on the last lap reset his best lap of the race. So after that bizarre, looked like he was rolling to a stop coming off the carousel turn, he fell all the way back to 10th position. But now he's back on the pace. So curiouser and curiouser.
And now Ave, this guy, just turned race fastest second sector, which includes all of the twistier parts of the track. And so the story might be that perhaps he gave up a little bit of top end speed with this motor, but it seems to have pretty good pull off of the short burst between 5 to 6, from 6 down to 8, 8 around the carousel. All that paying off right now for Ave's. He's within about 4 seconds of Michael Lewis.
Yeah, last time by, the interval was 4.6 seconds between Lewis and Ave. Let's see what it is this time by as the relative pace.
Lewis' car sounds good past our vantage point.
Yeah, it's definitely on song. Here comes Ave, 4.2 seconds the interval. He sets a personal best at a 23.3. And he's about half a second quicker than Michael Lewis on that last lap. Tony Rivera with lots of leaves in that car as well. Solidly in third, about 6 seconds behind Tony Ave. And then Warkocki up to fourth and just set his personal best, another 3 seconds up the road.
And that car right there that Tony Rivera is driving, that is the old Gary Bachman RX-3. Gary drove that thing for a very long time, onto podiums in the past at the runoffs. Gary passed away a couple of years ago, and the car changed hands to Tony. Tony, the first thing he said was, there's no way I'm repainting this car. It is a classic paint job that is so representative of Gary. It's very cool to see. He's still running it, and he's having a great time out here this week. And with that car, who wouldn't be?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, that's almost an asterisk in Mazda rotary history. The RX-3, a lot of people don't even remember. They always think of the RX-7 as being the first Mazda rotary, but this one predated it by a couple of years.
Well, whatever was with Michael Lewis, he's shaking that because he just did a 40.0 first sector fastest of the race and 144 in the speed trap.
Well, Hayward is listening, I'm sure, so he'll have some questions to ask if Michael Lewis makes it to the podium about what happened.
There's going to be a lot of people to ask different questions to, for sure. As right now I'm looking down the timing chart, Chris Edens in that Miata just turned his best first sector and his best trap speed as well. He's currently running 6th in that. It looks like an absolute showpiece. It looks like a show car, tons of carbon fiber on it. I'm sure at some point we had a great camera shot of Chris Edens out of Sherwood, Arkansas in that car. But the battle up front, as I'm seeing Lewis, I just
Here's
said.
Durnell again.
Another issue for Durnell is he's on the back straight there. You can see the Sargento Bridge. See if it's the same issue, and perhaps can he get it refired?
Yeah, just coasting almost under the bridge. That's at the exit of turn 3 on the run down to turn 5.
He got up the hill to the bridge, and from the bridge down to 5, it's all downhill. Let's see if he can get it refired, maybe pop the clutch and get some refire in that. Meanwhile, up this front hill, that's Lewis. Lewis and Ave right now are trading sectors. Lewis resets first sector fastest. Ave resets second sector fastest time.
Ave turns the best lap of the race, and he closes it down to 3.6 seconds. And we're just now coming to half distance as we're working race lap 7. So halfway through this lap, we'll be halfway through this race.
Big slide for Lewis coming out of 1 there, so he knows that Ave is closing the gap a little bit. He's having to push.
You can bet the crew's on the radio to him, letting him know that Ave's coming. as you look at qualifying times, they were only about a tenth of a second apart. Admittedly, Ave with a different power plant in that car.
Oh, look at this. There's an engine running for Jeff Durnell. So coming down the hill, he was able to get it fired again. So whatever's going on there, whatever kind of perhaps ignition issue, maybe just a General Electric issue where it just sort of quits and then he has to refire, he's able to do it. Or he could even be having a gearbox issue, like potentially, again, in theory, maybe that's what Stacey Wilson had on the start. Who knows? But for Jeff Durnell not having the day.
Makes you wonder if there's a little Japanese voice in his ear that says, please deposit 25 cents to continue. I don't know. I don't know.
It could be. Looks like some of the leaves have actually left the building there in the front of Lewis's car. I can't believe I'm saying that. It looked like it was a wall of brown leaves, and it's down to about half of what it was. So,
well, the front splitter has come unglued. If we get the camera shot, that front splitter is vibrating on the ground, and his hood is now buckled up.
I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Is
maybe,
it let the leaves
maybe
out?
There's a button he can push to make that front splitter fall off so that he can get the leaves out of the radiator.
Yeah, usually here in GT3, you don't have that kind of technology, but you just never know. Is maybe Lewis getting a little bit of luck there, if that's what it is. Some loose body work that allowed the leaves to come out of there. That is fantastic for him. I'm sure he can see that on his temp gauge. And still, though, Ave quicker in the second sector by 1.8 seconds on this lap, but Lewis was quicker by 1.2 in the first sector. They're trading sectors, Ave with the advantage. And now as we continue to work lap 7, there's a lot of laps left, a lot of opportunity for Ave to continue to reel in Lewis.
Yeah, Ave going a little wide there at the exit of 14. He set the fast lap of the race a lap ago to get the interval down to 3.6 seconds. Let's see if he can back that up. Not quite as fast, but it's down to 3.3 seconds now as we are into the second half of this race, working race lap 8. High drama here as Michael Lewis trying to hold off. There's Durnell. They're about to put Durnell a lap down. Remember, he started at the front of this field, but these three instances here of the car just dying on him.
Yeah, the potential's there, but I'm sure he would love to have had the power plant working for him, be able to fight it out with Michael Lewis for the whole race. Right now, he's at some point about to give them the old point by and let them go through, and I'm sure Jeff won't be happy, but he's a good gentleman about this. He'll let these guys on through and let them play for their potential medals, but he won't be happy about it.
Michael Lewis climbing the hill.
Oh, great shot of the flames coming out of these rotaries. It's just so cool.
He definitely gets the award for the biggest display of pyrotechnics in that car as he comes right out to the edge of the Gator's teeth.
He's pushing it.
He is.
Sometimes they don't like to use a lot of the curbs. I guess it's a little flatter curb at the exit of 7. But sometimes you don't want to use the curbs, puts more vibration in the car and start just shaking things loose on these race cars.
Yeah.
Speaking of shaking, look at that splitter.
Yeah, just bouncing.
Like the whole right side just come loose. All the pins are out and it's just banging the ground. I'm sure that's making a heck of a racket in the car if you could hear it over the rotary.
Yeah, no question. Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, Ave getting closer and closer. Cue the Jaws music as he is coming. Michael Lewis through the kink.
And for the and Ave only a half a second slower than Lewis in the first sector. That has been Lewis's advantage by over a second. So technically it's kind of a delta in Ave's favor. The second sector 1.8 faster for Ave. He's clearly reeling him in.
Oh yeah, there's no question. He's visibly closer here.
Yeah.
It's Michael Lewis.
Look at that.
Battling a car. And look at that hood fluttering in the breeze as well.
Lewis definitely struggling right now. That last sector alone, we're going to see the timing stripe. He just lost probably close to another second just in sector 3.
Yeah, I'm guessing that it's starting to go away for Michael Lewis. Let's see what his lap time is. A 2:24.3. Ave at a 2:22.8 as he just resets the fast lap of the race. The interval's down to 1 second and 8/10.
Meanwhile, in front of them, Jeff Durnell, who's in 11th and just at a 26.6. So these guys are going to keep catching Durnell, even though he's a lap down. We're going to see the fight we thought we'd have, except Durnell's going to be one less lap in the books. But behind them, not much has happened. We still got Rivera running 25s, Warkaki running 27s. Perhaps Blake Wilson maybe running down Rob Warkaki again. That's the only other fight on the track right now.
There's Durnell about to go a lap down. There's the flaming Michael Lewis down into turn 5.
Of course, the piston Honda's not going to spit any flames out of there from Tony Ave, but here you go. There's Durnell letting through Michael Lewis. Durnell did the same thing for Ave here, probably in about 2 or 3 corners.
Well, let's hope he does. Yeah, he gives him a point. Good job.
Ave may have wished perhaps to do it after the corner so he get a better run through 7, but that's okay. That's fine. Ave's able to get a good clear
and
on by.
Durnell is slowing again, it looks like, down the run down the hill.
May not have had much choice. The car might have. Look how wide Ave goes, using every bit of the exit at 8.
Maybe it's a fuel pickup problem.
That's
It's been downhill a couple times.
Yeah, that is definitely possible.
Could be. We'll see.
Look at the whole front end, that underside piece around the splitter area just flapping away to the ground.
Michael Lewis getting a nice massage from the vibrations in the front of that car, I'm sure. But it is definitely going to hurt the aero of that machine. And here comes Ave. Oh, yeah.
Ave had a really good lap this time. As you can see, the delta, a lot of that is, it's not Lewis backing off as much as it is Ave on full charge. Look how much curbing he's using on the exits everywhere. I saw it at the kink. You just saw it there at Canada. Ave is pushing really hard. And now, with the horsepower advantage going to the rotary in front, now the aero will come into play because Ave is going to be right up underneath the back of the rotary. We're going to have a battle here as we go under the stripe.
Michael Lewis making a little feint like he was going to go into the pit lane, but I think he's just pulling over. Then he sees the oil dry, the latent oil dry from an earlier incident.
Looks like he still has the power, though. Look at him pull on the straightaway over that Honda.
Yeah, no question. Interval at the stripe, just about half a second. Ave was quicker, a 2:23.2 versus a 2:24.5 for Michael Lewis. So all things staying the same, it's just a matter of time here.
Well, Ave's advantage is through turn 5 down through the kink. Lewis, if that's a disadvantage, perhaps car position comes into play for the 10-time gold medalist to hold his position in front of Ave because he clearly has a horsepower advantage on these straightaways. So now can he go through the twisty parts and keep his car placed and not give Ave a chance? Ave knows he needs to get by before they get there. He can't do it, though. Look at that. Look at the gap that the rotary builds.
Yeah, no question. Definitely with the horsepower advantage. Is that a little smoke coming out of Ave's car?
Just a little bit from the left side there. Was that a little bit of either misshift or a little bit of misfire? It sounded like almost coming around 6.
Looks okay now, but definitely on the climb up the hill, it looked like something was water vapor or smoke coming out of that left front wheel well, but now it looks clean.
It's okay, yeah. Like you said, everything looks like it's fine as he's coming around the carousel.
Might have been tire rub. I don't know. Just conjecture. But he is there. Through the kink they go. Michael Lewis in his 44th runoff start. He has 10 gold medals, 23 medals in total.
Well, if Ave's close enough for a draft, this is where, oh no, that's a lot of smoke.
That's not good. That's not good. Oh no, that's not good. This is Kevin Ruck all over again. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, there's a lot of smoke in the driver cockpit there.
Yep.
In that car, although he's continuing, but they won't be for long based on what we're seeing.
Oh man.
At this point, Michael Lewis has to see that and know that he doesn't necessarily have to push. Yeah, there he's not using as much curbing the exit, knowing that there may be an issue. There's terminal there for Tony Ave.
Yeah. And Tony's not dropping off the pace at all. He's going to go till it blows up, I think. I mean, he's come all this way, you know, from.
Oh, it does not sound good going by us.
I think he's done. Yep, he's pulling off to the right, and I think he realizes the day is over. What a tough break for Tony Ave. Puts the car on the pole, then has to make an engine change. Starts at the back, gets all the way to the bumper of the leader, the 10-time champion, and the car lets him down.
I don't know that he's dropping anything. I didn't see it. I'm sure if he were, his team would be telling him. But we'll keep our eyes on that because right now Rivera is sitting in 3rd, and then this battle is right now for 4th, Robert Wakaki and Blake Wilson. This could end up being a battle for the last step of the podium.
It is indeed that case. And Blake Wilson going to the inside. Now wonders if Wakaki's got an issue.
But look how many leaves there for Warkaki. Yeah, Warkaki is just full leaves in the front of his RX-7. Blake Wilson looks pretty clean. He's been trailing Rob, letting Rob pick them all up so far. The power advantage, though, for Warkaki down the straightaway here underneath the Sargento Bridge.
You can see the white flag off to the left indicating that there's a slow-moving car, and it is the car of Tony Ave. They are now officially in second and third. Or third and fourth, excuse me.
Yeah. Look at this for Blake Wilson. Ducks underneath of Warkaki, and this may be the part of the track where Blake's got the advantage with a little bit less power, but probably a little less weight as well in that first-gen body. Look at him pulling a little bit. Warkaki has such a strong motor on the back straight, but Blake did a great job here through 6 and 7. If he can hold them behind him through 8, he'll have potentially an advantage in the carousel. This is awesome.
Blake definitely with a little more tire too. If you look from the shot going away, even though those wide fender flares exaggerate the look a little bit, but he's definitely got wider rear tires on that car.
Who doesn't love the body kit on that car? It is just incredible.
Every boy racer's dream, man.
Yes.
It's great.
That's an incredible looking car in a heck of a fight, but this is where the advantage turns back to Warkaki as they go down here along the bottom past the kink. They can actually see Tony Rivera in front of them as well.
Here goes Warkaki down to the inside in the run down to Canada. And Blake is a little later on the brakes and able to hang on to the position. And you're right, there's Tony Rivera, the new second place runner.
Oh, this could be interesting. We could have a huge fight on our hands here for second and third.
Michael Lewis is by the line starting lap 12. So we'll see the white flag next time by. Lewis is just hoping the car sticks together.
Lewis's last lap was a 2:33. These guys are running 28s.
Yeah, Rivera is also off the pace. His last lap was a 2:28, a 2:30.3.
It sounded okay going by us. I don't know if he's got something else he's watching, maybe a brakes or something that he's managing. Look at Blake Wilson, though, holding Warkaki behind him all the way down the front straightaway. And look at this, the battle for second is totally on.
Yeah, this is second, third, and fourth. Rivera pulls over. He realizes he's got a problem. He lets them by. So I don't know that he's going to finish this race. So now Blake Wilson up into second spot. He started dead last right next to Tony Rivera, or Tony Ave, excuse me. Yeah, Rivera's done. He's coasting to a stop here. I think he's hoping to get over the crest of the hill so he can coast down to the back door entrance. Now he realizes the best job, good sportsmanship. Pull off into a safe spot there and don't affect the race for everybody else. As Rob Warkaki is now all over Blake Wilson. This is the battle for second and third.
Yeah, this is great.
This could be the battle for the win if Michael Lewis can't make it around on the final lap.
Very true, and Lewis continuing to nurse that car around as we've still got about a lap and a half still to go. These guys are fighting. They probably have no idea that anything may be happening up in front of them other than they've seen cars around. But Blake Wilson, look at the track position, trying to hold Warkaki on his left.
Around the carousel they come. As we are working race lap number 12. Again, white flag next time by to indicate 1 lap to go.
So Lewis has about 20 seconds or so in hand right now over this battle. It was 23 seconds when they came across the stripe, and looking at sectors, Wilson and Warkaki about 3 seconds faster than Lewis in the first sector. I think Lewis is strategically backing off, but this is no backing off. This is a battle.
Warkaki going to the outside now. Blake Wilson's going to make him go around the long way as they come into Canada, and he goes wide.
I think some of that oil dry from yesterday might still have been there and hurting the
braking.
braking.
Oh, no, Warkaki's slowing. He's got a problem. Oh, man. Did the leaves play a battle for him as well?
I wonder if when he got to the brakes, something else may have gone, because that was such a good battle going right there. So Blake Wilson now sitting in second. Warkaki is out. There he is. Doesn't even make it around Bill Mitchell Bend. Now where's Chris Edens?
Yeah, he is now the third place runner, it looks like, as Warkaki is fallen by the wayside. Blake Wilson across the line in second, 17 seconds behind Michael Lewis.
You can see the white flag waving, so this is it. 4 miles to go for these guys. Right now, Lewis, Wilson, and then we're waiting on Chris Edens to come around. George Chacon then also, and McGregor not far behind him.
There's Michael Lewis disappearing from view. under the Cheese Bridge, down toward turn 5.
And he's got to be getting radio calls from his team saying, hey, there's some other attrition. Get this thing home.
Yep.
Big slide there, actually, for somebody who's trying to nurse the car back.
Yeah, you got a 17-second lead.
Stays off the curb at the exit of 6. I suspect to do the same here at 7. Yep.
And yeah, look, the radiator's pretty much clean.
Yeah, but that bodywork is still very loose, especially down that right front, and that hood too is kind of lifted a bunch.
Yeah, this is a battle of survival of the fittest here, as these cars have been fallen by the wayside. Last man standing is going to take the win here.
It's the way GT cars can be at times, which is why it's amazing to watch a race like this at times where there's just so many great battles. But to build a car that can be on a podium, you got to build one that can finish a race. There's a lot of contenders here, but who can actually do it? Lewis, a couple more corners and a couple of straightaways. Blake Wilson out there right now in second. Chris Eden's third. George Chacon up to fourth in his white RX-7.
Remember, there's one more set of corners to go for Michael Lewis, but it looks like he's been able to nurse it home.
One more time on the brakes, one more set of downshifts.
One more burst of flames. Michael Lewis looking for gold medal number 11 with a car that is not at its best, I think it's safe to assume. Almost 11 seconds on that last lap off his best, but the checkered flag flies nonetheless. Michael Lewis, the last man standing among the front runners. And look at Blake Wilson, started 13th on the grid, and he's going to come home with the silver medal.
There's a contender for that hard charger.
Boy, pretty much I think he's got a shoe-in for the hard charger. Chris Edens in his 7th runoff start has not had a medal. He's had 2 top 10s, and he's going to end up on the box if he can get that Miata. There he is.
That's the 39 at George Chacon, actually, which worries me a little bit that we have not seen Edens through the Sector 2. This might be Chacon now sitting in 3rd.
Yeah.
Where is Chris Edens' car?
He must have fallen by the wayside as well.
Chris Edens is at the carousel.
Yeah, so he's got a problem. Here comes George Chacon, and he's going to take the last step on the box. How about that?
That's amazing. Again, you got to make a car that can make it all the way to the finish. And George Chacon has done just that.
Good for him. George Chacon started back in 11th position, and he takes it. Yeah, there's Chris Eden's car right now.
Half a lap at the end.
Half a lap to go, right at the carousel. Entrance to the carousel. Oh, man, how tough is that? Here comes Armin McGregor. He's going to get 4th place honors as he climbs the hill. Armin started back in 10th position. So this one was all about attrition as Armin McGregor comes across. Ken Nelson will be next in the order.
I haven't seen him yet, but we've got an eye on Taz Harvey.
That's Taz Harvey in the Civic.
Nelson in that red Nissan may have also pulled off out on track. So that means Taz Harvey in the TCR, which he's been in the pits. We saw that. He may end up getting himself a top 5 out of this.
A top 5 with a pit stop. That's saying something.
That's TCR car. They're used to doing pit stops. They didn't do a driver change, though.
So that's true. That's true.
Only a pit stop probably for leaves or something else.
Oh, so Taz Harvey in the Civic out of Danville, California comes across to take 5th spot. Are there any other cars running? I don't believe so. I think that's it. We have 5 finishers.
Wow.
As everyone else in this 13-car field has fallen by the wayside. What a deal.
Heartbreaking there at the end. I mean, for all of them.
Oh, my goodness.
For Chris Edens, for Tony Rivera, for Rob Warkaki, for Ave, all of them not able to get to the end. Michael Lewis appeared to potentially be nursing that car, but nonetheless, 11 gold medals.
Holy moly.
11.
Holy moly. To finish first, you first must finish. And that is exactly what's happened to Michael Lewis with clearly a wounded car. Wounded bodywork at least, but his lap time's really plunging at the end as he did everything he needed to do to get that car home in first spot. with a lot of help from his friends.
Yeah, he had to fight a little bit, and he had to actually drive it, and then he had to nurse it. So unbelievable.
My gracious goodness. What a race.
Well, there's Ken Nelson in the Nissan right there behind Tony Rivera in the RX-3. So I don't think Ken wanted to just go and grab a beer with these guys. I think that's unfortunate for Ken. I love the body style, obviously.
Yep.
But that 200SX, first time we've seen him today, is not how he wanted to be on camera.
Look at the joy from all of the workers. CC, one of our grid workers, happy for Michael Lewis, as he raced in 3 classes here this weekend, finally comes through. He's had some disappointment in the other 2 races, and finally comes through and gets that 11th gold medal. And Sports Car got it right.
You can hear the joy in the background of that shot.
Hey guys, I don't know if you realize this or not.
Michael Lewis, for years, a dominant factor in GT1 racing, and in his later years now has branched out into GT Light and GT3 as well. Gold medals around. Yeah, ran Trans Am back in the day. Let's go down to Hayward with Michael Lewis.
Michael Lewis says that it was nerve-wracking. I just got to ask you, what does it feel like to have your daughter give you a gold medal?
It's a little emotional.
It's been a big week for you. You've had some issues in the GT1 race. GT Lights didn't go the way you wanted it to. You've got the gold. Talk about your race a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, this is the swan song for GT3. So I wanted to win this race against those guys and have it be a battle, and it certainly turned out to be. And but yeah, we've had such poor luck this weekend and for a couple years. So just nice that it smiled on us a little bit there. I mean, Tony was certainly had the bit between his teeth, and he was coming hard. I'd saved a little bit, and I thought I could hold him, but I'm glad I didn't have to.
It did look like a couple of laps. Your lap times climbed up a bit. Was that intentional, saving the car? Did you have heating issues? What was going on there?
Yeah, I did have heating issues, skyrocketing oil temperature, so I had to back off.
You have most of the Kettle Bottoms forest on the grill of the car right now.
Is it? And I don't know why. I didn't go off or anything, but yeah, and then it went right back down. So apparently it healed itself, so I'm happy about that. Yeah.
Well, congratulations to you. I heard some incredible number, like 11th national championship from the guys in the booth. Yeah. Gold for you here at the runoffs.
Yeah, we've been stuck on 10 for a while, and I thought that was it, but it's nice to break that. And it's such a privilege with the guys that have that many championships to be in that company. So just unbelievable. Thanks.
Well, congratulations. Daughter Lauren is climbing in the car, I believe, to go on the victory lap with her dad. So a real special moment here for the Lewis family.
Oh, that's just great. That's a great story. As Michael Lewis will take yet another victory lap to go with the 10 that he's taken prior to this. And that's a great moment.
Yeah, sure is. Tells you what it's about. You know?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Yep. For the team, for the family.
We'll see you in a few.
It meant a lot to him. If the car can go, gotta do one more lap, 4 more miles, or not.
Here's the graphic with our top 10. This the actual order may be a little strange. Michael Lewis was your winner as he held on Blake Wilson. What a run. Certainly a shoe-in for the Sunoco Hard Charger Award. George Chacon coming home in 3rd spot. Armin McGregor takes 4th place honors. Taz Harvey in the TCR car comes home in 5th. Chris Edens by the side of the road in 6th. Same story for Ken Nelson in the 91. Same story for Tony Rivera in the 09. Same story for Rob Borkaki in the 78. Same story for Tony Ave rounding out the top 10. Jeff Durnell and Paul Young also with issues. Stacy Wilson was the first to retire. So my goodness, what a race it was. Let's go down and talk to Blake Wilson and George Chacon, probably the 2 most surprised drivers on the property.
Blake, I got to ask you, when did you think that maybe you were going to end up on the podium of this race?
Well, I don't really know. You know, we just drove as hard as we could, and the car was really good. We was planning on the car being good through the second half of the race, and it really was. I was able to get back by Rob. I'm not sure what happened to him, hope everything's okay, and it was just a lot of fun, you know.
You qualified 13th for this race. You drove it to 2nd, certainly the hard charger of the race. What does that feel like?
Oh, it feels great, especially getting to do it with my family, and you know, we put everything into this, and when we have a good result, it just means everything to us, and couldn't do it without him.
Congratulations on the silver. We're going to get George, our bronze finisher. George, I'm guessing this race just ran exactly like you drew it up.
Yeah, actually, I figured there was going to be a lot of attrition, but the way they were falling out was incredible. And every time that I would see a car parked on the side of the track, it's like it's one more position, and yeah, it's like survive it, and we did. So, yep. I'm really proud of everybody that was behind the scenes here. Thanks to my father and my family, my wife, Colette, and all my kids. Yeah, and everybody back home, Mazda, Goodyear, thank you very much for their support, and especially the guys back there, John, Ryan, and Dakota. Yeah, and I tell you what, it's amazing. I know there's people I'm missing, and I apologize, but I appreciate their help. They know who they are, and it's phenomenal for us to be on the podium.
Well, a lot of emotion in the moment. Congratulations on the bronze.
Thank you very much.
Anybody watching this doesn't think this is a big deal to these drivers, that's a pretty good indication of what it is. George Chacon in his 7th runoff start, his best finish prior to that was a 4th at Mid-Ohio back in 2016. So it's been a long way. And here's the start of the race. Jeff Durnell takes off like a shot out of a cannon. He and Michael Lewis with a good battle early on. Lewis finally taking over what would eventually be the lead, but this was the charge of the race. Tony Ave, after a motor change, starts at the back, but then just as he's ready to take the lead from Michael Lewis with a wounded car, the engine expires, and then here comes Blake Wilson battling all race long with Rob Borkocki. Yeah. Sorry, I had a brain fade there for a minute. As they battled all race long, and then Borkocki's car mysteriously fails. There goes Tony Rivera's car suddenly failing, and Blake Wilson finds himself in 2nd spot. Michael Lewis comes home with, as he said in the interview, with oil temperatures skyrocketing. We could have told him why. He had no way of knowing because he can't see the grill of his car from the driver's seat. So what a fantastic race. It's all about attrition, but hey, you got to be running to get it done. And Michael Lewis, Blake Wilson, and George Chacon, survivors at the finish, with only 5 cars of the 13 finishing. Let's wrap it up if we can. Thanks again to Mazda for making this broadcast possible, for a great finish to GT3. And we've got a little more racing to go, so don't go anywhere. But on behalf of Lefty McLeod and Hayward Wagner, I'm John Phippen. Thanks for being with us. We'll see you down the road.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there.
I was half joking about a
way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
It is the final Hagerty race day of the 2024 SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. And we may have saved the best for last. These are the fastest cars here this weekend, lapping just a whisker over 2 minutes a lap. It's time for Prototype 1. I'm John Phippen. Alongside me is Tom O'Gorman, and our third member of our broadcast team has done great job on a chilly pit lane all weekend long, Hayward Wagner. Hayward?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. The 5-minute board is up, and you are correct. This is the final race of the weekend. Perhaps the best, definitely the fastest, and our pole sitter, the fastest man at the runoffs, Chip Romer, here in the Goodyear shod One Motorsports P1 car. Just take a look at the amount of exposed carbon on this car, the amount of aero features built in the car. We've got the feathering down here on the bottom of the wing. This entire car, more or less, is knee height for me or lower. Just really sleek, purpose-built. But I want to take a look at the second car on the grid as well. This is Jason Miller. Jason is a perennial runner in this class. This is his home track. And a lot of people make remarks about the car during the race, but I want to get a close shot of this exhaust system and what he's doing here. This obviously is a two-stroke, so the big pipes you typically see on a snowmobile, but 6 of them stacked together running into mufflers. I don't know that that's the most aerodynamic way to do it, but it is a very efficient way to make torque.
Thanks. Jason Miller in that two-stroke Kohler-powered prototype has been a fixture in this racing, as was his dad, Jeff, for many years. And so we'll see what Jason could do. He's just a whisker off the pace set by Chip Romer in qualifying. And Tomo, we've got a one last time around this racetrack. Again, I can't believe there's anybody listening who doesn't know the layout at Road America, but take us around just in case.
Absolutely. Happy to be here for Prototype 1 with you, John, and this is going to be a very fast lap in a Prototype 1. Fast down into turn 1, well over 100 miles an hour through the apex there, and then slowing it down for turn 3. These aren't the most powerful cars, so the trap speeds won't look all that impressive. That back straight from 3 to 5 takes a little bit longer in these than something like a GT1, but they'll do okay. Late on the brakes down into turn 5, up the hill through turn 6. Something to be very careful of through this handling section is we've had a lot of big gusts. Even cars that are full-bodied have been commenting how much they get blown around. These prototypes are so aero-dependent, especially in Sector 2, going through the carousel and into the kink. They're going to have to be very aware, and they may not even have any warning. It may just be gusts of wind. Braking down into turn 12 for Canada Corner, up through turn 13, flat out for these cars, and then a really fast sweep through 14 up the hill for the checkered flag of One Lap Road America.
That's a trip around Road America. Before we send the cars out on the formation lap, let's take a quick break for the final time this weekend and thank the folks that make this broadcast possible.
Choose joy. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. Way out there. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Welcome back to Road America as we're ready to grid the final race of the 60th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. And it is for P1. And as we said, the fastest cars here this weekend. A prototype like this holds the lap record for SCCA club racing cars, just under 2 minutes a lap. And Chip Romer came really close, in fact, better than the existing lap record. 2 minutes, .476 for the class, that is. 2 minutes, .476 seconds. 2 minutes, .540 for Jason Miller. So you can see those are a couple hundredths of a second apart as they roll away. Let's introduce the 12 car starting grid. Actually, I think there will only be 11, but we'll check that as we get through the order. The Tire Rack Pole Award winner for the second time is Chip Romer in the number 29 out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona in the San Francisco region in his Elan DPO2 Mazda-powered car. He's picked by Sports Car Magazine to finish atop the box. Jason Miller alongside from Plymouth, Wisconsin, just up the road in the number 0 from Milwaukee. In addition to the Win First West Kohler. This is his 25th runoff start. He also was the winner of the Hawk Breakthrough Performer Award for making the biggest improvement between the first and second day of qualifying. Starting third, the number 23, Jim Davenport from Alamo, California, in the San Francisco region, a two-time champion, most recently in 2018. He's in another Elan DPO2. He's also picked by Sports Car to finish on the box. Lee Alexander, the 2011 Kimberly Cup Most Improved Driver in the number 48 car out of Springfield, Tennessee, and the Tennessee region, a two-time champion, most recently in 2021. He's in the first of the stores with the motorcycle power plant. That's a WFZ. Right behind him is Matt Romer in the 62, also from Lake Havasu City, Arizona, and the Cal Club. He's in another Elan DPO2. Todd Vanacore can win the Super Sweep if he's able to get to the top spot on the podium this weekend. Ormond Beach, Florida is his home, the Central Florida region. He's the defending champion of the class. He is in his 19th runoff start. He also raced in Spec Racer Ford, and he also won the Sunoco 260 Tuesday Award, which is 15 gallons of Sunoco 260 fuel to the driver who has the qualifying performance with the last three digits closest to 260. John McAleer doing double duty this weekend in Formula Atlantic and this class in the number 68 car from Roswell, Georgia, and the Atlanta region in an Elan DPO2. This is his 8th runoff start. Yeah, fans are happy. Next up is Matthew Gendron in the number 82 out of the New England region, Monson, Massachusetts, his hometown. He's in a Downing Atlanta Peach with Mazda power. Greg Case starts 9th in the number 9 car out of Peoria, Illinois, in the Central Illinois region, in the store WF1 Suzuki. Starting 10th, car 18, David Locke from Lafayette, Indiana, in the Chicago region, in another store WF1 Suzuki. Starting 11th is car 6, Tyler Thielman, out of Kyle, Wisconsin, just up the road, in the Milwaukee region, in an Elan DPO2 Mazda. And finally, I don't believe he's in the field, the number 41 of James French from Sheboygan and Milwaukee, a two-time national champion, but his car caught fire after qualifying earlier in the weekend, and I don't believe they were able to get it repaired. So yeah, Tyler Thielman is the last car in the field, so we'll have 11 starters. James French, the local driver, unfortunately, two-time national champ in his 9th runoff start, unfortunately not able to take the green flag.
Well, a few others actually missing as I look down the grid. Todd Vanacore, we know, suffered a brake failure earlier this week in his Prototype 1 car. He did not race Spec Racer Ford and did not take the grid here at Prototype 1. So our our defending champion is missing from the grid. Our thoughts go to Todd. Hope he's here and able to watch at least. And then also David Locke in the number 18 car did not make the grid in his store WF1 as well. So we're down to 9 starters here in Prototype 1, but all the contenders that we knew we were going to get, other than Vanacore, are in there. You mentioned Chip Romer, Jason Miller, less than a tenth apart in qualifying. Then we've got Jim Davenport, Lee Alexander, and Matt Romer all very much close as well. The last two notes, I'd say there's 2 weather-related issues for these drivers. We talked about the wind. We've also had a lot of issues with those leaves blowing around, falling off the trees, and getting sucked into the places where the car needs fresh air, clogging up those things and overheating engines. There's not much you can do about that, but you see those nice high intakes. For some of the cars, others using much lower side pod mounted intakes. Those are going to be a little more risky.
Yeah, exactly right. We've had it's been an issue all weekend long, especially the last couple of days when the wind has really picked up. And as you can see, the beautiful fall colors in the trees as they're shedding their leaves, and these cars coming by and just acting like vacuum cleaners, sucking these leaves up in it. And at the last race, we had so much attrition, almost half of the field unable to make it. Now, the smoke you see coming out of Jason Miller's car is normal. That is a 2-stroke. It is supposed to do that, so don't be alarmed if you see a little smoke out of the back of that number 10, or 0, should I say, of Jason Miller. as he will start in the off-pole position. His dad, Jeff, worked for Kohler for a number of years and adopted this two-stroke Kohler generator motor, basically, and has been a standard holder for the Kohler power plants for years and years, and his son, Jason, picking up right where Jeff left off.
Well, Hayward mentioned it's full of torque. Let's see what he's got at the green.
Coming to the green flag, starter looking him over, and there is the green. And Chip Romer makes a liar out of us as Jason Miller does not get a good start as he is sucked up by most of the field here as he's finally got that car up on the cam. But Chip Romer right down into second spot. Jim Davenport following him through. Jason Miller finally joins in about fifth spot. Looks like he managed to survive for fourth as they come down the hill through turn 3 for the first time. Chip Romer setting a lap time just a whisker over 2 minutes a lap, and that is hustling around a 4-mile racetrack.
Can be difficult to tell them apart, but again, Chip Romer in the black with red accents, then Jim Davenport, slightly different red accents on that black car, and then the blue of Matt Romer. So we'll get the Romers identified early. Chip is red, Matt is blue, and Matt is looking racy on the back of Jim Davenport. He's trying to get up near essentially his teammate as the back of the pack is still fanning out Gendron side by side with Case, I believe.
And Jason Miller finally getting it up to speed. There's the 68 car of John McAleer, who we also saw in Formula Atlantic competition. As Chip Romer leading the way down the hill. Takes these cars a lap or two to get the tires up to temperature. As I said, they don't have the most powerful engines in these cars by any means, but it's all about the aero. These cars, we talked about it in the Formula Atlantic race yesterday, these cars, basically a Formula Atlantic with fenders, as they are very sophisticated, lots of downforce, big underbody tunnels, evacuating the air underneath the car, creating that low pressure zone which sucks it down. And here comes Matt Romer making a challenge for second spot on Jim Davenport, and he's got it done. It's Romer versus Romer now at the front as Chip and Matthew going after it. Coming through Thunder Valley out of Bill Mitchell Bend. Matt looks a little faster than Chip right now. Let's see what happens as they climb the hill for the first time.
Yeah, you mentioned needing to get the tires up to temperature. These types of cars, you got to get the driver up to temperature too. It's a very difficult task to hop in, go quick with the amount of speed these cars can carry, and they haven't sat in these cars since the end of Thursday. It's now 3 days later, Sunday afternoon. It's been a long time since they've driven. Of course, they've got plenty of time to think about it. They've raced them all year, but it still takes a little while to get these things swinging. Romer a little bit wide. Chip is, as Matt Romer comes up underneath, you're right, the number 62, the blue and black, has the speed early in this race.
Yeah, Matt's looking definitely to be the quicker of the two right now, but Jim Davenport not letting any grass grow under his feet as well. Davenport in his 13th runoff start, 2 gold medals to his tally, 6 total medals for him. And here comes Matthew as he goes down to the inside as they make the run down to turn 5, just showing the fender to Chip, but decides to stay single file. And look at Jason Miller. He has made up all the ground he lost on the start, either in the wrong gear or the car just stumbled a bit. But now that he's got it up on song, it is right there with these guys. It's a 4-way battle at the front. In fact, let's make it 5 as Lee Alexander is right there in 5th spot as well.
Yeah, shaping up to be a good battle. And unfortunately for Miller, I don't know if that car just needed to clear itself out a little bit more before the green flag, and it finally went, but that start's going to make this a whole lot more work for him. Instead of starting on the front row, whoa, Davenport a little bit wide through the carousel. Got to watch out for the oil dry that we have kind of residually sitting out there.
Yeah, Davenport, I don't know if he was experimenting to see if that wider line was a little quicker as they make their way through the fearsome kink, but these cars probably pretty much easy flat through there, I'm guessing, because of the amount of downforce that they generate.
Yeah, you may see some unique lines for the prototypes relative to the street car-based production cars that we see a lot in this SCCA club racing runoffs, and it's because they have the option, because they have so much grip, to change their lines a little bit, maybe carry a little bit less distance, or maybe go for a little bit more momentum. So if you see strange line choices and you think, what's that guy do? Oh, Davenport's I'm gonna say, what's he doing? As he drops a tire, that's a little different, but point stands.
That was not the line choice I think he had hoped for.
No.
Yeah, exactly right. As Matt Romer sets fast lap of the race, and here comes Jason Miller. He's going to go around Davenport to move up into 3rd spot now. So Jason Miller, who qualified 2nd but got a terrible start, has made up almost all the ground that he lost. And we'll see if Jim Davenport and Lee Alexander can stay with him. John McAleer in 6th is well back. They're almost 6 seconds behind this battle that we're watching in the top 5. Under the Cheese Bridge and down the hill, this portion of the track they call the Moraine Sweep, leading down to turn 5. And here comes Matthew Romer once again, down to the inside, not able to complete that pass just yet.
No, father-son dueling, and you got to be careful. You don't want to make family dinner awkward by taking each other out. But Matt Romer is looking a little bit more feisty at the beginning of this race. Now that he's got some clear air, Jason Miller has put in fastest sector 1, cleared 160 miles an hour in the trap speeds before braking for turn 5. I think we're going to see that number 0 Kohler-powered car catch up to this battle pretty quick.
These two experimenting with a little different line through the carousel, or at least approaching the carousel. And these Elan DPO2s, a little whiff of smoke out of the back of Matt Romer's car.
Both of these cars, that Elan DPO2, which was originally basically an IMSA spec prototype class called IMSA Lights, but in this category they are not spec. They're allowed to do whatever they want within, obviously the Prototype 1 rules. And that One Motorsports crew and a couple of the other teams have really gone wild on modifying bodywork, changing things about the car that they didn't like to make them fit this much more open category from what was formerly a spec car.
Yeah, they ran what was called the Prototype Challenge in IMSA back in the day. Back in 2012, I think, is when they were new in that era. But like I say, in these prototype classes, the rule book is very forgiving. You can do lots of strange and exotic things to these cars, and these guys take advantage of every opportunity. As Jason Miller running right up along the pit wall, a distant third. Good battle for 4th, however, as the 23 of Jim Davenport and Lee Alexander side by side. As Davenport goes a little wide, opening the door for Alexander.
We've seen Davenport in this class a lot. I think he formerly used to race a Norma chassis car, switched over to this DPO2 within recent years. So it's 3 of those DPO2s in the top 5, and then Lee Alexander in his store hanging onto the back. You see that little bit smaller profile on that car. Drafts a little bit nicer. He pops out on Davenport, drops the tire. The lane is shut.
Davenport hanging on to that 4th spot as they begin to drop away from the top 2 as the Romers in command here at the moment. At the line, we had about a 2-second lead over Jason Miller. There's Jason in the background, just exiting turn 7, down into turn 8. We've been talking a lot about the leaves getting into the radiators of these cars, and that's something that will come to pass. Look at the sparks coming off of the outside wheel of Jason Miller's car. I don't know if there's a titanium rub strip on the bodywork, or is he actually getting the wheel rim in contact with the ground here? I don't know. Here comes Matthew Miller down to the inside. Not Miller, I keep calling him Miller. Romer on down the inside to try to make that pass, but not quite able to do it. Chip's able to hold him off.
Yeah, I can't tell how much Matt Romer in the 2nd place car is trying to make moves versus be able to see versus be able to fill Dad's mirrors up with Chip Romer in the lead. The body language of that car has not been super consistent, but he did fall back just a little bit with that look into Canada corner, pinched the entry, wasn't able to keep the exit nearly as clean. Romer last time by was the fastest car on track. He will stay that way this time until Jason Miller comes across. Miller had really, really good sectors. He lost a little bit of it, actually lost 2/10 to the leader that time by.
Chip Romer in his 9th runoffs appearance. He's got 1 win to his credit. Matt in only his 2nd. He did take the start at VIR, but was a DNF, so this will be an opportunity for not only a medal, but perhaps a chance for a win on the 2nd time of offing.
And I think we have a change in position for 4th in the background. Both black cars look a little similar from far away, but I think Lee Alexander did get by Jim Davenport that lap. We'll take a look next time they pop into camera frame.
Here they are.
Indeed it did.
Yep.
Somewhere in between turn 1 and 3. The 48 has gone to 4th.
So the store of Lee Alexander up into 4th spot, with the Elan of Jim Davenport dropping back into 5th. John McAleer a distant 6th in the blue and white Elan, number 68. There's Jim Davenport Here's Lee Alexander coming through the carousel turn.
You just saw the number 9 of Greg Case report to the pit lane with loose bodywork and some smoke out of the left rear. So tough to see Greg Case wait around for the last race of the weekend and end with a mechanical. Thoughts to him, but on the pit lane.
The Romer battle continues. Chip being a little defensive this time as Matt looking for a way around. You kind of have the impression that Matt might be a little quicker, but he doesn't want to force the issue at this early stage as we're only working race lap number 5 of 13.
Yeah, perhaps using some of these opportunities to kind of develop his thoughts, take his time, see what Dad's got.
Yep.
Chip Romer leading the way, and we don't usually see, there's a lot of family at the runoffs. You don't usually see family battling it out, maybe other than Formula V. So this is a really cool thing for these guys.
Yeah, and to do so in the fastest cars in SCCA competition, that's pretty sweet. This, of course, is the last time Prototype 1 will run as a separate class, P1 and P2 being combined in the new regime starting next season. As we've got a replay of a pass a little deeper back. In fact, nice freeze frame of that pass here. Oh, here it comes.
Oh, so this is actually the car that pulled into the pit lane and maybe a left rear flat or suspension issues. That was the bodywork. The number 9 I mentioned, Greg Case, having an issue, was going a lap down anyway, did a good job to hang onto that car in a pretty sketchy spot on the track under sketchy circumstances.
Yeah, it kind of looked like tire rub, so I'm guessing he had a flat tire. That outside tire was... It's hard to tell. The profile of these tires is so low, it's almost impossible to tell when they're out of air.
That Romer barely keeping it on the track at turn 7, just trying to straighten that thing out as much as he can and keep his foot in it. Barely kept the tires on the paved section, but that paved section out there is so rough.
That's one of the things about the repave here at Road America a couple seasons ago. They left the track configuration absolutely the same, but they didn't do a thing to the curbs on purpose. They wanted to keep them the same, so the character of the track doesn't change at all. These curbs are historically a little rough. All right, here comes Matt again, just showing the nose. Decides to stay single file. Team orders, perhaps.
And Jason Miller hasn't quite been able to match the pace. Last time by a 2:09 fastest lap for Matt Romer, the black and blue in second position. A couple of tenths quicker than Chip Romer in the lead, but Jason Miller was about a second slower than that, so he's fallen back just a little bit, still holding on to third pretty comfortably. Has a 3-second lead over Lee Alexander, who's been on a little bit of a charge, but doesn't quite have the pace to catch Jason Miller just yet.
Jason across the line, about 3.5 seconds behind the second place runner, Matt Romer. So he's kind of in a lonely third spot at the moment. I love the look of that car with the 6 exhaust pipes coming out the back. Yeah. It's really kind of exotic looking. I'll tell you what, the 48 car of Lee Alexander is picking up the pace. Once he got around Jim Davenport, he has disappeared.
Those two turning laps only a tenth apart, Miller and Alexander for third and fourth. So if this race continues to go towards Lee Alexander, we're going to get a battle for the bronze as the battle for the gold continues. Working lap number 7 of 13. These cars are so fast, we're just clear of half distance already.
Yeah, working race lap number 7, just passing the halfway point.
Noticing Matt Romer using a little less of the track this time by. Maybe he was a little too uncomfortable as he flirted with the grass last time. And this is another mechanical issue for John McAleer going down. It's right in the middle of the carousel, gets out of the way. That's heartbreaking as well, competing in 2 classes this weekend, and definitely wanted to see the checkered in this Prototype 1 class.
A little different body work on McAleer's Elan. As you can see, Matt Romer taking a tear off the car. Makes you wonder if there's a little vapor fluid coming off the back of his dad's car?
It's possible. We're seeing a lot of sparks and a lot of little puffs of smoke, especially when they're using the curbs. That's just the super low ground height of these cars, or ride height of these cars. Very little ground clearance, but I have noticed a little bit of extra smoke off the back of the 62. That is the second place car. I've seen it a couple times off the left rear. That doesn't seem to be as related to the curbs as when we see it out of Chip's car. There's a little bit of it there.
Yeah, exactly. Might be just a little underbody rub when he goes over the curbs. Because like you say, these have zero ground clearance almost. The closer you can run it to the ground, the more the downforce it generates. Oh, man. Jason Miller's done.
Bummer. Dang.
Oh, daggone it.
His frustration very visible there. I'm not sure where that is. He did a really good job to get away from the tracks to be able to keep this thing clean. It looks like maybe the pull-off inside turn 3.
Yep, exactly.
And that's officially 1 lap down. That's just heartbreaking.
Oh, man.
Certainly a lot of local friends and family here cheering him on. There's friends watching live cheering him on. So
tough break for Jason. So that promotes Lee Alexander up to a podium position. Jim Davenport, another second behind him. It's late in the day as our final race of the day. The sun occasionally going behind the clouds. That gives us a chance to see the brake rotors glowing on these cars as they get on the binders, especially down the hill down into turn 5. You can get some indication of the distance between the lead battle and the battle for the final step on the podium.
yeah, we're down to 6 cars circulating, but we have 2 good battles. The Roamers at the front, obviously Chip and Matt, but this is still Lee Alexander and Jim Davenport, who haven't quite separated from each other just yet. Davenport has kind of stabilized the gap, but didn't quite have the pace to catch anything up yet. About 1.2 seconds last time at the start-finish line. He's got 5 laps to find a little bit more to try to catch back up to Lee Alexander for what is now a bronze medal. I don't know that they realize that, though. Oh, for the lead.
Matt goes side by side around the outside of Chip. Is he able to hold it? Chip is staying tall as they stay side by side. And now he's going to stuff it down to the inside at turn 14, but I think he let his son get through there without collecting him.
That was a power move around the outside of Canada corner. I'm assuming that he would have pulled left between the braking point and the kink and then just outbroke. So Chip Romer gets passed by Matt Romer. Matt to the lead, the younger of the 2, father and son duo. And I thought that Chip Romer was going to look up the inside in 14, but thought better of it very smartly so.
Well, let's see. We were talking earlier because Matt was able to follow his dad so closely for so long that he might be a little quicker. Now that he's made his way to the front, is he going to be able to open up a gap? But at the moment, the answer is not necessarily. Let's see what happens as they come under the Sargento Bridge down the hill.
Matt Romer does have the fast lap of the race. Your leader now has the fast lap, so the pace of that car does appear to be just a little bit better, but we've also seen him be a little bit less consistent as we watch. Chip Romer has been very, very much more so just kind of in line. Matt Romer taking more risks to go a little bit quicker, but he is pulling away. Look at this.
Yeah, opening up a bit of a gap. Youth and inexperience versus old age and treachery, as the old saying goes. Down the hill comes Matt Romer into turn number 8 with clear air in front. He does seem to be stretching the advantage over his more experienced father. This is only his second runoff start, and he has not seen a checkered flag yet. Let's hope that the commentator's curse does not come into play here.
The knock on wood in front of me has been doing
wood.
okay.
Yep,
but another thought I just had as we watch Matt Romer continue to pull away just kind of consistently over these last couple of sectors is aero wash. These cars are so aero dependent. You also run close up behind. Instead of having the air hit the car and push you down, the air is gone. You're in the vacuum that the car in front leaves, and you don't have any of that downforce to work with. So maybe Matt Romer was just kind of biding his time. He took the opportunity, but now he's going to have even more confidence. That's something that Jim Davenport is also dealing with as the battle for third heats up.
Yeah, Davenport definitely is closing down on Lee Alexander now. Lee in the store, as you can see the sparks as he goes a little wide. Also a tear off coming off his helmet, bouncing along the racetrack. The store pretty good in a straight line with that Suzuki power plant.
And is that a baseball cap on the track? I see the wind maybe steal the starter's hat.
All kinds of debris, actually.
So last time by with clear air, Matt Romer takes the fast lap of the race, improves by a 10th to a 2-minute .8. Now it's a second lead last time by the start-finish line, but I'm noticing, you mentioning the fast straight line speed. Lee Alexander also has this very much more small car than Davenport does. It's going to be tough for Jim to get a draft.
Yeah, that store much narrower than the Alans, and he's got the Kawasaki motorcycle power plant in it, which makes oodles of horsepower. Matt is not letting, or Chip is not letting Matt get away here as they come down the hill toward turn 8. I think Matt was kind of collecting himself after giving up the lead to his offspring.
Yeah, Matt, when he took the lead, he set that fast lap, but as immediately Chip Romer saw as he was pulling away, responded with a personal best Sector 1 that was about a half a second faster than Matt Romer's Sector 1. So he's inspired. He's going to bring this battle back to the front.
This race going down at a torrid pace. We're only halfway through the allotted time, and we are already working race lap number 10. So these classes that lapping in the neighborhood of 2 minutes will easily make the 40-minute time limit if we don't have a yellow. Touch wood again.
Yeah, the Runoffs race is always targeting about a 50-mile race distance, so the races don't change if you're faster. It's just you're going to do that 50 miles a little bit quicker. Happens to be about 13 laps here at Road America. 4 times 13 is, well, my phone told me a minute ago, 52.
Yeah, just a little over. Chip Romer sets fast lap of the race, and we've got a change. Davenport has gotten around Lee Alexander. So Jim Davenport makes it in a Lon DPO2 1-2-3 right now. Alexander, though, look at the top end on that car as he closes right back on his back wing.
But now he has to deal with that aero wash. You saw the car looked just a little slow through the apex. It wouldn't quite turn for him, and that's because Davenport was poking that big hole. Now he can maybe get a little sniff of draft and make something happen down towards turn 5.
Let's follow this battle for third spot. Yeah, look at that as he's able to just almost motor around him, but not quite. That's the Elan of Davenport with just a little more grip down into turn 5. This is the portion of the track where the Elan might be a little handier. It's got generates a little more downforce, probably a little more mid-corner speed.
Well, and that bigger track width is also pretty meaningful. Those big wide cars, you'll notice all fast professional race cars are pretty big and wide, if not very low as well. So the handling is being helped out there too.
Yeah, I think the advantage for the store is being a little narrower. It slices through the air just a little more expeditiously, so a little more top end speed perhaps. Here they come into the kink. Working race lap number 11. Alex Davenport gets a great run through Kettle Bottoms, is able to open up a bit of an advantage here, as this is the battle for the bronze medal. Meanwhile, the Romer family comes by. Matt resets fast lap of the race and opens up a 0.8 of a second lead over his dad, as Jim Davenport now climbs the hill.
Yeah, fast lap of the race by a scant 0.08. It's barely faster as the both of them basically running the same lap time last time by, but slight advantage to Matt Romer's continuing to pull away.
You can see Alexander gets closer and closer as they get further down this long straightaway, as the straight line speed advantage of that store comes into play.
You know, I can't wait to hear what these drivers think of the wind. You just saw in the background some of the trees losing their leaves, the just massive gusts of wind come through. Drivers in touring cars saying it's affecting them. It's got to be affecting these cars too. Look at that end plate bent in as it makes downforce, just bent to curve and clean up the air coming off the back of the car. It's pretty cool.
Yep. Those serrations, as Haywood pointed out, down on the grid at the bottom. Every little flip and twist they can to generate a little more downforce and a little less drag. Aerodynamic efficiency, the ratio between drag and downforce. Obviously you want the maximum downforce and the minimum drag. As they come under the Mission Foods Bridge, past the beach and into the kink. We will see the white flag this time by, as we are working lap number 12 of 13.
Ooh, little mistake from Chip Romer, runs pretty wide there at Canada Corner, coming to the white flag. That was the worst timing for a small mistake, as now he's got a little bit more distance to cover to catch up if he wants to challenge for the gold medal. And those big curves are not friendly to these little cars. Does it almost again all the way to the grass, pushing so hard for Chip Romer, but it's not helping him right now.
Yeah, Matthew seems to have the car a little better planted, And he comes across the line to see that white flag. There comes Chip. And this is all going on a ways in front of the third place battle between Davenport and Alexander. There's Matt. Oh, Chip is way off at the exit of turn 1.
Is his right rear okay? I'm trying to see if there's anything wrong with that car, or maybe just a driver error or lapse in frustration after a small mistake leads to another small mistake. Yeah, I think the car is okay. Just missing turn 1, ending up on those big curbs again.
Yeah, I think he was pushing and hoping to make a race out of it, but I think he's agreed that he doesn't have the pace at this point in the race. So he's going to let Matt carry on as he realizes he's got a pretty good buffer. 17 seconds is the interval back to the third place battle.
Yeah, and you can just tell Chip's rhythm is broken just enough that he's going to kind of lay over and take that bronze medal or silver medal at this point. The gap is certainly expanded exponentially at this point for the start of the lap. Matt Romer just running away on this final lap.
Now Chip's got one of each. He's got a gold, a silver, and a bronze among his 8 runoff starts, this being the 9th. Matt, however, has 0 medals. In fact, doesn't have a finish yet in his brief runoffs career. So this is going to be a great way to put a cherry on top of this weekend for the Romer family.
Meanwhile, that battle for third was only a half a second last time by, so we'll definitely catch that at some point before they catch the checker, but they are 18 seconds back of the leaders, so plenty of time for Matt Romer to finish this thing off and have us check out what's going on back there for third. Another small mistake maybe for Chip Romer, struggling with that car handling-wise, I think, just trying to get it home safe at this point. But here comes Matt.
Matt Romer qualified the car in 5th position and brings it up the hill from Lake Havasu City, Arizona, across the line to take gold medal number 1 for Matt Romer. Well judged and well played. Father Chip comes across the line in 2nd. Now here comes the battle for 3rd. Davenport with the advantage. Alexander right behind him. He's going to tuck in behind, see if he can get a draft. Can he stay close enough to pop at the line? Here he comes to the inside. He's got to run. It's going to be close. Oh, man.
I think Davenport got that one just by a splitter length. Lee Alexander had the perfect Canada corner, or turn 14, but it just was not quite enough.
17 thousandths of a second between those two at the line. Jim Davenport taking the bronze medal. Wow, what a great finish. Here comes Matthew Gendron in the 82 in the 5th spot. And Tyler Thielman, the last car running, in the number 6. But Gendron in this orange and green livery.
Good throwback to the Mazda 787B that all of us know and love at this point. This car screams pretty good too. Little Mazda power in that thing.
Yep.
You can hear it wailing.
The 783, though, does make the best noise of any race car I've ever heard. It is really something special. The 4-rotor Mazda. But paying homage to that one is Matthew Gendron, and he comes home in 5th. And there's Tyler Thielman, the last car running. As unfortunately, Jason Miller, John McAleer, Greg Case all fell by the wayside. Todd Vanacore, David Locke, and James French not able to take the start as the multicolored number 6 of Tyler Thielman in his Elan DPO2, the last one to cross the stripe. Up the hill he comes to see the checkered flag. The final car in the final race of the 2024 SCCA National Championship Runoffs. Across the line to see the checkers. Woohoo. Well done, everybody.
There we go.
You betcha.
That was a show.
Yeah, you bet. Here we go. Back to the front as the Romer family completing their cool-down lap just as the last car comes across the stripe. Matthew and Chip Romer climbing the hill in the pit lane as they head toward Parc Fermé, and they'll have a chance to chat with Hayward Wagner. We'll wait for Jim Davenport to join them as the Elans sweep the podium here. Matt Romer in only his 2nd runoff start, taking the gold medal. Two thumbs up. That sounds good to me. Give him a chance to get the gloves and the helmet off so we can get that gold medal around his neck.
get it off.
I would guess we're going to see Dad coming into the frame pretty shortly to congratulate his offspring. Big smile for our champion. There's the gold medal.
There you go.
Thank you.
And there's that. Let's send it down to Hayward Wagner with our winner.
Thank you.
Matt Romer, a runoffs win here for you at Road America. It's been a long weekend waiting. How does it feel to have the gold medal around your neck?
This is just awesome. It's what a great place this is. What a great group all these guys are. It's such great competition we got. We got my dad in here, so it's awesome to be right here battling with him the whole way, and made a move on him and made it stick.
When you're coming through the kink and down to Canada and you've got your dad right behind you, what are you thinking? Are you thinking that you can trust him, you're not worried about it? Are you defending? What is the most?
There's zero worries at all. We battle and we keep it clean, and knew that if we get the pass, we'll stick side by side, and whoever makes it out of the end, the cleaner run, they're gonna get it. So yeah, just awesome.
Well, congratulations to you. Congratulations to your very proud father. Enjoy your victory lap.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone.
There you go.
I'm going to take your hat.
Matt Romer taking his first gold medal. Here's the unofficial results. Matt and Chip Romer taking first and second, making it a family affair. Margin of victory just about 3 seconds. Jim Davenport and Lee Alexander, after a race-long battle, could not be closer. Look at that interval. 17 thousandths of a second separating third from fourth. Matthew Gendron in the number 82 comes home fifth, and the last car running, Tyler Thielman, in the sixth car finishes in sixth spot. Sadly, Jason Miller, John McAleer, Greg Case, and Todd Vanacore not able to even take the start on this one, as we are going to send it back down to Hayward with Chip Romer and Jim Davenport.
Chip, would you rather me interview the second place finisher or the dad of the winner?
Dad of the winner. How's that? Super proud of my son. He drove a phenomenal race. That was a great pass. I wasn't giving him an inch, and he did a great job. So super proud of him.
It looked like towards the end of the race, maybe you had some grip going away, or a little slippy towards the end. How was it feeling?
Really a strange thing. My camera came undone and started shifting the gears for me.
Oh no!
So I'm trying to pound that thing back in, and he was just driving too good. So I thought I maybe had something there at the end, but when that happened, it was over.
Well, every now and then you got to let youth and skill edge one out, huh?
I don't think so. He earned every bit of that. He did a great job.
Well, congratulations to you, sir. We're going to get Jim up here.
Hey, Jim. Hey,
Jim, another runoffs podium for you, this time a bronze. A bit of an eventful race, wasn't it?
Well, it was. We just missed on the setup badly. I was loose on entry and pushing on exit. It was all I could do to keep it on the track. I had a big moment in 14 down there, but saved it. Then Lee and I had a heck of a battle, so turned it into a race for third, so enjoyed that part of it. But it is what it is this year.
Well, congratulations on the bronze.
Thank you. Thanks.
Jim Davenport, a gracious third place finish for you in the final race for P1 as a separate class. Again, P1, P2 will be combined. Here's a replay of the race. As you can see, Jason Miller got a terrible start, falling way back. He made a race of it a little later on as the battle between the Romers eventually came on. You can see Miller now getting around Davenport as he's trying to make it a three-way battle at the front. And here's the side-by-side battle that eventually went Matt's way in the blue livery number 62. Chip Romer, as he said, fighting with a camera that came off the car, and it was shifting gears for him. That's a new job for a GoPro. And look at this finish. Here comes Lee Alexander trying so close to get to Jim Davenport. 17 thousandths of a second. Just a few inches the difference between those two. And so with that, we're going to put a period on the 2024 edition of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. Thanks again to Mazda for not only providing the safety cars, which fortunately we didn't see in this race other than at the start, but also for presenting this broadcast. We couldn't do it without their support. And I'd also like to thank my partner, Tom O'Gorman, and my partner, Hayward Wagner, down in the pit lane, as they've been with us throughout the course of the race, and my partner Greg Kramer as well, who's on his way to Milwaukee to catch a plane, as he's got to make a quick turnaround and get down to Petit Le Mans a little later on this week. But with that, we appreciate it. Thanks for being with us. We'll see you next season.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
Like to give a thanks to all of the camera operators that made these images possible. Hi, Ethan. Appreciate you, my man, as he gave us his beautiful images throughout the course of the weekend.
Up on the cold roof.
Here comes,
hang in there, bud.
Yeah, here comes Nathan. He's just going to wave. He's camera shy. Okay, that's all right. Hi, John. I'm John, too. Thank you for all the hard work.
That's our time trials director right there, friends.
Say that again?
That's the time trials director right there, John Hunter.
Okay. Hi, Nate. Well done, my friend. Appreciate it. Jordan, the man fighting the breeze all weekend long. Well done, my friend. Hi, Tom. Great images, my friend. Great place on the racetrack, too. Nino, once again, down at the bottom of the hill at Hurry Downs. Well done. Hunter outside the carousel. All right, dude. I like it. Here comes Logan. Hi, Logan. Well done, my friend. There's Alex right down at Canada Corner. Well done, my friend. Great images. Charlie. Hey, buddy. What's happening? Thank you. Great job. Josiah, what's happening? And here's the guys that make the magic happen. Thumbs up to everybody. Well done. Rick, Robbie, Jesse, John, Joe. There you. Yes. That would be Jack.
Mr. Director.
Mr. Director. Well done. Good job, everybody. The crew from Apex Broadcasting making this happen. And thanks again for all your hard work, gentlemen. Well done. Bye, everyone. It's been fun. We'll do it again next season from the same place.
Real quick, I'll just give a quick shout out. Also, one more thank you to all the workers, volunteers, and people, crews who made the cars run this week. It was such a blast to be here. It was so special. I cannot wait for next year.
Absolutely. I cannot wait either. Great job, everybody. Thanks again to Mazda. We'll see you in 2025 for the 61st running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. Good night, everybody. Safe journey home.